Chapter 1. With maximum talent from the start, how will you compete with me? 001. With maximum talent from the start, how will you compete with me? Chen Hao's ability score, 100. Kobe, 96. LeBron, 95. Garnett, 95. Howard, 94. Beholding his own ability score of 100, Chen Hao, I am Chen Ritian. Chen Hao gazes skyward at a 45-degree angle, hands in pockets, devoid of any competition. In terms of ability scores, while Chen Hao's 100 may only surpass Kobe's 96 by a mere 4 points, the implications are profound. Put it simply, a prodigy scoring a perfect 100 does so because the exam is out of 100, whereas a top student achieving 96 is limited to that very score. Standing at 2.03 meters, the epitome of a basketball player's height, complemented by a wingspan of 2.30 meters, he embodies the vertical prowess of McGrady and the horizontal might of Yao Ming. With Achilles tendons measuring 35 centimeters, his calves are as slender as a frog's, while his thighs are robust. Standing reach, 2.85 meters. Vertical leap, 3.85 meters. Dribbling, 100. Passing, 100. Shooting, 100. Physical attributes, 100. Mental attributes, 100. Stamina, SSS. Such physical prowess is nothing short of monstrous. Chen Hao peruses his skill library. Reaper's Scythe, Lunge, Gravitational Pull, Divine Marksmanship, Death's Embrace, Sam's Gundam, Sleight of Hand, Picture Perfect, MJ, Fade Away. There is nothing Chen Hao can conceive that is not found within this skill library. I am not Chen Hao, I am Chen Ritian. The heavens did not give birth to me. Chen Ritian, the eternal basketball realm, is but a long night. Forgive me. I do not mean to target you. I am merely stating that all present are but trash. Who else? In the depths of slumber, Chen Hao awakens with the urge to urinate, stirring from his dreams, yet his eyes remain stubbornly shut. The corners of his mouth are damp, his pillow exuding a musty odor, nauseating enough to incite revulsion. It has not been washed in at least 2 years, reeking of sweat and urine. Overcome with disgust, Chen Hao feels the urge to retch. With a jolt, his tightly closed eyes finally opened. Oh, his dismay. This is not his spacious 180-square-meter home, and he has never felt so humiliated. At 35 years of age, he is known as the Diamond King in the eyes of Others, a man of wealth and leisure. Single and unencumbered, in 2018, he seized the opportunity of short video platforms, amassing a fortune of $300 million early on, embarking on a life of enjoyment. In the early days of his entrepreneurial journey, he had shared cramped quarters with partners, slept in basements, resided in storage rooms, and even lived under a bridge. But those days are long past, never to return. Where am I? The room is more akin to a storage closet. Chen Hao realizes he is not resting on a bed, but on a dilapidated sofa. The cramped space is overflowing with items, leaving no room for his feet to stretch. Wasn't I at home, playing 2K? Where's this place? Chen Hao muses in confusion. Bang, 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 bang. No. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The soundproofing here is atrocious. Wait, that noise is rather pronounced. Chen Hao follows the sound, not intending to spy, but merely curious about who is so industrious as to commence morning exercises at the crack of dawn. Standing by the window, Chen Hao was astonished to discover that the equestrian mistress was also gazing through the small opening of the window, their eyes seemingly locking in a moment of connection. Feeling akin to a voyeur caught in the act, Chen Hao swiftly withdrew, only to notice that the mistress appeared to ride with even greater vigor, leading him to question the very essence of his existence. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged forth, overwhelming him and flooding his mind without granting him a moment to react. I have traversed dimensions. It is a soul transference that I have arrived, imbued with unparalleled basketball prowess, into the life of another individual named Chen Hao, a basketball athlete. This host, Chen Hao, has been orphaned, raised alongside his sister in a life of mutual dependence. This thought brought him a modicum of solace, for it is well known that those without parents often possess extraordinary resilience. In 2007, he was overlooked in the draft. A man of Chinese descent, he had dropped out of Harvard University and now resided with a sports agent in Los Angeles. Chen Hao was a temporary worker for the Los Angeles Lakers, bound by a fleeting tendery contract. During this tenure, he participated in 2 games for the Lakers, accumulating a grand total of 0 minutes, 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, and 0 blocks. To add insult to injury, he wore the number 0 jersey, leading fans to dub him the Zero Warrior. The Lakers management had yet to engage him in discussions regarding a contract renewal, and it was highly probable that after tonight's game, he would pack his belongings and depart. Surely, The Almighty did not bestow upon me supreme basketball talent merely to rescue this loser, Chen Hao pondered. Ding, ding, ding. The jarring sound of the alarm clock pierced the stillness, exacerbated by the cacophony of activity outside. Chen Hao hurriedly sought to silence the alarm, yet he struggled to locate the switch. Ding, ding, ding. The incessant ringing persisted, and it took him a full 30 seconds to finally quell the irksome noise. In an instant, tranquility was restored. The outside commotion continued unabated, and Chen Hao surmised that this contest would prove difficult to halt. Resolutely, he vowed that in this lifetime, he could do anything but remain as a guest in another's home. His embarrassed toes could tell tales of discomfort. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The awkwardness did not linger long, as the contest ultimately concluded in the male participant's defeat. After a few more minutes of contemplation, Chen Hao debated whether to venture outside. The cramped storage room felt stifling, akin to a thief in hiding. He resolved that his foremost priority was to vacate the agent's residence. Chen Hao's agent, Tang Dajuan, was of Chinese descent, portly with a receding hairline, and had shown Chen Hao considerable kindness. It was he who had discovered Chen Hao and proclaimed him a rising star, the future face of the NBA, sentiment Chen Hao had come to believe. Thus, he had left Harvard to pursue basketball. Nevertheless, Tang Dajuan had been quite generous during this period. Chen Hao's expenses were charged to Tang's credit card. Tang Dajuan had invested over $200,000 in Chen Hao, yet thus far, not a single return had materialized. His wife lamented, "Tang Dajuan, are you blind? He is no prodigy, he is merely a financial liability." Yet, Tang Dajuan remained steadfast in his belief that Chen Hao would eventually succeed. After sharing breakfast with Chen Hao, Tang Dajuan summoned a taxi for him and provided him with 100 just before he entered the vehicle. He specifically instructed Chen Hao, saying, "Chen, tonight may be your last opportunity in the NBA, that if you don't succeed this time, we might have to seek our fortunes overseas. However, venturing abroad would mean drifting further away from the NBA, making it increasingly difficult to return." Chen Hao nodded, affirming, "I understand. Tonight, I am determined to secure my place in the NBA." "Yes, that's the spirit we need. What you must do now is believe in yourself, as I believe in you. You are capable of achieving this," Tang Dajuan encouraged. Chen Hao replied, his voice strong and resolute. "You are destined to become a superstar, a future Hall of Famer. I am the GOAT." Suddenly, the sharp honk of a horn pierced the air as the taxi driver, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Are you getting in or not? What are you daydreaming about in broad daylight?" Chapter 002. At 18, Chen Hao stood like an ant. The taxi driver, a bit of a chatterbox, began to talk as soon as Chen Hao entered the cab. "People like you, so full of themselves, aiming for the stars." Chen Hao, uninterested in conversation, replied curtly, "Sorry, I'm a bit tired." The driver, picking up on the hint, zipped his lips. Upon arriving at the Staples Center, Chen Hao posed a question to the driver. "Hey, buddy, may I know your name?" "Feline," replied the driver. "Oh. And please remember, my name is Chen Hao soon. It will resonate throughout all of Los Angeles. No, not just Los Angeles, but the entire NBA." As he opened the door, he threw out this rather juvenile proclamation, leaving without a backward glance. Feline, momentarily taken aback, burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Is he a comedian? How amusing. Once inside the Staples Center, Chen Hao was halted at the entrance by security. The guard informed him, "Sorry, this is the player's entrance." Chen Hao nodded, "I know." The guard regarded him with a puzzled expression, and Chen Hao reciprocated with confusion. The guard continued, "Apologies, but you must be a fitness coach, right?" Unsure how to respond, Chen Hao pointed to himself, bewildered. Had he truly been overlooked? He had played 2 games for the Lakers, albeit from the bench, yet even the security did not recognize him. At that moment, another security personnel approached and whispered to the first guard, "He might be a player too." "How? Is that possible? He's just an Asian guy, barely opening his eyes, and he looks like a twig. If he's a player, then I could be one too if I donned a jersey." The guard retorted, "Forget it, let him in. If he's not a player, we'll just escort him out. All right, let's do that." Ultimately, Chen Hao was granted entry, though a guard shadowed him, eyes filled with skepticism, treating him like an outcast devoid of rights. Upon reaching the training room and checking in with assistant coach Brian Shaw, the guard departed, still muttering in disbelief. The Lakers have truly fallen. Morning training commenced. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson was absent from the training facility. The practice was conducted by assistant coach Brian Shaw. Shaw exhibited a somewhat indifferent demeanor towards Chen Hao, who remained unfazed. The morning's training regimen comprised a scrimmage between the starters and the substitutes. The starting lineup included Fisher, Kobe, Odom, Nowitzki, and Bynum, while the substitutes consisted of Farmar, Vujasic, Walton, Turieff, and Kwame Brown. Chen Hao was designated as the third-choice guard for the Lakers, yet he had yet to see any playing time. Uncertain of whether he would ever get the opportunity, he reflected on his previous 2 training sessions where he had also been sidelined. Frustration simmered within Chen. How had he been signed merely as a decorative piece? What was one thing to be excluded from games, to be left out of training scrimmages felt like mockery. He suppressed his anger, patiently awaiting his chance, vowing to unleash his prowess upon his opponents once given the opportunity. As the first half elapsed, Chen Hao found himself still waiting for a chance to play. The second half commenced, and once again, he remained on the bench, deprived of participation in the intra-squad scrimmage, which served primarily as a means for the starters to hone their skills while mentoring the substitutes. In such scrimmages, it was rare for substitutes to outshine the starters, though exceptions did exist. Chen Hao had once led a group of substitutes, each valued at 8 million, to triumph over the Timberwolves roster worth a staggering 120 million. However, this night's scrimmage bore no such surprises by halftime. The substitutes trailed by 18 points, thoroughly outmatched. The atmosphere was charged with the taunts of the starters. You're all soft. Show some toughness. Act like men. If you can't handle it, get lost. We don't need any weaklings here. The intensity of the intra-squad scrimmage surpassed that of regular season games by a significant margin. The starters were merciless, figuratively shattering the substitutes' spirits. With 8 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Farmar advanced the ball across half-court. Seizing an opportunity, while Fisher was momentarily caught off guard, he executed a swift maneuver, charging towards the paint. However, his layup was swatted away by Bynum, leading to a fast break for the opposing team. In the process, Farmar miscalculated his landing, inadvertently stepping on Bynum's foot, resulting in a severe ankle sprain. A glimmer of hope ignited within Chen Hao. He recognized that his moment had arrived. Farmar cradled his left ankle, wincing in pain and gasping for breath. Yet, as assistant coach Brian Shaw approached, Farmar, despite his agony, sprang back to his feet with surprising agility. Are you all right? Shaw inquired. I'm fine. Farmar insisted, though his grimace belied his words. Chen Hao then seized the moment, nudging Farmar unexpectedly, causing him to stumble. No, you have an issue, Chen Hao remarked. I'm fine, Farmar replied stubbornly. Chen Hao stated, you have IT. As he spoke, he proceeded to remove Farmar's shoes, revealing that even though they were encased in socks, his ankles resembled the size of eggs. Farmar replied, I do not. Chen Hao insisted, you do. With that, he feigned an attempt to massage Farmar's ankle. Farmar let out a pained cry, his tears and mucus flowing freely. Before the massage, Farmar still had the stamina to fight. However, afterward he felt as if the only thing connecting his ankle to his calf was a thin layer of skin. Farmar, now injured, retreated, allowing Chen Hao, the third wheel, to seize the opportunity. Chen Hao entered the game. Upon spotting Chen Hao, Kwame Brown, a former first-round draft pick who had often played the role of the scapegoat for the Lakers, felt a surge of excitement, thinking at last, I have found someone easy to bully. Typically, Kwame Brown was the one to be picked on. However, upon noticing Chen Hao, an Asian player, he approached him and said, Hey, are you the point guard? Chen Hao nodded, yes. Kwame Brown continued, pass the ball to me, then stay outside. In response, Chen Hao shouted back, get lost, and glared at Kwame Brown, exuding a sudden air of authority. Kwame Brown was taken aback, feeling flustered. He had never expected this seemingly weak Asian player to exhibit such defiance. But there was much more in store for the bewildered Kwame Brown. This was merely the beginning. Chen Hao, the point guard, brought the ball past half-court. He faced off against Fisher, who began a trash talk. Yellow-skinned, bulky guard, rookie, are you sure you didn't register incorrectly? Chapter 3. Crushing Fisher, dazzling everyone with titanium alloy eyes. Fisher approached, rookie, where's my donut? When it came to bullying rookies, there was no one in the entire NBA who could rival Old Fish. I advise you to be courteous, Chen Hao warned. Old Fish's pupils widened in shock. He recalled just 2 days prior when Chen Hao had been as meek as a lamb, too timid to speak up. Now, this Asian player was not merely talk, he was decisive, making a bold move. Fisher, dismissive, turned away without a glance, shouting, rebound. Yet, the ball sailed directly into the net with a crisp swish, the sound akin to a slap across Fisher's face. Feeling disgruntled, Old Fish muttered, just a lucky shot. Chen Hao remained silent, but he took note of what Old Fish had said. On the next possession, they found themselves in the same position again. Old Fish, doubting Lu Xing's capabilities, couldn't even be bothered to extend his hand and shouted to his teammates, rebound. However, Chen Hao's shot once again found its way into the net, producing another crisp swish. With a three-point shooting percentage of 50, such defense was nothing short of a gift. To put it into perspective, Stephen Curry had set a single-season record with 402 three-pointers, boasting a shooting percentage of only 42.8. The old fish's mouth twitched. All the retorts he wished to unleash were forcefully swallowed back by Chen Hao. This is merely a stroke of luck, Chen Hao retorted. Old fish, incensed, trembled with fury. Rookie, your time has come. You cannot bear the brunt of my wrath. Chen Hao, undeterred, replied, feel free to try. As Fisher approached, he waved his arms, signaling his teammates to disperse. Step aside, I'm going to deal with this novice. The key players, including Kobe, cooperated, stepping aside as they relished the chance to bully the rookie and teach the novice a lesson, a customary ritual of training. The main players reveled in the misfortune of others. Odom shouted, be gentle, I fear he cannot withstand it. Kobe chuckled, but remained silent. Chen Hao's teammate, Vujasic, patted him on the shoulder. No worries, why provoke those veterans? Wishing you the best of luck. The much-discussed rookie, Kwame Brown, ought to adopt a more humble demeanor and acknowledge his mistakes. It is not such a challenging endeavor. Chen Hao, step aside. Let us not speak of the aging Fisher for now. Even if he were at the peak of his prowess, he could only manage two. Controlling Fisher is a simple task, just as effortless as eating and drinking. As Fisher charged forward with the ball, Chen Hao anticipated his move and effectively blocked him on the left. When Fisher attempted to retreat, Chen Hao thwarted him once more. Fisher, taken aback, realized that this novice's agility was indeed commendable. Assessing the situation, he devised a plan. He positioned himself directly beneath the basket, turned his back to the hoop, and, using his strength, attempted to overpower Chen Hao. Chen Hao found himself unexpectedly amused by Fisher. With a mighty roar, Fisher declared his intent to crush Chen's essence. In a comical display, he exerted all his strength, raising his posterior to sit upon Chen. The key players, led by Kobe, erupted in laughter, covering their faces in disbelief. Despite Fisher's aged limbs, he remained a formidable force on the defensive line. Easily overpowering a slender Asian opponent seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. The Asian contender appeared doomed, the verdict seemingly clear. However, to their utter astonishment, Fisher's fierce onslaught met a sudden halt upon striking Chen. Akin to a stone cast into the ocean, producing not a single ripple. The Lakers, led by Kobe, were left agape, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Fisher's eyes widened in disbelief, his face etched with surprise. Before he could fully process the situation, Chen floated a taunt his way, questioning whether Fisher had neglected his meals. Enraged, Fisher bellowed anew, intensifying his assault. Yet, just as before, his fierce charge abruptly ceased. Fisher began to doubt the reality of his existence. Confronted by this extraordinary Asian individual, Chen Hao, not enough, exert yourself further. Fisher was driven to madness. Once more, this time he summoned all his strength. A force of 120, you amateur, your time is up. With a roar, he urged for another attempt. Chen Hao was perplexed. Fisher's feeble attempts were akin to a mere scratch, yet he chose to put on a show. Chen Hao felt little motivation to engage. Recognizing that it was only Fisher who held himself in high regard, a whimsical thought flickered through his mind. As the frenzied Fisher charged forward, Chen Hao abruptly pulled back his chair. With no support, Fisher barreled forward, tumbling headlong to the ground in a most undignified manner. His pride lay in tatters. In front of numerous teammates, this seasoned player found himself outmatched by a novice, and as an Asian, he could not swallow the humiliation. Rising from the floor, he clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag, and charged at Chen Hao. Unable to best him in the game, Fisher resorted to brute force. In truth, there was an element of intimidation in Fisher's approach, yet he seemed to underestimate Chen Hao. As Fisher advanced, eyes blazing with fury, Chen Hao remained unfazed. So what? Unable to win in the game, you sought to brawl? Fisher approached with clenched fists, glaring at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, refusing to be outdone, returned the glare with equal intensity. He resolved that if Fisher made the first move, he would swiftly bring him down. As their gazes locked, a spark of electricity filled the air, causing an uproar among the spectators. How audacious is this Asian man? He is none other than Fisher, the notorious enforcer of the Lakers, who, leveraging his long-standing camaraderie with Kobe, has wreaked havoc within the team, mercilessly bullying the newcomers. Yet here stands this Asian, unflinchingly daring to confront Fisher head-on. Truly remarkable, a display of formidable courage. Chen Hao's teammates unanimously praised his actions, for he accomplished what they yearned to do but lacked the courage or ability to undertake. Kobe, with a subtle nod of acknowledgement, may not have fully endorsed Chen Hao. Yet he harbored a disdain for the weak and appreciated those who dared to resist oppression. This garnered him a measure of Kobe's favor. On the sidelines, assistant coach Brian Shaw expressed his surprise, taken aback by Chen Hao's audacity to stand up against the opposition. Naturally, the training match was to proceed. Such friction during practice was insignificant and should not escalate. He had to step in to restore order and allow the game to continue. Brian Shaw separated the two players, and the match resumed. This incident made it clear to Fischer and his teammates that, although Chen Hao was a rookie and of Asian descent, he was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the confrontation concluded with Fischer on the losing end, leading to a newfound recognition of Chen Hao's extraordinary nature. As the game progressed, the substitutes began to deliberately center their play around Chen Hao, contrasting sharply with their previous disorganized approach. Upon returning, Chen Hao showcased his exceptional talent, utterly dominating Fischer in the third quarter. He scored 6 3-pointers and executed 2 powerful dunks, amassing an impressive 22 points in that quarter alone, leading the second-string team to level the score by the end of the third. Starter Lamar Odom, having been dunked on by Chen Hao, clutched his ribs in frustration, grumbling about the toughness of that Asian player. Fischer, on the other hand, was left dejected and flustered, his initial arrogance completely evaporated. The prowess displayed by Chen Hao instilled a sense of fear within him. Chen Hao's performance indeed caught Kobe's attention, sparking intrigue. However, it remains insufficient, vastly so. Kobe is renowned for his obsession with victory, harboring an intense desire to win and an equally profound disdain for defeat. To have a group of substitutes falter in a training match would be a source of ridicule. Such occurrences are absolutely intolerable in Kobe's world. Thus, as the fourth quarter commenced, Kobe intensified his offensive efforts. Undeniably, as the current preeminent figure in the NBA, there exists controversy surrounding this designation. Many assert that LeBron has now assumed the mantle from Kobe, being the true leading figure, especially considering LeBron's statistics, which are indeed far more impressive than Kobe's. This matter shall remain unexamined for the moment. However, when it comes to offensive prowess, it would be no exaggeration to declare Kobe as the unrivaled champion, at least until the emergence of a fully developed Chen Hao. Nonetheless, it is unequivocal that in today's realm, Kobe's offensive skills remain unparalleled, as he navigates defenses with ease, rendering them ineffective against him. The substitutes' attempts to double-team Kobe were utterly futile. Chapter 004. A clash with the NBA's finest. Chen Hao suddenly emerged during the training match, embodying the essence of the catfish effect. The atmosphere became invigorated. As the Lakers were comprised of familiar faces, the training sessions had mostly been characterized by cordiality, lacking the fierce competitive spirit, which often compromised the quality of practice. However, with Chen Hao's unexpected arrival, the waters were stirred. This was precisely what Brian Shaw had hoped to witness. And it was indeed a task set forth by head coach Phil Jackson. I must be losing my mind, Brian Shaw mused with a wry smile. I find myself anticipating a newcomer to disrupt the status quo. Undeniably, Chen Hao's explosive performance in the third quarter was remarkable, yet Shaw harbored doubts about its sustainability. The standout display in that segment was largely due to the starters' lack of focus on him. Once they turned their attention, Chen Hao would undoubtedly struggle to replicate such brilliance. Moreover, as the fourth quarter commenced, Kobe Bryant unleashed a relentless offensive onslaught. For a competitor as obsessed with victory as Kobe, surrendering to defeat in such a match was simply inconceivable. Shaw could only hope that Chen Hao would not leave this training game devoid of confidence. As the fourth quarter began, Kobe activated his unparalleled mode, treating Vujasic like a mere toy. He effortlessly sank 2 mid-range jump shots, propelling the starters to a 74-70 lead. Vujasic, tasked with defending Kobe, found himself utterly overwhelmed. Kobe taunted him, "Can you bring some intensity? Everyone plays like they've forgotten their manhood." Vujasic felt like crying. He had exerted every ounce of strength, yet it was deemed insufficient. What constituted intensity? This was no longer basketball. One might mistake it for WWE. He's a freak, Vujasic muttered under his breath. In a bid to enhance the competitiveness, Shaw acquiesced to Kobe's demands, shifting from single coverage to a double team, with Walton and Vujasic converging on Kobe. However, the results were modest at best. When it came to breaking a double team, current players would concede that Kobe could claim the second spot. No one dared assert otherwise. Kobe's methods of dismantling zone defenses were few yet effective, as he effortlessly shot over Walton and Vujasic, still finding success. Before the double team by Walton and Vujasic was executed, Kobe had already completed his shot, or perhaps was maneuvering without the ball. Kobe's ability to cut and find openings is indeed a remarkable skill. The efforts of Walton and Vujasic proved utterly ineffective. It was as though Kobe were in a realm untouched. He effortlessly scored 14 consecutive points, a feat so routine for him that it elicited no surprise. For this has always been his modus operandi. With 5 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the leading team held a significant advantage of 10 points, 82-92. Walton and Vujasic were left in disarray, questioning their own purpose. They even faced humiliation, as Kobe spared no mercy, challenging their capabilities. Is this all you can do? I feel ashamed to be your teammate. Kobe would go to any lengths to elevate his teammates and secure victory for the team, his words and actions embodying the utmost intensity and determination. Chen Hao is aware of this aspect regarding Kobe, however, as a teammate of both Luke Walton and Sasha Vujasic. Despite it being merely a scrimmage, he still regards them as his comrades. Chen Hao's protective instincts are at play, yet it is ultimately his competitive spirit that drives him. Regardless of the nature of the contest, even during practice matches, Chen Hao is loath to accept defeat. If it were within his power, he would erase the words loss and failure from the lexicon of his life. Thus, he called for this timeout. Chen Hao called for a pause, and teaching assistant Brian Shaw, perplexed, inquired, "Chen, do you have a question?" Chen Hao nodded. Brian Shaw cast a glance at Chen Hao and then inquired, "Is it not feasible? If it is not, then take a break. We are not short of personnel." Initially, Brian Shaw presumed that Chen Hao was proactively requesting a substitution. Such an opportunity, for a professional NBA player, is not particularly surprising. However, for many outside the realm of the NBA, it represents a rare and invaluable training experience. And is it not precisely this experience that Chen Hao lacks? As far as he knew, Chen Hao was on a 10-day contract. And even if he ultimately could not secure a longer tenure, participating in such training would undoubtedly benefit his development. Yet, at that moment, he declined. Brian Shaw was profoundly disappointed. However, Chen Hao confidently declared, "I will defend against Kobe. I am capable." In the past half-quarter, the offensive efforts of the bench unit, under Chen Hao's orchestration, encountered no issues whatsoever. Opportunities that should have arisen did indeed materialize, but unfortunately, his teammates failed to capitalize on them, leaving Chen Hao powerless to alter the outcome. Brian Shaw awarded Chen Hao a remarkable score of 99 for his organizational prowess. He yearned for Chen Hao to exhibit such performance not just in practice, but within the competitive arena, believing that a contract would be secured in no time. Yet, this was merely practice, and the disparity between it and actual competition was vast. What ultimately extinguished Brian Shaw's hopes was when Chen Hao unexpectedly requested a timeout, leading him to momentarily believe that Chen Hao intended to substitute himself out. Initially, Brian Shaw contemplated suggesting that if Chen Hao wished to exit, he could do so without wasting a timeout. However, the words remained unspoken as he awaited Chen Hao's next statement. Brian Shaw thought he misheard when Chen Hao asserted, "I can handle Kobe, give him to me." Chen Hao reiterated with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Shaw and Chen Hao's teammates erupted into laughter, with Vujasic even playfully ruffling Chen Hao's hair, questioning, "Are you out of your mind?" Chen Hao swatted away Vujasic's hand, exclaiming, "You are the one who is sick. Your entire family is unwell." Xiao Woden interjected, "Chen, do not act impulsively." Chen Hao remained silent, fully aware of his shortcomings. The counterfeit champion, Kwame Brown, had once again begun his sarcastic remarks. "You can defend Kobe, but I shall serve as your stool." "Chen Hao, did you say that?" As he spoke, Chen Hao gazed directly at the counterfeit champion, Kwame Brown. "It was I who said that," Kwame Brown replied. As Chen Hao was about to retort, Brian Shaw interjected, stating that while having courage is commendable, Kobe is a player you cannot defend against in your current state. Do not overexert yourself. If you are unable to cope, take a break, and I shall substitute you. Chen Hao, I am capable. Brian Shaw, you are not. He emphasized his tone. Chen Hao, I am capable. Brian Shaw, you are not. Chen Hao, I can. Brian Shaw, you cannot. He elongated his nasal sound, attempting to persuade Chen Hao to relinquish his ambitions. Yet Chen Hao, I can. Brian Shaw, very well, go ahead. If you can defend against Kobe for a single possession, I shall call you grandfather. Upon uttering these words, Brian Shaw felt a twinge of regret. Was this too harsh for a young individual? It is no small feat for an Asian guard to reach this level. Have I been overly cruel? Damn it, I should not have said that. But Chen Hao, you were the one who insisted. I stand by my word, no backing down. Hearing this, Brian Shaw grew agitated once more. Chapter 005, Kobe. This is becoming interesting. 005 Kobe. This is becoming interesting. Step up. Chen Hao faced off against Kobe. Upon noticing who was guarding him, Kobe disregarded Chen Hao entirely. Chen Hao, unwilling to back down, declared to Kobe, "I will show you what I'm capable of." Kobe, with a dismissive retort, replied, "You're still a decade too early." With that, he executed a remarkably realistic feint. Most would have fallen for it. Kobe's deceptive maneuvers could easily confuse the untrained eye. Yet, Chen Hao remained unfazed. Kobe, intrigued, thought to himself, "This is interesting. I've finally encountered someone who can defend." However, Kobe seemed to misjudge the situation. Chen Hao was not merely capable of defense. His defensive prowess was at an NBA level, capable of making anyone falter. As Kobe took a probing step, Chen Hao remained steadfast, his center of gravity unwavering. Kobe felt a twinge of delight, thinking, "This kid has something." He realized he had underestimated him. Nevertheless, Kobe was still uncertain whether Chen Hao truly discerned his feint or if he was simply intimidated into inaction. "It must be the latter," Kobe mused. Without further contemplation, Kobe advanced, attempting to bypass Chen Hao in a swift motion. Many claim Kobe lacked natural talent. But that notion is misguided. In comparison to Jordan, Kobe may have been somewhat deficient in innate ability. However, if Jordan's basketball talent is rated at a 10, then Kobe certainly ranks at least a 1, if not higher. His explosive first step was the foundation of his NBA career, and few could thwart it. Yet, in an astonishing display, Chen Hao intercepted Kobe's lightning-fast first step, seemingly anticipating Kobe's movements and positioning himself strategically. Kobe, taken aback, thought, "Well, this is impressive." He realized he had misjudged Chen Hao. Nonetheless, Kobe was still Kobe, an NBA superstar. He was not easily outmatched. After being thwarted in his initial attempt, Kobe quickly transitioned to a third maneuver, a sudden stop, a spin, and then a leap to shoot. Such a move could only be executed by someone of Kobe's exceptional caliber. Most offensive players lacked such finesse. Kobe thought to himself, "You're quite adept. But this is where it ends." However, to his astonishment, Chen Hao adjusted his defensive stance and managed to contest the shot. Initially surprised, Kobe now felt a surge of alarm. He understood that once he released the ball, it would likely be blocked. In midair, he strained to twist his body, leaning back to ensure his form was correct, his body nearly forming a 30-degree angle with the ground. Only Kobe could perform such a technical feat. Most would be incapable of it. This was indeed an extreme display of skill. Kobe thought, "You've forced me into this desperate maneuver. This is my final card." A sequence of movements can be dissected into 4 distinct patterns, and when one surveys the current NBA landscape, only Kobe Bryant stands out. Even Chen Hao was left in awe, marveling at the spectacle, thinking to himself, "Truly, he is Kobe." In the next instant, Chen Hao sprang into action, leaping high into the air, delivering a resounding slap to the basketball that Kobe had just released. The ball was sent soaring away by Chen Hao's forceful strike. Kobe's expression momentarily froze, his face devoid of emotion. The once boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence, transforming into a space that resembled a library rather than a sports venue. Every spectator present was utterly astonished by Chen Hao's remarkable maneuver. Vujasic's pupils seemed to tremble. His mouth quivered in disbelief, and after 5 seconds, he could barely articulate his thoughts, exclaiming, "How is this even possible?" Kwame Brown, the much-maligned #1 draft pick, wore a look of utter shock, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his jaw hanging in disbelief. While shock coursed through him, he quickly masked his astonishment. For it was a mere coincidence that Kobe had let his guard down. Nearby, Brian Shaw, overhearing Kwame Brown's incredulous remarks, regarded the former #1 pick with a look of utter bemusement, struggling to comprehend how the basketball god Michael Jordan could possess such talent yet falter in judgment by selecting this muscle-bound simpleton. Admitting the prowess of others is often a challenge. Despite having wagered against Chen Hao moments earlier, Brian Shaw was not so small-minded as to deny the evident skill displayed. Chen Hao's defensive play was a testament to his capability. Although Kobe had indeed been careless, he remained the legendary Kobe Bryant, a player whose offensive capabilities are of a historic caliber. The notion that he could be subdued simply because of a momentary lapse in concentration was preposterous. Having spent a decade with the Lakers, Shaw understood Kobe all too well. He approached every endeavor with utmost seriousness, particularly during training, where his focus was unparalleled. Regardless of the opponent, Kobe would exert every ounce of effort to dominate. He did not pity the weak. Rather, he despised those who failed to strive for greatness despite their deficiencies. Even though Brian Shaw had initially underestimated Chen Hao, He was ultimately compelled to acknowledge the latter's defensive prowess, offering sincere applause in appreciation of Chen Hao's impressive display. Bravo! Chen Hao remained unfazed, exuding a remarkable calmness. In his eyes, it was merely a matter of blocking Kobe, insignificant in the grand scheme. With a prowess rated at 100, he viewed Kobe's 96 as a considerable gap. The blocked Kobe found the situation amusing. Rather than expressing anger, he approached Chen Hao with a smile and remarked, "Very well, I shall remember you." Chen Hao smiled silently, preparing to take things seriously. Kobe continued his barrage of trash talk, boldly challenging, "Bring it on, I'm not afraid of you." Chen Hao, undeterred, asserted his dominance as the main player. As Kobe called for the ball, it found its way into his hands. With just over a second left on the 24-second shot clock, positioned just beyond the three-point line, he launched a shot. The ball fell short, striking the rim and bouncing back, ultimately descending vertically into the net. There was a stroke of luck involved in that shot, and even Kobe couldn't help but smile. Chen Hao pondered, realizing his oversight. In the next round, he advanced with the ball, positioning himself precisely where Kobe had moments before, and launched a shot. As Liu Xing took his shot, Kwame Brown bellowed, urging him to take his time. Vujasic sought to receive the ball. On the sidelines, Brian Shaw fervently exclaimed, "No, no, no." Kobe too was taken aback by Chen Hao's audacious choice of attack, yet he admired Chen Hao's fortune and boldness. As Chen Hao released the ball, he immediately turned to his teammates, shouting for the rebound. The basketball rolled off his fingertips, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, before crashing through the hoop with a sharp swish. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow. Brian Shaw promptly shifted from no to yes. Vujasic was equally startled by Chen Hao's audacity. He was a meter beyond the three-point line, a feat typically reserved for Kobe himself. The once cynical #1 draft pick had already been won over by Chen Hao's prowess, yet he stubbornly clung to his skepticism, attributing it to mere luck. Kobe, too, had not anticipated such a resolute response from Chen Hao. It was intriguing, indeed. After all these years, he had never encountered a rookie guard exhibiting such defiance in his presence. Following the earlier defense, this was a compelling counter, intensifying Kobe's competitive spirit. However, what Kobe could not predict lay ahead. Chapter 006. Kobe. The door shuts tight. Chen Hao was momentarily obstructed by Odom, who clutched his ribs in pain, struggling to breathe. In that moment, Odom realized this was no mere practice match. It felt more akin to a scene from WWE. Thanks to Odom's screen, Kobe found a fleeting opening and leapt into the air with grace, executing a flawless shot that secured 2 points. As the ball swished through the net, he cast a disdainful glare at Chen Hao, questioning, "Who dares to defend me? Is it you?" The contempt in Kobe's eyes was palpable. Stubborn as he was, Chen Hao could hardly tolerate such humiliation, even if it came from a player of Kobe's stature. In the past, he might have accepted it with resignation, given his average abilities. However, now, Chen Hao was a perfect score of 100, a feat only possible because the exam was out of 100. While Kobe lagged behind with a mere 96, easily overshadowed. Chen Hao approached, pointed at Kobe, and boldly declared, "You, step up." Kobe, taken aback, questioned if he had misheard, pointing to himself. Chen nodded affirmatively. In pursuit of securing a contract with the Lakers, Chen felt compelled to dominate anyone on the court, including Kobe. Of course, there was always the possibility of being outplayed, but that option was not on the table. Kobe chuckled. It was his first time being challenged by a rookie. Yet, anger surged within him as he retorted, "I'll make you understand how to meet your demise." In the Lakers' realm, his dignity was not to be trifled with. He was the authority, the leader, the best. To be confronted so audaciously by a novice and not respond was simply unacceptable. Nearby, Odom found amusement in the spectacle. This rookie was soaring high on false bravado, utterly oblivious. Vujasic's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He wiped his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Chen has lost his mind," provoking Kobe and inviting trouble. On the sidelines, assistant coach Brian Shaw's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly comprehend Chen Hao's audacity in directly calling out Kobe. Such a boldness was indeed rare. On the court, as Chen Hao dribbled the ball, he awaited Kobe to position himself, declaring his intention to begin. "I shall cherish you," he remarked, provoking a chuckle from Kobe, who was left pondering whether Chen was blissfully ignorant or if he was merely seeking to capture his attention in this manner. "If that is your aim, you have succeeded. Yet be warned, the last individual who attempted such a tactic retreated into solitude. Are you prepared to face the consequences?" "Kobe, you are quite verbose," Chen Hao retorted, immediately stepping back for a three-point shot. In this era, a coach's philosophy on three-point attempts often implied that if one could avoid shooting, they should. Thus, as Chen launched his shot, Kobe turned away, bellowing to his teammates, rebound. With precision, Chen's fingers released the ball, which soared gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before crashing into the net with a resounding swish. Kobe's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He exclaimed, only to turn and find Chen, arms outstretched, taunting, who's guarding me? Kobe questioned his own consciousness, wondering if he was still asleep. Was this truly the same timid player? Once the target of veteran jests, now seemingly on the brink of obscurity? It was undeniable that Chen had put forth considerable effort, something Kobe respected. Yet, basketball is a game heavily reliant on innate talent. No amount of hard work could compensate for a lack thereof. However, the ability Chen displayed had caught Kobe's attention. Though it was merely one shot, the distinction between amateur and expert was clear. The height of his jump, the speed of his release, the gracefulness of his form, these qualities could not be deceived. Even as a technical perfectionist, Kobe found himself genuinely admiring Chen's finesse, thinking to himself, perfect. The extent of Chen's extension and the elegance of his posture were reminiscent of his dreams. On the sidelines, Brian Shaw was taken aback by Chen's audacity to challenge Kobe directly and succeed. Irrespective of the outcome, the sheer boldness was remarkable. It had been years since Shaw witnessed such fearlessness. He had seen many newcomers, even those with extraordinary talent, shrink before Kobe, too intimidated to even make eye contact, let alone issue a challenge. Yet here was Chen, defiantly gesturing at Kobe, proclaiming his desire for a one-on-one, and scoring over him. Shaw could not help but commend his courage, while simultaneously expressing concern. However, provoking Kobe could come at a steep price. Can he withstand the repercussions? Having worked alongside Kobe for many years, Shaw had witnessed the veteran reduce rookies to a state of self-doubt, leading some to abandon the sport altogether. Kobe was intriguing, but the performance, as far as he was concerned, had reached its conclusion. Chen Hao, you are destined to face repercussions. As he locks eyes with Kobe, exchanging barbs, sparks fly in an electrifying moment. Odom stands dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Chen Hao's audacious display in the presence of Kobe. Vujasic's eyes nearly bulge from their sockets in disbelief. Kwame Brown, oh my goodness, Chen Hao has accomplished what he only dared to dream of, if even that. After the shock, Kwame Brown chuckles, recognizing that Chen Hao is courting disaster. Kobe is serious, and he is bound to face dire consequences. He does not wish to witness Chen Hao's success, for if that were to happen, he would ultimately be the one left to suffer. To Kwame Brown's dismay, Chen Hao does not falter under Kobe's pressure. In fact, he seems to be gaining the upper hand. With 3 consecutive three-pointers, he scores all 3 attempts, propelling the bench squad to a mere 2-point deficit at 103-101 with just 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. Beyond scoring, Chen Hao proactively defends against Kobe, who finds himself completely thrown off his game, missing all 5 of his last shots under Chen Hao's interference. It is a rare sight to witness Kobe miss 5 in a row during a practice match. Even Kobe feels the challenge posed by Chen Hao. Before the 4th quarter begins, he has barely broken a sweat. Yet, by the end of the 4th quarter, beads of sweat the size of raindrops cascade down his forehead. He is gasping for air, a rare occurrence in practice games. Brian Shaw is equally astonished, struggling to believe that an Asian guard could push Kobe to such extremes, especially when Kobe is in good form, particularly in the 4th quarter. Yet, upon facing Chen Hao, Kobe seems to lose all momentum. This speaks volumes. Kobe even calls for a timeout to catch his breath. Fisher, initially anticipating a spectacle at Chen Hao's expense, is taken aback by the unfolding events. As a longtime friend of Kobe, he urges him, Kobe, what are you doing? Come on, demolish him. Otherwise, what will your teammates think? Fisher had expected Kobe to boast, I will wipe the floor with that kid. But instead, Kobe solemnly responds, this kid is a bit of a handful. Chapter 007. Kobe. No exit allowed. Fisher's eyes nearly pop out in disbelief. After all, who is Kobe? In the present day, the NBA showcases an array of formidable talents, exhibiting a seamless blend of offense and defense, employing double teams, triple teams, and even quadruple teams. Yet one rarely hears him utter the phrase difficult opponent. However, today, a rookie, previously regarded as merely a scapegoat within the team, on the brink of being let go, has compelled Kobe to acknowledge the challenge he presents. Fisher finds himself compelled to reassess this newcomer, Could it be that I have misjudged him? Perhaps this young man is merely feigning simplicity while concealing his true prowess. Yet, nothing about him seems to suggest such cunning. A large Asian guard? Fisher scrutinizes Chen Hao intently, pondering. It doesn't appear to be the case. The score stands at 103 to 101 with 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining. The starting team has possession of the ball. Fisher advances with the ball, and Kobe immediately calls for it, preparing to confront Chen Hao. Chen Hao crouched with his knees bent, arms outstretched, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Come on, try me. You won't be able to score. Kobe did not perceive this as a provocation. On the contrary, he relished the challenge. Don't get too confident. I am about to get serious. As the match progressed, Kobe found himself unable to outmaneuver Chen Hao time and again, and his usual trash talk began to dwindle. After 5 unsuccessful attempts to score, Kobe remained steadfast in his belief that he would succeed on his 6th try. With the ball in hand, he engaged in a one-on-one against Chen Hao. Chen Hao accurately anticipated Kobe's moves, forcing Kobe to push against him and attempt a difficult shot. Employing his remarkable hang time, Kobe managed to avoid being blocked by Chen Hao. However, even then, Chen Hao's fingertips grazed the basketball as Kobe released it. Immediately after, Chen Hao pivoted and positioned himself, shouting to his teammates, "Rebound." Chen Hao's prediction was astute. Kobe's shot fell short, striking the front of the rim. The ball soared high before descending once more. Kobe found himself once again thwarted by the defense. This moment could have been an opportunity for the Lakers, yet at a critical juncture, Kwame Brown faltered. While everyone else remained intensely focused on the game, he momentarily lost his concentration, allowing Odom to surge from behind, snatch the rebound above him, and deliver an emphatic dunk. Odom executed a powerful slam over the much-maligned number 1 pick, releasing his grip on the rim as he descended, and upon landing, he let out a triumphant roar, exuberantly bouncing and spinning in place. Chen Hao cast a sidelong glance at the rookie, then silently prepared to serve. 39 seconds remained. The substitute team trailed by 4 points. With a score of 105 to 101, the ball was now in the hands of the substitutes. This moment was critical. They had to execute flawlessly, not only to score, but also to stifle the primary team's final assault, all while ensuring they did not incur any fouls. A foul would render all their efforts futile. Moreover, they needed to consider whether there would be enough time left for a final offensive play. It was a daunting challenge for the substitutes, bordering on the extraordinary. Brian Shaw mused inwardly. At this juncture in the game, the training for the day had far exceeded expectations. Not only that, but he had also discovered Chen Hao, a promising talent, which was the greatest revelation of the day's scrimmage. He intended to speak to the Zen master after the game about tonight's training, advocating for greater opportunities for Chen Hao. Brian Shaw had been thoroughly impressed by Chen Hao's performance during the scrimmage, even if the substitutes were to lose. Losing in such a manner was something he could readily accept. It was essential to note that the starting team drew 90 of the team's salary, while the substitutes only received 10. To compete against 90 and lose by merely 4 points was a pleasant surprise. However, it seemed that Brian Shaw was under a misapprehension. Lose? Apologies, but the concept of losing had been expunged from Chen Hao's personal lexicon. Brian Shaw was astonished to see that, even in this critical moment. Chen Hao's eyes sparkled with determination, his expression a blend of fervor and seriousness. What was he contemplating? Did he genuinely aspire to victory? It was inconceivable. Such a notion was entirely out of the question. Kobe would never permit it, he thought to himself. Chen Hao advanced with the ball. Kobe immediately approached, applying pressure and compelling Chen Hao to pass. However, Chen Hao refused to relinquish possession. In that moment, he exhibited an undeniable dominance. From Chen Hao, Kobe seemed to glimpse a reflection of his former self. The physical confrontation was unrestrained and intensely fierce. Had this been an official match, Kobe would have surely been sidelined. Sweat splattered, and taunts filled the air. Kobe, you shall not surpass me. Chen Hao, who do you look down upon? Kobe, scoring is out of the question. Time is running out, and you have lost. Chen Hao, is it still too early? As he spoke, with his back turned to Kobe, he suddenly took a step back, pivoting to face Kobe directly. Holding the ball, Chen Hao executed a sudden floating dribble, feigning an advance to Kobe's right side, which was also Kobe's leading foot. Upon noticing this, Kobe instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. He had previously experienced Chen Hao's extraordinary first step and long strides, prompting him to instinctively retreat a step. It seemed as though Chen Hao anticipated Kobe's actions. As Kobe made his move, Chen Hao's body abruptly recoiled. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Kobe's pupils dilated in alarm, his mind racing with a sense of foreboding. With arms raised high, he lunged towards Chen Hao with fervor. Although Kobe's speed was remarkable, Chen Hao's was even swifter. Despite Kobe's utmost effort in his leap, Chen Hao remained unperturbed. The basketball rolled effortlessly from the tip of Chen Hao's index finger, tracing a graceful arc through the air, ultimately crashing into the hoop with a crisp swish. Chen Hao, once again Chen Hao, at a pivotal moment, he scored against Kobe, narrowing the gap to a mere point, 104-105. With 21 seconds remaining, the bench team closed in to within 1 point. The substitutes, with the exception of Kwame Brown, rushed towards Chen Hao in a frenzy, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace. Chen Hao expressed his disdain, remaining composed amidst the competition. The others soon realized this and, releasing their hold on Chen Hao, began to sprint back. Under his leadership, they too exuded confidence. On the sidelines, the Lakers coaching staff could not help but applaud the remarkable performance of the substitutes. Brian Shaw nodded vigorously in agreement. Chen Hao returned to his defensive position, poised for the onslaught of the starting team. With the ball in hand, Kobe approached, and with only 21 seconds remaining, if the starting team failed to take a shot, the substitutes would be compelled to commit a foul, sending the starters to the free throw line. Regardless of the scenario, it was unfavorable for the substitutes. Brian Shaw let out a sigh, his gaze drawn upward to see Chen Hao, bent yet fierce, staring intently at Chen, a look of astonishment on his face. He thought to himself, Chen Hao, your performance today is sufficient to secure your place with the Lakers. What more do you desire? I detest failure. I must win. Chen Hao roared within himself. Kobe advanced past half court. 21 seconds, 20 seconds, 19 seconds. He halted at the center circle, deliberately consuming time. In truth, Kobe could conclude the game this way. All he needed to do was endure until the final buzzer. At that juncture, the substitutes would have no opportunity but to foul. But this was Kobe we were speaking of. Having experienced such frustration at the hands of Chen Hao, he would not allow the game to end in this manner. Absolutely not. The fiercely competitive Kobe could not abide the thought of the game concluding so passively. Chapter 008. Kupchak. Kobe, are you planning to take the back door? 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Kobe surged forward with the ball, and Chen Hao immediately stepped up, spreading his arms wide and striking the wooden floor, calling out, Come on, Kobe. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Kobe retorted, This ends now. 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Time froze at 6 seconds as Kobe initiated his drive, aggressively attacking Chen Hao and veering left, his speed reaching its zenith. Chen Hao intercepted Kobe's initial move, causing the entire arena to exclaim in awe. Kobe executed a swift pullback, transitioning from the left to the right before launching into action. Chen Hao once again intercepted Kobe. The arena erupted with astonished gasps. Only those with expertise could truly comprehend the caliber of this confrontation. Kobe attempted his moves twice, yet each time was skillfully neutralized by Chen Hao. For most, this would signify the end of the contest, but this is Kobe we are speaking of. Following Michael Jordan, he stands as the most formidable scorer in NBA history. Kobe's elegant pivot from left to right captivated the audience as he seamlessly transitioned into a fadeaway jumper. The crowd was left in awe of Kobe's artistry. His technique was nothing short of breathtaking, a masterpiece that left spectators speechless. It was over. Everyone understood that allowing Kobe to shoot from the vicinity of the free throw line was tantamount to gifting him points. Moreover, the time remaining for the substitutes was rapidly dwindling. Chen Hao must defend this shot at all costs. However, that individual is Kobe. Indeed, he is Kobe, the very embodiment of the NBA. His thirst for victory surpasses that of anyone else, and his disdain for defeat is profound, especially when it involves leading his primary team to loss. This is utterly unacceptable. Kobe pivoted, creating space. He shouted, and with a flick of his wrist, the basketball rolled off his fingertips, its trajectory impeccable. Almost simultaneously, a shadow leapt from the ground, swift as lightning, culminating in a thunderous block. Kobe was momentarily stunned, a chill enveloping him. It wasn't just him. Every member of the starting team felt the same icy grip. Brian Shaw's gaze faltered, his pupils quaking, breath held, as the entire Lakers roster mirrored this expression of disbelief. Chen Hao successfully executed a block. He glanced up and saw 4 seconds and 3 seconds remaining. Chen Hao reacted swiftly, diving towards the ground, nearly parallel to the surface. At the very moment the ball was about to go out of bounds, he managed to retrieve it with remarkable agility. Subsequently, he adjusted his footing and executed a swift pivot, becoming the first to reach the rolling basketball, which he deftly tapped, sending it straight towards the unguarded front court. Chen Hao took a swing at the air in the front court. Kobe momentarily paused, then let out a shout and surged forward. Everyone present followed suit. Their gazes fixated on Chen Hao as he dashed towards the front court. Chen Hao's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to thrust the ball into that damned hoop. Indeed, to drive it in. His gaze was fixated solely on the basket, the three-point line whizzing past beneath his feet. Standing upon the free-throw line, Chen Hao leapt into the air, soaring to his utmost height. Channeling all his strength into his right hand, he gazed down upon the hoop, now tantalizingly close. And with all his might, he sent the ball crashing down with a resounding thud. Chen Hao relaxed his grip and tumbled from the rim, unsteadily regaining his footing beneath the hoop. He looked up to see the net quivering, and as he surveyed the scene around him, he noticed that everyone was fixated on him, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. Chen Hao pondered, is it really that exaggerated? In truth, he contemplated executing a divine shot that surpassed a three-pointer, which he deemed rather ostentatious, thus refraining from doing so. Such extraordinary skills should be reserved for the game. For showcasing them before an audience, revealing them prematurely would be unwise. Nevertheless, even in this restrained demeanor, all present were left astounded by Chen Hao's performance. Brian Shaw, who served as both coach and referee, stood in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before finally blowing the whistle to signal the end of the match. The final score was 106-105, with the substitutes emerging victorious. A voice echoed in Chen Hao's ear, that of Brian Shaw. As he finished speaking, all the substitute team members surged towards Chen Hao like a frenzied swarm of grasshoppers. Brian Shaw was the first to applaud Chen Hao, followed by the entire uniform team. Kobe wore a stern expression, experiencing such a significant loss for the first time. Nevertheless, he maintained his characteristic grace, leading the starting players to approach Chen Hao one by one, extending their hands in greeting. "Well done, my great brother," exclaimed Odom as he exchanged a high-five with Chen Hao before enveloping him in a warm embrace. Just a day prior, he had scarcely acknowledged Chen Hao with a glance. Walton also approached, giving Chen Hao a high-five and exclaiming, "That was fantastic." Fisher joined them as well, though his praise felt somewhat insincere, as he realized that the starting point guard position for the Lakers was slipping further from his grasp. He understood that if Chen Hao could sustain such formidable performance, there would be little room for him in that role. Finally, Kobe stepped forward, offering a high-five and handshake to Chen Hao. Initially, he did not appear to be one who could not bear defeat. He remarked to Chen Hao, "You performed admirably tonight. I am genuinely happy for you." Chen Hao chuckled, acknowledging that he still had a long way to go. He understood who Kobe was. Indeed, everything was merely an illusion. Kobe, suddenly incensed, declared that no one should leave after the training session concluded. Following the training, Brian Shaw promptly contacted Coach Zen. As soon as the call connected, Brian could hardly contain his elation. He exclaimed, "Phil, I believe I have discovered our starting point guard. He is truly remarkable." Brian proceeded to recount the details of the day's practice. Initially, Zen displayed some interest, but upon learning that the player was an Asian big guard, his enthusiasm waned. Zen harbored no prejudice against Asian big guards. It was simply that there had never been a successful precedent. Not a single one. In Zen's mind, Asia primarily produced centers and power forwards, while no guard had ever managed to thrive in the NBA. "All right, I understand," Zen replied, promptly ending the call. The scrimmage ultimately concluded with the bench players emerging victorious. Although the substitute players were permitted to disperse, Chen Hao was retained by Kobe. "Chen," Kobe said, "please stay for a moment. I need to discuss something." Chen Hao was left pondering the situation. Kobe led him into a dimly lit room, leaving Chen Hao perplexed. "Kobe, what is this?" he inquired. Without responding, Kobe proceeded to lock the venue's main door with a key, then tossed the key out the window. With a smile directed at Chen Hao, he declared, "Come on, Chen. Today, only one person will walk out of here." Chen Hao's gaze momentarily froze. "My heavens, have you lost your mind?" he exclaimed. "Kobe, I am not insane." Chen Hao was bewildered. "Kobe, tonight, only one person can emerge from here, you or me." Chapter 009. Cupcheck. "Kobe even came to me through the back door." The Zen master hung up the phone. Looking at it, he smirked, thinking to himself, "It's truly time to give that old pal a good reprimand. He even came through the back door to reach me. If one is to take the back route, they should at least find someone genuinely capable." What was this Asian guard thinking? "Honey, what are you contemplating?" The alluring genie cast a flirtatious glance at the Zen master, her eyes radiating seduction. She epitomized the essence of a captivating woman, one that typically eludes the taming of most men. Brian Shaw informed me that a remarkably skilled Asian guard led a bench unit to defeat the starting lineup commanded by Kobe. Isn't that rather absurd? The Zen master recounted his assistant's words to Genie, this enchanting figure. Indeed, it is laughable. That cannot possibly be true. Kobe's South's obsessive drive for victory would not permit such an occurrence. It absolutely will not happen. Genie, who could argue otherwise? The Zen master also found it amusing. Does he intend to insert someone into the team? Genie inquired. Is it so easy for anyone to join the Lakers? If he truly cannot perform, I would never grant him the opportunity. The Zen master confidently asserted. I trust you. So, what comes next? Genie licked her crimson lips, her eyes brimming with mischief. As she began to move her hands playfully. In the Lakers' training room, the door remained tightly shut. Inside the gym, the squeaking of sneakers against the wooden floor echoed, accompanied by a chorus of banter. At the entrance of the training room, Fisher and Odom lounged, having completed their practice. However, due to Kobe's impending one-on-one showdown with Chen Hao, they lingered, reluctant to depart. Vujasic, reveling in the misfortune of others, remarked, that kid Chen Hao is truly unfortunate. Why provoke anyone else but Kobe? He is about to get utterly humiliated. Fisher sighed. He'll likely be left with psychological scars. Just thinking about facing Kobe one-on-one sends shivers down my spine. Kobe shows no mercy in such matchups. He plays to win with all his might. In the realm of one-on-one, Kobe reigns supreme. Odom chimed in, to be honest, even I wouldn't feel confident going up against Kobe. Fisher scoffed. You're still a decade away from being ready. Odom, caught off guard by the public revelation, felt a tinge of embarrassment, scratching the back of his head before hastily changing the subject. However, Chen performed exceptionally well today. He managed to lead his team to victory over us. He truly possesses remarkable skills. Not to mention, he would have no issue being a rotation player. Yet, in the arena of one-on-one, Kobe is the undisputed champion. Vujasic concurred. Who could argue with that? I believe you will be thoroughly embarrassed. With a crisp sound, the door to the training room swung open. To the astonishment of the group, it was Chen Hao who stepped out first, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Vujasic was the first to approach him, saying, Don't be disheartened. It's entirely understandable to lose against a monster like Kobe, who can make defeat look so daunting. Keep your chin up. I have faith in you. Defeat? A 100-rated player like him could easily fall to a 96-rated Kobe. Besides, he possesses the unparalleled one-on-one skills, an SSS level of prowess. It's almost laughable, he continued. Chen Hao, however, refrained from elaborating further, simply nodding to acknowledge his understanding. Odom approached next, patting Chen Hao on the shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right, just a minor setback. You're not the first to be outmatched by Kobe. If you haven't faced him, you can't even claim to have been with the Lakers. Fisher chimed in, adding, Please take it easy. Kobe is a phenomenon. We mere mortals should not compare ourselves to him. Chen Hao said little and strode directly towards the changing room. Once he had departed, the onlookers were left perplexed. Where was Kobe? Indeed, where was Kobe? As the victor, Kobe should have been present. Could it be that this Asian individual, unable to compete with Kobe, had somehow brought about his downfall? The crowd exchanged glances, then collectively pushed open the door. To their astonishment, they discovered a perspiring Kobe, crouched on the wooden floor, staring blankly at the ground. The once proud Kobe now resembled a wilted eggplant, utterly dejected. He murmured to himself repeatedly, I lost. I actually lost. Chen Hao defeated Kobe in the realm where he excelled most, leaving Kobe's confidence shattered like never before. The Lakers players, without exception, wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their mouths agape as if they might fall to the ground, their faces reflecting disbelief and incredulity. Chen Hao triumphed over Kobe in a one-on-one match. This is utterly preposterous, one might exclaim. Even those who witnessed the event found it difficult to believe. How could this possibly be true? Such an outcome seems beyond the realm of even video games. Not even the most esteemed screenwriters would dare concoct such a plot. An Asian guard, on the brink of unemployment, bested the legendary Kobe, the face of the NBA, and undisputed king of one-on-one play. Even the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, has lauded Kobe's prowess in individual matchups. When questioned in an interview about who he would face in a one-on-one, Jordan remarked that his list would be extensive, including Jerry West, Bill Russell, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony. Yet he would feel confident against all but Kobe, whom he admitted he might lose to. One can challenge Kobe on many fronts, but his offensive capabilities are beyond reproach. Yet now, he has succumbed to an Asian guard. The expression on Kobe's face revealed a profound sense of defeat, his confidence visibly shattered. Can you believe it? Oh my God, from where does this monster hail? As Kobe exited the Toyota Center, it was already past midnight. The January weather in Los Angeles was not particularly cold, hovering in the low 20s Celsius. Yet he felt a chill. Walking through the underground parking, he tightened his leather jacket. Upon entering his vehicle, he immediately dialed the number of Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Although Kupchak wielded significant power as the Lakers general manager, he clearly understood that Kobe was beyond such constraints. He treated Kobe with the utmost respect, fully aware that the team depended on Kobe to draw in the crowds and dared not offend him. Once connected, Kupchak initiated the conversation. Kobe, what can I do for you? Are you inviting me for a drink at this hour? Kobe, without preamble, stated plainly. We need to sign someone. Kupchak felt a twinge of discontent at Kobe's overstepping, yet he was, after all, Kobe. Who? An Asian guard named Chen Hao. Before Kobe could elaborate, Kupchak erupted into laughter. What are you laughing at? An Asian guard? Are you serious, Kobe? Can an Asian even play guard? Kupchak teased. Kobe, undeterred by the skepticism, replied, You'll understand once you see him, but this person must be signed at all costs. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Chapter 010. Another 10-day contract. Hello. Kupchak confirmed that Kobe had indeed hung up. He erupted in frustration. How rude. Who asked the general manager here? You or I? Is this the attitude one should possess when seeking assistance? Displaying such arrogance while attempting to leverage connections? Do I owe you anything? Kupchak still does not regard the Asian power guard, referred to as Chen Hao by Kobe, as particularly formidable. In his view, Kobe's personal approach was merely an attempt to secure an unfair advantage. Typically, under such circumstances, Kupchak would have expressed his disdain vocally. However, Kobe is an exception to the norm. Little does Kupchak realize that Kobe has, in fact, salvaged his reputation. Should a player like Chen Hao slip through his fingers, he would undoubtedly find himself condemned to the annals of NBA history in disgrace. Criticism aside, Kupchak has managed the situation quite adeptly. The following day, he reached out to Chen Hao to discuss extending a new 10-day contract. Chen Hao believes that the Lakers management remains somewhat conservative. Were it he who had stirred such a significant commotion during training camp, had they placed enough emphasis on his potential, they would undoubtedly have offered him a substantial guaranteed contract rather than merely a 10-day agreement. Clearly, this reflects doubts regarding his capabilities, as the offered contract lacks sincerity. However, Chen Hao remains unfazed and readily accepts the terms. Currently, he possesses the talent, yet is deprived of an adequate stage to showcase it. The Lakers, despite their prestige, do not provide the necessary platform, and at present, they are particularly in need of a point guard. Neither Jordan Farmar nor Derek Fisher can shoulder the responsibilities effectively. He would seamlessly integrate into the Lakers' current lineup. Although Chen Hao is merely extending a short contract for 10 days, he remains unhurried. Given his prowess, it is merely a matter of time before he showcases his abilities. If he cannot demonstrate his full potential of 100 combat effectiveness, then it would indeed be time for Chen Hao to seek a block of tofu against which to end it all. When the Lakers come to renegotiate his contract, the terms will certainly not be as favorable as they are now. Chen Hao originally intended to save some money for the Lakers, but it seems Kupchak was not amenable to the idea. Consequently, he found himself at an impasse. As the 2007 to 2008 season progressed into January 2008, the Lakers' performance had plummeted to disastrous levels, exacerbated by a recent 5-game losing streak that cast a pall over Los Angeles. Before the season commenced, Kobe had stirred rumors of a potential departure, but thanks to the intervention of owner Jerry Buss, he chose to remain with the team. At the season's outset, buoyed by a favorable schedule and Kobe's extraordinary prowess, the Lakers found themselves on the right track, even briefly occupying the top spot in the Western Conference for 2 weeks. However, as the season wore on, the inadequacies of their roster depth began to surface, particularly in December 2007, when injuries plagued the team, resulting in just 4 victories out of 15 games. They even fell out of the playoff picture, dropping to the 8th seed in the West. As 2008 dawned, there was hope for improvement, yet the situation only worsened. In 5 games, they failed to secure a single victory, suffering a humiliating 42-point defeat against their archrival, the Boston Celtics. Now languishing in 12th place in the Western Conference, They were a mere half game ahead of 13th. A victory was urgently needed to dispel this dismal trend. The Lakers fans were deeply dissatisfied with the team's current record, and calls for head coach Phil Jackson's dismissal grew louder. That evening, they were set to face the Utah Jazz. Last season's Western Conference runners-up, the Jazz maintained a steady performance, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the West, with their combat power rated 7th. While the Lakers languished at 21st. In their last 9 games, the Jazz had relied on the stellar performances of the new Utah duo, achieving an impressive 9-game winning streak and entering 2008 undefeated. At 8 o'clock that night, the Staples Center was poised for the highly anticipated clash between the Lakers and the Utah Jazz. Chen Hao followed the team onto the court, as per usual, taking his place at the far end of the water cooler. During the player introductions, while others were announced by name, the announcer merely referred to him as number 0. With a prolonged blare of the starting whistle, the battle commenced. The Lakers and the Jazz, old adversaries, were well acquainted with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Right from the outset, both teams sought to exploit each other's vulnerabilities. The Jazz won the tip-off, gaining possession of the ball, which swiftly found its way to Darren. As Sloan crossed half-court with the ball, he noticed that Fisher was defending him. His partner, Boozer, attempted to set a screen, but Darren brushed it aside without hesitation, opting for a one-on-one against Fisher instead. Darren, brimming with confidence, made his move. Without excessive preamble, he took a jump shot. The ball sailed through the air and swished through the net. The Lakers regained possession. Fisher advanced the ball, but Darren, having started the game with intensity, applied full-court pressure. Fisher struggled to even cross half-court, ultimately succumbing to a steal. Left with no other option, he committed a foul, albeit one that did not result in an immediate grave consequence, leading to a 2-1 opportunity for Darren. On the sidelines, the Lakers coach, Phil Jackson, wore a grim expression. This match was deemed a must-win by the team's owner. The game's onset left him feeling overwhelmed. However, a glance at the bench revealed the Lakers guard Farmar and, further down, Chen Hao by the water cooler. Phil decided to endure the situation. On the court, Darren was awarded an additional free throw. Sensing an opportunity, he continued to apply full-court pressure. Fisher, feeling disrespected, thought to himself that such treatment was unwarranted. After all, he was the union president. Did they not recognize his contributions? With renewed determination, he exerted every effort to cross half-court, finally managing to do so just before the 8-second mark. The ball was passed to Kobe, who immediately took a shot, but missed, allowing Boozer to secure the rebound. The ball returned to Darren, who, with a clear objective, targeted Fisher once more, pulling him out of position for another shot. With the score at 8-0, the Staples Center fell into a hushed silence, a testament to the Jazz's early surge. The Lakers once again took possession as Darren maintained the relentless full-court pressure. Fisher, incensed, thought to himself that such disregard was unacceptable. Did they not recognize the significant role he played in advocating for their salaries? Was there no respect to be had? Darren showed no mercy towards Fisher. The louder the cheers from the Lakers fans grew, the more fiercely Darren assaulted Fisher. Fisher nearly succumbed to an 8-second violation, but just before the time expired, he managed to awkwardly pass the ball to Kobe. Receiving the ball proved to be a considerable challenge for Kobe. Without a burst of explosive power, he might have failed to catch Fisher's errant pass. It was a dismal situation, and once he finally secured the ball, he faced Kirilenko's relentless defense. Kobe adjusted once more and attempted a jump shot over Kirilenko, but his rhythm eluded him tonight, with both of his attempts missing the mark. The rebound was seized by Boozer, who quickly passed it to Darren. With the ball in hand, Darren advanced, and upon encountering Fisher, he wasted no time and launched into an aggressive play. To him, facing Fisher was akin to a marauding invader encountering a maiden in a village. He was invigorated. Fisher, unable to contain his frustration, disregarded the referee's leniency and committed a significant foul. The astute referee immediately blew the whistle, and just 2 minutes into the game, Fisher found himself with 2 fouls, forcing Zen Master to substitute him out. Fisher exited, and Farmar entered the game. While Fisher's performance was subpar, he remained the Lakers' most competent point guard. However, it was evident that Farmar could not measure up to Fisher's capabilities. At the very least, Fisher could pass to Kobe, albeit delayed, but what of Farmar? His speed was undeniable, yet his play was erratic, burdened by the flaws he had carried from the developmental league. He held the ball solely for himself, exhibiting no regard for his teammates. Perhaps in elementary school, a coach had instilled in him the notion that crossing half-court meant the only objective was the hoop. Farmar took this to heart, but one must acknowledge his remarkable speed. Darren struggled to keep pace. Yet, he possessed no sense of teamwork. Even with Kobe on the court, he played as he pleased, attempting a layup that was thwarted by Boozer's defensive intervention, a volleyball-style rejection. Even the TNT commentators covered their faces, exclaiming that no choice could have been worse. Farmar held the ball alone, instilling fear in his teammates. Zen Master wore a grim expression, wishing he could reprimand Farmar, but upon glancing at the bench, he saw only Fisher, who had already accumulated 2 fouls in less than 3 minutes, and Chen Hao languishing at the end of the bench. He could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 011. Chen Hao dazzles the world with his titanium alloy eyes during the interval. Zen Master's assistant, Brian Shaw, had suggested more than once that they give Chen Hao a chance. Yet, Zen Master simply smiled and remained silent, dismissing the idea of utilizing Chen Hao. Kobe had also broached the subject with Zen Master on multiple occasions, advocating for Chen Hao's inclusion. However, Zen Master shot Kobe a glance that seemed to convey, "Are you the coach?" Yet, I am still the coach. Even Kobe finds himself at a loss. The Utah Jazz's overall combat strength surpasses that of the Lakers. Currently, the Lakers' weaknesses align with the strengths of the Jazz, compelling the Zen Master to position Kobe against Darren. Nevertheless, Kobe remains the primary scoring asset for the Lakers, which places a significant strain upon him. In the first quarter, Kobe scored 18 points, effectively limiting the subsequent offensive efforts he personally defended against. However, at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed the Jazz by 12 points, with a score of 24-36. Darren was in fine form that evening, but upon noticing Kobe guarding him, he refrained from aggressive plays and instead focused on orchestrating the team's offense. This shift revitalized the Jazz. With all their starters contributing to the scoreboard, the Jazz gained momentum, and it seemed increasingly difficult to halt their advance. In the second quarter, the Lakers were at their weakest during rotations. Merely 2 minutes in, the Zen Master had no choice but to reintroduce Kobe. Yet, even Kobe could not salvage the situation. He scored 12 points in the second quarter, totaling 30 by halftime, but the Lakers found themselves down by 24 points, with a score of 40-64. To make matters worse, Fisher had accumulated 5 fouls by halftime, and Farmar had 4, both plagued by foul troubles. Observing from the stands, the Buss family, owners of the Lakers, departed the Staples Center with grim expressions, not sparing a glance back after witnessing the disheartening first half. As the second half commenced, Fisher committed a foul immediately and was ejected from the game, leading to Farmar taking his place. The Lakers struggled for a mere 3 minutes before the Zen Master noticed the widening gap in the score. Realizing that another rout was imminent, he panicked, deciding to bench the starters. Kobe's departure essentially signaled the official onset of garbage time. The Lakers substituted in their entire bench, and the Zen Master initially intended not to play Chen Hao. However, with 8 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Farmar twisted his ankle during a drive, leaving the Zen Master with no alternative but to bring Chen Hao into the game. Chen Hao takes the court. The seasoned commentator Ryan, observing Chen Hao's entrance, notes the injury of Farmar, the Lakers' substitute in player number 0. With an air of uncertainty, Ryan, known as the voice of the Lakers, realizes this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. It is only through a prompt from his partner that he becomes aware of Chen Hao's name. Chen Hao, and then there is nothing more to follow. Chen Hao, with his distinctly Eastern visage, took to the court, igniting fervent discussions among fans. What is this? The Lakers are utterly abysmal. He should just return to his homeland. Upon seeing him, I donned my jersey, convinced I could also contribute to the Lakers. This subpar import from across the ocean. In the XL Live broadcast room back home, today's coverage of the Lakers versus Jazz game was met with indifference, as the score gap was insurmountable, leaving the commentary utterly monotonous. Furthermore, Chen Hao's prolonged absence from the game had tested their patience to its limits. When he finally took the court, host Wang Ming held little hope, casually remarking on Chen Hao's appearance and pondering what he might bring to the game. With that, he turned to discuss off-court matters with commentator Yang Yi. At the Staples Center, fans were increasingly drowsy, some even leaving early. Unbeknownst to them, a tsunami was about to unfold. Chen Hao glanced up at the scoreboard. It read 8 minutes and 36 seconds, with a score of 50-80. He thought to himself, victory is still within reach. The Lakers held possession of the ball. Chen Hao advanced with the ball. Ryan, the Lakers commentator, observed Chen Hao's approach with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, an Asian player, towering at such height, playing the point guard position? Is this a mistake? On the sidelines, Zen Master covered his face, questioning, can he really do it? Meanwhile, Chen Hao, composed and unfazed, dribbled past half-court. Arriving at the top of the key, as the point guard, his primary intention was to invigorate the team. He sought to connect with Kobe, who, in the current Lakers lineup, was undoubtedly the most reliable option. However, Kobe extended his hand in refusal, clearly indicating, "I will leave the stage to you. Now, prove yourself." Chen Hao understood immediately, neither declining nor hesitating. Ryan then remarked, upon reaching the arc's apex, to observe how he would make his choice. No. As Chen Hao dribbled the ball forward, he swiftly unleashed a three-point shot. With a precise flick of his wrist, the basketball soared through the air, finding its mark with a satisfying swish as it passed through the net. This moment was forever captured in time, as Chen Hao secured the inaugural point of his NBA career with that three-pointer. The commentator, Ryan, shifted his tone, exclaiming, yes, splendid, what a shot. Of course, there was a hint of fortune involved in the play. Just as he finished speaking, the court echoed with the name Chen Hao, and once more. Chen Hao executed a deft steal, swiftly followed by a three-point shot that swished through the net. In a flash, he countered with an audacious move that left Ryan momentarily stunned. Yet, Ryan maintained his professionalism, skillfully managing his emotions as he rapidly exclaimed, "Chen Hao steals the ball. Sinks a three-pointer. Wow, what a remarkable moment." The young Asian player has propelled the Lakers to a quick 6-point run in less than 30 seconds. At the Staples Center, the crowd buzzed with excitement, though many remained skeptical about the Lakers' potential for a comeback, questioning whether they could rely on this Asian talent. The camera panned to the Lakers bench, where Phil Jackson's eyes lit up in approval of Chen Hao's performance, nodding in acknowledgement. Quite impressive indeed. Chen Hao made 2 consecutive three-pointers, prompting admiration from the Zen master. At this moment, Kobe resembled a devoted fan, clutching Chen Hao's shoulder, bouncing with exuberance, as if he had achieved these feats himself. In truth, from the outset, Kobe had deliberately relinquished ball control, focusing intently on defense. On the Utah Jazz bench, Coach Sloan remained unfazed. He did not believe that merely relying on Chen Hao could spell their doom. He showed no inclination to substitute players, instead shouting encouragement to his team, stay alert, defend. The Jazz's core duo, Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer, appeared oblivious to the game, whispering intimately to one another, leading onlookers to mistakenly assume they were engaged in something more than mere conversation on the court. Chen Hao is brimming with vitality. Chen Hao, yet again Chen Hao, he has sunk another three-pointer. It is truly remarkable. This marks his 3rd three-pointer of the evening. Ryan exuberantly narrates, his enthusiasm ignited by Chen Hao's consecutive three-pointers. Chen prepares to shoot. It's in. Wow. The Staples Center is drenched in a deluge of three-pointers. Within a span of 2 minutes, he has made 4 three-pointers, leading the Lakers on a 12-0 run. No, it is Chen who has orchestrated this 12-0 surge. Jerry Sloan calls for a timeout, visibly displeased and unsatisfied with his player's performance. All of this is due to Chen. Wait, who is this Chen Hao? Where did he suddenly emerge from? Ryan begins to ramble incoherently, rummaging through Chen Hao's profile, an undrafted player who has been cut by several teams. He is undoubtedly the greatest gem lost in the 2007 draft. Chapter 012, Young E, seizing the opportunity while there are fewer people around. I wish to pay my respects to Chen Hao. Chen Hao made 4 three-pointers in quick succession, prompting Jazz head coach Sloan to hurriedly rise from his seat and call for a timeout. The deficit, which had swelled to 30 points, was suddenly trimmed to 18 following a relentless 12-0 run, rendering the gap not insurmountable. The Jazz took a pause. Chen Hao returned to the bench, led by Kobe. His teammates approached him, exchanging high fives and showering him with praise, exclaiming, "Well done." The most exuberant among them was undoubtedly Kobe, who rushed to the forefront. His mouth inches from Chen Hao's, his eyes fixed intently upon him, passionately exclaiming, "I absolutely adore this. I want more, I crave more." Chen Hao harbored a strong disdain for Kobe. He remarked, "You may disregard hygiene, spitting saliva in a mouth-to-mouth manner. But what do you mean when you say to a mature man with a perfectly normal sexual orientation, 'I want more, I want more'? I am not engaging in that." The Zen master had little hope for this game, where they were trailing by 30 points. With even the Asian big guards making their appearance, what else could be done? Yet, Chen Hao performed as if he descended from the heavens, revitalizing the team. His thoughts became nimble, and he patted Chen Hao's shoulder, expressing, "Well done." My apologies for underestimating you at the outset. Keep it up, we need this. The Zen master, though struck by Chen Hao's prowess, felt no shame and willingly admitted his error. He even devised tactics for Chen Hao, saying, "You are in great form. Take more shots and do not squander this rare opportunity." Across the ocean, the XL live broadcast room erupted with excitement. Is that a three-pointer? Did it go in? Chen Hao, and once again, Chen Hao. How would Chen Hao choose? Was it still a three-pointer? A three-pointer, another three-pointer, and yet another. Oh my heavens. That is his fourth three-pointer. Unbelievable. It is hard to fathom. Is this real? I can hardly believe it. Am I dreaming? This feels surreal. And yet, he continued, his magic still unfolding. It was madness, sheer madness. I could hardly believe that an Asian guard could shoot like this in the NBA. It was beyond comprehension. Before Chen Hao accomplished this feat, I could not have envisioned it. In the XL studio, the contrast from Chen Hao's earlier indifference to his current frenzy was stark. Host Wang Ming's face flushed as if he had just engaged in intense physical activity, his voice hoarse. The way he strained his vocal cords was remarkable, and it was a relief that they did not rupture. Commentator Yang Yi also lost his composure, even exclaiming, while the crowd is thin, "I wish to pay my respects to Chen Hao." On the Jazz's bench, Sloan held a tactical board, urging his players to maintain focus. Concentrate, concentrate. We are in a game. We are in a battle. Although we are leading, we must not become complacent. However, do not be overly tense. That Asian player cannot remain accurate forever. His shooting form is only temporary. Let us stick to our rhythm. The prolonged timeout concluded with the sound of the whistle, and the game resumed. Sloan had extended the timeout, yet the starters remained unchanged. Only the point guard position saw a slight adjustment, with Hart stepping in. Hart, the little Darren, lagged significantly behind Darren in aspects such as court vision and physical prowess. One earned $8 million, while the other commanded $18 million. The disparity was evident. Nevertheless, Hart's verbal prowess was not inferior to Darren's. He is quite arrogant. He regards Chen Hao, who has a different skin color, with disdain. Approaching him and hurling a barrage of trash talk. "Asian, your performance ends here. Welcome to the NBA." Chen Hao smiled silently, yet he did not indulge them. Who were they to speak so loudly without first assessing their own abilities? Initially, he executed a three-pointer over Hart, followed by a swift steal and an emphatic dunk. Shortly thereafter, he deceived Hart with a sleight of hand, delivering an exquisite assist to Walton, who completed the dunk beneath the basket. This prompted the commentator Ryan to exclaim, "Wow, Chen Hao's feint has left Hart ensnared in a popcorn machine." Jerry Sloan's gaze could have pierced steel. He called for a timeout once more. Within a minute, Chen Hao had forced the Jazz into 2 timeouts. The remarkable young Asian player, the enigmatic number 0, was the star of the evening. Because of Chen Hao, the Jazz had called 2 timeouts in under a minute. Upon returning from the break, the Lakers unleashed a 7-0 run, narrowing the deficit to 11 points. The suspense of the match was rekindled. The Lakers had fully ignited, and the Staples Center erupted with a roar akin to a tsunami. Previously, the fans' dissatisfaction with Chen Hao had dissipated into thin air, leaving only adoration and reverence. The Lakers' morale soared. Jerry Sloan, feeling the pressure, realized that a 30-point lead could vanish in an instant. If they were to lose, it would be a stain on NBA history, a disgrace. With a decisive wave of his hand, he unleashed his secret weapon, the formidable Utah duo of Darren and Boozer. Admittedly, he had underestimated the Asian guard. But that was the end of it. Victory was theirs. Sloan remained unwavering in his belief that the Jazz would prevail. One cannot overlook that the Jazz's current success was intricately linked to the duo of Darren and Boozer. Right from the start, Darren engaged Boozer in a pick and roll, and Chen Hao, tasked with guarding Darren, found himself firmly caught behind Boozer's solid screen, rendered immobile. Darren executed a sudden stop, leaping skyward for a long 2-pointer. He felt confident as he released the ball, immediately turning to gesture for silence. Indeed, the shot went in, and the volume at the Staples Center dropped several notches. With that basket, Darren cast a mocking glance at Chen Hao, seemingly dismissing him. Chen Hao's defense had been commendable. Yet the pick-and-roll orchestrated by Darren and Boozer was a formidable NBA weapon, one beyond his capacity to counter. Ryan, the Lakers commentator, remarked, "We should still applaud him." He had been captivated by Chen Hao's earlier performance and spoke in his defense. On the sidelines, Zen Master wore a grave expression, having just glimpsed a glimmer of hope. He was now doused with cold water. Battling the Jazz, the pick and roll between Darren and Boozer was an issue he could not ignore. He certainly did not expect Chen Hao to be a mere superfluous presence, though he had performed admirably on the offensive end tonight. Defending against the Jazz's lethal pick-and-roll was another matter entirely. Is there a possibility for Chen Hao? As soon as this thought crossed the Zen master's mind, he could only manage a wry smile, pondering, I must be out of my mind. To rely on a super water dispenser for a comeback against the odds? In the Tianqiao XL live broadcast room, host Wang Ming wore a grave expression as he remarked, the Lakers are facing a significant test. The Jazz's signature tactic of the Darren Boozer pick-and-roll is indeed their ace maneuver, and the Jazz are serious about this. Yang Yi followed up, stating that the pick-and-roll employed by the Jazz is somewhat beyond Chen Hao's current capabilities. It is not something he can contend with at present. So should Chen Hao be overwhelmed, dear fans, do not be surprised. No sooner had these words left his lips than the television screen displayed Chen Hao's moment of humiliation. Arriving with perfect timing, Kobe missed the shot, and Boozer secured the rebound, granting possession to the Jazz. With a 13-point lead, this defensive sequence is crucial for the Lakers. Generally speaking, a 15-point deficit marks a pivotal juncture in the game. Being behind by 15 points or less is a vastly different scenario compared to trailing by more than 15 points. Akin to contrasting weight classes, one at 50 kilograms and another at 150 kilograms. Darren brought the ball past half court, and Chen Hao advanced, adopting a predatory stance akin to a wolf stalking its prey. Upon recognizing Chen Hao, Darren dismissed Boozer, opting to take Chen Hao on one-on-one. Chen Hao pondered deeply on how to effectively counter the formidable screen-and-roll strategy employed by the Jazz. Little did he anticipate that Darren would so foolishly approach, seemingly inviting his own demise. Chen Hao, do I appear to be so easily bullied? Darren, calm and composed, dribbled the ball with holes in his shirt, dismissing Chen Hao's defense with disdain, barely even glancing in his direction. With nostrils flaring, Darren taunted Chen Hao, asking, do you want me to go past you on the left or the right? Chapter 013, Mastery, Annihilation. Darren became Chen Hao's plaything. Upon hearing this, Kobe, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter. Observing Darren, he was reminded of his own past bravado. Did your mother not tell you that confidence is fine, but arrogance is not? Unwilling to back down in the face of Darren's provocation, Chen Hao retorted sharply. After all, he had witnessed the most astonishing feats. With his sharp verbal jabs, Chen Hao matched his actions with even greater finesse. The ball was in his hands, and without hesitation, he made his move. Darren, intending to dismiss him with a retort of ignorance, found himself momentarily speechless, choked by the very word. His mouth formed an OAS, his gaze faltered, only to realize the ball had slipped from his grasp. As Darren stood still, questioning his existence, Chen Hao soared away, electrifying the arena with a breathtaking dunk. The Staples Center erupted once more, as Chen Hao, unlike Hart, faced Darren, a player renowned as the premier point guard of the current NBA, often acclaimed for his prowess against Chris Paul. On the sidelines, Zen Master stared wide-eyed at his assistant, Bryant Shaw, realizing that this young man truly possessed remarkable talent. Standing so tall, yet managing to snatch the ball from Darren was no small feat beside Chen Hao. Kobe exhibited an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed. Having witnessed even more extravagant technical maneuvers before, Darren did not wish to merely trail behind in an attempt to intercept Chen Hao. Rather, it was the latter's swiftness and lengthy strides that rendered such efforts futile. As astute as he was, a mere glance from Chen Hao was enough for him to discern the futility of the chase. It was impossible to catch up. Chen Hao executed a powerful slam dunk. Upon turning around, he observed Darren, who appeared somewhat frustrated, sulking in his own discontent. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Your mother should have taught you not to be so arrogant. Chen Hao floated the remark casually. In response, flames of fury flickered in Darren's eyes. Had his gaze the power to take lives, Chen Hao would have perished 1,000 times over. Darren clenched his fists, intent on confronting Chen Hao. Chen Hao has arrived once again. Is he looking for a fight? The short one. Chen Hao, undaunted, appears to tower over the diminutive Darren, who stands defiantly, fist clenched, confronting Chen Hao with palpable fury. His chest rises and falls dramatically as he glares at Chen Hao, spitting words filled with contempt. Questioning whether he has ever faced a beating, simply because he is Asian, Chen Hao, unwilling to concede, returned a fierce glare, challenging, if you have the ability, then give it a try, you little runt. Darren was utterly taken aback by the audacity of this Asian individual who displayed such remarkable resilience, boldly vocalizing his defiance. If he failed to act, he would undoubtedly be labeled a coward. However, The repercussions of a physical confrontation were far too grave. He could endure it. Yet there was no necessity to do so. What about the referee? Where were his teammates? Why weren't they rushing in to restrain him? Hurry, hurry, someone stop me. I can no longer maintain my composure. Why the hesitation? Chen Hao lowered his head, pointed to his forehead, and provocatively stated, "Here, strike here." Darren had not anticipated that he would end up being the one threatened by this Asian whom he had previously underestimated. Truly, he could not afford to back down. His reputation was at stake. Regardless, Darren was determined to throw a punch, but the referee and teammates swiftly intervened, separating the two. The referee issued a technical foul to each player. Darren finally exhaled in relief. That was a close call. Despite being restrained by his teammates, Chen Hao directed his fervent ire towards DeLong, exclaiming, "You are nothing but a coward." The fans were captivated by the formidable spirit exhibited by Chen Hao, erupting into a fervent chant of his name. Chen Hao, Chen Hao, Chen Hao. Chen Hao's performance is truly commendable, and the Lakers' momentum has significantly surged, uniting the fans in a collective spirit of rivalry. Whenever Darren possesses the ball, the crowd erupts into a chorus of boos. Darren, visibly agitated, advances with the ball, seeking out Chen Hao, declaring emphatically, "I shall tear you apart," each word punctuated with fervor. Chen Hao, unwilling to concede defeat, retorted that he was still a decade ahead. When it came to exchanging banter, the seasoned keyboard warrior with 15 years of experience would not back down. As the Asian player spoke, Darren, with the ball in hand, charged forward, his shoulder aimed at the left side of Chen Hao's ribs, his momentum fierce and aggressive. Darren assumed that Chen Hao would evade. However, undaunted, Chen Hao met him head-on. Upon their collision, Darren's ferocious advance came to an abrupt halt. He had never anticipated such a response. In his mind, he envisioned the Asian player crumpling to the floor, clutching his ribs in agony, crying out for his mother. Instead, it was Darren who found himself ensnared by Chen Hao, who once again snatched the basketball from his grasp. Having been stripped of the ball twice in succession by the same individual, Darren could scarcely recall the last time such an occurrence had transpired. Cursing Chen Hao under his breath, he turned to witness number 0 soaring for a thunderous dunk, effortlessly adding 2 points to the score. The commentator, Ryan, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Wow, a steal, and another one. Our number 0, Chen Hao, has just made 2 consecutive steals from Darren, culminating in a spectacular dunk. What an astonishing performance." On the court, Kobe could not contain his excitement as he rushed over to give Chen Hao a shove, exclaiming, "I absolutely adore this." Meanwhile, the usually composed Zen master wore a broad smile. The camera panned to the Jazz bench, where Jerry Sloan sat deep in thought, his expression turning serious. The revelation that this Asian player could steal from Darren not once, but twice was remarkable. While one might chalk it up to chance, 2 consecutive steals could not simply be dismissed as luck. Jerry Sloan scrutinized Chen Hao closely. Despite being merely an Asian player, his height, wingspan, and impressive athleticism made him appear formidable, akin to a flash of lightning. When had the Lakers acquired such a talent? Jerry Sloan pondered, perplexed by the emergence of this player, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Darren, too, was baffled. When had the NBA seen the rise of such a challenging Asian guard? He had heard nothing about him. Darren was understandably frustrated, yet as an all-star caliber guard, he quickly recalibrated his emotions and regained his composure. After being outmaneuvered twice in succession, he began to reassess Chen Hao. No longer dismissive, Darren approached with newfound seriousness. This time, he refrained from being overly aggressive and declared, "I will take this seriously," while signaling for a screen. "I, too, will be earnest now," Chen Hao exclaimed sharply, maneuvering past the cover. From the onset of this play, he transformed into Darren's nightmare. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, once Darren found himself ensnared by Chen Hao, he managed to score only 2 points at the outset, failing to add any further to his tally thereafter. Chen Hao completely shut him down. Furthermore, Chen Hao forced him into 6 turnovers, achieved 4 steals, and recorded 2 blocks. As the commentator Ryan aptly remarked, Darren was treated like a mere toy by Chen Hao. In an effort to protect Darren from further torment at the hands of Chen Hao, Jerry Sloan had no choice but to substitute him out. Chen Hao truly unleashed a relentless assault on Darren, mercilessly overpowering him without an ounce of compassion. He managed to shut him down completely. During the game, Chen Hao scored 10 points in a single quarter, taunting, "Who dares to defend me?" As he netted that 10th point over Darren, the latter was left flattened, utterly drained of energy, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. This evening, Even the thought of facing Darren must have conjured the specter of Chen Hao in his mind. Chapter 014. Chen Hao astounds the world with Chen Hao's outstanding performance. The Lakers managed to erase a staggering 30-point deficit by the end of the third quarter. As the quarter concluded, the Staples Center erupted with a thunderous roar, the fans' cheers reverberating as if to shake the very foundations of the arena. The commentator Ryan, in a state of electrifying excitement, struggled to articulate his thoughts, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, remember this night. Remember the third quarter. This quarter belongs to Chen Hao, the prodigious talent from Asia. Tonight, it is as if the divine is draped in his jersey, playing the game." In a single quarter, he sank 5 three-pointers, amassing a phenomenal 25 points along with 4 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, his statistics overflowing with brilliance. Wow, I find myself at a loss for words to capture the sheer magic of it all. My jaw has literally hit the floor. We are fortunate to have him on our side. Otherwise, it would have posed a monumental challenge. In the live broadcast room of the Great Sia, the balding host Wang, completely awestruck, had his jaw dropped, his pupils trembling with excitement as he stammered, "Wow, wow, wow, incredible Chen Hao. This is the most astonishing individual performance I have ever witnessed in a single quarter from an Asian player. I feel as if I am dreaming." Beside him, Yang Yi, with his mouth agape, stood in a daze, fixated on the highlights of Chen Hao's brilliance flashing across the screen. After a full minute, he finally exclaimed in disbelief, "This can't be real. Director, please confirm that the broadcast signal is not malfunctioning." In a moment of disbelief, Yang Yi slapped himself sharply, leaving 3 distinct marks on his cheek. At the Staples Center, the camera panned to the Lakers bench, where the entire team surrounded Chen Hao like stars orbiting a radiant sun. Even the illustrious Kobe found himself overshadowed by Chen Hao's brilliance this evening. Chen Hao found himself ill at ease, surrounded by teammates who, without exception, teased, patted, and playfully shoved him, even going so far as to touch his backside. Particularly exuberant was Kobe, who, devoid of any semblance of a superstar's demeanor, reveled in Chen Hao's stellar performance with the glee of a little girl who has just received her cherished toy. This manner of celebration was something Chen Hao had yet to acclimate to. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety. If every game were to unfold in such a manner, would he emerge from the season with his sensitive areas calloused? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine as he pushed through the throng, striving to maintain his composure. The match was far from over. Ryan Shaw, observing his son's burgeoning success, was moved to tears, murmuring to himself, "I knew he could do it. He surely can." The Zen master was thoroughly pleased with Chen Hao's performance, his admiration evident in the way his eyes narrowed into slits as he beamed with delight. The camera panned to the Jazz's bench, where a staggering 30-point deficit had been erased following a disastrous third quarter. Jerry Sloan, known for his strict discipline and iron-willed coaching style, was utterly dissatisfied. He cast aside his tactical board in frustration, nearly stomping on it in his rage. "Who can provide me with an explanation for this travesty? Who the hell can explain this?" Sloan's chest heaved with anger, his body trembling, causing those around him to fear he might collapse at any moment. Darren Williams, having been completely shut down, hung his head, a towel draped over it, staring blankly at the ground, still grappling with the events of the third quarter. He could hardly believe that an NBA all-star point guard like himself had been rendered ineffective by an Asian rookie guard. Was it possible? This scenario seemed more fitting for the imagination of Hollywood's finest screenwriter than reality. "I must be dreaming," he muttered to himself. But a sharp pinch on the inner thigh, "Why there?" brought him back to the harsh truth. Had he truly been outperformed by an Asian rookie? Williams looked to his partner, Boozer, who wore an expression of disbelief and incredulity. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Zen master had yet to substitute Chen Hao, nor had the Lakers starters left the court. Having erased the daunting 30-point deficit, the Zen master seized the momentum, intent on capitalizing on the opportunity that had arisen. Since 2008, the Lakers had yet to secure a victory, and the Zen master knew he could not let this chance slip away. When it comes to seizing opportunities, few coaches in the NBA could rival his prowess. In the third quarter, Chen Hao's performance had been unparalleled. As for the fourth quarter, as the commentator Ryan aptly noted, Chen broke through, overpowering defenders and executing a thunderous dunk, completing a 2-1 play. It was simply extraordinary, truly, utterly insane. Madness has reached an unparalleled intensity, and he cannot be stopped. As the fourth quarter commenced, he once again unleashed his lethal prowess, under the influence of his commanding presence. Even Kobe would willingly concede the stage, allowing Chen Hao to take the spotlight. Chen Hao approached as Little Walton was about to set a screen. Before Little Walton could make his move, Chen executed a sharp change of direction, evading his defender with remarkable agility and advancing towards the basket with great strides. Guarding the rim for the Jazz was AK-47, a formidable contender for this season's 6th Man of the Year award, standing at 2.06 meters with impressive wingspan. As he prepared to defend against Chen Hao's impending challenge, he bellowed defiantly, raising his arms high to intercept the impending assault. While his intentions were commendable, their feasibility was questionable. AK-47 felt as if he had scarcely drawn a breath before Chen Hao stood before him. In a daze, he could only raise his arms, unwittingly facilitating Chen's performance. In that moment, AK-47 felt his body soar backward like a kite severed from its string. Just before hitting the ground, he heard a thunderous crash. Turning towards the sound, he caught sight of Chen Hao, grinning menacingly, as the hoop contorted grotesquely under Chen's grasp, as if he were intent on dismantling it. A jolt of fear surged through AK-47. The crowd at the Staples Center erupted in exhilaration, as nearly every fan leapt from their seats, their cheers echoing throughout the arena like a chorus of fervent enthusiasm. Chen Hao's teammates encircled him, playfully poking and pinching him. Even the usually composed coach, known for his calm demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sloan raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, only to let them fall back down. Beside him, Darren felt a sense of equilibrium restored within himself. As Chen Hao stood at the free throw line, preparing to take his shot, the fervent crowd erupted in a chorus of his name. Chen Hao, Chen Hao, Chen Hao. Amidst the fanfare, Chen Hao confidently sank the ball. The commentator, Ryan, remarked, "Wow. Listen to the crowd's cheers. The fans can no longer remain seated. They are rallying to celebrate this man." Even his teammates appeared incredulous at the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 015. Kupchak, are you teaching me how to work? With an impressive 42 points, Chen Hao sent the fans into a frenzy. This night belonged to him, destined to be etched in memory. Chen Hao, still Chen Hao. He dazzled with his agility, effortlessly evading the Utah Jazz's defenses as if they were mere shadows. He utterly dismantled their strategy, emerging as a hero from Asia, from the Celestial Empire. Was Darren returning? No, he had retreated to the locker room prematurely. The Los Angeles Lakers finally secured a much-needed victory, marking the most significant game of his life. Surrounded by his elated teammates and the exhilarated fans at Staples Center, the long, drawn-out final whistle echoed through the arena. The game concluded with a score of 111-89, as the Lakers achieved a remarkable 30-point comeback, triumphing over the Western Conference's third-placed Utah Jazz. This victory marked the Lakers' first win of 2008, breaking a 6-game losing streak. One could say this was a long-awaited deluge after a parched spell. Even 5 minutes post-game, fans lingered, reluctant to depart from Staples Center. Many continued to chant Chen Hao's name, notably a young boy who held aloft a sign proclaiming, "We want Chen Hao." Others, seemingly in a frenzy, gazed at Chen Hao, grinning foolishly, their applause rapid and fervent, as if their hands were no longer their own, or perhaps they had clapped until numbness set in. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao was the linchpin of the Lakers' victory this evening. His 30 points in the third quarter were a testament to his prowess, as was the complete shutout of the Jazz's offense. His unparalleled performance in the fourth quarter further solidified his dominance. This game showcased a performance of celestial proportions. With a stat line of 42 points, 8 rebounds, 10 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks, he filled the box score with a near triple-double, achieving a remarkable 21 in plus-minus, the highest on the court. Kobe followed with 11, nearly 10 points shy. After the game, an ESPN reporter swiftly approached the star. Now encircled by teammates in adoration, she extended her microphone, saying, "Chen, congratulations. There are countless words we wish to utter. The atmosphere is filled with a cacophony of noise." Even as Chen Hao stands beside the ESPN journalist, he lowers his head, straining to comprehend the reporter's words. A sudden chill runs down his spine, causing him to gasp in surprise, his neck instinctively retracting. Turning around, he sees Kobe grinning broadly at him. Chen Hao felt quite helpless as Kobe departed with a hearty laugh. Chen Hao turned his head, gesturing for the ESPN reporter to continue. The charming ESPN journalist inquired, "I understand this is an incredibly emotional moment. Could you share your thoughts on this match? How are you feeling right now?" "This is indeed the pinnacle of your career," he responded. We truly needed this victory. United, we achieved it. As for my feelings, they are rather subdued. I believe I can perform even better in the next match." Holding the microphone, Chen Hao murmured, "ESN journalist, do you not believe you can replicate tonight's performance?" Chen Hao pursed his lips, of course. "ESN's beautiful reporter, could you share how you managed to keep Darren scoreless tonight? After all, he is the all-star guard Darren, and he was in fine form this evening." Chen Hao responded with a sound of acknowledgement, questioning if mere possession of hands suffices. The beautiful journalist from ESN appeared visibly shaken. Ultimately, she hastily shifted the topic, inquiring, "Do you have any words for the fans who support you?" Chen Hao, "Support me? You are not mistaken. Is it merely about having hands?" Chen Hao's remarks were thrust directly into DeLong's face by a reporter. Belittled by an Asian rookie big guard. While his sister-in-law could endure it, DeLong found it intolerable. Yet, he felt helpless, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. This season, all matches between the Lakers and the Jazz had concluded. Due to Chen Hao's explosive performance, the Jazz could not achieve a sweep over the Lakers, falling just short in this game. DeLong growled fiercely, "Chen Hao, is it? I will remember you. You'd better pray we don't meet in the playoffs. If we do, I will surely ruin you." Some rejoiced while others despaired. The Zen Master's eyes squinted into slits with a smile as he watched Kobe and Chen Hao in the locker room, his confidence surging. The shadow of the previous 7-game losing streak dissipated entirely. This year, the Lakers aimed for the playoffs. Prior to this, given the current lineup, the Zen Master had little faith. However, after today's match, he began to think that the playoffs might not be so daunting after all. Perhaps even worth aiming for a championship. As this thought emerged, the Zen Master immediately slapped himself, laughing and scolding, "I've lost my mind. What am I even thinking?" Chen Hao was never part of his original plan. However, the explosive performance he displayed tonight granted him a perfect starting guard. Although acquiring a player like Chen Hao does not completely solidify the Lakers roster, the Zen Master possesses an instinct that as long as these two share the court, championship glory remains within reach. At this moment, the Zen Master pondered a crucial issue. Previously, he had fervently assured his girlfriend, Jeannie Buss, that Chen Hao was beyond his consideration. Yet now, he did not perceive this as a moment of embarrassment. Instead, he was confronted with a serious concern: Chen Hao's contract. If Chen Hao and the Lakers were not bound by a long-term agreement, then that would pose a significant problem. Alarmed, the Zen Master swiftly picked up the phone and dialed Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak, getting straight to the point. "Mitch, please secure Chen Hao's contract. The Lakers cannot afford to be without him. With him, within 3 years, at most 5, we can reclaim the championship." Kupchak, incredulous, retorted, "Who are you trying to fool?" "Zen Master, this is quite the tall tale. I am not jesting." "Mitch," the Zen Master insisted. "All right, you're not joking. But it seems like you're trying to pull strings," Kupchak replied. "Out of respect for you, I've given him another 10-day contract. Is that not sufficient?" "What? You will come to regret this." The Zen Master's voice suddenly rose, startling Kupchak. The Zen Master was all too familiar with Kupchak's reaction. Reminiscent of the time Brian Shaw had regaled him with tales of Chen Hao's prowess, displaying a similar expression of disbelief. In that moment, the Zen Master envisioned himself appearing before Kupchak, armed with footage of Chen Hao's game, amused at the thought of Kupchak's expression upon witnessing it. "Watch the footage yourself?" the Zen Master suggested. "Perhaps I can find time tomorrow," Kupchak replied. "It would be best to do so now," the Zen Master insisted. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" Kupchak countered. Chapter 016, Anxious and Urgent. Mr. Kupchak dressed as impeccably as the day before. Mr. Kupchak sported a silver suit, a silver waistcoat, a crisp white shirt, and meticulously styled hair parted in a classic fashion, his clean-shaven face accentuating his sharp features. At precisely 8 o'clock, he arrived at the office. Upon entering, he instructed his assistant to prepare a cup of coffee, then donned his gold-rimmed glasses and began perusing the newspaper, a habit cultivated over many years. In his hands was the Orange County Register, which he scanned, starting with current events and economic news, before turning to the sports section. To his astonishment, the front page did not feature Kobe Bryant, but rather a newcomer clad in the Lakers' number 0 jersey. For a moment, he was taken aback, then straightened his posture, leaning forward intently as he absorbed every word of the article. The bold, capitalized headline proclaimed, "Breaking news, the Asian sensation Chen Hao sinks 5 three-pointers in a single quarter," leading the Lakers to a stunning 30-point comeback against the Jazz. The subheading read, "Fearsome Performance. Tonight, Chen Hao emerges as Darren's greatest adversary." The smaller headline stated, "Unbelievable. Who would have thought the hero of the night would be the Asian sensation with a 10-day contract?" excessive. The reporters had gone too far. Exaggeration and falsehoods contradicted the very essence of journalistic integrity. Even in exaggeration, truth must prevail. Upon reading those headlines, Kupchak could not help but scoff. Naturally, he found it hard to believe that such a performance was genuine. However, the detailed content of the article suggested otherwise. He recalled the phone call he received from the Zen master the previous night, sensing that the matter was far from simple and warranted thorough verification. If Chen Hao truly exhibited such talent, having only given him a 10-day contract, it would be a grave error if another team were to poach him from the Lakers. Such a blunder would forever brand him with disgrace. To confirm the veracity of the news, he instructed his assistant to procure the game footage from last night's Lakers versus Jazz match. He intended to review it. As he watched, time slipped away, an hour passed. Then two. With a start, Kupchak shifted in his seat, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his mouth forming an astonished O. He fell silent for a moment, digesting the astonishing news, then raised his voice in a self-directed exclamation. I have stumbled upon a true gem. Chen Hao was a signing of this. A character whose presence was deemed dispensable, and Chen Hao was not within the scope of his plans. However, it was utterly unforeseen that a temporary worker contracted for merely 10 days would achieve remarkable success. This situation is akin to the mundane Kupchak casually purchasing a lottery ticket on the street, initially intended as a mere diversion to pass the time, only to discover he had won 5 million. Of course, it was merely one game, and the sample size of data was too small to assert that Chen Hao was a jackpot winner. That would be an exaggeration. Nonetheless, with statistics of 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, it is sufficiently indicative that Chen Hao possesses the capability to establish himself in the NBA. Additionally, considering Chen Hao's Asian heritage, Kupchak's eyes sparkled with eagerness. He promptly dialed Chen Hao's number, only to find it switched off. Kupchak, now anxious, called again. Chen Hao's phone remained switched off. Kupchak attempted to call again, but the device was still unresponsive. Anxiety gnawed at Kupchak. He regretted only offering Chen Hao a 10-day contract during their previous negotiations. How could he have been so hasty? Now, he feared losing 5 million. He tried calling Zen Master, but his phone, too, was switched off. He reached out to Lakers assistant Brian Shaw, only to encounter the same frustrating silence. Desperately, Kupchak realized that, according to the schedule, the Lakers must be on a flight to Seattle, where phones are prohibited from being powered on. With this realization, the knot in his stomach loosened slightly. He sent a text to Chen Hao. Please turn on your phone and respond. The team intends to offer you a guaranteed contract. We need to discuss the details. The message was sent, yet Kupchak's unease lingered. Reviewing the Lakers schedule, he noted that over the next 10 days, the team would play 5 away games, meaning Chen Hao would not be in Los Angeles. Moreover, under the current contract, he could only participate in 3 more games with the Lakers. This was untenable. To avoid further complications, Kupchak immediately decided to have his assistant book the earliest flight to Seattle. He needed to secure a deal with Chen Hao without delay. The pregame press conference for the Seattle Supersonics versus the Los Angeles Lakers featured the Zen Master and Kobe. Journalists posed numerous questions to the Zen Master, predominantly concerning Chen Hao. Following his remarkable performance against the Jazz, where he scored 5 3-pointers in a single quarter and led a 30-point comeback, it was impossible for Chen Hao not to attract attention. One reporter inquired, will Chen Hao be part of the Lakers' future plans? The Zen Master confidently affirmed that Chen Hao would undoubtedly play a crucial role in their strategy, emphasizing crucial to ensure the reporters grasped its significance. Another journalist pressed on. I heard his contract with the Lakers is merely a 10-day deal, which means all 29 other NBA teams might have a chance to acquire him. The Zen Master's radiant smile instantly froze. This was a persistent worry for him. He wished to end the press conference immediately and call Kupchak to finalize Chen Hao's contract. He felt an unsettling uncertainty. He understood Chen Hao's worth all too well, although he had only played 1 game. The Zen Master was certain that many teams would be eager to offer contracts to Chen Hao. He had no doubts about that. Ultimately, the Zen Master could only state, we can extend an offer that Chen Hao will find impossible to refuse. He has resolutely decided that, even if Kupchak refuses to sign Chen Hao due to financial constraints, he will seek out his girlfriend to persuade her to secure Chen Hao's acquisition. The Zen Master firmly believes that with Chen Hao as the driving force and Kobe by his side, he can experience the exhilarating sensation of winning even while suffering from a cold induced by air conditioning. A reporter inquired whether the remarkable 30-point comeback against the Jazz would provide them with the key to success. Certainly, replied the Zen master with unwavering confidence, asserting that with Chen Hao, he walks with an invigorating breeze. However, Kevin Durant of the Seattle Supersonics, their next opponent, claimed he would lead his team back to victory. Faced with a Supersonics team desperate for a win, do you believe you can achieve consecutive victories? Upon hearing the question, the Zen master couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 017. Little Master Du is overly sensitive. It hasn't even begun, yet he reacts so. Please, dear reporter, indulge in something of quality. Can we trust the words of a child? The Zen master, unusually unreserved at the press conference, mused that Durant would indeed be formidable in the future, but not at present. Upon hearing this, NBC reporter Gadika stood up to challenge the Zen master. Calm down, this is just the first game, all right? Gadika nearly remarked that a spectacular debut does not guarantee a stellar season, citing numerous instances of players who shone initially only to fade into mediocrity. Is the NBA lacking in shooting stars? Not at all. What it lacks are true constants. Chen Hao is different. He will forge his own era. Gadika chuckled, bemused by the Zen master's fan-like enthusiasm for a single game. What can one game truly signify? Did you not notice Darren's unusual performance the other day? That was not his standard. Of course, I harbor no animosity towards Chen Hao. I merely believe one cannot judge based on a single game. Personally, I find it difficult to envision Chen Hao maintaining such a level, considering he is an Asian guard of considerable stature. The Zen master laughed. Then prepare to be proven wrong, Gadika. I'm afraid I may never see that day, Gadika retorted. Then your life may be somewhat short, the Zen master quipped. Mark my words, Chen Hao is the strongest player of the 2007 draft class, without exception. Fuming, Gadika resisted the urge to strike the Zen master, but was nonetheless amused by the latter's assertion, chuckling heartily. What a laugh. That's the funniest joke I've heard today, bar none. The strongest player of 2007? That was only because Durant wants to be part of that class. Durant is the true number one. I bear no prejudice against Chen Hao, but he has yet to prove himself. The Zen master smiled and shook his head. In China, there is a saying, the poor love to flaunt their wealth, while the rich enjoy pretending to be impoverished. The more a person lacks, the more they yearn to flaunt what little they possess. Gadika incessantly insists that he harbors no biases. If that were true, there would be no need for such persistent declarations. His prejudice against Chen Hao is palpable, even through the screen. Before the supersonic match, the master shared an interview with Chen Hao, curling his lip in disdain, wishing for some semblance of excitement, for if there were any, Chen Hao would surely leave Gadika at a loss. For instance, a whimsical kiss on the backside of an ass. Nevertheless, Chen Hao understands that excelling in a single match is insufficient. One must savor the experience. Otherwise, would it not merely be akin to a fleeting moment? A score of 20 in one match and merely 2 in another is hardly acceptable. Thus, I chuckle, dear handsome one, do not hold it against me. I shall cherish you dearly. Chen Hao chuckled to himself, pondering the situation. In a modest apartment in Seattle, at the stroke of midnight, Durant returned home, utterly exhausted. However, as soon as he settled in front of his computer, a wave of rejuvenation washed over him, igniting his spirits and energizing him completely. Durant had a profound passion for basketball. He was a master of words, wielding his keyboard like a champion. His high-end computer, costing over $20,000, was not used for films or games, but solely for engaging in online debates. At times, he could juggle as many as 20 windows, sparring with fellow netizens. The Bobcats had suffered a loss to the Supersonics. Nevertheless, Durant had delivered an exceptional performance, achieving 32 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in a single game. He nearly led the Supersonics to a remarkable comeback from an 18-point deficit, but alas, they fell just short. He craved accolades, eager for praise. Yet, when Durant ventured online, he was inundated with news about Chen Hao. Chen Hao has risen to prominence. He is the answer for the Los Angeles Lakers at the point guard position, decisively outshining Darren Williams. In a groundbreaking moment, he delivered an explosive debut performance that even Kobe had eagerly anticipated. Durant searched extensively but found no information regarding him. Chen Hao. Who is Chen Hao? The Zen master remarked that he is, without a doubt, the most formidable player of the 2007 draft class. Durant found this amusing, thinking the Zen master had lost his marbles. What astonished him was the fact that such an assertion garnered considerable endorsement from many. An Asian big guard, being hailed as the strongest of the 2007 class, surely there must be some mistake. Durant was not pleased. He swiftly took to his alternate account, fingers flying across the keyboard as he typed. In the 2007 draft, KD reigned supreme. Chen Hao? Who is he? He doesn't even deserve to carry my shoes. My word is final. This post by Durant also received widespread acclaim, accumulating countless highlights. Chen Hao's sudden rise to prominence, coupled with the endorsement from such a legendary coach, added to the intrigue surrounding him. Moreover, Durant's remarkable performance during this period could not be overlooked. It was expected that a game against the lowly Supersonics would not attract nationwide coverage. Yet, due to the buzz surrounding it, NBC decided to broadcast the match live. On the night of the game, as the Lakers entered the arena, a chorus of boos erupted. This marked Chen Hao's first experience playing an away game. Concerned for Chen Hao's composure, veteran Fisher approached him with sincerity, saying, "Chen Hao, I know you may feel a bit anxious, but it's crucial to maintain your focus. Don't let the jeers affect your performance. Adjusting your mindset is vital." However, as Fisher spoke, he turned to find that Chen Hao had vanished. Kobe nearby couldn't contain his laughter, grinning from ear to ear, while Derek quipped, "Worry about yourself first. No need to fret over him." The concept of nervousness has long been erased from his vocabulary. Just watch. Following Fisher's gaze in the direction Kobe indicated, they witnessed Chen Hao charging onto the court, executing a resounding two-handed dunk. He seamlessly transitioned into a pull-up. In an instant, the boos intensified. The din only grew louder. Chen Hao appeared to be reveling in the moment, picking up the ball and launching a series of relentless assaults, as if by design. Only when the jeers from the Seattle Supersonics fans began to diminish did he relent. Fisher shook his head, realizing that his concerns had been entirely unwarranted. Meanwhile, on the Supersonics side, Durant and his fellow classmate Green stepped onto the court together. Green pointed in Chen Hao's direction, saying, "Kevin, you're the one that Zen Master has taken to new heights." Durant, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance, scoffed, "Chen Hao? Who is Chen Hao?" Green was pleased with Durant's reaction. Truly, he was the strongest player of the 2007 draft class, and not without reason. Isn't it just a few dunks? How dare he act so brazenly on our turf? Who is he trying to intimidate? I was raised to be scared, Durant mused, devising a plan. "Hey, buddy. Interested in a $1,000 challenge?" he said with a grin to Green. "What challenge?" "Whoever can dunk over that Asian guy tonight wins $1,000. Upon hearing this, Green was invigorated. Someone was offering money? How could he refuse? All right, just be ready to pay up. Green was drafted by the Supersonics as the 7th overall pick in the first round, known for his explosive athleticism. He was a powerhouse, a jumping machine, and this year, he had even been invited to participate in the slam dunk contest. And as for Chen Hao, he was merely an Asian, a slender figure. Dunking over him would be as easy as eating or drinking. Chapter 018. Chen Hao, the 2nd overall pick, the 7th pick in the first round. Is this all just a promotional gimmick? Durant glanced at Chen Hao's lanky physique, thinking that if one believed his slender frame lacked the ability to withstand contact, they were sorely mistaken. In his prime, Durant was capable of holding his own against LeBron in the post. He was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with himself. It was undeniable that prior to entering the NBA, Durant's scouting report indicated that with increased strength, he would be unstoppable. In truth, Durant's strength was more than adequate for the NBA, and after half a season of conditioning, it had significantly improved. This season, he had executed several impressive dunks. Whether it was Durant or Green, both were intensely eager for the $1,000, driven not by the money itself, but by an unwillingness to lose. As Durant spoke, he turned to Reedlow, asking, "Danny, are you in?" Reedlow shot Durant a pointed look. "With my height and size, and my half-broken athleticism, are you trying to make a fool out of me?" He shook his head firmly. "I won't be doing charity." However, he quickly shifted his tone, adding, "But I could certainly take his ankles. I hear he plays guard." In the realm of the Supersonics, among the starting 5, 3 harbored ill intentions towards Chen Hao, eager to impart lessons to this highly sought-after Asian player. The prolonged sound of the whistle resonated through the arena as both teams took their positions. The Lakers had altered their lineup, promoting Chen Hao to a starting role. Upon witnessing this change, NBC commentator Gadika immediately remarked, "Phil, this is sheer folly. This decision is utterly deplorable. Chen Hao must have shielded the Zen Master from harm to have attained this position. Winning just one game does not justify this. He simply cannot be a starter for the Lakers. Do you understand?" On the side of the Supersonics, Reedlow, Green, Durant, Wilcox, and the male version of Taylor Swift stood ready. The battle was about to commence. The male version of Taylor Swift won the jump ball and swiftly passed it to Reedlow. As Reed Low advanced past half-court and noticed that Chen Hao was assigned to guard him, he swelled with pride, akin to a randy dog eager to confront Chen Hao. Welcome to the NBA, Asian. At the outset, the Zen master did not allow Chen Hao to directly engage in guarding Durant, leaving Chen somewhat disheartened, as he had intended to elevate his status by besting Durant on the court. The Zen master's precise words were, "Do not rush. The game lasts 48 minutes. Not merely one. Test the waters, find your rhythm." However, the notion of merely testing the waters was not in Chen Hao's nature. Presently, Durant was the sole player on the Supersonics who posed a challenge. The others barely stirred any interest in him, rendering the game rather monotonous. Yet now, the situation had changed. Chen Hao was not inclined to engage with a soft target, yet Reed Low presented himself willingly. Reed Low, with his self-important demeanor, exuded an air of arrogance, disdainfully gazing down upon others while his breath betrayed a lack of hygiene, likely a consequence of neglecting dental care. He continued to spew forth his foul words, provocatively asking whether Chen Hao preferred to pass him on the left or the right. The Supersonics' home crowd erupted with a roar akin to a tidal wave. As prior to the match, Chen Hao's repeated dunks had incited their ire. In that moment, the fans yearned for someone to step forward and teach Chen Hao a lesson. Reed Low, hearing the fervent cries of the hometown supporters, felt invigorated, as if fueled by an energizing candy bar. To Reed Low, surpassing an Asian behemoth like Chen Hao was akin to child's play. Upon hearing Reed Low's disparaging remarks, Chen Hao found amusement in the situation. Nowadays, even the face of the NBA would hesitate to speak to Kobe in such a manner. Reed Low? What a triviality. You still seek validation after a decade. Chen Hao scoffed dismissively. Reed Low sensed a profound lack of respect emanating from Chen Hao. Where does your confidence stem from? He retorted, growing increasingly verbose. Are you still going to play? Feeling offended, Reed Low decided to retaliate. As he dribbled the ball, he accelerated directly towards his opponent. His explosive first step, a hallmark of his prowess, was intended to catch Chen Hao off guard. Yet, to Chen Hao, Reed Low's initial movement appeared as though it was slowed down to a mere 16 times. As Reed Low attempted to step right, he quickly realized he could not penetrate through. With a swift change of direction, he aimed to move left. Chen Hao had already discerned Reed Low's intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, as the ball hovered in Reed Low's right hand, he swiftly reached out, and before Reed Low could react, he found himself empty-handed. The ball had vanished. A clean steal. This Asian-sized guard had audaciously intercepted the ball right in front of me? Reed Low could scarcely believe it, his mouth forming an astonished O. The once boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence. Bill Walton, commentating for NBC alongside Gadika, was left speechless, exclaiming how swift and seamless Reed Low's maneuver had been, only to be thwarted by Chen Hao's deft touch. This matchup bore a resemblance to an eagle snatching a chick. It was an exceptionally executed defense. Following the steal, Chen Hao immediately lunged to contest for the ball. Instinctively, Reed Low, after losing possession, positioned his body to shield Chen Hao. Chen Hao glanced and, without any ostentation, charged forward, forcefully clearing a path. Reed Low felt as if his very soul was being wrenched from his body with the impact. Chen Hao seized the ball and launched an immediate counterattack, only to strike at empty air in the front court. The first to react was Green, who was closest to Chen Hao. Green attempted to pursue, but after a fleeting glance, he dismissed the effort, realizing he could not catch up. Rushing forward would simply be a futile endeavor. Chen Hao executed a spectacular dunk, leading the Lakers to a 2-0 lead over the Supersonics. Bill Walton applauded enthusiastically, marveling at the rapidity of the counterattack, exclaiming, "It's astonishing. Can it truly be that he hails from Asia, from the Celestial Empire?" As he spoke, Bill Walton noticed that his partner, Goody, appeared somewhat discontented. "Buddy, you seem a bit unhappy," he inquired. Goody replied, "I'm not." Walton pressed on, "You are." Goody insisted, "Really, I'm not." Walton continued, "You are." Goody, frustrated, muttered about Reed Low's incompetence, lamenting his inability to perform after being intercepted right from the start. The Zen master nodded in approval, recognizing the value of such talent on his team. If he were to fall into the hands of our adversaries, it would be a tremendous loss, he mused. With him alongside Kobe, the Zen master envisioned the championship trophy glimmering as if it were a beautiful maiden beckoning to him. Back on the court, Chen Hao jogged to his position, passing Reed Low, and tauntingly remarked, "I told you, you're still 10 years away. Just watch." "You didn't believe me." Reed Low, with his teeth clenched in frustration, acknowledged he had underestimated Chen Hao's defensive prowess. Though exasperated, He knew he could do nothing against Chen Hao and decided not to sulk any further. As he advanced with the ball, Riedlo promptly passed it to Green, who was ready to receive it. This decision proved to be prudent. Upon receiving the ball, Green noticed that Kobe was defending him. He immediately dished it to Durant, who was positioning himself at the free throw line. Durant took hold of the ball, gesturing for space. Chapter 19. Chen Hao, the second overall pick? The seventh pick of the first round? Is this really it, like a promotional offer? Durant's ascension to the second overall pick was no mere coincidence. If LeBron's physical gifts are a rarity that occurs once in a century, Durant's talents are surely a phenomenon that graces the world once every 80 years. Officially listed at 2.07 meters, he stands at least 2.11 meters, complemented by an impressive wingspan of 2.3 meters. Once he truly elevates his game. As Kobe would later articulate, when Durant learns to raise his hand to play, he becomes the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. Kobe's assertion was not without merit. The ball found its way to Durant, who immediately engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Odom. With a swift turn and a decisive step, he launched a shot. Success. The score was now tied at 2-2. Odom's defense was commendable. Indeed, he exhibited a commendable spirit tonight, having refrained from distractions the previous evening. He even resorted to Battier's signature defensive move to obscure Durant's line of sight, yet Durant still scored. Odom's demeanor reflected a hint of disheartenment, while Durant, brimming with pride, cast a triumphant glance at Chen Hao as he passed by, reveling in his accomplishment. Chen Hao paid no attention, but he would soon face the consequences. He advanced with the ball, and Reed immediately approached him. Chen Hao, without waiting for Riedlo, swiftly discerned the defensive vulnerabilities of the Supersonics. With a daring-through pass, the ball sliced through the entire defensive line. It reached Ariza, who was positioned at the baseline, leading to a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Riedlo, caught off guard in his defense, stood frozen like a wooden post, his hands still lowered as Ariza completed the score. This assist was perfectly served to Ariza, who, elated by the successful alley-oop, pointed at Lu Xing, signaling that it was an excellent play. The score was now 4-2, and Zen Master wore a broad smile that nearly reached his temples. Fisher, having been relegated to the bench, felt disgruntled despite the Zen Master's psychological reassurance. He had been promised a starting position, yet here he was. However, witnessing the Lakers' fluid offense under Chen Hao's leadership, he began to feel a sense of relief. Surprisingly, a flicker of joy emerged within him, as he sensed that this season held the promise of great achievements. In the NBC broadcast studio, Bill Walton was astonished by Lu Xing's seemingly magical passing, exclaiming, "Wow, what a play." He wondered if Lu Xing was performing some sort of illusion, as he could barely comprehend the execution. His partner, Gadika, quipped, "Where is the Supersonics defense?" Meanwhile, the Supersonics coach expressed his dissatisfaction with Riedlo, shouting from the sidelines, "Can we even play?" Riedlo raised his hand, signaling that he was still in the game, fearful of being substituted. Additionally, the fans voiced their discontent. Having been repeatedly outperformed by a player of Asian descent, they were left questioning his capabilities. Despite Riedlo's lack of fame in the NBA, he held a position of significance within the struggling Supersonics. Now, humiliated on live television by a player they derogatorily referred to, Riedlo felt as though his dignity had been trampled. He was determined to reclaim it, knowing that the best way to restore his pride on the basketball court was to respond with a compelling play. As the Supersonics regained possession, Riedlo approached with his chin held high, his demeanor exuding arrogance. He had dismissed the previous play as a fluke, taunting, "You haven't seen anything yet." Green, emerging from the paint and positioned beyond the three-point line, called for the ball, confident in his shooting ability. However, Riedlo ignored him, intent on seeking retribution, declaring, "Let me show you how to play." His bravado was evident, but Lu Xing would not indulge his arrogance. Riedlo executed a quick hesitation dribble, his speed palpable. Chen Hao, possessing maxed-out attributes, swiftly maneuvered to block Riedlo. Upon noticing this, Riedlo executed a seamless turn and glided past Chen Hao, showcasing his flamboyant skills. Chen Hao merely chuckled. Reed was certain he had succeeded as he blocked his opponent's position, feeling a surge of triumph. However, in an unexpected turn of events, his hands were suddenly empty as the ball was snatched away by Chen Hao once more. Reed was left in a state of bewilderment, twice being intercepted, especially in such a manner, just after crossing the half-court line. Was he to be regarded as utterly shameless? What would people say about him afterward? Branding him as a defender from the Celestial Empire? Panic set in. He was frantic. Chen Hao intercepted Riedlo, who immediately closed in, attempting to snatch the ball from him. However, Chen Hao was not one to be easily outmaneuvered. As a point guard, his instinct signaled that it was time to pass. Yet, the Supersonics boasted a commendable defense this year, with exceptional retreating capabilities, and this time, he could not succeed. Consequently, Chen Hao slowed down, settling into position. Rydlow continued to apply pressure, but Lu Xing did not even spare him a glance. The ball was protected well, rendering Rydlow incapable of getting close. Observing Rydlow's tight defense, a playful spirit ignited within Chen Hao. At that moment, he felt remarkably relaxed. Unbeknownst to Rydlow, Chen Hao feigned an acceleration, allowing the ball to momentarily become exposed. Rydlow's heart surged with excitement, internally exclaiming, "Now's the moment." He reached out to seize the opportunity, just as he believed he was about to succeed. Chen Hao executed a swift behind-the-back dribble, changing direction seamlessly. Rydlow ended up completely missing his mark, and not only did he fail to intercept, but he also lost his positioning. Chen Hao swiftly shook him off. Reed, however, was determined to pursue him. Yet, his legs betrayed his intent, tangling and tripping him, causing him to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Chen Hao, with the ball in hand, advanced into the opposing half, where it was a 5-on-4 situation. He charged into the Supersonics' paint as if it were his own backyard. Such ease in scoring for Chen Hao was simply unacceptable for the Supersonics. Instantly, they tightened their defense. Without hesitation, Chen Hao flicked the ball to the open Kobe. Granting Kobe an open shot, Kobe felt a deep sense of disrespect from the Supersonics. He swiftly reminded every member of the opposing team, "I am Kobe," with a flawless 2-point shot. The score was now 6-2. Rydlow, seated on the floor, felt a buzzing in his head. Although this was his home court, his appearance was undeniably comical. Even the fans of his own team began to mock him. "Rydlow, are you performing ballet?" It was utterly embarrassing. He wished to deny any association with him. "Hey, Rydlow, are you breakdancing over there?" The Supersonics fans were relentless, their jibes piercing deep into his heart. He longed to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Yet, Chen Hao had no intention of letting him off the hook. The term yellow-skinned monkey was one he could throw around as he pleased. Chen Hao had no intention of letting him off the hook. As he passed by, Chen Hao spread his arms wide, casting a defiant gaze at Durant. His eyes brimming with provocation. "Haven't you invested in your backcourt? How can you bring out such a lackluster player? Is my Asian talent too formidable for you to handle? Bring forth your strongest contender to face me. This is utterly pointless." Chapter 020. Chen Hao, a second overall pick? A 7th pick in the first round? Is this all there is to it? A mere promotional gimmick? In the theatrical spectacle of the game, Chen Hao engaged in a playful rivalry with Rydlow. Yet his true ambition lay not with Rydlow, but rather in surpassing the formidable second overall pick, Durant. Who was Rydlow, after all? Merely a fleeting presence, hardly worthy of consideration, which left Chen Hao disinterested. The Lakers commenced with a score of 6-2, taking the initiative firmly in hand. While this lead seemed modest, merely a matter of 2 possessions, basketball is played over 48 minutes, not just 2. An early sprint could lead to a premature capitulation. However, discerning observers recognized that if Chen Hao's issues could not be resolved, the Supersonics would not withstand for long. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, Supersonics coach Weiss realized that Rydlow was a liability. Chen Hao is the engine of the Lakers. Removing this engine would spell disaster for the team. Thus, he signaled his players to initiate Plan B. Green entered the game, understanding the cue, stretching his limbs, and dismissing the ineffective Rydlow. As the Supersonics regained possession, Rydlow, fortunate to remain on the court, approached Chen Hao, undeterred by the latter's icy mockery and direct challenges. Despite the humiliation, he resolved to endure, believing that a gentleman's revenge is best served after time. The reality was that he was outmatched, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim his honor. Rydlow passed the ball to Green at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving it, Green noticed Ariza was closely guarded, yet he took the shot without hesitation. The ball soared through the air, swishing through the net, bringing the score to 6-5, with the Supersonics relentlessly pursuing the Lakers. Green, selected 7th overall in the first round by the Supersonics, was another prime prospect alongside Durant, cultivated for greatness. In the new season, after just 5 games, he was elevated to the starting lineup, showcasing abundant talent and limitless potential. His strengths included 3-point shooting, defensive prowess, and an aggressive style of play. After scoring, Green did not retreat to defend. Rather, under the coach's directive, he intensified his pressure, preventing Chen Hao from receiving the ball. Asian, your moment of performance ends here, he seemed to assert. Meanwhile, Ridlow roared internally. Yes. Let's get him. Let's crush that Asian. Let him be arrogant. Let him be wild. Chen Hao, how unjust it is to desire to torment others, yet find oneself unable to do so. How have I become so audacious and presumptuous? If such arrogance and hubris truly exist, let them come in droves. Chen Hao did not await Durant, but instead encountered Green, which left him somewhat disinterested. However, Green was still a sight to behold. Being the 7th pick of the first round, serving as a support player was hardly a source of shame for him. Naturally, when it came to dominating the game, Chen Hao felt no psychological burden. Apologies, I was merely warming up, yet to showcase my skills, he remarked as he discreetly elbowed Green aside, making his move to receive the ball. Green could vouch for his integrity, asserting that he had no intention of feigning anything. He was genuinely grounded in his stance. Yet, with a mere push from Chen Hao, who exerted less than 50% of his strength, Green found himself on the verge of toppling over, his body leaning back uncontrollably, ultimately landing squarely on the ground. A wave of surprise surged through Green's mind. Goodness, what immense strength. The referee's whistle pierced the air at just the right moment. Chen Hao was called for an offensive foul. Chen Hao spread his hands wide, his face reflecting an unmistakable expression of bewilderment. What? How could he have fallen without me even exerting myself? Is he truly so fragile? Have I misjudged Green's prowess? Green collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen, trembling with fear. He re-evaluated Chen Hao's capabilities. What a terrifying strength this Asian possesses. Green felt that the pressure he experienced during training from Durant paled in comparison to what he felt from Chen Hao. Was it true, as the scouting report suggested, that this Asian was an undrafted player from 2007? Green found it hard to believe. Perhaps this individual was merely feigning incompetence to deceive. While Green was not particularly known for his strength, few in the NBA could easily topple him once he had established his stance. The spectators remained oblivious to Green's inner turmoil. The Supersonics fans, however, were pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. The young man is quite clever." Having quickly drawn a foul from that Asian player, Coach Weiss took the lead in applauding him. The fans in the front row began to chant Green's name. Feeling embarrassed, Green forced a bittersweet smile. Durant approached, giving Green a pat on the back, praising him. "Well done." Ridlow cast a look of approval in Green's direction. This only heightened Green's embarrassment, and an ominous premonition arose within him. As he caught a glimpse of Chen Hao's piercing gaze, this foreboding feeling intensified. Seeing Green's impressive performance, Ridlow decided to reward him with the ball. As Green emerged from the paint to receive it, his eyes met Chen Hao's, and he felt a surge of trepidation. In truth, Ariza, who was trailing behind, was out of position, leaving Green completely unguarded. He had the opportunity to shoot. This open look pleased Coach Weiss. Yet he was disappointed when Green chose to pass instead. Weiss was perplexed. The ball found its way to Durant, who faced an unfavorable shot. It was sent back to Green. At this moment, Green wanted to shoot, but the chance had slipped away. He hesitated and opted to pass again. As if anticipating Green's actions, Chen Hao predicted his move, swiftly intercepting the pass with a decisive slap. Coach Weiss raised his hands in a questioning manner, exclaiming, "What in the world is this?" Green raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, signaling, "It's mine, it's mine." He was uncertain if this was merely his imagination, but despite the brief exchange of glances, the pressure Chen Hao exerted was palpable. He wondered, could this truly be an illusion? He cast another furtive glance, finding Chen Hao watching him with keen interest, a playful smirk adorning his face. At this moment, Green should have been seething with anger. After all, it was merely a matter of pride, which was quite natural. Yet, he felt an absurd sense of acceptance. Although he recognized this as a display of weakness, he found no fault in it. Deep within his subconscious, it seemed entirely appropriate. Green mused, "This person is truly akin to me. Indeed, we are both in our first year, yet why does the sense of pressure feel so overwhelming?" The Lakers have possession of the ball. Chen Hao dribbled past the half-court. Green, suppressing his inner anxiety, spread his arms and approached, forcefully motivating himself. "Come on. I am not afraid of you. I can defend against you." "No, you cannot." As he spoke, Chen Hao executed a simple yet effective step, effortlessly bypassing Green, who found himself seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move. Chapter 021. Chen Hao, the second pick? The 7th overall pick in the first round? Is this truly the reward for merely recharging my phone? Prior to this moment, in the NBC broadcast room, The ever-critical Gadika had expressed his belief that Green would utterly dismantle Chen Hao, proclaiming that this would mark the end for him. Bill Walton, on the verge of interjecting, thought to himself, "Buddy, we're live. Must you speak so definitively?" Yet, his words remained unuttered. Chen Hao immediately took action to slap him in the face. In a single stride, Green was treated as a mere toy by Chen Hao, pinned to the ground without any reaction. Westbrook's mouth formed an O, his pupils trembling in disbelief. This Asian individual is truly formidable? The Supersonics selected Green as the 7th overall pick. Not because he possessed a commanding leadership presence akin to Durant, but rather the opposite. Nonetheless, Green was willing to put in the effort. Fully aware of his innate talent and how to play the game, his strength lay in his defense. Yet now, Green found himself reduced to a plaything, having barely had the chance to engage seriously. This was a first-round 7th pick versus an undrafted player, although it was merely a single round. It was still impossible to ascertain whether Chen Hao is genuinely powerful or merely an illusion. However, those in the know recognized that the ease with which he toyed with Green indicated that this rookie was no ordinary talent. Westbrook couldn't help but marvel at what treasure the Lakers had unearthed. On the Lakers bench, Phil Jackson's smile was nearly reaching his temples. He felt an immense sense of pride. With Kobe and now Chen Hao, he envisioned the Larry O'Brien Trophy beckoning him. In Los Angeles, with these two players, Jackson believed that winning the championship was far from a daunting task. His assistant, Brian Shaw, attempted to temper his enthusiasm, reminding him that they were merely in the first round of the playoffs. The Lakers bench erupted in jubilation, shouting and cheering with fervor. Kobe, however, wore an expression that suggested he had seen it all before. This guy understood more than they could imagine. The NBA should brace itself. Despite this, Kobe remained preoccupied with how to defeat Chen Hao, having already reached the limits of his losses. Continuing to face off against Chen Hao in one-on-one situations would not merely be a matter of losing face. It would be akin to having his pride trampled underfoot. In truth, Kobe was more concerned with strategizing on how to lead his team to overcome Chen Hao than with the outcome of the game itself. Thus, throughout the match, he maintained a watchful eye. The Supersonics were in a rebuilding phase, and this season, they had little expectation for their record, focusing primarily on developing their rookies. Westbrook believed that in a matchup against the Lakers, Kobe was the key player, so he paid little attention to other aspects, particularly the guard position. Thinking that with only Fisher, they posed no significant threat. Yet, the Lakers had allowed an Asian guard to start, and he was not only performing well, but exhibiting excellence that seemed unstoppable. Westbrook still had faith in Green. Halfway through the first quarter, Chen Hao had already accumulated 6 points, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, while Green was being toyed with. Still, Westbrook entrusted Green with significant responsibilities. Green wore a bitter expression, wanting to voice his concerns. It seemed he understood what Westbrook was about to say. Westbrook interrupted him directly. "Jamal, I know you can do it. Keep going." Green wore a mournful expression, exclaiming, "I can't do it." West patted Green on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "You can." Green repeated despondently, "I can't." West gritted his teeth, insisting, "You can." Green reiterated, "I can't." West firmly believed that Chen Hao was not yet so formidable. It was not time for Durant to intervene. Durant's adversary should rightfully be Kobe. Yet, West, despite his doubts, had to accept the reality. Presently, Green found himself utterly unable to withstand Chen Hao. Fearing an aggressive drive, Green positioned himself 2 steps away from Chen Hao. However, upon noticing the space, Chen Hao thought, "Is this a sign of disrespect towards my exceptional shooting?" With a 3-point shooting percentage of 45, he wanted to clarify. To put it simply, in Curry's peak season, his 3-point shooting percentage while dribbling was merely 42. Now, with Chen Hao at 45, one could grasp the difference. In both productivity and accuracy, Chen Hao stood as a more formidable presence than Curry. To articulate it plainly, he now embodied the quintessential prototype of an elite basketball player. West had previously asserted that allowing him 2 steps to drive was unbelievable. He was simply too elusive. Today, Chen Hao was no longer just elusive. He was a veritable anomaly, leaving the Supersonics utterly defenseless. As Chen Hao swiftly executed his shot, the basketball rolled off the tip of his finger, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing decisively into the hoop, producing a crisp sound that signified a successful score. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. For Chen Hao's successful basket had brought the score to 31-19 at the end of the first quarter, leaving the Lakers with a 12-point lead as they transitioned into the second quarter. During the brief intermission, the determined Durant approached Coach Weiss, expressing his desire to take on the challenge, stating, "Coach, let me handle this. I can lock him down." Hearing this, Green, seated on the bench, cast a sidelong glance at Durant, thinking to himself, "Don't be absurd, Kevin." Weiss found himself in a quandary. Durant was the sole offensive powerhouse for the Supersonics, and against the Lakers, his scoring prowess was the only semblance of effectiveness. However, if he were to focus on defending Chen Hao, what would become of the game? Weiss hesitated. He still firmly believed that even if Durant did not defend against Chen Hao, the Supersonics would manage. However, reality proved otherwise. Without Durant's intervention, the Supersonics had no one capable of matching him. In the second quarter, Durant scored 14 points, preventing the Supersonics from being entirely overwhelmed by halftime. With a score of 61-45, the Supersonics trailed by 16 points, and Weiss had yet to decide whether to deploy Durant against Chen Hao. The third quarter continued with the same game plan. Green, who was thoroughly dominated, found himself at the mercy of Chen Hao, who consistently outperformed him. Although this was merely a regular season game, the Zen Master intentionally demanded that his players hold themselves to playoff standards. Thus, in the third quarter, the Zen Master decided to let Chen Hao attempt to block Durant and see the outcome. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao became invigorated. This was his objective for the evening, to neutralize Durant. If Durant was the 3-0 version of himself with the Warriors, then now, with the Supersonics, he was merely the 1-0 version. The outcome was predictable. Just as Green suffered, so too did Durant, perhaps even more so. Witnessing his close friend Green being bullied, Durant could not remain idle, attempting to retaliate, but only incurring further punishment. He struggled to cope, enduring 3 consecutive steals by Chen Hao, which effectively dashed the Supersonics' hopes of a comeback. The Lakers launched a series of fast breaks, stretching the lead to a staggering 24 points. The necessity of continuing the game diminished. Chapter 022. Chen's frenzy sweeps the nation. In this match, Chen Hao had thoroughly disrupted Durant's rhythm. The soft target he sought to exploit turned out to be a harsh awakening. Under Chen Hao's defense, Durant failed to score from the field, managing only a single point from free throws. Even Durant's once reliable free throw shooting faltered, converting just 1 of 2 attempts, the latter barely trickling in. Conversely, Lu Xing found success in every endeavor, excelling in both offense and defense. Moreover, he took on the crucial role of orchestrating plays, proving invaluable. With 10 assists in the third quarter alone, the statistics scarcely captured Chen Hao's impact on the team. Under Chen Hao's revitalization, the Lakers thrived. Kobe played effortlessly, and Odom and others enjoyed a delightful rhythm. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers led by 31 points, signaling the game's descent into garbage time. In the fourth quarter, Chen Hao and Kobe sat on the bench, engaging in lighthearted banter, savoring the moment. The long whistle signaled the end of the game. Ultimately, the score settled at 121-96, with the Supersonics suffering a severe defeat at the hands of the Lakers, who celebrated a 2-game winning streak. In this contest, Chen Hao was undoubtedly the Lakers' most significant contributor to victory. Statistically, he achieved a triple-double with 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists, along with 4 steals and 2 blocks. His contributions filled the stat sheet, boasting a game-high plus-minus of 24, while Kobe had 12, making Chen Hao's impact more than double that of Kobe's. In the locker room, Kobe embraced Chen Hao with palpable excitement. Chen Hao achieved a triple-double victory, outshining Kobe Bryant, who had scored over 50 points in a game, and even eliciting excitement from Kobe himself. This summer, Kobe had pressured the Lakers management, demanding either a trade to the Bulls or the acquisition of exceptional support. Now, that support has arrived, and Chen Hao evidently meets his expectations. In the matchup against the second overall pick, Durant, Chen Hao dominated completely. Although Durant scored 24 points, his plus-minus was -18, indicating that the Supersonics lost by 18 points during his time on the court. Scoring 24 points on 28 attempts is exhausting for the team. With 8 out of 28, his performance was clearly subpar. Additionally, Durant shot below 40, recorded 3 assists, but also committed 8 turnovers, was stripped 3 times, and had 1 shot blocked. 6 of Durant's turnovers came from Lu Xing's efforts. Such statistics are glaringly conspicuous. Even more striking was how Chen Hao effectively mentored a group of rookies, including Durant. While one-on-one battles may favor Chen Hao, Kobe's admiration for him is unmistakable. In the NBC studio post-game analysis, Bill Walton asked Gadika, "The game has concluded. What are your thoughts? Gadika rolled his eyes, fully aware of Walton's sardonic tone. What do you expect me to say? Am I to view it horizontally or vertically? Walton recognized Gadika's stubbornness and pressed on. How do you now compare Chen Hao to Durant? Gadika interrupted. What can one game demonstrate? Everyone has off nights, even the basketball deity Michael Jordan. Naturally, Durant is no exception. I still maintain that Durant is the strongest rookie of this class, while the others vie for second place. As for Chen Hao, well, he was fortunate tonight. Walton's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen a rookie enjoy such luck against Durant. He opted for silence, knowing that Gadika would eventually be proven wrong. Back in the locker room, Durant did not take a shower. Instead, he sat in despondence, a towel draped over his head. He was disheartened by the loss, feeling a sense of injustice. He could accept defeat, but losing to anyone was preferable to being outperformed by an undrafted player. An Asian at that. After the game, his phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Without checking, Durant knew they were inquiries about his unexpected defeat to an undrafted Asian player. He promptly called his personal trainer, arranging to meet at the gym in 3 minutes. Without granting his trainer the opportunity for idle chatter, he abruptly terminated the call. He had never suffered such a significant defeat at the hands of a fellow rookie from his own draft class. For the first time, Durant had been outshone by Chen Hao. Naturally, the fiercely competitive Durant felt a sense of dissatisfaction. In his rookie season, Durant aspired to be named Rookie of the Year. Yet, this evening had left a substantial mark on his nascent career. He was already devising plans to reclaim his standing. However, he understood that mere words would not suffice in this endeavor. Acknowledging the gap between himself and Chen Hao, Durant immediately immersed himself in rigorous training, pushing his limits relentlessly. According to Durant's trainer, throughout the intense competition, Durant did not leave the gym, engaging in specialized training until the early hours of the morning, around 4 a.m. Ultimately, when his body could endure no longer, he succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep right there in the gym. Chen Hao's outstanding performance tonight has once again garnered the recognition of his teammates. His significance lies not in the number of points he scores, but rather in the simplicity he brings to the game, allowing everyone to play comfortably. That is the essence of his contribution. Upon returning to the locker room, his teammates flocked to him for embraces. After the match, the Zen master accompanied him to the press conference, where he made a noteworthy appearance. Following this game, Chen Hao's standing within the team has soared to new heights. At the press conference, journalists inevitably posed the question, what was your feeling during the face-off against Durant? The second overall pick, who was your peer? Chen Hao let out a reluctant sound, his expression reflecting a certain discomfort as he pondered how to articulate his thoughts. This competition had become anything but effortless for him. Had it not been for the Lakers' post-game schedule requiring him to catch a flight, Chen Hao would have sought an opportunity to engage with Kobe, to hone his physicality and practice his competitive edge. A journalist inquired about his evident struggle, asking if there was something inconvenient for him to disclose. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively, asserting that if our class were filled with talents of Durant's caliber, then my title of Rookie of the Year would be assured. The reporters present gasped in astonishment, for such audacity seemed excessive. It is essential to recognize that this is Durant, the prize jewel of the Supersonics. Following LeBron James, he is the most anticipated newcomer in the league. In his rookie season, he secured a Nike contract without having played a single game, an honor that has been granted to few, with LeBron being the sole recipient in recent years. Click, click, click. The journalist captured Chen Hao's bold declarations. The following day, he was inevitably portrayed by the media as an arrogant figure, having played only 2 commendable games, yet displaying an alarming level of hubris. People were eagerly awaiting the moment when Chen Hao would become a laughingstock. However, as the days turned into weeks, that moment remained elusive. Chapter 023, McGrady. Who is Chen Hao? I do not recognize him. An Asian guard, overlooked in the draft, has humiliated the second overall pick, Durant, in an almost disgraceful manner. As Chen Hao garners respect, he simultaneously becomes the most talked-about player in the realm of sports during this period, owing to the uniqueness of his identity. The legendary Lakers player, Magic Johnson, often referred to as the nation's father-in-law, has also lavished praise upon Chen Hao, deeming his performances nothing short of phenomenal. I eagerly anticipate more of his splendid displays. This time, Chen Hao has truly risen to prominence. However, there are still those who are unfamiliar with him, one of whom is Tracy McGrady. Following a game against the Supersonics, the Lakers immediately flew to Houston to challenge the Rockets. This match has been dubbed the Celestial Empire Derby. Prior to facing the Lakers, the Rockets were on an unstoppable roll, having secured an impressive 7 consecutive victories, leading the Western Conference standings. This winning streak has been closely linked to the stellar performance of their core player, McGrady. Over the past 7 games, McGrady has displayed MVP-caliber prowess, excelling in both offense and defense, averaging 32, 5 points, 6, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2, 1 steals, and 2 blocks per game. His formidable performance has earned him the title of Western Conference Player of the Week for 2 consecutive weeks, and he has been included in discussions for the MVP award. Before the showdown with the Lakers, McGrady was interviewed by reporters and was asked about his thoughts on the rising star, Chen Hao. To this, McGrady, with a puzzled expression, responded, "Chen Hao? Who is that? I don't know him. I am not even aware of who he is." The reporters were taken aback. "He is a recently popular Asian guard," one reporter clarified. Upon hearing the mention of an Asian player, McGrady feigned disinterest and jokingly remarked, "I find it strange that I haven't heard of him. If there is a remarkable newcomer out there, how could I possibly be unaware?" It appeared that the notion of an Asian guard capable of excelling was met with skepticism, suggesting that his fame might exceed his actual prowess. In a matter of moments, this became a sensational topic, igniting excitement among reporters across various media platforms, as if they had uncovered the biggest scoop of the 21st century. Naturally, McGrady's remarks reached Chen Hao's ears. In response to being overlooked by McGrady, Chen Hao, during an interview, expressed his own confusion, stating, "McGrady? Who is he? I don't even know him." Chen Hao responded to the question by mimicking the tone and inflection of Tracy McGrady. Chen Hao's recent actions have ignited a firestorm in the realm of American sports. Previously, there was much speculation regarding who might quell Chen's exuberance. Now, serendipitously, Chen has boldly confronted McGrady. In an interview, McGrady expressed amusement rather than anger, remarking that today's youth often lack awareness of their place, and he intends to guide Chen on what it means to respect one's elders. This statement has stirred considerable public discourse, keeping the topic relevant and vibrant. The consensus among commentators regarding the Chen versus McGrady situation appears overwhelmingly one-sided. TNT's prominent analyst, Barkley, admonished the young player, suggesting that arrogance comes with consequences. He advised that, until one possesses true prowess, it is prudent to keep one's mouth closed. Meanwhile, NBC's journalist Gudica lamented his struggle to find a way to critique Chen, only to have Chen present an opportunity on a silver platter. Gudica questioned where Chen derived his audacity, noting that after a few commendable performances, he seems to disregard his predecessors. Stephen A. Smith, known for his outspoken views, also weighed in, stating that while youthful ambition is commendable, it is another matter entirely to be brazenly ignorant. He urged Chen to swiftly seek an apology from McGrady before things escalate beyond control. Across the ocean, as the highly anticipated Rockets vs. Lakers game loomed, host Ko-Fan inquired about Yang Yi's perspective on Chen's statements. Yang Yi sighed, asserting that Chen remains rather inexperienced. He acknowledged Chen's ambition as a positive trait for a basketball player, but cautioned that one should choose opponents wisely. Yang Yi expressed disbelief that Chen would provoke McGrady, who operates on a different echelon. He further remarked that following his encounter with Durant, Chen may have grown overly confident, despite Durant's moniker of Little McGrady. 1 hour before the Lakers vs. Rockets matchup, McGrady made a point to visit the Lakers' locker room in search of Chen, only to find him absent. He boldly declared that he intended to score 50 points over the young Asian player that evening. After speaking, McGrady left the Lakers' locker room without looking back. Kobe, who had overheard his words, felt a sense of loyalty to his longtime friend and did not want McGrady to endure humiliation. Uncertain of the reason behind this, he rushed out to caution McGrady. Upon seeing Kobe, McGrady raised his hand to halt him before he could speak. "Kobe, I know what you're about to say, but it's too late for that now. Tonight, I intend to teach that Asian player a lesson." Kobe, his forehead creased with concern, replied, "That's not what I meant." McGrady countered, "Are you here to plead on behalf of that Asian player?" To which Kobe advised, "I suggest you refrain from speaking so boldly, or it will be your own face that suffers embarrassment." At this, McGrady doubled over in laughter, patting Kobe on the shoulder. "Kobe, that joke of yours is utterly unamusing. That guy believes he can take on Tenemy single-handedly." With that, he walked away without a backward glance. Kobe shook his head in exasperation, pondering why McGrady wouldn't heed his advice. There was nothing he could do. That evening, the much-anticipated matchup between the Lakers and the Rockets commenced at the Toyota Center. An unexpected incident arose due to the prior altercation involving Chen Hao and McGrady. When Chen Hao took to the court, a synchronized chorus of boos erupted from the Rockets fans. Their disdainful gazes toward Chen Hao resembled that of spectators observing a monkey brought in for a circus performance. The referee blew the whistle to signal 1 minute before the game commenced. The Lakers starting lineup: Chen Hao, Kobe, Odom, Walton, and Nju. The Rockets starting lineup: Alston, McGrady, Battier, Scola, and Yao Ming. The players on both sides took their positions. As they share the same hometown, Yao Ming approached Chen Hao to advise him against acting impulsively. Chen Hao understood that De Yao harbored no malicious intent. He was aware of his own actions. De Yao sighed and patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, conveying a clear message: "You are just wasting your time." Chen Hao laughed, possessing maximum talent, with both offensive and defensive skills fully developed. How could he possibly fear a McGrady? What a farcical notion. Countless McGradys would amount to nothing. Chapter 024, McGrady. I have been thoroughly overwhelmed. How could I possibly offer him any advice? As McGrady approached, he fixed Chen Hao with a piercing gaze, radiating a fierce determination. Chen Hao did not shy away, returning the gaze with intensity. Amusingly, Chen Hao found himself chuckling at the sight of McGrady's drowsy eyes, which appeared as if he were perpetually struggling to awaken. His wide-eyed stare resembled that of a small yellow bean, and Chen Hao could not help but find it somewhat endearing. Chen Hao chuckled softly. He was laughing. The Asian man was indeed laughing. MCDI, rather than being angered, found amusement in the situation, hoping that Chen Hao could still find humor in the moments to come. Why not? He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. MCDI, feeling a surge of frustration, clenched his fists tightly, wishing that his strength matched the audacity of his words. Chen Hao. Indeed. In that moment, it felt like a fierce clash between McGrady and Chen Hao, akin to a needle pricking a thorn. When Scola witnessed Chen Hao standing up to McGrady, he swallowed hard. Where did this rookie emerge from? So oblivious, provoking the West? Isn't that inviting trouble? As the game was about to commence, both teams had their starters in place. This season, the Rockets had changed their head coach from Van Gundy to Adelman. Furthermore, the team was in good shape, with their core player, McGrady, returning from injury. This was a season they aimed to make a significant impact. Recently, the Rockets had achieved a remarkable 7-game winning streak, soaring to the top of the Western Conference. During this period, the Rockets boasted the third-best defensive efficiency and the second-best offensive efficiency in the league. They were currently the most formidable team in the NBA. For the Lakers, tonight would prove to be a challenging battle. The Rockets were determined to extend their winning streak, while the Lakers were equally unwilling to see their own streak come to an end. The game began. The jump ball between Yao Ming and Kwame Brown saw the latter at a disadvantage. Yao Ming swiftly secured possession for the Rockets. The ball was passed to Alston, who brought it over half court. McGrady immediately circled out from the paint, extending his hands for the ball. Alston passed it to him. Odom followed closely, arms outstretched, persistently attempting to disrupt McGrady. In this matchup, Phil Jackson initially assigned Odom to guard McGrady. Prior to the game, Odom had argued with Jackson, expressing doubt about his suitability compared to Chen Hao, suggesting it would be better for Chen Hao to take the assignment. It wasn't he that Odom was afraid. He had simply suffered too many defeats at McGrady's hands. Odom's defense was not merely shaky, it was fraught with trepidation. McGrady could drive, shoot from mid-range, hit three-pointers, and pass. He was utterly unpredictable. Each encounter with McGrady left Odom feeling tormented, akin to a waking nightmare. Yet, Jackson insisted otherwise, declaring, "Chen Hao is our secret weapon. If it weren't for the special circumstances, I wouldn't wish to expose him." So soon Jackson had intentions of keeping Chen Hao under wraps. Currently, Chen Hao was in the limelight, and Jackson did not wish for him to face the rookie wall prematurely. It had been years since a newcomer had captivated Jackson's interest to such an extent. He was reluctant to let go of this gem before it had a chance to shine. However, he also understood that no matter how he shielded this raw talent, its brilliance was akin to a firefly in the darkness, impossible to conceal. As McGrady brought the ball up and saw Odom, he immediately lost interest in the play. He promptly called for a pick and roll. Battier stepped out, and Chen Hao followed suit. His initial assignment for this game was to defend Battier. Battier set a screen. Jackson's initial strategy was to avoid switching on screens, thus Odom squeezed through. Chen Hao executed the tactics laid out by the Zen master without deviation. McGrady, however, was not pleased. Given McGrady's caliber, had he not been so hesitant, he could have seized the moment during the pick and roll to take a shot. He possessed that capability. Kobe, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in dismay, pondering the necessity of such actions, and feeling a sense of regret on McGrady's behalf. McGrady demanded another pick, and this time the screen was solid. As Odom attempted to maneuver around it, Chen Hao promptly instructed him to retreat, demonstrating his adeptness. Truly, Chen cherished my well-being. Odom was internally lamenting the situation. Chen Hao stood before McGrady, who had his eyes fixed on him. McGrady's incessant chatter filled the air as he proclaimed, "Remember, I am T-Mac." While speaking, he deftly dribbled the ball with both hands, swaying his head rhythmically as if performing a street dance. His movements were marked by a carefree elegance, yet he exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly oblivious to those around him. Chen Hao merely chuckled. The current Tracy McGrady pales in comparison to Kobe Bryant. His prime has long since waned. Even when faced with Kobe, his temperament is not as formidable. What merits does McGrady possess? Chen Hao, perplexed, placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "Oh, McGrady, do you understand now?" Chen Hao shook his head, unable to comprehend. "How verbose you are." McGrady erupted, veins bulging on his forehead. "This Asian? This novice? Who on earth has given him the audacity?" Without hesitation, he charged forward, intent on challenging Chen Hao to a one-on-one duel. From the very beginning, McGrady unleashed his full force, sparing no effort. As he faced Chen Hao, an Asian player, McGrady displayed a palpable disdain, completely disregarding Chen Hao's height and wingspan, determined to dominate him. Chen Hao was perplexed. Could it be that, due to his yellow skin, McGrady deemed him insignificant? Chen Hao felt it necessary to demonstrate that McGrady was mistaken. Asians are formidable as well. The moment McGrady initiated a shot, his seemingly lightning-fast motion, in Chen Hao's view, was nothing more than a slow-motion replay. Chen Hao had a golden opportunity. A single slap could have severed the moment. However, he refrained, yearning for a more exhilarating experience. McGrady swiftly unleashed his signature move, a technique that had propelled him into the all-star limelight. Simultaneously, this marked the inception of his prowess eclipsing his fame. As McGrady ascended, he felt a surge of confidence, convinced that the shot would find its mark. In that fleeting moment of elevation, he envisioned the celebratory pose he would strike upon scoring. Little did he anticipate that, at the very instant he soared, Chen Hao also leapt, and with astonishing swiftness. Chen Hao seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding McGrady's intentions. With a sudden leap, McGrady ascended, his body soaring higher as he prepared to release the ball. As he felt the moment was right, with a gentle press of his wrist, the basketball glided smoothly from between his fingertips. Upon releasing the shot, he immediately pivoted, eager to raise his arms in triumph and revel in the humiliation of Chen Hao. However, what McGrady did not anticipate was that his signature three-pointer would be swatted away by Chen Hao with a decisive slap, much like a powerful spike in volleyball. The ball was sent careening out of bounds. With a swift stride, Chen Hao intended to save the ball. However, he had not anticipated the ferocity of his earlier slap. Despite his desperate dive, his body remained parallel to the ground, yet he failed to retrieve the ball. Instead, he found himself tumbling into the audience. Upon hitting the ground, Chen Hao did not ponder for long. He thrust his hands down only to discover an unexpected softness beneath him. Chapter 025, Tracy McGrady. I've been knocked out. How can I offer him advice? The individual whom Chen Hao collided with was none other than Jeannie Buss, the daughter of Lakers owner Jerry Buss. Rather than being alarmed, Jeannie Buss gazed at Chen Hao with a radiant smile, clearly captivated by the vitality of his youthful physique. It is worth noting that while Jeannie may be approaching her 40s, she still possesses an undeniable charm. Her skin, meticulously cared for, is not flawless but exhibits a remarkable delicacy, fairness, and elasticity. Chen Hao's assessment of her touch was quite favorable. However, he found it curious that Aunt Jeannie held onto his hand without letting go. What could this signify? In the midst of the crowd, she even traced her finger lightly across the palm of Chen Hao's hand. Chen Hao, is this appropriate? Your fiancé, Master Phil Jackson, is right beside you. It seems rather unsuitable, doesn't it? Realizing the awkwardness, Aunt Jeannie swiftly withdrew her hand. Chen Hao immediately stood up and returned to the competition. Aunt Jeannie stared blankly at Chen Hao's retreating figure, and her father, Old Base, noticed something unusual about his daughter. Jenny, are you all right? He asked, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Oh, Aunt Jenny finally came to her senses. I'm sorry, father. I need to go to the restroom. At that moment, a hint of crimson unexpectedly appeared on her fair cheeks, revealing a rare display of shyness. Old Base, though perplexed, chose not to comment further. As she walked down the corridor, Jenny pressed her hand against her chest, overwhelmed by the intensity of her emotions. Meanwhile, on the competition field, the match continued. Chen Hao made a remarkable save, advancing the ball forward. Ariza seized the opportunity, attempted a shot, and executed a powerful dunk. As the ball swished through the net, Ariza pointed at Chen Hao, signaling that it was a splendid play. Tracy McGrady was taken aback, not merely by Chen's save, but by the fact that Chen could actually block his shot. The quick release was McGrady's signature move. Standing at 2.03 meters with a wingspan of 2.18 meters, he possessed remarkable athleticism, adept ball handling skills, and a soft shooting touch. Thus, in ordinary circumstances, it was nearly impossible for anyone to block his quick release. McGrady even struggled to recall the last time he had been blocked during such a shot. However, tonight, he faced a significant setback at the hands of the Asian rookie. Chen Hao. McGrady, a prominent figure in the NBA and an all-star caliber player, was surrounded by numerous fans even in the Staples Center, the home of the Lakers, many of whom donned his jersey. While his sister-in-law could endure the situation, McGrady could not. With possession of the ball, he gestured emphatically for everyone to clear out, declaring his intent to take on this Asian rookie. Yao Ming sighed inwardly, harboring some concern for his fellow countryman, Chen Hao. Why provoke him at all? As McGrady's teammate, Yao was well aware of McGrady's prowess. When healthy, he was one of the NBA's elite. Of course, health was paramount. McGrady's teammate, Rafer Alston, joined in, trash-talking, advising McGrady to show some respect, considering Chen was a fellow countryman. Don't blame me. He asked for it, McGrady thought, viewing Chen as a mere plaything in his hands, to be toyed with at will. Chen Hao lowered his center of gravity while clapping his hands and shouting, "Blow west. Don't boast. You're still 10 years too early." Unable to endure any longer, McGrady accelerated, taking a single step to close the distance between himself and Chen Hao. Chen Hao anticipated the move, swiftly positioning himself to obstruct Tracy McGrady's path. McGrady's lethal weapon in the NBA was his astonishing first step, explosive and expansive. Thus, he could easily maneuver past defenders with a mere stride. Yet, Chen Hao resolutely thwarted his fierce advance. McGrady smirked, recognizing a hint of skill. At that moment, he remained unaware that Chen Hao was a prodigy of unparalleled talent, merely dismissing him as an inexperienced player. Nevertheless, he regarded Chen Hao with a newfound respect. Few could counter his initial burst of speed. Hardly more than a handful in the entire NBA could do so. "You shall not pass," Chen Hao retorted defiantly. McGrady responded with a swift pullback, executing a deceptive change of direction to the left, attempting to bypass Chen Hao's right side. Chen Hao had long been prepared. Tracy McGrady was once again intercepted. McGrady, taken aback, thought, "Damn, this Asian rookie." He began to feel a sense of urgency. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Observing McGrady's hesitation against a rookie, the Rockets head coach Adelman grew displeased, exclaiming, "Damn it, what are you doing? Hurry, take him down." On the court, McGrady was intercepted once more. He pulled back, attempting to create space from Chen Hao, but the ball was suddenly exposed. With a swift and deft motion, Chen Hao seized the opportunity to steal the ball. In the very moment McGrady dropped it, Chen Hao executed a lightning-fast maneuver, and McGrady found his hands empty as the ball landed in Chen Hao's grasp. McGrady was left astonished. He had faced many steals before, yet the sheer audacity of Chen Hao's approach caught him completely off guard. McGrady thought, "What long arms." Simultaneously, he was struck by the incredible wingspan of Chen Hao. Yao Ming stood in awe, thinking, "Is this even possible?" Few had managed to thwart the scoring king McGrady, and Chen Hao was the only Asian player who had successfully challenged him, particularly as a mere freshman rookie. Alston's mouth hung agape in shock. Meanwhile, Kobe, observing from the sidelines, wore an expression of inevitability, having warned that Chen Hao was not to be underestimated. McGrady had dismissed the caution, only to find himself proven wrong. On the sidelines, Adelman erupted in frustration, shouting, "What on earth are you doing? Do you even want to play anymore?" His ire knew no bounds, regardless of one's stature in the league, for he was indeed a temperamental coach. The Staples Center erupted in thunderous applause for Chen Hao, the freshman rookie known for his miraculous performances, receiving accolades without reservation. Some fans even began to chant his name, with scattered calls for MVP. In the Staples Center, MVP was traditionally reserved for Kobe. Chen Hao's two defensive plays reminiscent of Tracy McGrady left a profound impression on the fans. However, they do not perceive these instances as reflective of Chen Hao's true capabilities, attributing much of it to luck. Yet, in the subsequent round, Chen Hao remarkably transformed the public's perception of him. Chen Hao successfully executed a steal, an act few would have anticipated, especially against someone like McGrady. Consequently, Chen Hao was deprived of the opportunity for an assist. Moreover, the Rocket's swift defensive transition further diminished his chances for a fast break, leading him to deliberately slow down the pace of the game. Chen Hao dribbled past the half-court line, patiently awaiting his teammates to position themselves. Kobe emerged from the paint, signaling for the ball, yet Chen Hao chose to disregard him. Kobe, unfazed, accepted the situation. At the three-point arc, Chen Hao stood defiantly before Tracy McGrady, emulating McGrady's previously intimidating demeanor. With a grand gesture, he dismissed his teammates and pointed at McGrady, declaring, "I shall engage him in a one-on-one." Chapter 026, McGrady thought. "I have already been overwhelmed. What advice can I offer him?" The audacity of facing McGrady one-on-one was astonishing. After all, McGrady was a formidable opponent. While youthful ambition is admirable, does he truly believe he possesses the prowess of Kobe? I wager $100 he will face a harsh lesson. This is intriguing. I find myself increasingly fond of this young Asian player, bold and tenacious. Whether he succeeds or falters remains to be seen. Chen Hao is set to engage in a one-on-one duel with McGrady, amidst a cacophony of opinions, largely skeptically inclined. Alston, upon observing, scoffed audibly and began to tease McGrady, jesting that he had been on a prolonged hiatus, allowing everyone to trample over him without a care. He playfully added that if McGrady faltered, he would not hesitate to assist the young Asian player with his ankle. "Step aside. I shall personally instruct him on how to respect his seniors." As McGrady retorted, he spread his arms wide and slightly bent his knees, preparing himself for the challenge, his drowsy eyes now glinting with a fierce intensity. Those familiar with McGrady know that when he appears groggy, it often signifies a lack of motivation. However, the moment his eyes ignite with that fierce gleam, it marks the onset of his serious demeanor. Yao observed this transformation, pondering that Chen Hao was about to receive a lesson. Badier, intrigued, noted that McGrady was finally taking this seriously, and he eagerly anticipated the outcome. Renowned for his defensive prowess in the NBA, Badier, often dubbed the Kobe Terminator, prided himself on his defensive skills. Yet, he never considered his defense to be authentic, as he was up against McGrady, whose unparalleled basketball talent rendered him nearly invincible when he chose to defend earnestly. On the sidelines, Adelman remarked to himself that McGrady had finally engaged with genuine intent, which would spell trouble for the young Asian player. Nonetheless, he felt grateful to the newcomer for having ignited McGrady's competitive spirit. Activating McGrady's competitive edge had long been one of Adelman's primary objectives during his tenure with the Houston Rockets. Observing McGrady's current state, Adelman felt a sense of satisfaction, though he was taken aback by the unfolding events on the court. As Chen Hao skillfully dribbled the ball, facing the formidable Tracy McGrady, he maintained an air of calmness, deftly maneuvering the ball with both hands in a fluid motion. Returning from the restroom, Jeannie Buss was captivated, her usually composed demeanor giving way to an infrequent display of admiration on her face at the age of 37. As Chen Hao continued his antics, McGrady found himself thinking that the young Asian rookie deserved a lesson. After all, being held to just 2 points, what audacity did he have to boast? Just because he played alongside Kobe, he seemed to think himself invincible. "Let me extinguish your arrogance and teach you a thing or two," McGrady mused, suddenly unleashing a powerful shout as he advanced with aggressive defense, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. However, his fierce defensive stance was swiftly evaded by Chen Hao's deft behind-the-back dribble. McGrady found himself grasping at air, realizing with dismay, "This is bad." He quickly retreated, hoping to regain his position. Fortunately, Chen Hao remained within reach. McGrady breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging that the Asian rookie was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet, there was still a hint of youthfulness in his play. Had he taken charge of the offense, the moment he lunged forward, he could have effortlessly slipped past him, leaving McGrady unable to pursue. Chen Hao possesses knowledge of certain principles. However, he dismisses the notion of acting upon them. Instead, he chooses to await McGrady, drawing him back and assuming his position once more. Chen Hao attacked, his words sharp as daggers as he directed his scorn towards McGrady. "I could have humiliated you just now, but that would have been too easy. Here is your chance once more." Upon hearing this, McGrady's nostrils flared with indignation. He felt utterly belittled and was consumed by fury. He contemplated lunging at Chen, yet he restrained himself. At that moment, Chen Hao possessed the ball, executing a suspended shot, seemingly poised to veer right. McGrady swiftly positioned himself to obstruct Chen's path, thinking, "Is that all you've got?" However, what McGrady did not anticipate was the feint. With a sudden change of direction, Chen zipped past him in an instant. So fast, McGrady's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind screaming in astonishment. Chen Hao's physique is quite similar to that of Tracy McGrady. McGrady believes that his first step is unparalleled in the NBA, an extraordinary phenomenon that is unmatched. However, at present, Chen Hao surpasses him in speed. McGrady thinks of a phrase, as swift as lightning. If McGrady's first step is remarkable, then Chen Hao's first step is undoubtedly of a superhuman caliber. Furthermore, at such high velocity and in such confined spaces, Chen Hao's ability to handle the ball leaves McGrady in awe. How is this even possible? McGrady, his eyes wide with astonishment, instinctively exclaims this as he lunges forward. Yet, McGrady misses, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground on his knees. Nearby, Kobe Bryant covers his face, knowing all too well that this move is quintessentially Chen Hao. Having faced Chen Hao in one-on-one encounters numerous times, Kobe always finds himself at a disadvantage. Understanding that this is merely Chen Hao's fundamental skill, after evading McGrady, Chen Hao charges forward to challenge Yao Ming with a layup. The ball had yet to go in when Kobe, raising his arms in celebration, turned away to retreat on defense without a backward glance. Indeed, under the basket, Chen Hao executed a graceful windmill maneuver, eluding Yao Ming's defense, and the ball swished through the net. The Staples Center erupted in excitement. Yao stood frozen, his pupils shaking in disbelief, while McGrady found himself bewildered, still fixated on his defense as Chen Hao scored with finesse. This is a technique that an Asian, or rather, a person of East Asian descent can accomplish. His mouth formed an astonished O. Badier's jaw dropped in disbelief, reflecting a look of utter incredulity. The defense that McGrady had rendered impenetrable now seemed as thin as a mere sheet of paper before Chen Hao. On the sidelines, Rick Adelman was equally astonished. The serious McGrady had, shockingly, been effortlessly outmaneuvered by an Asian rookie. This was a hard pill for him to swallow. Rafer Alston fell silent, engrossed in watching Chen Hao's dribbling skills. As a streetball king, he believed there were no moves he could not execute. However, he realized he could never match Chen Hao's speed, fluidity, and artistry. Moreover, the two were nearly 30 centimeters apart in height. Alston was left in disbelief. After scoring, Chen Hao casually drifted past McGrady, who was just regaining his footing, and remarked, "Are you bowing to me? No need to idolize me so much. Just chill." McGrady, wishing to retaliate against Chen Hao, felt that if looks could kill, Chen Hao would have perished 1,000 times under his gaze. Chen Hao still felt unsatisfied. "If it comes to that, I can provide you with a few more autographs, allowing you to flaunt them to your friends." McGrady raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, ready to strike Chen Hao. Had it not been for Badier's timely intervention, who knows what might have transpired. Chen Hao feigned a fearful expression, clutching his chest, declaring his inability to fight. "Are you looking for a brawl?" "I'm terrified," he exclaimed, adopting a mischievous demeanor. Meanwhile, his teammate McGrady, restrained, was breathing heavily with fury. The situation spiraled out of control, prompting Adelman to urgently call for a timeout. Chapter 027, McGrady, I've been overwhelmed. How could I possibly offer him advice? The Staples Center erupted with fervent cheers from the fans, undoubtedly directed at Chen Hao. "Oh, not bad at all. This Asian kid. I told you he is capable," someone remarked. "Just to show off, what is he really worth?" Chen Hao retorted. "You certainly didn't say that a moment ago. Don't speak so harshly. Is the game played in rounds?" Came the reply. "The Asian kid has truly impressed. I think I should get a Chen Hao jersey. Kobe, please refrain from calling me. I fear Chen Hao might misconstrue it." On the Lakers bench, having halted the Rockets, Chen Hao was treated like a victorious general, with teammates approaching to high-five him, ruffle his hair, and pat his backside. This unexpected display left Chen Hao feeling quite out of sorts. Celebrate by all means, but why the backside patting? On the Rockets bench, McGrady was visibly shaken by Chen Hao's antics. Adelman decided to substitute McGrady to allow him to cool down. With a towel draped over his head, McGrady seethed in silence, unsure whether he was more upset with himself or with Chen Hao. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with the Rockets in possession. Streetball King Alston approached with the ball, while Chen Hao, also a point guard, bent his knees slightly, arms wide open, and unleashed a stream of trash talk. "Asian kid, watch your ankles." Alston relished the challenge of facing a larger opponent like Chen Hao, as he believed his low center of gravity would give him an advantage. Unable to outmaneuver Chen Hao, McGrady's struggle only fueled Alston's confidence, prompting him to showcase his skills with an impressive display of dribbling. Chen Hao dismissed Kobe, referring to him merely as a streetball king, trivializing his significance. He effortlessly filtered out Alston's trash talk, choosing to ignore it altogether. Not everyone can provoke Chen Hao into a verbal exchange. At least, Alston's caliber was insufficient for such a reaction. Alston, in a foolish display, stood upright with his hands in his pockets, showcasing his bravado. This affront visibly irritated him, causing his blood pressure to soar to 180 as he resolved to confront Chen Hao. He attempted a floating shot, seamlessly transitioning into a prayer gesture. Yet Chen Hao remained immovable in his defensive stance. Alston, taken aback, mused whether Chen was intimidated. He then aimed to execute a change of direction, preparing to transfer the ball from his right hand to his left. However, in a swift motion, he felt an emptiness in his grasp. The ball had been snatched away. Alston's expression morphed into one of astonishment, his pupils dilating as he confronted the undeniable pressure emanating from Chen Hao. He suddenly realized that he could not even dribble the ball in Chen Hao's presence, especially if Chen were to genuinely apply his defensive prowess. Chen Hao's steal from Alston occurred right before McGrady's eyes. Witnessing Chen Hao's maneuver, McGrady's eyes widened in astonishment. It was incredibly swift. Chen Hao, you are quick. Your entire family is quick. McGrady, the speed is astonishing. The reaction time is remarkable. Sitting on the bench, McGrady finally managed to calm himself. He sensed that the situation was more complex than he had initially thought. Just moments ago, Chen Hao's steal from Alston seemed casual, but now, if he were to become serious, what was the true nature of this Asian player? Was he truly a newcomer? Could it be that he possessed some enigmatic Eastern power? Perhaps even McGrady himself was unaware that in just a few exchanges, his perception of Chen Hao had evolved from viewing him as an Asian rookie to simply an Asian player, and now to contemplating the possibility of Chen Hao harboring some mysterious force. Chen Hao executed a successful steal, launching a rapid offensive. His acceleration was remarkable. Alston turned to pursue him, initially intent on chasing, but upon a fleeting glance, he relinquished his effort, slowing his pace. Realizing he could not catch up, fueled by Chen Hao's explosive performance, the Lakers orchestrated a swift 10-0 run, compelling Adelman to call a timeout for adjustments. Observing McGrady regain his composure, it became evident that the Rockets desperately needed points from their star scorer. McGrady re-entered the game, yet upon his return, he lacked the previous bravado, no longer snarling at Chen Hao nor engaging in incessant banter. Instead, he adopted a demeanor of silence. Indeed, silence. In just 3 or 4 possessions, the harsh realities of competition had dulled McGrady's edges, instilling in him a newfound wisdom, even as Chen Hao taunted him, proclaiming, "Getting past you is as easy as crossing a quiet street. Who's guarding me? Who the hell is guarding me? Right here. I'm about to shoot a 3-pointer. I told you I was going to shoot. I preferred you when you were fearless, unyielding, with a spark in your eyes." By the third quarter, after Chen Hao scored his 38th point over McGrady, establishing a 24-point lead for the Lakers, McGrady could no longer bear it. He willingly committed his 6th foul, succumbing to 3 consecutive infractions, effectively expelling himself from the game. This evening, his psyche was thoroughly dismantled by Chen Hao. Both physically and mentally, he was ravaged. For a considerable time thereafter, McGrady would awaken from nightmares, haunted by the events of this night. Years later, as a professional commentator, he would reflect on this incident, declaring it one of the most humiliating moments of his career, if not the most humiliating. In the time that followed, he often found the shadows of Chen Hao lingering upon his sheets. In this match, McGrady found it difficult not to be deeply impressed. Prior to the game, he had made a point to visit the Lakers' locker room, boldly declaring to Chen Hao that he intended to score over 50 points. However, in the end, it was Chen Hao who achieved 38 points against him. Had it not been for McGrady's intentional 6th foul, resulting in his own ejection and causing the game to descend into garbage time prematurely, it is likely that, given Chen Hao's fiery form tonight, he would have effortlessly surpassed the 50-point mark, as simple as eating or drinking. Once McGrady exited, Adelman acted swiftly to mitigate the damage, decisively calling a halt to the proceedings. The Zen master, wary of Chen Hao's burgeoning brilliance and the potential for him to become a target, promptly substituted him out, thus signaling the early onset of garbage time. In this game, Chen Hao not only dazzled offensively, amassing 38 points, but also contributed significantly to the Lakers' fluidity with a remarkable 14 assists, setting a new career high. What is truly astonishing is that Chen Hao played with the poise of a seasoned veteran rather than a newcomer, exhibiting a cunning style reminiscent of a wily old pro. His gameplay was so compelling that even TNT commentator Charles Barkley, known for his candid remarks, could only exclaim in awe. Chen Hao invigorated the entire team, simplifying the game. Not only that, but he also made outstanding contributions on the defensive end, with 3 steals and 2 blocks. The statistics fail to capture the full extent of his defensive prowess. In this match, Chen Hao single-handedly penetrated the Rockets' backline. What delights Chen Hao's fans the most is his ability to silence McGrady, who boasted of scoring over 50 points, yet ended up with a dismal 1 out of 24 shooting, totaling a mere 5 points. Those 5 points were merely a result of avoiding Chen Hao's defense. Chapter 028. McGrady. I was thoroughly outplayed. What advice can I offer him? McGrady, once a scoring champion, remained confident in his scoring abilities. However, tonight, Chen Hao shattered his perception, leaving him to question whether he could indeed score or if he truly understood the game. He had long believed his defense was unparalleled in the NBA, convinced that he could dominate any opponent. Yet, tonight, Chen Hao illuminated the true essence of defense, rendering McGrady's efforts insignificant. After requesting to be benched, McGrady sat dejectedly, staring blankly at the ceiling, devoid of any spark in his eyes. He felt resentful toward himself. Why had he been so arrogant? Why had he believed himself so formidable? Why hadn't he heeded the wise counsel of his close friend Kobe? Why had he looked down upon others? He regretted his pretentiousness. In his remorse, McGrady realized that there is no remedy for regret in this world. It was precisely because of McGrady's overshadowing presence that Chen Hao rose to prominence once more. Following this match, Chen Hao found himself in discussions for the Rookie of the Year. Naturally, reporters seized the opportunity, eager to highlight the fact that the scoring champion and all-star McGrady had been thoroughly outplayed by the Asian rookie. The reporters, akin to paparazzi, were relentless, clinging to the story like dogs to a bone. Inevitably, McGrady was asked for his thoughts on the Asian rookie, Chen Hao. The reporters, ever mischievous, phrased it provocatively. So, do you now know who Chen Hao is? McGrady felt a surge of frustration. Was this some kind of mockery? Just before the game, he had been asked if he was aware of the rising star, to which he had replied, Chen Hao? Who is that? Now, he felt as if he were being relentlessly humiliated. In that moment, he was no longer merely aware of Chen Hao. The memory was painfully vivid. It was likely that even in his dreams, Chen Hao would haunt him. McGrady shot a glare at the reporter who had posed the question and then refused to respond. Yet the reporter, undeterred, pressed on. Do you have any advice for the Asian rookie, Chen Hao? McGrady felt an overwhelming urge to toss the microphone and walk away. Was there truly no end to this torment? McGrady declined to respond. When the reporter pressed further, inquiring about his invaluable advice for Chen Hao, a fierce fire of anger ignited within McGrady's eyes. Is this a joke? He exclaimed. Rising to his feet, he seized the microphone, exclaiming, what is this, never-ending? He had scored 38 points while I was held to a mere 5. What advice could I possibly offer him? In a fit of rage, McGrady smashed the microphone and stormed off. His departure was undeniably graceful, yet that microphone shatter cost him a staggering 25,000. This moment marked a significant humiliation for McGrady, losing the game, losing dignity, and losing money. For the first time in his life, he felt the suffocating weight of disgrace. While some rejoiced, others were left in despair. After the match, it was a paradise for the victors. Chen Hao perceives the world as an exquisite realm, surrounded by teammates, led by Kobe, all of whom possess kind and benevolent expressions as they approach him to celebrate with high fives. After the game, Lakers general manager Kupchak took the time to engage him in conversation regarding contract matters. Following the previous match against the Supersonics, where Chen Hao outshone Durant, Kupchak had already emphasized to him, Chen, it is time to finalize the contract. Chen Hao deliberately kept him waiting, unfazed. He thought to himself, in the past, you disregarded me. Today, you cannot ascend to my level. A slight sense of satisfaction washed over him. This time, Kupchak was unreserved. The boss, old Bus, had eyes like a hawk and issued a resolute command. This individual must be retained. If not, you shall pack your belongings and leave. After the game, Kupchak approached Chen Hao directly, stating, today, we must finalize the contract, regardless of the terms. You may dictate them, as long as they adhere to the regulations. I implore you. Kupchak's demeanor was almost subservient towards Chen Hao. Yet, Chen Hao replied, there is no rush. My contract has not yet expired, and there is still one game remaining. He appeared rather smug. At this moment, Chen Hao was decidedly unhurried. He had become a coveted asset, desired by many. Once the public learned that Chen Hao's agreement with the Lakers was merely a 10-day contract, his agent's phone was inundated with calls. Previously, it was others who chose him. Now, he held the power to select his team. He was in a position to negotiate his worth, with control firmly in his grasp. And he felt no urgency. Upon hearing this, Kupchak became anxious, insisting the contract must be finalized this year. It must be secured, regardless of the circumstances. Chen Hao disregarded him. A few days ago, Chen Hao intended to negotiate the contract, willing to accept a lesser sum, for after all, being with the Lakers meant attracting attention, which was inconsequential. However, Kupchak remained indifferent, leaving him in the lurch, which infuriated Chen Hao. Now, as Kupchak sought to assert his authority, Chen Hao was unfazed. He remarked, "Mr. Kupchak, I shall take my leave for the press conference now. Those paparazzi are bound to grow impatient, and who knows what they might say." With that, Chen Hao exited the locker room. Upon hearing this, Kupchak exclaimed, "Wait, not yet. We haven't concluded our discussion, have we?" "No, Chen. Oh, grandson. No, sir. No, esteemed elder." At the press conference, a reporter inquired of Lu Xing. "Tonight has been yet another dazzling evening. Did you anticipate such brilliance? Chen Hao, what inspires one to deliver such a remarkable performance tonight?" Chen Hao pointed to his heart and thought, "The scent of mischief is quite strong." Even with his thick skin, he felt a hint of shyness. The reporter then inquired, "How would you assess Chueshimai?" Chen Hao pondered for a moment, believing that he was merely being polite, for they were well aware of his tendency to speak candidly if he were not. This time, he emitted a prolonged nasal sound, followed by a lengthy silence. The reporter inquired again, "Is it inconvenient to disclose?" Chen Hao, a name that outshines his prowess. How could someone who has never advanced beyond the second round be selected as an all-star? The following day, McGrady discovered that newspapers were rife with scornful articles about him. The miraculous Asian prodigy Chen Hao, scoring an astonishing 38 points, leaves McGrady humiliated. The underdog's resurgence. A fierce display against McGrady, akin to a divine intervention, he is known as Chen Hao. In his rookie year, Chen Hao overwhelmed McGrady, proclaiming, "McGrady's fame exceeds his true ability. Do not provoke him. He is Chen Hao, hailing from Asia, a man who has brought McGrady to his knees." This time, McGrady's face adorned the most newspaper headlines since he entered the NBA, rivaling the moment he achieved the miraculous 35 points in 13 seconds. Yet, he truly wished to never endure such humiliation again. It was unbearable. Of course, Chen Hao's triumph was not solely a blow to McGrady, but also to the faces of numerous sports analysts. The most renowned among them was Barkley, who, post-game, could only concede, "Look at this. My face has swelled like a pig's head. Tell me, quickly, who said Asians cannot play basketball?" In this moment, Barkley unknowingly garnered considerable support from fans. Meanwhile, ESPN commentator Yang Yi from the United States dismissed McGrady's plight, stating, "It's nothing." McGrady lamented, "Please, I beg you, stop the insults. I'm feeling overwhelmed." Chapter 029. Chen Hao, the second shooting guard after Kobe Bryant. One person's success elevates those around them. This adage holds true without exception. The name Chen Hao resonates throughout America, and as his agent, I walk with an air of confidence. Ahead of me, the exuberant Zhong Dajuan dances with joy, his spirit radiant, as he exclaims, "What did I say? What did I say? I foretold that you were no ordinary talent. Look, observe." While saying this, he playfully pinches Chen Hao's physique, affirming, "I was not mistaken, was I? Do you understand? This is what it means to possess a discerning eye." Chen Hao cast a disdainful glance at Zhong Dajuan, muttering under his breath, "Enough of this nonsense. You merely failed to seize the opportunity." Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Zhong Dajuan, who has not been particularly adept in certain areas, has recently faced a diminishing frequency of reprimands from his wife. This reflects the notion that the quality of life in a marriage is often contingent upon the overall satisfaction within it. After all, who could argue with his discerning taste? Having allied himself with the affluent Chen Hao, he has witnessed Chen's meteoric rise to prominence, especially following the latter's emphatic performance against McGrady. Without delving into the specifics of team contracts, it is evident that a multitude of potential partners eager to collaborate with Chen Hao are now incessantly queuing up. Chen Hao has undeniably risen to fame. It remains unclear who divulged the location of the hotel where he is staying, but as he embarks on his journey, A throng of young women of various ethnicities gathers at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his arrival in hopes of transforming their destinies. After all, once one lies in bed, legs spread, if fortune favors them, the future could simply entail waiting each month for monetary windfalls. They willingly aspire to be the sustenance Chen Hao seeks tonight. Kobe observes the bustling crowd below, muttering curses under his breath. Chen, once you attain fame, you'll come to understand that this world is rife with temptations, and resisting them is paramount. True to his nature, Kobe exhibits exceptional self-discipline. Having endured the scalding of hot water, he knows what truly serves him best. Yet, every reader perceives 1,000 different interpretations, and Vujasic feels an overwhelming mix of envy and resentment. This feeling intensifies when he spots his long-admired country music singer, Taylor Swift, amidst the crowd. In this moment, she appears like a budding flower, fresh and unripe, reminiscent of a green apple. Vujasic is envious. Suddenly, even Sharapova seems less appealing, especially given that she does not take initiative. He finds himself somewhat disdainful. Alas, this world is inherently unjust. Some individuals must pay for their fruits, while others have them delivered to their doorsteps. Vujasic begins to comprehend why Chen Hao refrains from visiting nightclubs. Why should he, when such offerings come free of charge? It seems senseless to spend money when abundance is readily available. However, Chen Hao appears indifferent to such pursuits, seemingly uninterested. Vujasic occasionally questions whether Chen Hao's constant companionship with Kobe hints at something more. During one training session, Vujasic mustered the courage to pose this inquiry to Chen Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Hao led him directly to the court for a one-on-one challenge. He effortlessly overwhelmed Vujasic, leaving him sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted and unable to move. Even while lying there, he remained undeterred, weakly stating, "Chen, are you trying to convey that women only affect the pace of our progress?" Chen Hao let out a disdainful sound and waved his hand, expressing his desire for you to refrain from unnecessary chatter. When one is in the limelight, controversies abound. Chen Hao has suddenly risen to prominence, effortlessly overpowering DeLong, dominating Durant, and humiliating McGrady. With 3 consecutive miraculous performances, it is evident that had Chen Hao been of African or Caucasian descent, he would likely not have garnered such immense fame. The crux of his appeal lies in the fact that he is an Asian guard, which has elevated him to the status of a dazzling new star in the NBA, capturing the public's attention. The Los Angeles Lakers, a team never short of spectacle, have joined forces with the seemingly unassuming Asian player Chen Hao, together crafting one of the most legendary comeback tales in NBA history. His remarkable achievements have astounded the entire sports world, with the media hailing him as Madman Chen. In this world, envy is all too prevalent. The speed at which Chen Hao has risen is astonishing, prompting many to anticipate the day he falters. Among them is Monta Ellis. Who is Monta Ellis? He is the one who famously remarked, "I thought Curry was here to be my backup," and declared himself the second-best shooting guard after Kobe. Not to mention, in the past week, Monta Ellis delivered an outstanding performance, earning the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. Over the last 7 days, he averaged 32, 1 points, 3, 2 rebounds, 4, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 0.8 blocks per game, leading his team to a perfect 3-0 record, effectively reversing the Golden State Warriors' previous 4-game losing streak. With the autumn breeze as his backdrop, he consistently dazzled as a top-5 playmaker, showcasing aerial prowess that reigns supreme in the NBA, earning him the moniker Air Magician from fans. Last season, he was recognized as the most improved player and played a pivotal role in the Warriors' miraculous upset over the top-seeded team. In the past week, Monta Ellis has undeniably been the center of attention, even overshadowing Kobe's brilliance. The Lakers' next opponent is none other than the Golden State Warriors, with whom Monta Ellis is affiliated. Following his accolade as Western Conference Player of the Week, he delivered an acceptance speech, while reporters began to set the stage for the upcoming match against the Lakers. They mentioned the currently rising star Chen Hao, inquiring about Ellis' perspective on this hot newcomer in the NBA. Monta Ellis responded, "I know him. It's all just hype. If his achievements were attributed to a player of color, they wouldn't be as remarkable. He is not all that impressive. His reputation exceeds his actual capacity." He spoke with an air of disdain. Chen Hao watched an interview with Monta Ellis on the television in his hotel in the Bay Area. He merely smiled and remained silent, thinking to himself, "It's you." Currently, agent Zhong Dajuan is negotiating a contract with Kupchak, using this as leverage to demonstrate value and secure a higher price. The Lakers are on a 3-game winning streak, as are the Warriors. Thus, the upcoming game is one the Lakers absolutely cannot afford to lose. Oh. And I must remind the Golden State media tomorrow that Monta Ellis is the second-best shooting guard in the league, following Kobe. On the day of the game, the Oracle Arena was teeming with spectators. To Chen Hao's astonishment, although the Lakers were visiting the Golden State Warriors, a significant number of fans clad in Lakers jerseys filled the arena. More specifically, they were fans of Chen Hao. Chen Hao, am I truly endowed with such significant influence? As Chen Hao entered the arena for his warm-up, numerous fans affectionately cheered for him in Chinese, exclaiming, "Go, Chen Hao." Chen Hao struck a pose reminiscent of Aoli Go. Additionally, several fans approached him seeking autographs, as the mobile phone cameras of that era were not yet advanced. Otherwise, these individuals would have undoubtedly requested to take photographs with him. Chen Hao has truly become a sensation. Inevitably, prior to the competition, a journalist inquired about his thoughts on Monta Ellis's performance over the past week. He is like a deity descending from the heavens. Among shooting guards, aside from Kobe, he is unparalleled. His performance is nothing short of phenomenal. The journalist was taken aback by Chen Hao's remarks. Could this be the same brash and audacious superstar of the Lakers, known for his defiance against all odds? Today, he seems remarkably out of character. Chapter 030, The Aerial Magician? Chen Hao's Night of Live Instruction. This is not in line with Chen Hao's persona. A man who dares to confront Tracy McGrady would surely not shy away from the aerial magician. What a farcical notion. Has Chen Hao genuinely been captivated by Monta Ellis's prowess? Before the match, he provided himself with an exit strategy. After all, if he were to lose, it would be quite embarrassing. Yet, this does not seem right. Chen Hao's reaction took the journalist by surprise. Undeterred, the journalist pressed on, recalling that Monta Ellis had previously stated that your widespread popularity across the United States is primarily attributed to your Asian identity. Do you believe this to be the case? Chen Hao, indeed, is correct in all his assertions. I am merely an ordinary individual from the Celestial Empire. The reporter was taken aback. Is this truly Chen Hao? The reporter also sensed that Chen Hao's previous persona had been excessively arrogant and disdainful, appearing to disregard those around him. Having achieved fame, he became a target. Now, he has tempered his demeanor somewhat. It must be said, he has matured. This is a positive development. Just as the reporter's thoughts began to wander, Chen Hao added, however, that was only because he had yet to encounter me. Now that I have arrived, prepare to be conquered. The aerial magician. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of both the reporter and the fans froze. The abrupt turn of events caught Chen Hao and his companions off guard. Prepare to be conquered. The aerial magician. Such audacious bravado. Chen Hao's recent turnaround serves as a resolute response to Monta Ellis. Monta Ellis? Merely a braggart. He has never been Chen Hao's target. It is the GOAT that truly matters. A prodigious talent, equipped with exceptional skills. One must appreciate this. At this moment, the players of the Warriors have entered the arena. The Warriors lineup is, to be honest, quite commendable and well-rounded. This is precisely why they managed to outshine the top-seeded Dallas Mavericks last season. To achieve explosive performances, one must first possess a certain level of prowess. Without foundational strength, one cannot manifest such outbursts. Yet, the flaws are equally conspicuous. Their stability is lacking. At times, they shine brilliantly. At others, they falter dramatically, appearing lackluster. Point guard Big Beard Davis, an all-star caliber player, is a robust guard capable of driving and shooting. His primary concern is his health, and this season, he is in good shape. Shooting guard Monta Ellis, an aerial magician, earned the Most Improved Player award last year and has frequently been named Player of the Week this season. In a Western Conference brimming with talented shooting guards, he stands a strong chance of being selected for the All-Star game. Small forward Jackson is a quintessential 3 and D player, adept at creating space and exhibiting fierce defensive prowess. Last season, he played an instrumental role in the Warriors' remarkable upset, achieving a 39 three-point shooting accuracy in the series against the Mavericks. Power forward Harrington is a tenacious defender with a commendable three-point shot. Last season, it was Harrington who neutralized Nowitzki. Andrus, the agile center, does not fit the mold of a traditional bruiser, yet he is ideally suited to Coach Nelson's tactical system. Once he gets into the rhythm of the game, he becomes exceptionally valuable. Had he been born a decade later, during the NBA's small ball era, his speed combined with an ability to score would have commanded a starting salary exceeding $30 million. This lineup is capable of competing with the Lakers. Last season, the Lakers finished 7th in the West, while the Warriors secured the 8th spot. The Lakers were eliminated in the first round, whereas the Warriors executed a stunning upset. Now, when comparing both teams, Warriors fans feel a sense of assurance. They do not believe that a player like Chen Hao can significantly elevate the Lakers' performance. The sentiment among Warriors fans leans more toward a player like Monta Ellis. With both teams' starting lineups established, it was no surprise to Chen Hao that Monta Ellis, ever the chatterbox, approached him with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "You are Chen Hao." Chen Hao nodded. "Monta Ellis, indeed, very well. Welcome to the NBA. This statement is quite ordinary. Monta Ellis, tonight, I shall teach you how to play the game." Chen Hao broke into a broad grin, exclaiming, "Haha, I too wish to impart some lessons to you." As they shook hands, both parties infused their grip with concealed strength. On the surface, they wore cheerful smiles. The prolonged whistle echoed, signaling the commencement of the match. Nju's performance remained lackluster. His heels felt as heavy as lead, rendering him unable to leap. The ball was swiftly snatched by Andrus, granting the Warriors the initial possession. The ball was passed to Davis, who approached with the ball, promptly handing it over to Monta Ellis. They had conspired in the locker room, planning that tonight Monta Ellis would teach Chen Hao a lesson, setting him up for embarrassment. And the Warriors' teammates were fully cooperative. As the ball was passed, Davis wore a mocking grin, teasingly saying, "Monta, don't go overboard. Just take care of his ankles." Monta Ellis nodded in acknowledgement upon receiving the ball. The Zen master also played along, assigning Kobe to defend Davis directly. As Chen Hao approached Monta Ellis, he had not yet arrived, but the trash talk had already commenced, paving the way for the impending showdown. "Are you ready for the lesson to begin? Tonight." He came with the intent to deliver a severe beating to Chen Hao. From the outset, Monta Ellis exhibited a fervent desire to attack. The spectators were thrilled, as he immediately brought forth an impressive display of skill. Tonight, it was evident that there would be some high-flying action. Monta Ellis dribbled the ball toward Chen Hao, drawing near, and as Chen Hao moved, he executed a dazzling and agile change of direction, swiftly making his way toward the paint. In that moment, Chen Hao felt as though he were witnessing the legendary Allen Iverson in action. Whether Monta Ellis was truly formidable remained uncertain, yet his style of play was undeniably captivating. The epitome of flair, the aerial magician truly embodied that essence. However, while Monta Ellis was quick, Chen Hao proved to be even quicker. Chen Hao did not even need to rely on his peripheral vision. He instinctively reacted, swiftly obstructing Ellis's path of penetration. Ellis remarked on his impressive speed, yet he remained unperturbed. There was a reason Ellis was dubbed the aerial magician. His physique was remarkably well-developed, boasting a mere 7 body fat. Despite his seemingly slender appearance, he possessed substantial physicality. Now, with his feet poised on the three-point line, all he needed to do was squeeze past Chen Hao to enter his shooting range. Just a sliver of space was sufficient for Ellis to score. Beyond his graceful playing style, mid-range shooting was also one of his signature skills. Chen Hao was uncertain of Ellis's thoughts, yet Ellis presented him with a shoulder, signaling his intent to engage physically. Chen Hao was amused. Playing with the body, Kobe was renowned as the Malone of the backcourt, and Chen Hao was unwavering in his determination. Ellis was merely a minor player. Ellis was abruptly halted, the ball rebounding back. He was astonished, feeling the immense force. However, he remained unperturbed. His body instinctively prepared to pivot and seize the ball. At the very moment Ellis turned, Chen Hao executed a masterful theft, swiftly snatching the ball from Ellis's grasp. With a 100 in steal anticipation and diamond-level steal reaction batch, stealing from Ellis was a matter of moments. Furthermore, Ellis harbored a certain disdain for Chen Hao, whose center of gravity was higher than his own. The theft from Ellis was inevitable. Following the steal, Chen Hao dashed towards the sidelines, skillfully securing the basketball with one hand before it could go out of bounds, thus preserving possession. In Chapter 031, The Aerial Magician, Chen Hao's Night of Live Instruction. The game commenced with Chen Hao compelling Ellis into an egregious error. The fans at the Oracle Arena were in an uproar, questioning the promised hands-on instruction. Was it not said that Chen Hao's reputation surpassed his skill? Is this truly all there is to it? Chen Hao executed a successful steal, and the Warriors swiftly transitioned to defense. However, a quick retreat does not necessarily equate to effective defense. The Warriors primarily rely on an explosive offensive strategy, and their speed is merely a prerequisite for ball possession. As for their defensive capabilities, one might say they resemble something as fragile as paper. Chen Hao dribbled past the halfway line. As the point guard, his initial task was to focus on orchestrating the play, engaging his teammates before seeking his own scoring opportunities. However, upon observing the defense, he found himself matched up against Ellis, who stood firm with his hands down, his body positioned straight and unwavering. Chen Hao glanced over and was immediately infuriated. This was a blatant disrespect towards his unparalleled prowess in offense. How outrageous. Chen Hao contemplated for a moment, then promptly pressed the accelerator to the floor. There was no extravagant technique involved, just sheer speed and an overwhelming force. Ellis, having anticipated Chen Hao's trajectory, puffed out his chest and positioned himself to block the charge. Chen Hao did not hesitate. He advanced directly, pushing Ellis aside with a firm nudge. With his shoulder pressing against Ellis, he propelled himself into the heart of the warrior's restricted area, the perilous triangular zone. The formidable Harrington immediately raised his hands to assist in defense. As a close friend of Ellis, Harrington, witnessing his comrade being schooled, sought to intervene. However, as Harrington shifted his weight upwards to provide support, Chen Hao seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, deftly flicking the ball through Harrington's legs and into the hands of Gasol, who, upon receiving the pass, executed a feint before skillfully banking the ball into the hoop. The score stood at 2-0. Chen Hao's offensive and defensive prowess made Ellis realize that he had underestimated Chen Hao. This Asian rookie indeed possessed remarkable qualities, particularly in terms of strength, which placed him on a different tier altogether. In truth, Ellis harbored some misconceptions. The disparity between Chen Hao and his counterpart transcends mere physique and strength. It is a comprehensive and multifaceted domination, an overwhelming superiority. Ellis mistakenly believed that Chen Hao was merely on the third tier, when in reality, he resided within the stratosphere. The Warriors fans could never have anticipated that their team's star player would falter so early on, struggling both offensively and defensively, suggesting a sense of defeat. This realization left them disheartened, especially as they witnessed Chen Hao assertively overpowering Ellis on both ends of the court. Chen Hao's strength utterly overwhelmed Ellis. Warriors head coach Wanielson cast a grave glance, for he perceived the situation with far greater profundity than the average fan. Following this exchange of offense and defense, Ellis grew somewhat taciturn. Davis approached with the ball, still seeking out Ellis. Davis harbored an unwavering trust in Ellis. He urged, "Monta, stay energized, take that kid down." To which Ellis replied, "Do you think I don't want to?" However, it seems to be a tad challenging. Perhaps Ellis was under a misapprehension. This was not merely a slight challenge, but one of hellish proportions. Chen Hao stepped up, indulging in a moment of bravado, showcasing his dominance. Had you forgotten the essence of power? Ellis, visibly agitated, felt a surge of frustration, yearning to retaliate against Chen Hao. However, he adhered to his strategy and signaled Harrington for a screen. Harrington moved into position. Utilizing Harrington's cover, Ellis swiftly pivoted, accelerating past the three-point line before abruptly halting to take his shot. Ellis was convinced that he had succeeded. Little did he anticipate that Chen Hao possessed remarkable speed. Forcefully maneuvering around the screen, Ellis soon realized that Chen Hao's hands were substantial and his wingspan was impressive. Chen Hao's speed was remarkable. Ellis momentarily froze, and in a flurry of urgency, he took his shot. The ball was evidently short, resulting in a complete airball. Zhu secured the rebound. Although Zhu had gained some weight, his substantial presence under the basket was undeniable, and Andrus was clearly unable to push him aside. Ellis's performance was notably erratic, leading one to question whether his accolade as the Western Conference Player of the Week was merely a promotional gimmick. However, Ellis's shooting touch remained intact, and his shot still had a high arc. Had it not been for Chen Hao's interference just moments ago, Ellis would have been confident in making that shot. Yet, Chen Hao's swiftness and ability to navigate through screens, coupled with his height and wingspan, rendered him a formidable presence. Last season, Ellis had faced off against Kobe, scoring over 40 points, which significantly boosted his confidence. He believed that if he could handle Kobe's defense, he could conquer anyone. In reality, this season, few could effectively challenge him. Currently, Ellis ranks 8th in the scoring leaderboard with an average of 25.5 points per game. Yet, it was this unassuming Asian rookie, Chen Hao, who made Ellis feel for the first time this season that scoring was an exceptionally arduous task. The Lakers regained possession. Chen Hao dribbled past half court. Ellis bent his knees slightly, spreading his arms wide, applying pressure with his upper body. He had completely shed the nonchalant demeanor he exhibited before the game, now wearing a serious expression. Of course, Ellis understood that he could not match Chen Hao in terms of physical confrontation. However, defense is not solely reliant on brute strength. This is basketball, not wrestling. A positive attitude and proper techniques can indeed create a certain level of disruption. Frankly speaking, in this scenario, Chen Hao could easily drive past Ellis, whose defense seemed as flimsy as paper in his eyes. If it came down to it, for Chen Hao, it was simply a matter of flooring the accelerator. It was rather unexciting. Chen Hao, inspired by some amusing thoughts, playfully imitated Ellis from earlier and reached out to Gasol for a screen. Chen Hao commenced his impersonation on the court. He had previously stated his intention to teach Ellis in a hands-on manner, and this was indeed the moment of instruction. Ellis found himself ensnared behind, rendered completely immobile. Gasol, true to his European roots, exhibited an exceptionally high caliber of screen setting. Coupled with Chen Hao's physique, Ellis appeared as though he had been utterly flattened. Chen Hao effortlessly shook off Ellis. Under the basket, Andrus remained crouched, ultimately proving ineffective even if he had risen. Within a step of the three-point line, Chen Hao swiftly elevated for a mid-range shot. By the time Ellis approached, Chen Hao had already executed his release. The basketball rolled off the tip of his index finger and crashed into the hoop with a sharp swish. The shot was successful. Observing this, the commentator at the Golden State venue swallowed hard, pondering if he had indeed witnessed Chen Hao replicate Ellis's previous two plays. However, unlike Ellis, Chen Hao accomplished what was deemed impossible with remarkable proficiency. This was quite impressive. The commentator discerned the situation, and Ellis could not be oblivious to the fact that Chen Hao was mocking him by employing his own offensive style. Ellis felt a surge of frustration. He was deeply unsettled, yet utterly powerless. He vaguely sensed the terrifying prowess of Chen Hao. Inside, Ellis roared. He is certainly not an ordinary freshman. He is merely feigning weakness to conceal his true strength. Someone should sound the alarm. Chapter 032, The Aerial Magician? A Night of Live Instruction by Chen Hao. The ball went in. Chen Hao smiled at Ellis and asked, "Have you given up on your studies? Is there anything you do not comprehend? I shall teach you." These 2 rounds were merely physical training. Chen Hao's words pierced his heart like a sharp ice pick. Ellis felt a burning sensation on his face, as if it were being ground against the earth by Chen Hao. Oracle Bone script was his domain. He was the sovereign of this realm. As a master humiliated by an unwelcome guest, Ellis felt his pride severely wounded. He yearned to retaliate, to strike back. His inner self roared with indignation. However, Ellis was not a fool devoid of intellect. Aware that he could not confront Chen Hao directly, he steeled himself nonetheless. Despite the humiliation, he remained composed and rational. If he could not engage in direct play, he could maneuver without the ball. After all, that was his forte. Davis approached with the ball, seeking out Ellis. Yet this time Ellis had learned his lesson. He refrained from demanding the ball and instead transitioned from the perimeter to the paint. As Chen Hao glanced over, he contemplated fleeing, but there was no escape. He was directly locked on by X. Meanwhile, Davis held the ball, and facing Kobe's defense, he refrained from recklessly challenging it, opting instead to request a pick from Harrington. The quality of Harrington's screen was subpar, allowing Kobe to forcefully slip by. Kobe's defense was tenacious, sticking to Davis like glue, leaving him without a shooting opportunity. It appeared that a turnover was imminent. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ellis, sprinting to the corner through the screen, shouted, "Here." Davis swiftly passed the ball. Ellis caught it and leapt into the air, preparing to shoot. He felt a surge of confidence, thinking, no matter how strong your defense is, Chen Hao, I doubt you can guard my off-ball play." But then, Ellis's pupils widened in shock, for he found himself face to face with the smiling Chen Hao. Their expressions mirrored that of someone witnessing a ghost. Ellis understood that once he released the ball, a rejection was inevitable. Thus, in midair, he forced his body to remain suspended, exerting his core strength to the utmost, defying gravity. In that moment, the fans seemed to witness a spectacle akin to escaping the pull of the earth. The difference lay in the fact that while Ellis was descending, Chen Hao was still ascending, ultimately gazing down upon Ellis with an imposing demeanor. Fear flooded Ellis's eyes, and reluctantly, he passed the ball. Ellis was a finisher. When the ball reached his hands, it signified an ending. Yet, the pass took his teammates completely by surprise, crashing directly behind Jackson and going out of bounds. On the sidelines, old Nelson's face turned ashen, bewildered by the quality of play. Jackson wore a look of astonishment, questioning what Monta was attempting. Ellis had started the game 0 for 3, leaving Warriors fans baffled by his performance. They recalled Ellis as a defensive liability. Yet he had never disappointed them on the offensive end. He was a man who had once gone toe-to-toe with Kobe. But now, scoring against an Asian rookie he deemed inferior seemed an insurmountable challenge. Scoring over Chen Hao was particularly daunting, especially given Chen Hao's extraordinary focus, elevating the difficulty to an infernal level. Ellis could outpace most opponents with ease, but those faster than him lacked his strength. Yet, facing Chen Hao was an entirely different matter. Chen Hao possesses exceptional speed, firmness, and endurance, along with a notable advantage in size. Chen Hao's height and wingspan, coupled with his large hands, are indeed qualities that would evoke envy even from the likes of Kobe. Observing from the sidelines, Kobe felt a mixture of sympathy and understanding for Ellis, as he himself had endured a similar experience over the past few days. Presently, Chen Hao embodies the pinnacle of athletic prowess, capable of playing effectively from the point guard to the center position. Unfortunately, Ellis faltered once again, causing the cheers in the Oracle Arena to diminish significantly. Nevertheless, a portion of the audience began chanting Chen Hao's name in Chinese, their voices resonating loudly enough to catch his attention. They appeared to be local Chinese Americans, sharing his complexion. Chen Hao chose to disregard the distraction and instead focused intently on the match. This time, he was filled with an even greater sense of playfulness. Unlike in the previous two instances, he carried the ball past the halfway line and promptly passed it to Odom. Upon receiving the ball, Odom thought to himself, why not unleash a powerful shot? Such an advantageous mismatch shouldn't be squandered. After Chen Hao passed the ball to Odom, he began to move without the ball. Odom looked and thought, it's you again, Chen Hao? Although Chen Hao's rise was relatively brief, lasting just about a week, in that short span, he transformed Odom's perceptions. His scoring techniques were so varied that it seemed there was nothing he could not accomplish. Odom mused that perhaps only the protagonists of art films could rival such talent. Ellis, not lacking in speed, found himself deliberately kept in pace by Chen Hao, who slowed down to ensure Ellis could keep up. Chen Hao felt helpless. If he did not slow down, there would be no game left to play. For a fleeting moment, Ellis realized that he was not entirely inept at keeping pace with Chen Hao. A hint of pride swelled within him. Meanwhile, Odom received the ball and immediately called for a pick from Little Walton. Utilizing the screen, Odom drove toward the basket with determination. His objective was clear. He aimed to confront Chen Hao, boldly penetrating the heart of the opposing defense. Chen Hao positioned himself at the corner three-point line, immediately extending his hand to request the ball. The dialogue mirrored that of Ellis just moments earlier. At this sight, the Warriors fans couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, here he was again, Chen Hao, conducting an on-site tutorial. In the previous possession, Ellis executed an off-ball play, and now, Chen Hao is instructing him on the same. Is this not akin to a masterclass on the court? Chen Hao received the ball and ascended with remarkable agility. Ellis closely pursued him, leaping to disrupt the play. Yet, as Ellis launched himself into the air, he was struck by a sudden terror, realizing that his body was plummeting downward while Chen Hao continued to soar upward. Given Chen Hao's towering height and impressive wingspan, Ellis found himself rendered helpless, merely watching in disbelief. The basketball rolled off the tip of Chen Hao's finger. Turning his head, Ellis beheld the scene in astonishment as the ball crashed into the net with a resounding swish, echoing like a sharp slap across Ellis's face. The arena fell into an eerie silence. For the third consecutive time, Chen Hao scored in the same manner as Ellis, seamlessly conducting a live demonstration while simultaneously propelling the Lakers to a 6-0 lead. Chen Hao's relentless pressure on Ellis has led to a comprehensive psychological and physical breakdown for the latter, far surpassing the expectations of Warriors fans. They had envisioned Ellis going toe-to-toe with Kobe, racking up points at will against an Asian rookie, oblivious to the fact that the outcome now rests solely on Ellis's disposition. In Chapter 033, The Aerial Magician, Chen Hao's Night of Live Instruction, it becomes evident that in these three exchanges, Ellis's offense and defense were thoroughly subdued. The aspect of strength is not even worth mentioning. Monta Ellis, nicknamed the Aerial Magician, prided himself on his core strength, earning accolades as the golden retriever of wastes, with his prowess validated by numerous esteemed female critics from across the globe. Yet, in the presence of Chen Hao, such attributes seemed trivial. Prior to this, Ellis had mocked McGrady, claiming he was past his prime. How could an Asian guard dominate him? However, after these exchanges, he transitioned from ridiculing McGrady to empathizing with him, ultimately becoming a reflection of McGrady himself. Ellis has come to the stark realization that contending with Chen Hao is a formidable challenge. Defense against him is equally daunting. Nevertheless, basketball is not merely a one-on-one affair. While he struggles to match Chen Hao's prowess alone, he still has teammates to invoke for support. The Asian prodigy may excel in both offense and defense, but Ellis is no pushover. He is a dual-threat guard. During his college years, Ellis primarily played the point guard position, and in his inaugural season with the Warriors, he also operated as a floor general. However, his scoring ability was so pronounced that with a facilitator like Davis on the roster, Coach Don Nelson opted to develop Ellis into a shooting guard. Ellis, compelled to revisit his former skills, reverted back to the point guard role. This shift was not a mere choice. Rather, it was a consequence of Chen Hao's overwhelming dominance. He felt unable to confront Chen directly and lacked the capability to do so. Although Ellis had 2 remarkable assists, they came from merely collecting rebounds and tossing the ball forward without any technical finesse. In terms of orchestrating half-court offense, Ellis had little to offer. Once the ball landed in his hands and he was confronted by the smiling visage of Chen Hao, the ball felt like a hot potato, and he hastily flung it away. The only contributions Ellis made in the first quarter were those 2 long passes. In stark contrast, the Lakers. Upon observing, Chen Hao noticed that Ellis had organized the team. He too began to earnestly engage in hands-on instruction. In the first session, he recorded 4 assists. Yet, mere statistics cannot encapsulate Chen Hao's impact on the Lakers. How should one articulate this? Chen Hao possesses the capability to penetrate defenses, presenting a significant threat that can alter the Warriors' defensive strategies. He compels the Warriors to double-team him, and once they do, his towering height and expansive vision allow him to execute passes with remarkable finesse. At the 4:36 mark of the first quarter, he delivered a no-look pass that resembled a magic trick, prompting the commentators to exuberantly exclaim that the magician is donning Chen Hao's jersey tonight. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 31-21, with the Warriors trailing by double digits. The Warriors, known for their explosive offense, appeared uncharacteristically subdued, while the Lakers played with the assertiveness typically associated with the Warriors. This season, the Warriors lead the NBA in scoring, averaging 121 points per game, meaning they typically score at least 30 points in a quarter, yet they managed only 20 in this instance, a discrepancy closely linked to Chen Hao's effective containment of Ellis, which undeniably had a decisive impact. Conversely, the Lakers thrived under Chen Hao's orchestration, transforming into a cohesive unit rather than relying solely on Kobe's isolation plays. Compared to the Warriors, the Lakers functioned more harmoniously as a team, with Kobe himself appearing particularly joyful. Since Shaquille O'Neal's departure, it had been a long time since Kobe had displayed such a radiant smile. Kupchak did not accompany the team to Golden State, yet in Los Angeles, he watched the game alongside Lakers agent Zhang Dajuan. Witnessing Chen Hao's dazzling performance, Kupchak couldn't help but slap his thigh and vociferously cheer, "Good play." In contrast, Zhang Dajuan maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of someone who had seen it all before, undeniably elevating his own stature in the moment. What is the level of Chen Hao? Zhang Dajuan is perplexed. He even suspects that the Chen Hao on television is not the real Chen Hao, yet he lacks evidence. The calm demeanor he exhibits is, in fact, a facade. This is a particular reminder from Chen Hao himself. Chen Hao's exact words were, when negotiating the contract with Kupchak, "You must feign composure and indifference. Regardless of how I perform, you must remain unfazed. Let everything be as light as a feather." At that moment, Zhang Dajuan retorted, "Are you the agent, or am I? Do you really understand better than I do?" However, when it came time to negotiate with Kupchak, Zhang Dajuan followed the advice without hesitation. Now, Zhang Dajuan cannot help but exclaim that it seems to be quite effective. As Chen Hao's game progresses, the frequency of calls Zhang Dajuan receives increases, while Kupchak's nervous leg shaking becomes more pronounced. With a grasp of psychology, Zhang Dajuan's eyes light up as he spots a golden opportunity. As the first quarter concludes, the astute coach Nelson identifies the Warriors' issues and directly addresses Ellis, saying, "Monta, what are you really thinking? We need your scoring ability. Just play your game without concern for whether the shots go in or not. Feel free to unleash your potential." Coach Nelson advocates for an aggressive offensive strategy, which, in simpler terms, means either you defeat me or I defeat you. If a battle can be concluded in 7 seconds, do not prolong it to 8. The goal is to resolve offensive plays swiftly and maximize possessions to secure victory through scoring. This strategy heavily tests the player's scoring capabilities. Currently, Ellis is the Warriors' primary scorer. If he cannot find his rhythm, the aggressive strategy becomes futile. The offensive approach depends on Ellis finding his groove, as only then can he create opportunities for others. In the second quarter, Coach Nelson, aiming to help Ellis regain his form, opts for a staggered approach. While Chen Hao is absent, he allows Ellis to return and seek his shooting touch. Free from Chen Hao's restrictions, Ellis plays like a wild stallion, leaving the Lakers utterly helpless. He scores 6 consecutive points, executing 3 successive drives past Farmar, Fisher, and Vujasic. None of these defenders can find a solution against Ellis. Witnessing this, Kobe, who had initially entered the break with a smile, quickly adopts a serious expression upon seeing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, far away in Los Angeles, Kupchak's heart sinks. Chapter 034. Chen Hao, have you wasted your learning? No, we shall continue next time. 034. Chen Hao, have you wasted your learning? The Zen master glanced at Chen Hao, then at the likes of Fisher, Vujasic, and the others, unable to suppress his disdain. What manner of individuals are these? It was evident that Ellis had regained his confidence against the Lakers' trio of guards. With 8 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Ellis made his move. He executed a deceptive crossover on Fisher, who nearly stumbled. Seizing the moment as Fisher adjusted his defensive stance, Ellis launched a shot beyond the three-point line. The trajectory was impeccable, and as the ball left his hand, he raised both arms in celebration, pivoting to revel in his anticipated success. Swish! The ball found its mark. Once again, Ellis had outdone himself. In a moment of exuberance, he playfully shook his head at the sideline camera while blowing on his right hand, as if to convey that his hand was too hot to handle. It seemed Ellis had forgotten the sting of Chen Hao's earlier dominance in the first quarter, lost in his own pride. His three-point shot propelled the Warriors to a 9-2 run, leading 33-30. The Zen master, unyielding, waved his hand decisively. Chen, it's your turn to handle him. Chen Hao willingly accepted the challenge. He relished such moments of ostentatious confrontation. As the Lakers made a substitution, Chen Hao entered the game, replacing the beleaguered Fisher. Upon seeing Chen Hao, the once boisterous Oracle Arena fell silent, the cheers diminishing significantly in volume. Warrior fans held a certain apprehension towards Chen Hao. However, Ellis was a different matter altogether. It was uncertain whether Ellis was simply forgetful or mentally challenged, as he repeatedly failed to learn from his past mistakes. Chen Hao stepped up. Ellis provoked again, launching into a barrage of trash talk, declaring, "You won't be so fortunate this time." Chen Hao was disinclined to engage with the foolish individual who barked like a mad dog. What would you do if a rabid dog were to bark at you? Would you bark back? That would be the action of a foolish swine. The most optimal solution is to wield a knife and end it decisively. Chen Hao approached with the ball in hand. Ellis spread his arms wide, slightly bending his knees, poised and ready for action. Chen Hao disregarded the defense, performing a mesmerizing dribble while floating effortlessly. His shoulder's subtle movement led the entire world to believe he would veer to the right, and Ellis, too, fell for the ruse, shifting laterally to block his path. Little did they know, it was all an illusion. Chen Hao executed a dramatic change of direction, swiftly transitioning from the right flank to the left. The speed of his maneuver was astonishing. Ellis momentarily froze, quickly attempting to recover by pulling back with great force. In that instant, a sharp pain surged through his ankle, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Hao gathered the ball and soared into the air, releasing a shot with precision. The basketball rolled off the tip of his fingers, sailing into the air. Chen Hao immediately raised his hands in celebration. The sound of the ball swishing through the net was akin to a sharp slap, striking Ellis directly on the face. Chen Hao deliberately faced the camera on the sidelines, shaking his head while blowing on his right hand. On the bench, his teammates were doubled over with laughter. The icy demeanor on Kobe's face melted away in an instant. Master Zen nodded in satisfaction. Ellis, who had collapsed to the ground, wore a countenance of desolation, as the hard-earned confidence he had gathered was shattered once more. Old Nelson's expression turned grave. The once boisterous Oracle Arena fell into a notable silence. Nevertheless, amidst this quietude, one could still faintly hear the chants of Chen Hao. Chen Hao. The camera captured the scene in its entirety. Over in Los Angeles, after witnessing all of this, Kupchak, adhering to the principle of striking first to avoid misfortune, laid everything bare without reservation, declaring boldly that Chen Hao must become a Laker. Upon hearing this, Zhong Dajuan, who had been feigning nonchalance with a cup of tea, momentarily halted his actions in astonishment, pondering, is it really this easy? He had anticipated a protracted negotiation with Kupchak and had prepared 100 different arguments. Yet, it must be said, Ellis truly possessed a resilient spirit. After Chen Hao had captured his ankle, he tightened his shoelaces, stood up once more, and continued to fight. His determination was palpable, even as he limped. He refused to cease battling. Davis approached him and inquired, "Are you all right?" Ellis, with a serious expression, replied, "I'm not done yet." After all, how else could he master the art of bravado? His actions, combined with his flamboyant playing style, certainly endeared him to many. This time, Ellis did not shy away. With the ball in hand, he was determined to take on Chen Hao. Chen Hao sighed, wondering why it was necessary. This time, Ellis was somewhat subdued, refraining from barking excessively. In the past, he would confront Chen Hao directly, but on this occasion, he turned slightly, offering only a glimpse of his profile. Chen Hao glanced over and thought, this young man is quite impressive. He has certainly improved. Ellis's performance exceeded Chen Hao's expectations. For instance, he could execute a half-turn and seamlessly transition into a sudden stop and retreat. His maneuvers were quite flamboyant. However, against a defender like Chen Hao, Ellis had no choice but to adapt. After a series of moves, Ellis finally managed to create a sliver of space. Undoubtedly, Chen Hao possessed exceptional talent. But he was not invincible. It was impossible for him to block or steal the ball in every single possession. Every ability has its limitations. Chen Hao is no exception. Thus, a slender opportunity emerged for Ellis. With a swift motion, Ellis took aim, convinced that this time he would not miss. However, it became evident that Chen Hao's steadfast defense, though belated, was indeed formidable. Just as Ellis believed he could effortlessly release his shot, it was Chen Hao, once again, who thwarted him. Chen Hao's hand descended with the punctuality of the Los Angeles subway, causing considerable disarray for Ellis, just as he believed he could take his shot. The sight of Chen Hao's imposing hand instilled a sense of trepidation within him, leading to hesitation and a hurried attempt. In a state of utter confusion, Ellis lost his rhythm completely. Swish. Another air ball, an empty shot, commonly referred to as such. Ellis felt disheartened and hopeless. This particular sequence of events encapsulated the culmination of his lifelong skills, yet it proved ineffectual against Chen Hao. Still, Ellis remained unconvinced. "I refuse to believe it. We are all human, with 2 arms and 2 legs. What sets me apart?" In retrospect, one could argue that McGrady had acted wisely by opting to foul himself out. However, Ellis was different. He persevered, determined to press on relentlessly. This persistence, however, led to a second quarter filled with an array of air balls, clangs against the rim, and missed opportunities. Of course, there were also Chen Hao's taunts. "Are you certain you truly are the best shooting guard after Kobe? I heard you were the most improved player last year. This is what you present? Speak up. Do you want me to drive left or right? Tonight, I will cater to your every need." ATM. Chapter 035. Chen Hao. Ellis is quite impressive. He made me break a slight sweat. You pass by as effortlessly as crossing a street in the morning. Who is guarding me? Who the hell is guarding me? This time, Chen Hao spoke in Chinese. Under the dual pressure of Chen Hao's physical and psychological assaults, Ellis appeared transformed, as if he had become a different person, leaving aside everything else. His performance that evening would surely leave both the coach and the fans unsatisfied. This year, not only would he not make the All-Star team, but given his display tonight, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Chen Hao's shoes. As the second quarter concluded, the Warriors found themselves trailing by a staggering 18 points, a deficit that would be difficult to overcome. Consequently, the Zen master opted not to field Chen Hao in the third quarter, allowing him to rest while simultaneously protecting him. Upon noticing Chen Hao's absence from the court in the third quarter, Ellis nearly broke down in tears, experiencing an overwhelming sense of relief. During halftime, as Old Nelson devised strategies, Ellis remarked, "We have no chance tonight." Old Nelson thought the same. With resolute determination, the decision was made to relinquish this contest. The NBA regular season is an extensive journey, comprising as many as 82 games, leaving little room for comprehensive engagement. Some matches must indeed be sacrificed. It is an unavoidable reality dictated by the schedule. Veteran coach Nelson concurred with the notion of conceding the game, believing it had descended into garbage time. However, upon noticing that Chen Hao had not taken the floor in the third quarter, Ellis perceived this as a golden opportunity to seize the moment. Energized by the prospect, he whispered into Coach Nelson's ear, "Coach, this is our home court. If we concede like this, how shall we justify it to the owner? And what about our devoted fans?" Nelson pondered. Indeed, the fans have invested their money. Yet, he quickly recalled that just moments ago, Ellis himself had advocated for abandoning the game. Confused, he inquired, "What has changed?" Ellis replied, "Ultimately, my thoughts are of little consequence. The pivotal factor is how the fans perceive it and what the owner thinks." Nelson, recognizing the truth in this, responded, Very well then, proceed. Ellis accepted the challenge with enthusiasm. Having displayed commendable performance throughout the week, he was unwilling to let it culminate in such a lackluster conclusion. If he must forsake dignity, so be it. After all, in a few days, what will linger in the minds of the people is merely the number of points Monta Ellis scored tonight. Who truly cares about anything else? In garbage time, Ellis was summoned onto the court. The spectators at the Oracle Arena could only gasp in disbelief. Was this truly the right moment to take advantage of the situation? The Lakers had already shown leniency. What more did they desire? Warriors fans averted their eyes in dismay. Yet, it must be said, without the constraints imposed by Chen Hao, Ellis appeared to flourish once more. He stormed the court, racking up points with remarkable speed. However, as Ellis became increasingly emboldened, the pace at which fans exited the Oracle Arena quickened. The most steadfast supporters could accept defeat, but they would not tolerate deception. The Warriors' decline has become evident, and Monta Ellis's attempts to accumulate points have thoroughly infuriated the Warriors fans. Initially, the crowd merely jeered when Ellis scored, but as the game progressed, their disdain escalated to curses and even the throwing of beer cans. This was far from what Ellis had anticipated. He believed that, no matter the circumstances, he could not become the second coming of Tracy McGrady, whose 5-point game he regarded as the greatest joke of the year, one he adamantly refused to embody. However, in this match, Ellis, having forcefully amassed 21 points through opportunistic timing, became a source of ridicule across the nation. As the prolonged game concluded with the final whistle, the score stood at 121-99, with the Lakers triumphing over the Warriors by a staggering 22 points. Undoubtedly, the most significant contributor to this victory was Chen Hao, who delivered an impressive performance with 24 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, filling the stat sheet with excellence. Yet, the statistics fail to fully convey the extent of Chen Hao's impact on the Warriors. The Warriors are renowned for their offensive prowess, and to defeat them, one must focus on defense, as few teams can match their scoring firepower. The Lakers' effortless victory stemmed from Chen Hao's ability to neutralize their key player with his defensive prowess. Monta Ellis, trapped in a psychological collapse by Chen Hao's defense, could only humbly endure the wrath of the fans while desperately attempting to inflate his statistics. Under Chen Hao's relentless defense, Ellis, who had averaged over 30 points in the previous week, failed to score a single point in the flow of the game. Chen Hao's containment of Ellis was nothing short of exemplary. Chen Hao delivered a remarkable performance with 3 blocks and 3 steals, all of which served as a greeting for Ellis. After the match, Ellis, who faced a torrent of jeers from the home crowd, trudged despondently into the players' tunnel. Inside the tunnel, a reporter from the Golden State media eagerly seized the opportunity to interview Ellis. "Monta, what transpired tonight? Were you not the one who was hailed as the rising star from Asia? How could he defend you so effectively? Are you injured? Or did Chen Hao threaten you or your family? Perhaps he resorted to some underhanded tactics against you?" Despite their intentions to salvage Ellis's reputation, the reporter's words struck him like a dagger, piercing deeply. Ellis, already on the brink of despair, felt as though the dam had burst. He sniffled, his voice hoarse as he cleared his throat. "I am not injured. Chen Hao did not threaten me or my family, nor did he employ any dirty tricks against me. Although I hesitate to admit it, I must concede that tonight, Chen Hao was teaching me a lesson. I was thoroughly outmatched." After uttering these words, Ellis bowed his head, covering it with a towel, and sorrowfully returned to the locker room. The reporters were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Is this truly the Ellis who proclaimed himself second only to Kobe among shooting guards? The once mighty Monta Ellis, now relinquishing hope, left the media at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the realm of victory, Chen Hao, having once again achieved the miraculous, stood at the center of the court, basking in the limelight during the post-match interview. On this night, even Kobe's brilliance paled in comparison to Chen Hao's glow. In stark contrast to Ellis's demeanor, Chen Hao radiated confidence and joy. The fervent supporters of the Warriors, witnessing their team as humiliating defeat without any semblance of resistance, found their own star player as shamelessness unbearable. Their spirits, too, crumbled as they sat dejectedly in their seats, unwilling to depart. Chen Hao decided to lend them a hand, and he unusually offered a few words of praise for Ellis. Acknowledging that Monta was indeed impressive, living up to his reputation as the premier shooting guard after Kobe. It seems that tonight, Ellis's wife might very well don Chen Hao's jersey. Chapter 036, The Bet Contract. Kupchak, so confident. Los Angeles. In the office of Lakers general manager Kupchak, he was taken aback by Chen Hao's bold declarations. Zhong Dajuan appeared calm on the surface, though his mind was undoubtedly racing, as if he had witnessed grand spectacles before. To him, this was merely a piece of cake. Kupchak turned to regard the composed Zhong Dajuan, admiring his poise. A testament to his prowess as the agent who discovered the treasure that is Chen Hao. However, Kupchak seemed to have misunderstood the situation, noticing Kupchak's gaze upon him. Zhong Dajuan excused himself to the restroom, hoping to mask his unease. Once in the restroom, he glanced around to ensure he was alone. With great excitement, he locked himself inside, overwhelmed with joy. He danced like a madman, and after reveling in his exhilaration, he swiftly retrieved his phone and eagerly dialed Chen Hao. A rookie maximum contract. For years, fully guaranteed. This was a fortune. If Chen Hao agreed, he would attain financial freedom and transcend his current status. Yet, Chen Hao did not answer. He tried again, but still received no response. Zhong Dajuan remained oblivious to the truth. Presently, Chen Hao's influence extended far beyond mere monetary value. After dominating McGrady and now humiliating Ellis, Chen Hao had once more ignited his fame. Especially during the post-game interview, he left behind a memorable quote, "He is quite good. I broke a slight sweat." This line became iconic among Chen Hao's fans. Conversely, those who disdained Chen Hao argued that he lacked the fundamental respect for his predecessors, deeming him arrogant and dismissive. Renowned NBC journalist Gudika subtly criticized Chen Hao, stating that some individuals fail to recognize the importance of respecting their elders. After a few stellar performances, they act as if they are the greatest, challenging anyone who crosses their path. Basketball is not merely about playing 1 or 2 games, but 1,000 or even more. Naturally, this sentiment was brought up by reporters during the post-game inquiry directed at Chen Hao. In response, he declared, "I owe no one respect. I will not respect anyone. Basketball speaks through the ball. Anyone can chatter. If you disagree, come challenge me." Chen Hao's words once again ignited a fervor across the United States. Upon hearing and reflecting on Chen Hao's statement, veteran NBC reporter Gudika shattered the coffee mug he had cherished for a decade in his office. This mug had been a gift from his wife on their first wedding anniversary, and he held it dear. After competing against the Golden State Warriors, Chen Hao boasted an impressive average of 24, 5 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 1 blocks, surpassing Kevin Durant of the Seattle Supersonics to be named the Western Conference Rookie of the Week. However, Chen Hao remained indifferent to this accolade. With his full potential realized, the title of Rookie of the Week seemed trivial to him. His ambitions lay far beyond. He aspired to be recognized as the greatest rookie in history, akin to the legendary Magic Johnson. Thus, when reporters inquired about his thoughts on surpassing Durant to earn the Western Conference Rookie of the Week honor, he remained unmoved. Chen Hao nonchalantly remarked, "What are your thoughts? This was originally mine." Chen Hao's fierce words reverberate once more. Upon hearing this news, Kevin Durant, the prodigious core rookie of the Phoenix Suns, who suffered a disheartening defeat at home, chose not to leave the arena. Instead, he dedicated himself to training, persisting until the early hours of the morning, around 4 a.m. According to the staff at the home arena, the trainer accompanying Durant that night donned a Lakers jersey belonging to Chen Hao. As for whether this was at Durant's behest, such details remained shrouded in mystery. Returning to the hotel where the team was lodged, Chen Hao finally powered on his device. The shrill sound of notifications rang out. Upon inspection, he found over 100 missed calls, sending a shiver down his spine. Recently, the number of classmates, friends, and relatives reaching out to Chen Hao had been steadily increasing, including some from high school whom he had scarcely been in touch with since graduation, all sending messages of concern and congratulations. Chen Hao let out a bitter smile and shook his head, opting not to reply to the message but rather deleting it. He only responded to messages from close friends, those he could see and frequently communicate with, as well as those from his boss. Recently, Aunt Jeannie, a minor shareholder of the Lakers, had been reaching out to Chen Hao with increasing frequency. "Are you there? How's the weather? How do you feel about the team? Is there anything you need assistance with?" Reflecting on 10 days prior, when Chen Hao was at the Lakers, feeling as insignificant as an ant, he had attempted to greet others, but they had paid him no heed. Even the security guards did not recognize him. Now, fate had played its hand. As Chen Hao's thoughts drifted, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Hao glanced at the caller ID. It was his agent, Zhong Dajuan. He pressed the answer button. As the call connected, a torrent of words erupted from the other end. "Chen, you finally answered. Major news, major news. For years. Rookie max contract, fully guaranteed. My heavens. Chen. You have become a sensation. You are on the brink of becoming a millionaire. I have always asserted that you would rise to prominence, and indeed, you are destined for greatness. My foresight has rarely faltered. Observing my agent's lack of ambition, I find myself somewhat disdainful of his narrow vision. After all, a mere 14.6 million over 4 years, secured by a full guarantee, seems to elate him. Such a sum is trivial. Naturally, my perspective has matured significantly over the past decade compared to Zhang Dajuan, rendering any comparison between us rather futile. My disdain for Zhang Dajuan is palpable. Nevertheless, I have never considered severing ties with him. While his aspirations may be somewhat limited, he supported me during my most challenging times, shouldering immense familial pressures and risking divorce, all while utilizing credit cards to foster my career. For this reason alone, I would not part ways with him. There is a saying that resonates: in your direst moments, if someone lends you a hand, that person is indeed a benefactor. On the other end of the line, Zhang Dajuan exclaimed, "Chen, you have made it." Chen Hao found himself at a loss for words. As a reincarnator, a player of the game, he had failed to amass even 100 million within 4 years. Other time travelers would undoubtedly ridicule him. Old Zhang, can you please maintain your composure and broaden your perspective a little? According to the narrative of his previous life's reincarnation novels, one would expect to earn at least 1 billion within the first 100 days of rebirth. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to speak of it publicly. Chen Hao interrupted the incessant ramblings of Zhang Dajuan, who appeared eager to continue his tirade. Enough is enough. Old Zhang, have you never encountered wealth before? Is this the extent of your aspirations? Remain composed. It is merely $14.6 million. Is it truly necessary for you to drone on endlessly? Chen, this is $14.6 million, not just $1,460. Do you grasp the magnitude of this? My annual salary is $50,000, and to amass $14.6 million, I would need to forego all sustenance for 292 years. This is a fortune that I may never attain in my lifetime. You dismiss it so casually? Perhaps you are becoming a bit too lofty in your ambitions? Zhang Dajuan continued his incessant chatter. Chen Hao felt a heavy weight on his head, questioning how Lao Zhong could remain so carefree. Was he truly floating in his own world? I have been quite low-key lately, haven't I? I had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with Lao Zhong. Well, enough of that. You called me regarding the contract, correct? Yes, let us sign it. The Lakers have shown the utmost sincerity. Zhang Dajuan. Indeed, the Lakers have extended the greatest goodwill, yet I must decline. Chen Hao. On the other end of the line, Lao Zhong's piercing scream resonated. Chapter 037, The Betting Contract. Kupchak. Are you this confident? Chapter 037, The Betting Contract. Kupchak. Are you this confident? Chen Hao hastily cast his phone aside, lest his eardrums be shattered by the cacophony. Lao Zhong believed he must have misheard. What? You intend to decline a contract extension with the Lakers? Do you not covet that $14.6 million? This is indeed a staggering sum, Chen. Furthermore, you would be playing in Los Angeles, a dream held by countless professional athletes. Chen Hao interrupted Lao Zhong, saying, very well. Allow me to finish. I am willing to serve the Lakers, yet I must decline the 4-year, $14.6 million offer. Is it insufficient? This is the maximum rookie contract that the Lakers can provide, as stated by General Manager Koo. If this contract does not meet your satisfaction, he can offer compensation in other areas. Lao Zhong's tone conveyed a sense of urgency. Chen Hao was aware of the term Yin-Yang contract. For years at $14.6 million appeared substantial at first glance. To his knowledge, this year, the Supersonics' second overall pick, Kevin Durant, had secured a rookie contract worth $15.5 million over 4 years. For an undrafted player to receive $14.6 million over 4 years, especially while playing in the bustling metropolis of Los Angeles, was indeed generous. The Lakers had shown considerable sincerity, granting him the treatment typically reserved for top 5 lottery picks. The Lakers had truly invested significantly. Yet, Chen Hao still declined the offer. Not because it was insufficient, but rather because it was excessive. I have drafted a contract, and I will email it to you. Please negotiate with Kupchak based on this, he stated, then abruptly ended the call with Old Zhong. Using the hotel computer, he sent an email to Old Zhong. 10 minutes later, Old Zhong's phone rang again. Chen, have you lost your mind? You're passing on a 4-year deal to sign for just 1 year, turning down $14.6 million for merely $1.2 million. Are you certain you haven't been drinking? Chen Hao has drafted a contract based on a betting agreement, which is to be signed annually. The contract ensures a guaranteed amount of 1 million. The remaining portion consists of incentive clauses. For instance, should Chen Hao be awarded the title of Best Rookie, he would receive a reward of $1 million. For being named Rookie of the Week, he would earn 100,000, and for scoring leader and assist leader, he would receive 500,000 each. Additionally, selection for the All-Star team would grant him 500,000, and being named to the first team All-NBA would also yield 500,000. Chen Hao emphasized with an unequivocal tone to old Zhong, his resolve unwavering. I am quite clear on this matter. You should communicate with Kupchak directly. If he agrees, proceed with the signing, and I will join the Lakers on their expedition to Phoenix. If he does not acquiesce, we shall seek alternative opportunities. Chen Hao harbored no apprehension regarding Kupchak's potential refusal. This gamble of a contract was solely advantageous for him, devoid of any peril. His only concern lay in the possibility of Chen Hao performing exceptionally well. Yet, was this not what they desired? The contract's burden fell entirely upon Chen Hao. Should he falter, old Zhong was acutely aware of Chen Hao's temperament. Once he resolved upon a matter, even the strongest of oxen could not sway him. He ceased further persuasion. As anticipated by Chen Hao upon reviewing the contract, Kupchak expressed concern, exclaiming that they might be at a disadvantage. Chen, the decision has already been made, old Zhong replied with resignation. Kupchak's eyes brightened at this. Fearing old Zhong might have a change of heart, without delay, he retrieved a pen from his possession and elegantly inscribed his name upon the contract. Subsequently, he instructed his secretary to book the next available flight to Phoenix, for Chen Hao's presence was required for the contract to be validated with his signature. To preclude any unnecessary delays, Kupchak made a decisive journey to Phoenix. Upon alighting from the plane, Kupchak immediately proceeded to the hotel where Chen Hao was staying, rousing him from his slumber to secure his signature on the contract. Once Chen Hao inscribed his name, Kupchak felt an immense weight lift from his heart. With the contract signed, he adopted the role of the benevolent figure, remarking, Chen, this contract may seem somewhat disadvantageous for you. However, you are still young, and this contract is merely for a year. As long as you perform well, countless lucrative opportunities await you in the future. This cunning old fox refrained from such sentiments before Chen Hao's signature, only to play the Good Samaritan thereafter. Chen Hao observed everything quietly, nodding without uttering a word. Furthermore, we have signed a contract which carries legal validity. Once signed, there can be no regrets. We are all adults and must take responsibility for our actions. Kupchak was concerned that Chen Hao might reconsider. In his view, this contract could result in Chen Hao incurring a loss of over $10 million. Of course, Chen Hao could access the incentive clauses, which could mitigate the loss, could it not? If you say you want it, then you must claim it. If you express a desire, you must possess the requisite capability to match. It is not simply a matter of stating one's intentions. This situation is fraught with uncertainty. By proactively signing this contract, Chen Hao effectively mitigated a portion of the risk for the Lakers. Kupchak did not believe that Chen Hao would secure the incentive portion. Even if he did, it would only be a fraction. For instance, minor incentives such as Rookie of the Week. However, major accolades like the assist leader or scoring champion. It seems he underestimates the NBA, does he not? One must be realistic. Such achievements are rare. There is only one scoring champion, one assist leader, one MVP, and 5 first-team All-NBA selections each year. He is merely a rookie, having played only a handful of games, with his consistency yet to be demonstrated. Even if, hypothetically, Chen Hao were to attain those incentives, the Lakers would be more than willing to invest that sum. But is that feasible? Kupchak thought to himself. No way. Having left Chen Hao's hotel room, he finally secured the contract and felt relieved, believing he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Prior to this, he had also contacted a technician he had met in Phoenix to come to his room for some skill refinement. At this moment, Kupchak felt as though he had stumbled upon a great bargain, having saved the owner over $10 million. One could only imagine how Baez would reward himself for such a feat. Kupchak was unaware that, believing himself to have struck a lucrative deal, he had instead fallen into a vast pit woven by Chen Hao. Not long after, whenever Kupchak encountered Chen Hao, he would incessantly mutter, "You cheated me. You deceived me." In the hotel room, observing the seemingly triumphant Kupchak, who believed he had stumbled upon a great bargain, Chen Hao sighed and murmured, "Ah, one should not be lured by small gains. Often, they lead to significant pitfalls." After defeating the Golden State Warriors, the Lakers enjoyed a 4-game winning streak. Thus far, the Lakers held a record of 7 wins and 5 losses, placing them 12th in the Western Conference. Intriguingly, the teams ranked 8th through 12th all had identical records. Even more fascinating was that tonight, the teams ranked 8th to 11th in the West all faced defeat. This presented the Lakers with an opportunity to seize the 8th position in the conference. However, their opponent tonight was none other than their long-standing rivals, the Phoenix Suns, who were currently leading the Western Conference, and it was the second game of a back-to-back for the Lakers. The Lakers and Suns had a storied rivalry. In the past 2 years, the Lakers had been eliminated in the first round of the playoffs by the Suns, suffering rather humiliating defeats on both occasions. In 2006, the Lakers held a 3-1 lead only to be overturned by the Suns, ultimately losing 3-4. Many of Kobe's highlight moments were crafted during that series, including his memorable overtime game winner, famously referred to as the double clutch shot, with a choking incident involving Rajabel. This year, the Lakers were eliminated by the Gentlemen in a 1-4 rout. This series nearly fractured the Lakers as Kobe threatened to request a trade, putting immense pressure on the management and almost being dealt to Chicago. Had it not been for the failure to agree on a deal involving Luol Deng, Kobe might have donned a Bulls jersey today. Ultimately, it was the veteran Jerry Buss who intervened, persuading Kobe to remain, leading to the current state of the Lakers. Although the Suns had not claimed a championship in the past 2 years, they had been performing steadily under Mike D'Antoni's guidance, frequently reaching the Western Conference Finals and falling just short of the NBA Finals, after being thwarted by the relentless Spurs in last season's Western Conference semifinals. The Suns returned this season with renewed vigor, having invested heavily in acquiring the affable Grant Hill. Hill's addition further bolstered an already formidable roster, which included 2-time MVP Steve Nash, 6th Man of the Year Leandro Barbosa, and the league's finest trio. Many asserted that the Suns' failure to win the championship last season was merely a matter of misfortune, as luck had favored the Spurs instead. Numerous analysts predicted that whoever emerged from the matchup between the Suns and Spurs would ultimately claim the championship. Indeed, the Spurs reached the finals and decisively swept the Cavaliers, securing the title. At the beginning of the season, a reporter interviewed Suns core player and 2-time MVP Steve Nash regarding the team's objectives for the new season. Nash stated, "Our goal has always been singular, to claim the championship. This season, the Phoenix Suns have remained consistently formidable, with a stability that is almost unsettling. Thus far, they have played 15 games, achieving an impressive record of 14 victories and just a single defeat. After a remarkable 7-game winning streak, they suffered 1 loss to the Cavaliers, only to embark on another 7-game winning streak. Presently, they proudly hold the top position in the Western Conference, standing alongside the Boston Celtics, who have united 3 superstars in the Eastern Conference as the joint leaders of the NBA. Prior to the Suns' encounter with the Lakers, the Celtics decisively triumphed over the Bobcats, placing them ahead of the Suns by half a game. To maintain their supremacy, the Suns find themselves with compelling reasons to secure a victory. The atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room, before facing the Phoenix Suns, is markedly different from the past, heavy and somber. As Chen Hao entered, he briefly wondered if he had mistakenly walked into the wrong locker room. Even Odom, who typically enjoyed making risque jokes, wore a serious expression, fully focused on preparing for the impending match. Kobe, too, exuded an aura of lethal determination, without the usual antics of Inju. Chen Hao had observed the Lakers' previous encounters with the Suns on television, where the former had suffered considerable defeats, losing to the same team for 2 consecutive years, certainly a bitter pill to swallow. The media even jested that the Suns treated games against the Lakers as mere routine. The Lakers approached the game with a palpable sense of dread. In stark contrast, the Suns players appeared remarkably relaxed. The energetic Stoudemire was in the locker room, showcasing his dance moves and reveling in the moment, even skipping the warm-up shooting session. When local media inquired whether he needed to warm up before facing the Lakers, Stoudemire retorted, "Do we need it against the Lakers?" The reporter chuckled, seemingly in agreement with his sentiment. This carefree attitude was shared by many of the Suns players. In the Suns locker room, Hill was polishing his bald head in front of a mirror, while Marion listened to music with a relaxed demeanor, and the trainer tended to his nails. Their star's 6th man, Barbosa, was engrossed in a lengthy phone conversation with his girlfriend. The notorious Redick, known as the Kobe Killer, was playfully teasing a rookie. Yet, the absence of MVP Nash was notable. He was engaged in shooting practice, having just completed his warm-up. He was conversing animatedly with reporters on the sidelines. "How are you feeling?" one reporter asked. "Our MVP this season. You were leading the MVP race with exceptional performances." elevating both your personal skills and the team's achievements to new heights. The reporter was merely stating a fact rather than offering flattery. Nash smiled. I feel great. Tonight, facing your longtime rivals, the Lakers, what are your thoughts? The reporter pressed. Kobe possesses remarkable individual skills, Nash replied. And then, the reporter probed. There's nothing more to add, Nash stated. Are you familiar with Chen Hao? The reporter inquired. Nash shook his head. The reporter, surprised, asked, Don't you follow the news? Nash replied, I rarely do. I have little free time and need to catch up on sleep. The reporter explained, he is a highly regarded rookie in the NBA. Hailing from Asia and plays the point guard position. Nash initially listened attentively, but upon hearing the mention of Asia, he lost interest. Seemingly feeling that the reporter was wasting his time, he abruptly interjected, Someone's calling for me. I need to prepare for the game. After speaking, he returned to the locker room without a glance back. Chapter 039, Toying with MVP guard Nash while putting on a show. The Suns fans relished the term flopping against their rivals. In a historical rivalry with the illustrious Lakers, the Suns find themselves without the opportunity to compete. However, over the past 2 years, the prestigious Lakers have disgracefully succumbed to the Suns, leading their fans to believe they had achieved something significant, dismissing the Lakers as inconsequential. Thus, when Chen Hao and his teammates entered the Western Center, the jeers and insults reverberated incessantly. The chant of Beat LA soared to new heights. How many points do you wish to lose by tonight? The QJ foul reared its head again. Digging for gold, summon the fortitude of your QJ days. Let us break a sweat. Chen Hao, too, found himself in the crosshairs of their ire. Remarkably, the yellow-skinned monkey, can Steve break a sweat tonight? Perhaps it's best to find a bar and drink, for tonight promises yet another resounding victory. Do not doubt, do not be surprised. When the Lakers graced the Western Arena, the fans exhibited a complete lack of decorum. Even a figure of Kobe's stature faced derision, let alone Chen Hao. Racial discrimination is rampant in this nation. The Lakers, fueled by their own fervor, faced an atmosphere charged with tension and animosity even before the game commenced. Inevitably, this would impose considerable psychological pressure on the visiting players. Chen Hao did not take it to heart. Others' mere words, capable of driving him to emotional turmoil, were a gross underestimation of his resilience. How dare they? Those vile remarks shall not go unpunished. I shall ensure that you all experience exquisite torment. Chen Hao was seething within. With his formidable prowess, he faced the impending competition with utter ease, harboring a subtle anticipation for the commencement of the match. In stark contrast, his teammate Vujasic exhibited signs of distress, repeatedly missing free throws, his sole skill now rendered ineffective. Chen Hao approached and playfully tapped Vujasic on the shoulder, teasing, What's the matter? Did you get dumped by Bova? No, it's just that these guys are truly terrifying, Vujasic muttered, barely daring to lift his gaze. It seemed that even a fleeting glance towards the audience would feel as if his eyes were being gouged out. He was engulfed in trepidation. Kobe, somewhat concerned for Chen Hao, recognized that such an atmosphere could be unkind to a newcomer. With a serious demeanor, he approached and advised, Such scenes are quite common. Just relax and play your game normally. Chen Hao merely smiled in silence. At that moment, Nash and the Suns players made their entrance. Almost instantaneously, the jeers from the crowd ceased, replaced by an overwhelming chorus of cheers from the fans. They fervently chanted Steve Nash's name, seemingly to provoke Kobe. The Suns supporters deliberately began to shout MVP. Over the past 2 years, the rivalry for the MVP title between Kobe and Nash has been nothing short of intense. In the last 2 seasons, Kobe's individual prowess has been beyond question. However, his lack of formidable teammates has hindered his achievements. The MVP that rightfully belonged to Kobe was snatched away by Nash. Now, Nash has secured the MVP title twice in succession, a fact that has left Kobe's fans seething with indignation. Upon his arrival, Nash sought out Kobe's presence, wearing a smile. Exuding ease as he acknowledged the stern-faced Kobe with a nod. Among the multitude of Lakers, it seems that only Kobe commands Nash's regard. At this time, Stoudemire approached Nash, nudging his shoulder and asking, What are you daydreaming about? The coach said we need to finish this battle by halftime to save our energy for the game in Boston. Nash nodded in understanding, yet in his mind, defeating the Lakers felt as simple as eating or drinking. Nash mused, Isn't it so? They are merely defeated foes. If we can conquer them once, we can do so countless times. Stoudemire interjected, What a pity. Nash replied, Indeed, it is a pity for Kobe's talent. If only he had an exceptional ally. The lengthy whistle marking the commencement of the game echoed. Both team starters took their positions. The Suns fielded their formidable starting five: Stoudemire, Marion, Hill, Bell, and Nash. This lineup is regarded as the finest the Suns have had in recent years. Last year, they simply lacked a touch of fortune. Otherwise, they would have been the reigning champions. This season, the Suns have returned with renewed vigor, maintaining a firm grip on the top position in the Western Conference. As the match commenced, the formidable Stoudemire held his ground against the diminutive Gasol, quickly scoring the first points for the Suns, delivering the ball to Nash. After a summer of rigorous training, Stoudemire had evolved once more, his physique more robust, his muscles significantly more developed, and his recent form exceptional. Today, the prospect of facing the Lakers has him especially exhilarated. Nash received the ball and immediately accelerated. Coach D'Antoni, positioned on the sidelines, made a gesture across his throat, and Nash comprehended the cue. Tonight, D'Antoni's strategy was crystal clear. They intended to decisively overpower the Lakers, leaving no room for opportunity, with plans to conclude the battle by halftime. To triumph over the Lakers meant to stifle Kobe, as long as they could contain him. The Lakers posed little threat, relying on Odom to turn the tide, or the frail Gasol to perform miracles. What a farcical notion. With determination, Nash advanced with the ball. Chen Hao immediately bent his knees and opened his arms to approach. Nash did not even spare a glance at Chen Hao. In the Lakers, the only one who could command his attention was Kobe. Who was Chen Hao? Although not explicitly stated, Nash implies this sentiment. Unlike the typical American guards who rely on explosive physicality, the Canadian white player Nash predominantly depends on his exquisite ball-handling skills and rhythm to navigate through defenses. His offensive strategy often commences with Stoudemire setting a screen for him. However, upon noticing a yellow-skinned defender approaching, Nash promptly gestures for Stoudemire to refrain from providing assistance. Confidently declining the screen, Stoudemire immediately acquiesces to his request. Chen Hao laughed, feeling underestimated? Oh, no, rather disregarded. Nash initiated his move, aiming for the right lane. But Chen Hao obstructed him, swiftly shifting to block his path. Nash was somewhat taken aback. This tall figure of yellow skin possessed quite a commendable speed. He dribbled the ball behind him, transitioning from the right lane to the left. Chen Hao swiftly shifted his position to obstruct. Nash, taken aback, immediately accelerated with the aid of Chen Hao, seeking to break free. Chen Hao clung to him like a piece of adhesive tape. Nash was forced into the corner between the left and right sidelines, his entire being driven behind the backboard by Chen Hao's relentless pressure. Chen Hao's defense was remarkably effective. However, at the moment when everyone celebrated his defensive success, Nash, cornered and seemingly trapped, suddenly leaped high into the air and executed an imaginative pass. The ball spiraled from out of bounds into the hands of an unguarded Marion beneath the basket. The defender, the somewhat sluggish Wadden, had already retreated. Marion seized the opportunity and executed a thunderous dunk. The commentator at the Western Conference Center immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, Steve is truly a master of passing." This play was filled with imagination and creativity. Steve assisted Marion's dunk, putting the Suns ahead 2-0. It is undeniable that Nash was nearly suffocated by the defense. Yet this is the greatness of Steve. He always manages to transform adversity into brilliance. Chapter 040. Toying with MVP guard Nash, while playfully boasting. Chen Hao's defense left a profound impression on Nash. It is rare for anyone to push him to such an extent. After delivering an assist, Nash finally cast a glance at Chen Hao, acknowledging his commendable defensive efforts. However, you may assume that Nash was praising Chen Hao, but you would be mistaken. With a shift in tone, Nash remarked, "Keep it up. You almost managed to defend against me." Following Nash's taunt, the Suns fans in the stands continued to jeer. "Yellow-skin monkey, welcome to the NBA. Tonight, even your bed sheets will bear the image of Steve." Chen Hao's lips twitched, not due to the criticisms from Nash or the fans, but rather out of self-reproach for his own negligence. He relied solely on his defensive awareness and physical prowess instead of employing his skills. Had he utilized his abilities, Chen Hao would have been 99% certain that Nash would not dare to dribble directly in front of him or approach him closely. Chen Hao seems to underestimate Nash to some extent. After all, he is a man who has snatched the MVP from Kobe's hands and has also achieved back-to-back titles. Indeed, it is quite intriguing. How dare Nash act pretentiously in my presence? Very well, I shall respond in kind. Chen Hao did not linger in contemplation for long. He instructed Zhu to serve the ball and immediately seized it, accelerating forward with remarkable speed. As he advanced swiftly, his mind raced to determine the most effective posture for his offensive maneuvers. Throughout history, there has been a considerable misunderstanding regarding the defensive capabilities of the Suns under D'Antoni's leadership, with many believing they lacked defensive prowess. This notion is fundamentally flawed. Their offensive strength far surpasses their defensive efforts, leading to the perception of their defensive inadequacies. The Terminator of Kobe, indeed, that notorious defender, clung to Kobe as tightly as adhesive tape. The assignment for Marion should be to assist Bell in fortifying the defense. And Zhu finds himself matched against Stoudemire. Despite Stoudemire's slight size advantage, his lower body is steadfast, while Zhu's footwork appears somewhat unsteady. In front of Odom stands Odom himself, and before Nash, we find Chen Hao. D'Antoni must not have conducted thorough preparation for this match. Otherwise, he would not have positioned Nash against Chen Hao. Nash is as renowned for his passing as he is infamous for his lackluster defense. As Chen Hao approached with the ball, upon noticing that Nash was his defender, he resembled a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, his eyes gleaming with a predatory green light. Chen Hao's mouth watered incessantly, and his tongue involuntarily flicked across his lips. He approached with an unmistakable sense of confidence. Chen Hao stood just a step away from the three-point line, noticing Nash's blatant disregard for his shooting prowess. He advanced inside the arc, even sparing the effort to extend his hand. He refused to indulge in such disrespect. Without hesitation, he unleashed a swift shot, raising his hands in triumph as he turned to defend. "Foolish Nash," he muttered, before pivoting to shout at his teammates about securing the rebound. Nash, caught off guard by Chen Hao's audacity to shoot from that position, was not alone in his surprise, aside from those accustomed to Chen Hao's flamboyant playstyle. Few dared to believe he would take such risks in today's game. Even Nash, a prolific scorer with an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 42, would typically refrain from such boldness. Yet, scarcely had Nash's words faded when the ball swished through the net, striking true. The sound echoed like a resounding slap across Nash's face, leaving an awkward expression upon his countenance. Chen Hao deliberately turned around to face Nash, asking with a smirk, "Who was guarding me just now? Was it you?" Nash, visibly irritated by Chen Hao's arrogance, could only twitch his lips in response. "Isn't that a redundant question? You better step up your game." Although, it might not make a difference, Chen Hao shrugged nonchalantly, feeling humiliated. Nash turned away and urged Little S to quickly execute a baseline pass. The raucous atmosphere of the Western Conference arena diminished slightly when Chen Hao scored. But as he provocatively gestured towards the fans, the Suns' supporters erupted in outrage. "Shred that yellow-skinned monkey. Get rid of him. Crush him." The more the Suns' fans reacted in anger, the more exhilarated Chen Hao became. He waved his hands, encouraging the fans to shout louder, then cupped his right hand to his ear, signaling, "I can't hear you." The Suns' crowd reached a fever pitch, their boos echoing with such intensity that it felt as if they could pierce eardrums. On the Lakers bench, the Zen master wore a grave expression. Vujasic's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare he?" Kobe chuckled, thinking to himself, "I was worried he might be nervous, but it seems I was overly concerned." Chen Hao displayed not a trace of anxiety. Instead, his face radiated a fierce pride and excitement. After taunting the fans, he immediately turned to pursue Nash, declaring, "My little beauty, you belong to me." Thinking of escaping? Nash held the ball. Chen Hao immediately pressed forward with relentless intensity. Upon seeing Chen Hao, Nash's eyes brimmed with disdain. Did this foolish giant lose his mind? Employing a full-court press against a player of MVP caliber, who does he think he is? Perhaps Nash remains unaware that someone has redefined the MVP. Even MVPs can be overrated. Embiid, just give me your identification. Chen Hao unleashed a formidable combination of leather glue and death grip, and in that moment, Nash felt an overwhelming pressure. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chen Hao had cornered Nash against the right sideline and the midline, effectively halting his movement. Upon stopping the ball, Chen Hao immediately shielded Nash with his body, akin to a hawk capturing its prey. Nash found himself at a loss, compelled to call for a timeout. Without this pause, a mistake was inevitable. Nash was taken aback by the oppressive defense displayed by this Asian player. This individual possessed remarkable skill. Although Nash's request for a timeout appeared to prevent a mistake, it was, in essence, a significant error. In less than a minute into the game, he had already expended a timeout, a far graver situation than a mere blunder. This development completely caught Suns head coach D'Antoni off guard. What astonished D'Antoni even more was that it was executed by a large Asian guard. Had anyone suggested this before the game, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Chen Hao forced a timeout from the Suns. He began to provocatively taunt the Suns fans, causing the previously subdued atmosphere of the Staples Center to erupt once more in a cacophony of boos, overwhelming and fervent. My goodness, I am utterly disgusted. Who does this insolent brat think he is? Just wait. He will soon be in for a rude awakening. Oh my God. I feel an urge to confront him. Please. You wouldn't stand a chance against him even if you had 10 of your kind. Yet, it is true that this young man is excessively arrogant, especially on our home court. Indeed, while others may tolerate it, I cannot. The Suns fans were incensed. On this court, even Kobe would not dare to be so brazen. Yet here stands Chen Hao, accomplishing what even Kobe would not attempt, and succeeding. Nash observed Chen Hao's bravado on his own turf in the first 2 possessions. This Asian prodigy truly captivated me, but that is not a basis for arrogance. If you wish to flaunt your bravado on my territory, you had better secure a victory. Otherwise, you will become a laughingstock to the world. But tonight, do the Lakers truly think they can defeat us? What a fanciful notion. It would be more realistic to expect a sow to climb a tree. Chapter 041. Toying with MVP guard Nash, while also showing off. The timeout has concluded. The game resumes. Nash brings the ball forward. Chen Hao immediately lowered his center of gravity, extending his arms as he approached, engaging in playful banter. The MV is nothing extraordinary. Steve, you have redefined the MV. It turns out even the MV can have its fakes. Nash, with the ball in hand, twitched the corner of his mouth. Chen Hao incessantly provoked Nash, who was not typically a brash individual, yet every man harbors a competitive spirit. Nash, driven by Chen Hao's relentless taunts, felt an overwhelming urge to teach this audacious Asian lad a lesson, instilling in him a profound respect for MV. Originally, Nash intended to call Stoudemire to provide cover, but he abandoned that notion, opting instead to take Chen Hao under his wing and impart some essential life lessons. Damn it. I am MV. Show some respect, he declared with fervor. Stoudemire, step aside. I shall face him one-on-one. Stoudemire, bewildered, recalled the earlier conversation where Nash had expressed a different strategy, insisting that he needed assistance to counter this formidable opponent. Why the sudden change of heart? He pondered, yet complied and retreated. At the three-point arc, Nash faced off against Chen Hao. The ambience in the West Coast arena was electric, with Suns fans erupting in unison. Go. Steve. Show that Asian punk what MV is all about. Bring him to his knees in submission. The fervent cries of the Suns supporters echoed through the venue, eagerly anticipating Nash's confrontation with the seemingly arrogant Chen Hao. As Nash approached with a fervor akin to madness, Chen Hao beamed with confidence, unleashing a flurry of taunts. Come on, MV. You won't get past me. Chen Hao appears to be mad, yet in truth, he is not. Chen Hao possesses a profound understanding of how to contend with a team like the Suns, particularly one coached by Mike D'Antoni. D'Antoni's teams heavily rely on a proficient guard, such as the current Nash, the future Harden, or the still-developing Lin. Nash serves as the engine that drives the Suns to triumph over the Suns. The crux lies in neutralizing this engine. Chen Hao employs a dual approach, both physically and psychologically, to achieve this. As a result of this strategy, Nash seems to have lost his usual rhythm. His insistence on challenging Chen Hao to a one-on-one duel is irrefutable proof of this. One-on-one play is not Nash's forte. His strength lies in orchestrating the offense and invigorating the team. Engaging in a duel with Chen Hao is tantamount to handing him an easy victory. Even Kobe, renowned for his one-on-one prowess, has faced overwhelming defeat in such encounters. It is essential not to underestimate others. With a fierce shout, Nash, in possession of the ball, prepares to execute a floater, feigning a move to the right, the ball seemingly magnetized to his right hand. Nash awaits Chen Hao's defensive shift, ready to capitalize on it. The moment Chen Hao shifted his defensive focus was precisely when Nash saw the opportunity to penetrate. Nash was poised to outpace Chen Hao in a single step. Yet he found himself unable to wait any longer. Chen Hao shifted his focus, not to the right, but directly towards Nash. In an instant, Nash felt a sudden loss, as if an arm had swept through, and the ball had vanished from his grasp. Stunned, Nash's pupils widened in shock, marveling at Chen Hao's impressive wingspan, so remarkably long. Amidst his astonishment, Nash realized the ball was undoubtedly lost, and his only recourse was to retreat defensively, lest his own basket suffer the consequences. However, one might say that while his intentions were commendable, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Chen Hao merely intended to casually reach out, never anticipating he would actually succeed. His defensive focus remained steadfast. However, he never imagined that Nash would be so diminutive, and with that single grasp, he achieved his goal. After Chen Hao dislodged the ball, the nearest player, Odom, managed to recover it before it went out of bounds. Nash found himself ensnared by Chen Hao, who effectively guarded the Suns' MVP guard. On the sidelines, the Zen master feigned nonchalance, yet the slight curve of his lips betrayed his mounting tension. Odom passed the ball to Chen Hao, who, upon glancing forward, noticed that only Nash was retreating on defense. Chen Hao's eyes gleamed with a predatory intensity, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. With an eager grin, he declared, "Here I come." Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly propelling himself towards the front line. Meanwhile, the others from the Sun team, including Marion, wished to pursue, but a mere glance was enough to dissuade them. How could they possibly catch up? Chen Hao only left them with his silhouette. The others merely glanced at him and then looked away. After all, there was an old monk ahead. Just an old monk. If there was anyone capable of stopping Chen Hao, it would solely be the monk at the forefront. Nash's gaze was fixated on Chen Hao. Though Nash, a Caucasian, possessed mediocre physical attributes, his selection as most valuable player was well justified. His lack of physical prowess was compensated by his defensive expertise. As he observed Chen Hao charging toward him with great strides, Nash quickly deduced that the only way to impede Chen Hao was to establish his position in advance and provoke an offensive foul against him. He stepped back to the free throw line, watching as the formidable Chen Hao approached, a spark of joy igniting in his heart. This time, let us see how you will respond. Immediately, he shielded his vital areas with his hands, firmly planting himself as if to signal to the referee that he had already established his defensive position. Nash was resolute. The moment Chen Hao made contact, he would fall. When it came to acting, Nash was of Oscar-winning caliber. With his eyes slightly closed, he awaited Chen Hao, ready to ensnare him. But as he waited, Nash found himself perplexed. Where was Chen Hao? Suddenly, a gust of wind struck him, startling him greatly. His eyes flew open. Oh my God! Chen Hao's maneuver left Nash utterly astounded, as if his jaw had dropped in disbelief. This was utterly unconventional. Nash had anticipated that he would draw a charging foul from Chen Hao. However, to his utter astonishment, Chen Hao soared over him, executing a breathtaking dunk. Nash looked up, his pupils constricting in shock as Chen Hao flew above him, the breeze tousling his hair. Then, a thunderous crash echoed in his ears, turning his head. He beheld Chen Hao suspended from the rim, his hands mercilessly tormenting the net. The hoop, under Chen Hao's forceful grip, twisted grotesquely out of shape. Oh my God! Nash's mind screamed in disbelief. As a prominent MVP, he had been outplayed by a mere Asian youth. Chen Hao released his grip and descended, letting out a few fierce roars towards the camera on the sidelines. He then pointed to his biceps, exuding an aura of dominance. The atmosphere in the Western Conference arena was eerily silent, as if a monstrous presence had descended. Who was this behemoth? An Asian? This was nothing short of a marvel. Even among athletes of African descent, such physical prowess is rare. He possessed an abundance of strength, speed, explosiveness, and the requisite grace for jumping and dunking, all in perfect harmony. Some spectators were left gasping after Chen Hao's thunderous dunk, clearly in awe. His teammates surged towards him like a tidal wave. Even the seasoned Kobe Bryant, known for his composure, couldn't help but give Chen Hao a supportive shove, utterly astonished by the spectacle. He exclaimed, "What a play!" Lamar Odom continuously pounded his chest in exhilaration. On the sidelines, the usually composed Zen master was visibly shaken, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to suppress a gasp of amazement. Just moments ago, Vujasic had dismissed the notion of underestimating these formidable opponents, but now, he found himself in awe. Vujasic's pupils dilated as adrenaline surged through his veins, his heart racing uncontrollably. He picked up his towel and waved it vigorously, feeling it insufficient. He tossed it to the ground and stomped on it with fervor, his energy seemingly boundless. In the stands, Sharapova, witnessing Vujasic's antics, couldn't he help but feel disdain, questioning her choice of partner as she glanced at Chen Hao, pondering whether she should consider a change. Chapter 042, Toying with MVP guard Nash. While showing off, Vujasic called out, "Sharapova, Sharapova." Sharapova replied, "Don't contact me. I fear Chen Hao might misunderstand." Accompanied by a dramatic backdrop of falling snow and howling winds, the Lakers had been subdued by the Phoenix Suns over the past 2 years, haunted by their presence. Yet, Chen Hao stood unafraid. Inside the arena, fans were visibly shaken. Being dunked over was one thing, but being leapt over by MVP Nash was a different matter altogether. In an instant, the fans felt their pride wounded, their faces burning with embarrassment. And this was just the beginning. Chen Hao approached Nash, who appeared pale and drained, and muttered a remark that proved even MV could have its imposters. The fans in the front row heard him clearly, yet they dared not utter a word. They understood that Chen Hao was merely putting on a facade, but what could they do when he had succeeded in doing so? This sentiment of deep-seated animosity towards Chen Hao, coupled with the inability to confront him, rendered the over 18,000 fans in the arena collectively silent. Chen Hao relished the atmosphere that was both infuriating and yet restrained in its criticism of him. He found it quite satisfying. The fans at the West Coast Arena were commendable, adding to the overall experience. Was Nash truly acting oblivious? It was quite vexing. Nash's longtime partner, Stoudemire, was equally irked, clearly displeased. While putting on a show is one thing, to do so at the expense of the MVP, was that truly appropriate? An Asian player, and I, the little overlord, will not stand for such disrespect. Stoudemire bared his teeth in anger, visibly incensed. Chen Hao relishes the current atmosphere, which is volatile and explosive, by igniting Nash's emotions. Opportunities for the Lakers abound. However, Nash possesses a high basketball IQ and excels in emotional management. He would never hastily assume he is open while facing 5 defenders. He is referred to as MV, yet not as Embiid. Embiid, are you insinuating something? I have evidence. Chen Hao, get lost. Nash, undeterred by the rookie's blatant humiliation, exhibited even greater patience on the court. He recognized that Chen Hao possessed exceptional individual talent, making it a formidable task to outplay him in a one-on-one confrontation. However, Nash understood that basketball is not a solitary endeavor. It is a collective effort of 5 players. While it may be challenging to defeat you in a personal duel, my team can triumph over you, can't we? Perhaps you can dominate me, but as long as I emerge victorious in the end, does it truly matter? I may concede to your impressive scoring, yet I will carry away the victory. In the end, it became evident that the old monk was overthinking the situation. Chen Hao is an adult, and victories alongside data aren't such choices the realm of children. I desire them all. It has become evident that the Suns, under the guidance of Nash, desperately require his offensive prowess. However, with Chen Hao locking him down, Nash finds himself unable to alter the Lakers' defensive strategy. Even when he manages to navigate past Chen Hao, aided by Stoudemire's screen, his efforts are met with the formidable defensive skills of Chen Hao, compelling Nash to relinquish the ball to avoid excessive turnovers. Stoudemire receives the pass at an awkward position, right at the arc's apex. This spot presents a dilemma. It lies beyond Stoudemire's effective shooting range, yet remains too distant for a successful drive to the basket. Although this grants Stoudemire an opportunity, his position is indeed precarious. Shooting is fraught with uncertainty, while not shooting is equally untenable. Summoning his resolve, he attempts the shot, but the ball clangs against the rim. The rebound is seized by Bynum. If this is how the game unfolds, Nash, the engine of the Suns, finds half of his functionality compromised by Chen Hao's defense. However, when juxtaposed with the Lakers roster, the disparity in strength compared to the Suns' formidable lineup, which is a guaranteed contender for the Western Conference Finals, remains stark. As the first quarter concludes, Nash's performance is nothing short of dismal. 3 assists paired with 6 turnovers yield a meager assist-to-turnover ratio of 0.5. In other words, for every successful pass, he commits at least 2 errors. This evening, Nash's contribution appears woefully subpar. He has managed to score merely 3 points in the first quarter, having attempted 7 shots, with 6 of them being heavily contested, leaving him with only 1 open three-pointer to convert. In the first quarter, Chen Hao's defense against Nash proved to be quite effective. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 31-24, with the Suns trailing by a mere 7 points. It has become evident that the NBA fundamentally operates as a game of financial investment. Without sufficient depth in one's roster and adequate financial backing, success remains elusive. Just 3 minutes into the second quarter, the situation compelled the Zen Master to call for a timeout, leaving him with no alternatives. The disparity in strength between the second units was glaringly apparent. With both Kobe and Chen Hao off the court, the team struggled immensely. The 7-point deficit was swiftly erased. Observing the performance of the Lakers bench, the general manager, Mr. Kupchak, could only bury his face in his hands from the luxury box. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased with Chen Hao's exhibited skills that evening. At the very least, the young player justified his annual salary of $1 million, if not surpassing its value. In comparison to the $3 million of Vujasic, Chen Hao's contributions were indeed far more substantial. Chen Hao, are you insulting me? General Manager Ku, I am not. However, it is indeed true that I have stumbled upon a treasure. This time, General Manager Koo had no intention of winning. For the past 2 years, the Lakers have been a formidable opponent in the playoffs. Is it that simple for the Lakers to emerge victorious? Thus, General Manager Koo cast aside such notions. Or perhaps he simply did not entertain them. As long as the defeat is not too disgraceful, that suffices. It is an acceptable outcome. The synergy between Chen Hao and Kobe in the second quarter was quite evident. Even though the Suns fielded their strongest lineup, the Lakers maintained a competitive spirit. And by the end of the second quarter, the score stood at 50-51, with the Lakers in the lead. In truth, it was primarily due to Chen Hao's contributions. Chen Hao may perhaps be the perennial nemesis of Nash, as he immediately presented a multitude of challenges for him. Nash's performance was decidedly subpar, marked by 3 consecutive blunders. Mike D'Antoni's expression reflected his displeasure, while the Western Conference Center fell into an unsettling silence. The Zen Master was visibly amused, unable to contain his laughter, proclaiming that it was sufficient, more than enough. In his encounters with the Suns, the Zen Master had never aimed for mere victory. Meanwhile, General Manager Kerr pondered whether this young man truly harbored aspirations for the rewards associated with the rigorous clauses. Chen Hao, isn't this mere platitude? Kuzong, this is impossible. However, upon entering the third quarter, Chen Hao delivered a staggering blow to Nash. Nash may be an MVP, yet in the hands of Chen Hao, he became naught but a plaything. As the game resumed, Chen Hao faced Nash with an audacious shot, standing nearly 20 centimeters taller than Nash. Whenever he aimed to shoot over him, it was as if he could do so at will. When it came to a powerful shot, Nash was utterly defenseless. Apart from raising his hands in surrender, Nash, with his arms lifted, resembled a figure of capitulation. Yet, surrender proved futile. Chen Haojing. Nash is also in a state of urgency, fraught with anxiety. I have no defensive issues whatsoever, yet he still scores? What am I to do? What should I do? Naturally, no one provides him with an answer. He stands a head taller than me. How can one respond to that? No one knows. It is certainly not appropriate to say, you are simply too short. Presently, Nash has committed a staggering 7 turnovers, all at the hands of Chen Hao. Though it cannot be said that Chen has completely neutralized Nash, the sentiment is nearly the same. As the third quarter concludes, the Lakers lead 75-67, an advantage of 8 points. The perennial issue persists. Even with this situation, do the Lakers truly aspire to victory? D'Antoni would not hear of it. Such thoughts are utterly futile. In terms of offensive tactics, the Zen Master's triangle offense, a rather moderate approach, simply pales in comparison to D'Antoni's extreme methodology. Without a superstar, the triangle offense is rendered ineffective. Chapter 043. Chen Hao is the primary playmaker. Anyone who steps onto the court is merely a facilitator. Indeed, D'Antoni does not yet regard Chen Hao as a superstar. What an absurd international jest. A superstar? If I had perused the scouting report prior to the match, would you still be prancing about so confidently? In the eyes of D'Antoni, Chen Hao is merely an X-factor, to the extent that he even employed Nash to defend against Chen Hao for 3 quarters. After 3 quarters had elapsed, Chen Hao scored a remarkable 31 points and delivered 11 assists, skillfully executing both offensive and organizational duties despite Kobe being closely guarded. However, Chen Hao had yet to prove himself worthy of a defensive strategy alteration from D'Antoni, who persistently deployed the defensively challenged Nash against him, revealing a hint of disdain for Chen Hao's abilities. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers' lack of depth in their lineup became glaringly apparent. After a mere 3 minutes, the score stood at 77-77, with the Lakers suffering a 10-2 run. The Zen Master, recognizing the situation's gravity, swiftly summoned Kobe and Chen Hao back into the fray, signaling them to don their gear once more. Yet, upon their return, they found themselves once again confronted by the beleaguered Nash. Chen Hao immediately executed a swift 3-point shot, piercing through Nash's defense. Overwhelmed by the moment, Nash, who had finally found a semblance of rhythm in the game after a rare opportunity, wore a mask of frustration on his face. He cast a pleading glance towards Coach D'Antoni on the sidelines, who remained unresponsive. Nash suspected that D'Antoni's indifference was intentional. Perhaps it stemmed from last night when he had not offered to pay and had instead allowed D'Antoni to foot the bill, thus inciting his ire. I've been utterly overwhelmed. Yet there's no substitution for defense, he thought. On the bench, D'Antoni appeared calm outwardly, but internally, he was seething. Damn it, this Asian player is performing exceptionally well, he mused. However, he harbored doubts about Chen Hao's ability to maintain such consistency. Against the Lakers, D'Antoni's entrenched strategy was to neutralize Kobe, believing that would ensure victory. Consequently, he assigned the team's two finest perimeter defenders, Bell and Marion, to shadow Kobe closely. Though Kobe's performance was rather mediocre, with statistics showing 18 points, 5 assists, and 5 rebounds by the end of the third quarter, D'Antoni knew that if they removed one defender, Kobe's offensive potential would be unleashed, posing a genuine threat to the Suns. Currently, the Lakers had few scoring options, primarily relying on that Asian player. D'Antoni remained skeptical that Chen Hao could single-handedly dominate the game. "Let us see if you can prove me wrong," he challenged silently. "Chen Hao, let's give it a shot." In the fourth quarter, with 7 minutes and 36 seconds remaining, leaning against Nash, Chen Hao accelerated with a burst of speed, effortlessly pushing Nash aside. From beyond the three-point line, he drove straight to the baseline, and despite Nash's attempts to hold him back, he could not be restrained. Chen Hao executed a remarkable 2-1 play. The Suns fans at the Western Arena were left somewhat withdrawn, silenced by the intensity of the game. They hesitated to provoke Chen Hao, fearing the wrath that this formidable Asian athlete could unleash, which instilled a profound sense of dread within them. This time, Nash was not merely disheartened. He appeared to be on the verge of breaking. He resolved that next time, he would venture out with the coach, regardless of the circumstances, ensuring that payment was made first and foremost. Chen Hao's additional penalty resulted in a streak of 6 consecutive points, further solidifying the Lakers' lead. Observing Nash, drenched in sweat and visibly disheartened, defensive stalwart Bell felt a deep sense of remorse, unable to tolerate the sight of Chen Hao, this Asian prodigy, prancing about with such audacity. What audacity is this? Even Kobe wouldn't display such bravado. Yet, you have yet to encounter me. Once you do, I assure you that even a dragon would bow down. Allow me to introduce you to my mastery of the chokehold, an 8th-degree black belt. He approached Coach D'Antoni, eager to take on the challenge. "Coach, allow me to defend that Asian prodigy. I promise to ground him." D'Antoni shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. "When facing the Lakers, our sole focus must be on neutralizing Kobe. He shall not be our downfall." 6 minutes and 56 seconds remaining. Chen Hao, once again Chen Hao. With his back to the basket, he executes a low-post isolation play against Nash, elevating his shot with grace. Nash, wary of foul trouble, refrains from contesting. Having already accumulated 5 personal fouls, Chen Hao advanced, treating Nash as a mere cash dispenser. He swiftly scored 8 consecutive points, propelling his team to an impressive 8-0 run. The score stood at 85-77. Chen Hao, much like a firefighter, made an immediate impact upon his arrival. Lakers fans became exhilarated, sensing victory beckoning them. It seemed likely that the Lakers, under Chen Hao's remarkable performance, would put an end to the Suns' 4-game winning streak against them tonight. With 6 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, the Suns continued to miss their shots. Nash, appearing lackluster this evening, struggled to find his rhythm, rendering the Suns' offense sluggish and disjointed, akin to a troubling constipation that left everyone uncomfortable. Following a timeout, D'Antoni expressed his frustration. "Steve, what is going on? Did I not mention a simple massage last night? Did you sneak in some extra services?" Nash replied, "Whether I added services or not, you should understand since you're the one footing the bill." D'Antoni countered, "That was merely an Asian kid, not Kobe." Nash insisted, "He is not just any Asian kid. He is remarkably tough." D'Antoni retorted, "No matter how tough he is, it doesn't change the fact that he is merely an Asian player. I refuse to believe he can overpower us." To which Nash acknowledged, "It is indeed a possibility." However, Nash was aware of D'Antoni's stubborn nature. Once he made a decision, not even 10 horses could pull him back. It was not merely stubbornness, it bordered on obstinacy. Even if he recognized his mistakes, he would never concede. Bell seemed poised to speak up, but ultimately held his tongue. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Chen Hao glanced and thought, "How utterly disrespectful of my fully developed combat prowess." It's still Nash. As Chen Hao gazed into Nash's eyes, which reflected a sense of despair, he found himself at a loss for words. It was not in his nature to cower before a master while striking fiercely at the inexperienced. Oh, the misalignment here is palpable. Chen Hao positioned himself against Nash, extending his arms to request the ball, intent on maneuvering around Nash. Nash contemplated risking his 6th foul, pondering whether it might be best to eliminate himself from the game, thus bringing matters to a swift conclusion. Was MV's visage not worthy of recognition? Underneath the basket, Chen Hao once again succeeded in scoring. Is there not a semblance of intensity? Your defense is as fragile as paper. As the ball went through the net, Chen Hao retreated while shaking his head, verbally asserting his dominance. His words flowed like a torrent, leaving his throat parched. On D'Antoni's forehead, veins bulged. His inner turmoil roaring, "They cannot defeat us. They will not prevail. Absolutely, they shall not." His fists clenched tightly, seemingly embodying a resolute determination. With 4 minutes and 46 seconds remaining, D'Antoni called for a timeout. Among the players, the typically gentle D'Antoni was enraged, passionately bellowing, "Bale, you must guard that Asian prodigy. I do not wish for him to score even a single point." His voice was nearly strained to the point of breaking, his body trembling and chest heaving vigorously. Upon hearing D'Antoni's directive, Nash felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally liberated, he had found the match against Chen Hao to be a nightmarish ordeal, both offensively and defensively. Bale's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the challenge, vowing to fulfill his task. "If he scores even once, I will perform a handstand." Unbeknownst to him, Chen Hao had silently approached Bale from behind, suddenly stating, "A promise is a promise." Bale was taken aback, astonished at how Chen Hao had stealthily arrived behind him. Startled, Bale's eyes glinted with intensity. Was he instigating trouble? Chen Hao shook his head. "The referee summoned me to remind you whether you will continue playing. The timeout has already ended for 10 seconds. Bale, you." Chen Hao let out a scoff, questioning, "What about me?" The notion of consuming excrement upside down seemed rather amusing. Bale felt an overwhelming urge to tear apart this Asian brat. But just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Nash promptly intervened. He sought to protect his younger brother Bale from unnecessary trouble, advising him not to stoop to such a level, for no one could gain much advantage in a verbal exchange with that individual. It was only then that D'Antoni realized he had mistakenly called for a 30-second timeout, which he had misinterpreted as a longer pause. The arrival of Chen Hao has undeniably disrupted his plans. Initially, the intention was to conclude the battle by halftime, yet now, as the game has progressed into the fourth quarter, not only has the contest continued, but the Suns' 7-game winning streak is at risk of being extinguished at the hands of the Lakers, a team he deemed inferior. Remarkably, it is not Kobe Bryant who is responsible for this predicament, but rather a rookie from Asia. This realization leaves D'Antoni feeling utterly defeated and incompetent. He refuses to accept failure. Such an outcome is intolerable. Observing the defensive stalwart Bale switch onto Chen Hao, D'Antoni felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself, "Now, let us see how you maneuver." Bale is renowned as one of our finest defenders, celebrated for his ability to neutralize Kobe, having earned notoriety for his prowess. His physical attributes, height, wingspan, and defensive awareness are all of the highest caliber. D'Antoni once believed that Bale deserved a place among the best defensive players. Such a defensive asset is generally reserved for formidable opponents. He would not expend it lightly. At the very least, it is reserved for all-star caliber players. Yet, against a mere Asian rookie like Chen Hao, D'Antoni feels he is using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, perhaps making a mountain out of a molehill. But what choice does he have? That rookie is so audacious, so arrogant, so dismissive. This is merely the interest on your arrogance, and he intends to confront you every time they meet. D'Antoni's inner dialogue is rich with complexity. However, his satisfaction is short-lived, within mere seconds. The smile vanishes from his face, for he realizes that even their best perimeter defender, Bale, acclaimed for his ability to thwart Kobe, has been toyed with by Chen Hao. Transitioning from Nash to Bale, Chen Hao continues to dominate, akin to squeezing a soft persimmon. Bale is utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. D'Antoni is left in shock, his expression one of disbelief. The Suns now possess the ball, trailing by 11 points. Chen Hao defended against Nash. Upon noticing this, Nash prioritized passing. Lacking confidence in his ability to face Chen Hao, he activated his vision. As Nash's passing trajectory was anticipated, Chen Hao extended his hand, altering the ball's course and consequently increasing the difficulty for the receiver, Bale. Chen Hao raced after the ball. It narrowly brushed against Bale's fingertips and flew out of bounds. The Suns trailed by 11 points, with precious little time remaining, and now, a critical mistake had occurred. This left many Suns fans lamenting, for it seemed the rhythm of their 7-game winning streak was about to be shattered. Bale, in his moment of error, raised his hands and exclaimed, "Mine, mine." Truth be told, Chen Hao's mouth felt parched, yet he remained undeterred, initiating a mimicry act, echoing Bale's gestures, proclaiming, "Mine, mine." The Lakers bench erupted in laughter. Vujasic doubled over in amusement, recalling how intimidating the Suns fans had appeared at the start. Now, they seemed remarkably subdued. Bale clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. Never before had he felt such a fierce desire to retaliate. In a crucial moment, yet another blunder, Nash cursed himself under his breath. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, he noticed Chen Hao swiftly signaling for his teammates to inbound the ball, charging toward the hoop. Nash had no choice but to sprint back, feeling the immense pressure exerted by Chen Hao throughout the game. The intensity was palpable, and Nash, renowned for his stamina, felt as though his heels were weighed down with lead. This was an opportune moment to widen the lead, and Chen Hao was determined not to relent. It was a splendid chance to dominate the Suns. Chen Hao advanced with the ball, only to find that Bell was clinging to him like a rabid dog, his grip unyielding. Channeling the intensity he displayed during the first round of the playoffs when he had Kobe in a chokehold, Bell resorted to a combination of pulling and tugging in an attempt to halt Chen Hao's progress. However, Chen Hao remained unfazed, as if oblivious to the pressure exerted upon him. Chen Hao was resolutely determined to experience the spectacle of consuming feces while inverted. He pressed the accelerator, racing forward without hesitation. At that moment, Bell suddenly felt the weight of pressure. He never anticipated that this seemingly innocuous Asian rookie harbored such explosive strength within. Despite his efforts to restrain him, he found himself utterly incapable of halting Chen Hao. Chen Hao, with a single hand gripping the ball, gallops forward with fervor, deftly maneuvering past Bale's relentless pressure. He penetrates deep into the heart of the sunlit penalty area, feigning a shot. Like a startled bird, Bale is caught off guard. With just a subtle feint, Chen Hao sends him soaring into the ether. Chen Hao executed a feint, seamlessly transitioning into a spin, and made a direct approach to the unguarded basket. Little S was compelled to provide assistance, but it was too late. With an artistic flair, Chen Hao tossed the ball into the air, as if he were certain of its success, not even glancing back. He dashed towards Bell, a mischievous grin on his face, and quipped, "I never anticipated you would relish the posture of standing on your head while indulging in excrement." Bell erupted in fury, ready to retaliate. Chen Hao remains unperturbed, wondering whom he might intimidate. Perhaps the system recognizes that his personality and abilities could stir trouble. In a clandestine revelation, Chen Hao discovers that his combat skills have also been fully developed by the system. It is no exaggeration to assert that should he choose to retire from basketball and pursue a career in fighting, he could very well ascend to the status of a fighting superstar. One must admit, the system exhibits an endearing thoughtfulness, albeit with a hint of irreverence, blending brawling with ball games. Ultimately, it has been proven that even Bale cannot withstand Chen Hao's prowess. Chen Hao executed 2 consecutive attacks successfully, aiding the Lakers in further extending their lead to an impressive 18 points, all of which were attributed to him, with a tally of 16 points and 1 assist. Time was of the essence for the Suns, as only 3 minutes and 36 seconds remained, prompting many Suns fans at the Western Conference Arena to vacate their seats. Discontent brewed among the spectators, with some audibly jeering their home team and expressing their grievances. It is understandable. They had anticipated a joyful experience for their expenditure, envisioning the Suns teaching the hapless Lakers a lesson. Instead, they found themselves subjected to a masterclass by Chen Hao. Silence enveloped the crowd, as disappointment and despondency became inevitable. Frustration simmered beneath the surface, leaving them to silently endure their plight. Remaining in their seats would only lead to internal turmoil. Mike D'Antoni recognized that the outcome of the evening's contest hinged on Chen Hao. Perhaps the game was already lost. Nonetheless, he was resolute that defeat in competition was commonplace. Yet, he was unwilling to witness Chen Hao reveling in his triumph. At the Western Conference Arena, Chen Hao delivered a phenomenal performance, having already amassed 45 points before the final whistle. Losing the game was acceptable, but D'Antoni was determined not to be outshone by an individual. If Bell alone could not contain him, D'Antoni called for reinforcements. Bell and Marion were summoned to confront Chen Hao, as D'Antoni resolved to deploy the Suns' most elite defensive resources. Seated on the bench, he mused with a smirk, "This time, Asian prodigy, let us see if you can withstand the pressure. You shall pay the price for your arrogance and disdain." Chen Hao scored 45 points, prompting D'Antoni to decide that since defeat was inevitable, he might as well vex Chen Hao a little more. "Do not blame me. This is all of your own making." Chapter 045. How? I do not wish to inflate my score. Points are the easiest thing to acquire. Over the past 2 years, including prior to this, the Suns have been the Lakers' nemesis. Against the Suns, the Lakers have struggled to secure a victory, leading many fans to jokingly declare, "Above Los Angeles." The scent of Phoenix's disdain lingers. The aroma is quite pungent. Yet, this has accurately depicted the reality of the past 2 years, where the Suns have dominated the Lakers. With 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining, the Lakers held an 18-point lead, effectively sealing the victory. As the core leader of the Lakers, Kobe was filled with joy, akin to a little girl who has just received her cherished lollipop, bouncing and leaping on the bench. Chen Hao jested, "Look at your accomplishments." His tone carried a hint of disdain. As the core of the Lakers, Kobe took only 3 shots in the fourth quarter, making one and scoring a mere 2 points. In that final period, he primarily served as a decoy. Typically, the fourth quarter is Kobe's stage, where even when faced with 5 defenders, he perceives himself as unguarded. Such statistics are undeniably unusual. If it were any other superstar, they would have complained incessantly. A player like Kobe is indeed a rarity. Lamar Odom, another veteran of the Lakers, shared in the excitement, even exhibiting signs of exuberance, exclaiming joyfully, his mouth forming a "nah" shape. This drew the attention of Suns fans in the front row, who retaliated by tossing sunflower seeds. However, Odom remained unfazed, relishing the satisfaction of vengeance after overcoming the formidable Suns. At that moment, assistant coach Brian Shaw approached with the game statistics, saying, "Chen, you've scored 45 points. Phil asks if you want to go back in to add to your tally." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao glanced at Phil Jackson, acknowledging the wisdom behind his high emotional intelligence. It is no wonder that players like Jordan, Kobe, and Shaquille O'Neal are eager to collaborate with him. His ability to connect with people is unparalleled. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "No need for that. It's unnecessary. Winning the match is what truly matters. We can always rack up points later. There is no rush." Brian Shaw, somewhat disdainful, rolled his eyes at Chen Hao, retorting, "Go ahead and boast. This is the NBA. Even if one were to accumulate points, it must align with the right circumstances, timing, and individual performance that night. Do you think everyone possesses the same prowess as Kobe? Scoring is not merely as easy as slicing through vegetables. There are over 450 players in the NBA, and to score 40 points or more is a rarity. Even reaching 30 points is a feat achieved by only a select few." Brian Shaw, why do you not cherish this? Chen Hao was oblivious to Brian's thoughts and paid it no mind. For him, scoring was as effortless as eating or drinking, devoid of any pressure. Tonight, facing Nash, he felt he hadn't even broken a sweat. Just as he anticipated the game slipping into garbage time, with the Zen Master signaling for the reserves. It seemed they were being granted some respect. Although the Suns had been his nemesis over the past 2 years, the Zen Master did not overstep. Winning was all that mattered. Meanwhile, the Suns starters remained on the court, leaving Chen Hao puzzled by D'Antoni's intentions. Nash, Stoudemire, Bell, Marion, and Hill were all still playing, while the Lakers fielded an entirely second-string team: Farmar, Fisher, Vujasic, Turieff, and Kwame Brown. The combined salaries of the Lakers contingent barely exceeded $10 million, whereas the Suns starting lineup approached a staggering $100 million. How could they compete? It was utterly impossible. In just 30 seconds, they were hit with a 6-0 run. Without Chen Hao's constraints, Nash resembled a wild stallion, regaining his MVP form and sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers. During this, Marion taunted the Lakers bench, provoking Chen Hao with, "Tonight, you are fortunate not to face me." The Zen Master, upon witnessing this bullying, waved his hand decisively, summoning Chen Hao, Kobe, and the other starters back onto the court. "So you want to play? Let us show them what for, these shameless ones." In his desire to vex Chen Hao, D'Antoni resorted to every possible tactic. Upon his arrival, Chen Hao realized that during garbage time, the Suns were not focused on the Lakers as a whole, but rather solely on him. With the ball in his possession in the backcourt, Bell and Marion approached him strategically, one in front and the other behind. One to the left and the other to the right, intent on encircling Chen Hao. Chen Hao felt a heightened awareness. Remarkably, he had not perspired much this evening. He was eager to witness the caliber of his elite combat skills in breaking through an encirclement. Just before the combined assault of Bell and Marion commenced, Chen Hao suddenly struck the ball towards Marion's right leg, and it deftly slipped through his legs. As both the man and the ball passed between Bell and Marion, Chen Hao sidestepped with grace, leaving the two of them in stunned disbelief. On the sidelines, a visibly drained D'Antoni slumped back onto the bench, his spirits seemingly depleted. Staring vacantly at the ceiling, D'Antoni had assumed Chen Hao was merely on the 5th level. Now he realized he was mistaken. Chen Hao was soaring in the stratosphere. Although Chen Hao claims that it is merely this one move, there exists a profound distinction between the casual observer and the seasoned expert. To execute such a feat at such a height is no trivial matter. Even a technical virtuoso like Kobe was left astounded by Chen Hao's remarkable display. Chen Hao's technical maneuvers are ones that Kobe could also execute, albeit not within the confines of the NBA, but rather at Rucker Park. Yet, Chen Hao manages to perform them in the NBA, and remarkably, in the face of exceptional perimeter defenders such as Marion and Bell. Kobe even mused that had this version of Chen Hao replaced him in the first round of the 2006 playoffs, perhaps the Lakers would have triumphed. Nash was equally astonished. How could he accomplish this? For a player standing at 1.9 meters, such movements would be somewhat strenuous, yet Chen Hao, towering over 2 meters, executes them with effortless grace. This shattered Nash's preconceived notions. But that is not the end of it. After effortlessly maneuvering past the defensive onslaught of Bell and Marion, Chen Hao advanced with the ball and launched a breathtaking three-pointer from an astonishing distance. The basketball soared with pinpoint precision, crashing into the hoop with a resounding swish, signaling its successful entry. Such a display of skill is nothing short of terrifying. This phrase resonates with the brilliance of Nash. The atmosphere in the Western Conference arena transformed into a profound silence, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy that filled the air before the game commenced. Now, the Suns fans held their breaths cautiously, fearful that even the slightest exhalation might provoke Chen Hao's wrath. Chen Hao harbors a strong aversion to the act of inflating scores. He finds the practice utterly distasteful, considering it a pursuit of the masses. I have no inclination towards score manipulation. Scores are the most easily attainable aspect within the realm of competition. With just 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining, Chen Hao scored 8 consecutive points, metaphorically nailing the coffin lid shut. There was no escape. His teammates were exceedingly enthusiastic. Even Kobe, in his desire to support Chen Hao, incessantly passed him the ball. Ultimately, Chen Hao had no choice but to seize the opportunity and accumulate some points. Before he knew it, he had remarkably scored 53 points in a single game, setting a new career high. Chen Hao has thus become the youngest player in history to score 53 points in a single game. Not only that, he achieved an impressive triple-double of 53 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists, making him the first player under the age of 20 in NBA history to record such a remarkable feat. In fact, Chen Hao was just 1 rebound shy of a perfect triple-double, unaware of his near accomplishment, while Odom cleverly maneuvered to miss an easy basket, intentionally failing to secure the rebound. Chen Hao skillfully secured the rebound. After the game, the Zen Master and Brian Shaw hurried into the locker room, urging the fans to quickly gather their belongings and vacate this place of turmoil. The Suns had suffered a particularly frustrating defeat tonight, and they feared that fervent Suns fans might block the team bus, a common occurrence in the NBA. Chapter 046, Kupchak. I seem to have been duped. Yet I lack evidence in the aftermath of the game. The atmosphere was one of despair for the vanquished. The Suns, particularly MVP Nash, could not escape the gloom. Nash dutifully attended the post-game press conference. Before facing the Lakers, he had exuded confidence, but now he appeared somewhat disheveled, his demeanor shaken. Previously, he had promised to provide Kobe with an exceptional ally, and now it seemed that Kobe had indeed found that remarkable support. This season, the Suns aspired for the championship. At the beginning of the season, the usually reserved Nash had declared in an interview that failing to win the title would be a disappointment. Leading up to this game, Nash had been brimming with confidence, undeterred by the formidable Eastern teams like the Celtics and Cavaliers, or the steadfast rival Spurs in the West. However, post-game, his confidence had crumbled. He found himself questioning whether, if the playoffs began today, the Suns would truly have the capability to advance past the Lakers. Before the game, he would have confidently pounded his chest in assurance, but now he hesitated. 1 Kobe was manageable. What of 2? Unbeknownst to him, the Lakers seemed to have undergone a successful reconstruction. Nash dared not contemplate this. His outlook had dimmed considerably. Steve, are you all right? His reverie was interrupted by a journalist, pulling him back to reality. Oh, it was just an ordinary game, Nash replied. The journalists exchanged glances, bewildered, as they had yet to pose their questions. What is your assessment of Chen Hao as a player? One reporter inquired. Hearing the question, Nash fell into contemplation, recalling that the reporters had asked about Chen Hao before the game, reflecting on his earlier indifference, dismissing the Asian guard. He was now confronted with the memory of Chen Hao dismantling his defense. Nash's emotions were a whirlwind. Is there anything you'd prefer to avoid discussing? A reporter probed. Maintaining his composure, Nash responded. Chen Hao is exceptional, truly remarkable. He is the most outstanding young talent I have encountered since LeBron. He possesses defensive prowess, scoring ability, and playmaking skills, with a shooting range that extends even to 40 feet. It's astonishing. Playing alongside him reminds me of Magic, though perhaps not quite. Magic did not possess his precision. He embodies a fusion of James, Kobe, and Miller, a nearly perfect athlete. At under 20 years of age, he displays such poise. What heights might he reach in the future? Hiss, Nash inhaled sharply, continuing, "It is truly unimaginable. Please forgive my lack of eloquence. To borrow a well-worn phrase that you frequently utter, only the sky is his limit." The reporters were taken aback, astonished that Nash, an MVP, would bestow such high praise upon an Asian newcomer. Not to mention, Nash, who possesses an eye for talent reminiscent of Jordan's, seldom regards any rookie with such esteem. Chen Hao is still the first. Nash seemed to ponder for a moment and continued. "In fact, I have yet to mention one more thing. His trash-talking prowess rivals that of Larry Bird. When he faces off against an opponent, he psychologically and physically torments them. He does not play like a rookie. Rather, he exhibits the cunning of a seasoned veteran with over a decade of experience." The plane landed in Los Angeles at 4 o'clock in the morning. Chen Hao, with a backpack that was not the exclusive pink Hello Kitty design typically associated with newcomers, walked through the airport corridor. Despite being a rookie and of Asian descent, no one dared to give him orders, not even Fisher, who had usurped his starting position. As he strolled along, he noticed a group of individuals not far ahead, comprised of black, white, and yellow-skinned people, both male and female, approximately in their 20s. They were likely fans of the Lakers who had arrived early in the morning to queue, or more specifically, fans of Kobe. Chen Hao had yet to succumb to the vanity of believing that after only a few commendable performances, he had garnered such a devoted following. Late into the night, fans awaited his arrival at the airport, foregoing sleep for the chance to greet him. He anticipated that such moments would come in the future, but certainly not at present. Among the fans who spotted Chen Hao, a young man excitedly shouted, "Boss, I love you. Boss, I love you. Boss, I love you. I am a student at the University of California, and you are my idol." Although Chen Hao was aware that these fans had come to welcome Kobe, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, who does not relish the sensation of being the center of attention? Chen Hao was no exception. He extended his hand towards the back, pointing at Kobe, who was behind him. Yet the fans exclaimed, "No, we are here for you. You are our leader. I have admired you for a long time. Could you please give me your autograph?" Just moments ago, Chen Hao had seemed disinterested, but now his spirits were lifted upon hearing their request for a signature. The autograph pen he had prepared a fortnight ago could finally be put to good use. Chen Hao confidently patted his chest and assured, "Of course, there is no issue." As Chen Hao signed autographs, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your affection. It has been a labor of love." The moment he acknowledged his fans, an exhilarating cheer erupted from the crowd. Among them, a few young women, particularly fervent, exclaimed, "Boss, I love you. I will love you for a lifetime." He responded with heartfelt warmth, "Thank you for your support. I love you all just as deeply." Chen Hao responded with a cheerful smile. Observing his unpretentious demeanor and affable nature, all the fans became engaged, resulting in a somewhat chaotic scene. Chen Hao once perceived the fan culture as a mere gimmick concocted by capitalists. However, upon witnessing it firsthand today, he found himself unable to question the fervor of the fans. Yet, the young woman clad in revealing attire, who had not brought a notebook, suggested that signing could also be done next time. Otherwise, inscribing on her clothing would suffice. "Is it appropriate for you to present your bare chest for my signature? I am not that kind of person." In the end, Chen Hao remained transfixed for quite some time before signing his name. The act took a full 3 minutes, leading to discontent among the fans waiting in line behind him. Chen Hao, the texture is quite pleasing. The following day, the news of Chen Hao has once again swept the headlines of major sports sections across various media outlets. The Los Angeles Orange County Times boldly featured a headline in large, bold letters, "Breaking news. Chen Hao's astonishing performance of 53 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists shatters records, leaving MVP Nash in the dust. Phoenix's nightmare has officially begun." This has brought immense joy to Lakers fans and elation to the Los Angeles media. For the past 2 years, the Lakers have been relentlessly subdued by the Suns, but now they have finally risen to sing their own triumphant song. Although it is merely a regular season game, and the team will face the Suns 3 times throughout the season, this victory is sufficient to keep the fans jubilant for quite some time. In Queens, New York, at a hotel where LeBron James resides, he dominated Madison Square Garden last night, achieving a remarkable triple-double of 45 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. Despite his public claims of ignoring newspaper articles, it is a common sight for him to find the day's paper laid out on the table in his hotel room. Yet again, the front page headlines are bothersome. Before opening the newspaper, LeBron indulged in a moment of self-importance, but upon revealing the front page, he was astonished to discover that the headline did not feature him, but rather, a rookie named Chen Hao from the Los Angeles Lakers. Chen Hao? Chen Hao? Again. It's Chen Hao? Is it still Chen Hao? What qualifies this Asian youth to seize my headlines? After uttering this, James lost interest in the newspaper. He dismissed the notion that an Asian lad could possess significant prowess, believing it to be mere journalistic hype. Such news bore little distinction between being read or ignored and held minimal significance. Yet, this individual named Chen Hao consistently graced the front pages, rendering me nearly invisible. This situation was rather infuriating. In the future, I must ensure to deliver a firm kick to his rear, otherwise he may not comprehend who truly holds sway in the NBA. In the office of Lakers general manager Kupchak, he meticulously reviewed the footage of last night's game against the Suns, specifically scrutinizing Chen Hao's performance. After several viewings, he rendered a forward assessment, astonishingly remarkable. Such praise was indeed laudatory. Reflecting on the contract that Chen Hao had proactively sought, Kupchak felt as though he had been ensnared. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. How could it be possible? Everyone experiences exceptional nights, and Chen Hao was no exception. How could a youth not yet 20 contemplate such distant matters? Absolutely impossible. Yet, the more Kupchak refuted the idea, the more it seemed to resonate as the truth. If it were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. This young man. Chapter 047. Marbury. Nash warned to be cautious of Chen Hao. Initially, I was skeptical. In the training camp of the Seattle Supersonics, preparations were underway to face the Cleveland Cavaliers, who stood second in the Eastern Conference, bolstered by the presence of superstar James. Durant's teammates glanced at the Cavaliers only to turn away, resigned to the fact that they could not compete. Durant, however, was different. A true man would not languish in the shadows. A true man must aspire to rise. I can take his place. In a mere training match, Durant approached it with the intensity of a finals preparation. 17 shots out of 24 attempts, his teammates were left quaking in their boots. He even pretended to outpace the veterans by 3 additional laps, declaring, "I'm not tired." Yet, once all the seasoned players departed, he collapsed onto the wooden floor, lying on his back like a lifeless corpse. Endurance had long been Durant's most criticized attribute. He fell asleep almost instantly, only to be roused half an hour later by a mosquito buzzing in his nostrils. Upon awakening, with his eyes still shut, Durant instinctively reached for his phone. A habit cultivated over many years, the first thing he did upon waking was to engage online. This also explained why, despite his multi-million-dollar status, Durant still relished the anonymity of alternate accounts to settle scores. Years of ingrained habits are not easily altered, and Durant, in any case, has no desire to change. First, the entertainment section. Upon encountering the 3 keyword Scarlet, he immediately clicked in. One can only imagine the expression on Durant's face as he gazed at his phone screen. Think of an infatuated admirer fixated on their goddess's updates. This is precisely how Durant appeared. He was utterly mesmerized, practically drooling. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he left a comment under a pseudonym. "Scarlet, I wish to drink your bathwater." After posting, Durant chuckled to himself, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Next, he delved into the sports section, specifically the NBA segment. The name Chen Hao dominated the headlines. Durant, in a state of shock, sat upright. His pupils widened in disbelief. What? Oh my God. It seemed to him that the coveted Rookie of the Year award was slipping further from his grasp. Undeterred, Durant sprang off the wooden floor, performing a backflip, though his hands trembled and he struggled to lift them. Nevertheless, he compelled himself to call his trainer. 30 minutes from now, I want to hit the gym. I need to build strength. On the other end, the trainer exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" In a tone of unwavering determination, Durant insisted, "Immediately, now?" With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. "I shall not be defeated." The words Chen Hao were articulated with meticulous emphasis from Durant's lips. After facing the Phoenix Suns, it felt as if the Lakers had unlocked their full potential, winning effortlessly. Victories came so abundantly, it was as though they were cramping their hands. Since Shaquille's departure and the ensuing off-court controversies, it had been 4 years since Kobe had genuinely smiled in the locker room. During his 2 years with Kobe, Odom had only witnessed him smile twice. However, Ever since Chen Hao joined the team, it seemed as though Kobe had been activated, frequently amused, and even sharing corny jokes with his teammates. Yet, it often ended with Kobe chuckling while his teammates exchanged awkward smiles. Of course, Kobe had reasons to be joyful, primarily because of the victories. How to put it? Throughout November, Kobe felt he had won more games than in the combined total of the previous 2 seasons. This, of course, was an exaggeration. However, since Chen Hao's breakthrough in December, the Lakers had not suffered a single loss, achieving a remarkable 12-game winning streak. During this time, Chen Hao garnered the title of Western Conference Player of the Week twice, and while the November Rookie of the Month results were yet to be announced, it was highly probable that he would claim that honor as well. Additionally, in November, Chen Hao also secured the title of Western Conference Player of the Week twice. On the scoring leaderboard, he proudly stood 7th, the only rookie among the top 10 scorers. In assists, averaging 10.5 per game, he ascended to the 2nd position, trailing only the illustrious Chris Paul of the New Orleans Hornets. The steals leaderboard stands at the pinnacle, and he ranks 1st among guards and blocks. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that since Chen Hao's explosive emergence, the Lakers have not tasted defeat. Kupchak, at this moment, begins to feel a vague sense of unease. Could it be that this young man is truly as I suspect? He wishes to have a heartfelt conversation with Chen Hao, thinking, little brother, you can't play with your older brother like this. Chen Hao is destined to remain oblivious to Kupchak's heartfelt sentiments at this moment. He is aboard a flight from Los Angeles to New York. The Lakers, buoyed by a jubilant 12-game winning streak, are en route to Madison Square Garden. While some rejoice, others are steeped in despair. In stark contrast to the Lakers' exuberance, the Knicks leader, Marbury, finds himself in a particularly dismal predicament. Recently, he has been summoned for a discussion with the Knicks general manager. What is the subject of this conversation? The Knicks are currently mired in a 5-game losing streak, and New York is in dire need of a figure to emerge and guide them out of this quagmire. The Knicks are hardly a reputable team. Situated in the NBA's premier market, how could a legitimate team succumb to 5 consecutive losses? Nonetheless, the Knicks are, by all accounts, a playoff team. As a determined core player, Marbury has vowed not to allow the Knicks to descend further into mediocrity or suffer a 6th defeat. He is resolute that this losing streak will come to an end during their match against the Lakers. General Manager, you say that. Marbury, indeed, I do. General Manager, what if you fail? Marbury, if I fail, then I fail. General Manager, seeing your earnestness, just give it your best shot. Marbury contemplates leaving the team. Remaining in such an environment would merely squander his time. The management's notorious inaction is well known, yet Marbury is unwilling to accept apathy. His inherently competitive nature drives him to resolve the team's 5-game slump. It has become routine for him to engage in extra practice. Furthermore, he reaches out to his good friend Nash for advice. Nash, over the phone, offers a cautionary note. Be wary of Chen Hao. That rookie is no ordinary player. A Chinese name, a rookie. Marbury dismisses Nash's words as mere jest, a scare tactic. After all, how formidable can an Asian rookie truly be? Kobe himself has faced greater challenges than this. Old chap loves a good joke. Joyful occasions elevate one's spirit, exemplified by the Zen master's current state. In matters of the heart, Aunt Jenny frequently casts flirtatious glances at Chen Hao, while the Zen master turns a blind eye, feigning ignorance. Their relationship remains quite pleasant. The crux lies in his professional life. Ever since Chen Hao joined the team, the Zen master feels that his coaching prowess has significantly improved. He possesses a secret weapon. Brown interjects, I can do it too. During a press interview, the Zen master wears his signature radiant smile. When asked about facing the Knicks, he is slightly buoyed, replying, that's a given. Next question. The reporter persists. However, Knicks core player Marbury has declared that he will lead the team back to victory. Given that the Knicks are in desperate need of a win, what do you believe your chances are? As the reporter concludes, the corners of the Zen master's mouth curve upward. Marbury. Recently, the infamous Marbury, who has led his team to a 5-game losing streak, has become the subject of ridicule. The Zen master's underlying message seems to be a mocking laughter, suggesting a lack of discernment regarding Marbury's purported prowess. A 5-game losing streak. What legitimate team endures such a fate? It appears the Zen master has conveniently forgotten that the Lakers often found themselves in similar predicaments last season. Of course, to maintain his esteemed reputation, he would never utter such words aloud. Yet, he cannot suppress his laughter. You seem to be amused? Do you harbor a certain disdain for New York? Journalists perceive the Zen master as somewhat aloof, intentionally stirring the pot. The Zen master, ever the shrewd individual, suddenly adopts a serious demeanor, asserting, "No, I am not targeting anyone." His remarks are not aimed at any specific individual, but rather at all present. Journalist, "No, you are." Zen master, "I am not." Journalist, "You are." Zen master, "I am not. I harbor no contempt for any team, as you know. I am a serious coach who approaches every game with utmost gravity, treating each match as if it were the last. Indeed, that is the case." Where were we? The New York Knicks. How delightfully absurd the Zen master's earnest ramblings have become, until finally, he can no longer contain himself. Chen Hao and Kobe were both amused by the Zen master. When Marbury learned about the press conference, where the Zen master ridiculed the Knicks and himself, he felt quite displeased. Who does he look down upon? Chapter 048. Hunting the Lone Wolf. Marbury resolved that during the game, he would certainly make that Asian fellow regret it, and the Knicks' disgraceful winning streak would undoubtedly come to an end at the hands of the Lakers. The Lakers have been on a winning streak lately, but what does that matter? I am the Lone Wolf Marbury. New York, Madison Square Garden. Otherwise, how could one declare New York as the foremost city of basketball mediocrity? Even in the Knicks' lowest ebb, they still have an abundance of fans, filling the arena to capacity for every game. In truth, it is the Knicks fans who are masochistic. Why do they continue to support them? Regardless of being at the bottom, there are still numerous fans backing them, and the market remains robust, with packed houses. So why should I strive any harder? This is the entitlement that fans have fostered. Chen Hao gathered his thoughts and took to the court for a pre-game warm-up. Not far from him stood the devoted Knicks aficionado and renowned director, Spike Lee, who had almost become the emblem of the Knicks. Each time the Knicks graced their home court, Spike Lee was sure to appear punctually in his designated seat, his affection for the team deeply rooted. Recently, the Knicks had been struggling, suffering a disheartening 6-game losing streak that threatened to push them out of the Eastern Conference's 8th position. Spike Lee's spirits were notably low, engulfed in a cloud of frustration. In contrast, their fellow underperformers, the Los Angeles Lakers, had experienced a remarkable turnaround this season, attributed to the arrival of Chen Hao, who had invigorated the team, leading them to a series of exhilarating victories. This only intensified Spike Lee's envy. While he might not harbor resentment towards powerhouse teams like the Celtics, Cavaliers, or Suns, he could not help but feel a pang of jealousy towards the Lakers, who had shared a similar fate with the Knicks last season. It is akin to how most of us do not fret over how much wealth Bill Gates accumulates, yet feel a twinge of discomfort when a neighbor, who is barely better off, suddenly acquires a BMW while we are still driving a modest vehicle. Such thoughts can keep one awake for nights on end. Spike Lee's discontent simmered, and he desperately sought an outlet for his frustrations. In this context, the Asian player Chen Hao became the target for Spike Lee's pin-up emotions. Chen Hao trained with intense focus, while Spike Lee, standing a short distance behind him, made a mocking gesture by pointing to his own eyes and mimicking the upward slant of Asian eyes. His actions grossly distorted and caricatured the features of Asians. Chen Hao focused intently on his shooting, oblivious to his surroundings. Spike Lee, finding the situation dull, began to unleash a torrent of trash talk in an attempt to capture Chen Hao's attention. Who is that Chinese guy? Chen Hao, with headphones on, was oblivious to the ruckus. Spike Lee, amplifying his voice, exclaimed, "Can Asians really play basketball? You Chinese. You Chinese." He continued to berate. "Does your country produce nothing but trash? I found it perplexing that there were issues with population in your country, considering they supposedly have the best contraceptive methods. After all, the women there are the least attractive in the world." Spike Lee's words grew increasingly loud and offensive. Initially, there was a loudmouth behind him incessantly chattering, which Chen Hao ignored as he warmed up for the game, accustomed to listening to music through his headphones. However, songs eventually changed. And although Chen Hao did not initially catch what was being said, when he finally did, he dismissed it as inconsequential. One does not respond to a mad dog barking wildly unless one has lost their sanity. The correct approach is to silence such nonsense decisively. However, when Spike Lee insulted women from Chen Hao's homeland, it became impossible for him to remain indifferent or silent. "What did you say? You black. Say that again if you dare." Chen Hao removed his headphones, turned, and confronted Spike Lee, pointing an accusatory finger at him while raising his voice. Chen Hao is not one to be trifled with. He exudes a palpable aura of defiance. He is a force to be reckoned with, unafraid of anything, having encountered challenges of monumental proportions. Spike Lee, in comparison, seems trivial. Spike Lee himself is taken aback by Chen Hao's formidable presence. Never having anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Asian man could be so intimidating when angered, he is even more shocked when Chen Hao, without hesitation, resorts to violence. He swallows hard, fully aware that if he were to utter his previous remarks once more, this Asian man would indeed strike him. What did I say? I said nothing. Am I not entitled to express my thoughts? Spike Lee's gaze falters, revealing his unease. You had better heed my warning. Should I hear such words again? You shall face the consequences. Chen Hao asserts unequivocally. As soon as Chen Hao departed, Spike Lee felt as though his very essence had been siphoned away. Collapsing into his seat, still trembling from the shock that nearly paralyzed him. The formidable presence of this Asian man was truly astonishing. In Chen Hao, he perceived a reflection of the indomitable spirit of Miller from years gone by. Chen Hao returned to continue his shooting warm-up training. He was uncertain about what kind of wind was blowing tonight, as there were always individuals eager to provoke him. In truth, Chen Hao did not mind if someone genuinely stepped up to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, the monotony was truly unbearable. Whether it was fighting or playing basketball, the experience was the same. However, mere chatter lacked any excitement. Then, Marbury approached him, exclaiming, "You are Chen Hao." Chen Hao nodded. "I've heard that you've been quite popular lately, Marbury." "Indeed, I am," Marbury replied. "You know, I've been inundated with advertisements recently," Chen Hao observed. Marbury smirked. "Not the least bit humble, are you? Aren't Asians generally known for their modesty? Why is Chen Hao the exception? Tonight, I shall temper your arrogance," Marbury declared with conviction. Clearly, he did not regard Chen Hao, this inconspicuous Asian, with any seriousness. As for Nash's advice? What level am I at? What level is he at? Just because Marbury hasn't made the All-Star this year, he thinks Nash's MVP title is insignificant? He is far from it. Chen Hao replied candidly. "I hope your skills are as formidable as your words." Marbury scoffed. "My abilities far surpass my bravado." Veins bulged on Marbury's forehead as he restrained himself from exploding. "Let us settle this on the court. Anger me, and the consequences will be dire, ones you cannot bear. Don't come begging for mercy later. This rookie, this Asian, just a few good games, and he is already soaring. How dare this rookie show me such blatant disrespect? Even Zen Master underestimated me, but I can overlook that, given his 9 championship titles. Yet, now even a rookie looks down on me. True, I am not at my peak, but I am still an all-star caliber guard. If I wanted to, I could match up against Kobe. I've been silent for 2 years. Does this league no longer recognize my legacy? Tonight, I shall make Chen Hao cry out, 'Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me.'" Chen Hao appeared utterly bewildered. Was he truly enraged? Had he not done anything to provoke such ire? Could it be that speaking candidly was also a fault? It seems that individuals like myself, who value reason and courtesy, have become a rarity. Old Ma fails to appreciate this, and Chen Hao feels a twinge of sadness. Politeness facilitates camaraderie with one's seniors. The warm-up between the two sides concluded swiftly, and the battle was poised to commence. And Zhu and Kelly successfully executed the jump ball. This marked the first time Chen Hao witnessed and Zhu score for the Lakers since his joining the team, playing in the hallowed grounds of Madison Square Garden. And Zhu was particularly exhilarated tonight. After all, everyone yearns to leave their mark in the sanctum of basketball. Chen Hao advanced past the halfway line, the ball firmly in his grasp. Stephon Marbury, bending his knees slightly and extending his arms, closed in with a fierce intensity, his gaze sharp and commanding. He exuded the indomitable spirit characteristic of the celebrated '96 golden generation of players, imbued with a sense of pride. Yet, Chen Hao was acutely aware that Marbury would soon face a turning point, as in a year's time he would be waived by the Knicks and subsequently join the Celtics, where he would taste the sweetness of a championship ring. However, fate is often capricious. By 2009, the Celtics had not even reached the finals, leading to Marbury's abrupt exit from the NBA as he transitioned to the CBA. Now, at the twilight of Marbury's illustrious career, his prime was a distant memory. Not only was Marbury past his peak, but even in his heyday, Chen Hao could easily dominate him at his leisure. On the sidelines, Spike Lee observed with fervor as an Asian player. Chen Hao took to the court, facing off against Marbury. Energized, he cupped his hands into a megaphone and bellowed towards the court, urging, "Stephon, show him what you're made of." At that moment, Spike dared not refer to Chen Hao in derogatory terms. With the ball in hand, Chen Hao cast a glance at Spike Lee, but the words caught in his throat like a fly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Marbury, upon noticing Chen Hao, clapped his hands on the floor, Challenging, come on. Let me see what you've got. Chen Hao chuckled. Perhaps you cannot discern. As he dribbled the ball with finesse, he suddenly transitioned to a single-handed pass, flinging the ball with the swiftness of lightning, narrowly grazing Marbury's ear. No one anticipated Chen Hao's audacious move. He commenced with such a bold maneuver. The ball seamlessly sliced through the entire Knicks defense, landing perfectly in the hands of the unmarked Walton beneath the basket. Walton, taking advantage of the open space, effortlessly scored, raising his hand to signal Chen Hao in appreciation of the splendid assist. Playing alongside Chen Hao made Walton feel as if his market value would soar. The opportunities presented to him were simply delectable. On the sidelines, Spike Lee looked on with disdain, dismissively thinking it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Deep down, he harbored a genuine contempt for Asians, doubting their capability in the sport of basketball. To the untrained eye, there was merely spectacle. However, to the discerning, there was substance. Marbury, possessing a keen eye for talent, recognized Chen Hao's exceptional passing speed and force, coupled with an impressive court vision that allowed him to spot open teammates in an instant. From this perspective, it was evident that this larger guard had some organizational prowess. Yet, to play the position of a guard, mere organization is insufficient. Allow me to impart some wisdom on how to truly play the guard position. Marbury, reveling in theatrics, continued to amplify his own narrative. He approached with the ball, leaning forward, fixating his gaze intently on Chen Hao, attempting to assert dominance through sheer intimidation. Yet, Chen Hao met his stare with equal intensity, unyielding. Marbury felt his blood pressure rise. You seek your own demise. With that, Marbury surged forward, determined to penetrate past Chen Hao's right side. Chen Hao did not yield. He shifted laterally to obstruct and collided with Marbury's body. With his strength at its peak, Chen Hao effortlessly sent Marbury reeling backward. Marbury, taken aback, thought to himself, this young lad possesses immense power. His expression grew somewhat solemn, and he braced himself for the ensuing encounter. Seizing the moment, Marbury utilized his own momentum to pivot and attempted to maneuver towards the left. However, he had somewhat underestimated the situation, failing to consider that Chen Hao, towering over him by more than 10 centimeters, could intercept his pass. The notion that someone of this Asian giant's stature could thwart him had never crossed Marbury's mind. Chen Hao did not genuinely intend to intercept the ball. Rather, it was Marbury's play that exposed an opportunity. It felt almost a disservice to his own considerable reach not to make an attempt. He merely acted on instinct, reaching out. To his astonishment, he succeeded. The ball, with just a swift prod, altered its trajectory. Marbury could hardly fathom that Chen Hao had managed to so seamlessly seize the ball from him. His expression one of utter disbelief. It's been intercepted. I, of all people, have been outplayed by a towering figure. After Chen Hao forced a turnover from Marbury, he immediately dashed towards the ball, swiftly seizing the basketball and racing along the sideline towards the front court. Marbury attempted to pursue him, but upon a quick glance, he promptly conceded, realizing that no matter how much effort he exerted, he would be unable to catch up. Chen Hao soared into the air, executing an emphatic dunk. The score stood at 4-0. Lu Xing deliberately passed by Spike Lee, casting him a glare and theatrically pinching his own neck, making a comical face as if to mimic swallowing his tongue. Spike Lee's blood pressure surged, reaching a boiling point. He bellowed at Marbury, who was charging forward with the ball. Steven, what are you doing? I need you to take him down immediately. Marbury wore a bitter expression, remaining silent. You can stand there and talk all you want, but the pain is mine to bear. He acknowledged that he had underestimated Chen Hao. Marbury realized that Chen Hao was far from the seemingly harmless individual he appeared to be. At that moment, he recalled his friend Nash's warning about Chen Hao. Be cautious of Chen Hao. Marbury felt this couldn't be more accurate. Knowing the truth was one thing. Understanding how to confront it was entirely different. On his home turf, continuously faltering before a rookie, especially after having confidently assured the Knicks owner before the game that their winning streak would come to an end against the Lakers, was particularly disheartening. The flag had been raised, yet the execution was abysmal. With determination set in his heart, Marbury resolved to respond. As he dribbled the ball toward Chen Hao, he declared, "Now it's my turn to shine." Chen Hao was taken aback. Was this a display of clumsiness? Marbury immediately pressed the accelerator, driving towards Chen Hao's left side, leaning against him in an attempt to force his way through. However, Marbury's initial surge of momentum abruptly ceased upon contact with Chen Hao. Observing Marbury's approach, Kobe began to question whether Marbury was thinking clearly tonight. If even Malone, a distinguished member of our backcourt, could not move him, what was he contemplating? Marbury was startled. realizing he could not penetrate through. He quickly retreated, intending to conclude this assault with a step back. Chen Hao was determined to fulfill his ambitions. It seemed as though he anticipated Marbury's intentions. As soon as Marbury released the ball, Chen Hao executed a stunning block, leaving no room for ambiguity. Marbury was momentarily befuddled by Chen Hao's sudden intervention, his mind spinning in confusion. This evening, Marbury struggled significantly, utterly lost on the court. He committed 3 turnovers right from the start, and the Knicks found themselves unable to gain any momentum. Consequently, the Knicks called for a timeout to adjust their strategy. The whistle for the timeout rang out, a sound that, at that moment, was music to Marbury's ears, offering a sense of relief. Chapter 049, that year. I stood with my hands in my pockets, with no one capable around. The Knicks head coach, Thomas, was a fool, while he excelled in playing. He was utterly unqualified to coach. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Thomas shouted at Marbury, his head bowed. Could a man refuse to answer? Marbury felt Thomas was belittling him. I'm perfectly fine. I have no issues whatsoever. Spare me the talk. If you want to substitute me, just do it without the theatrics. Thomas, a man who had once made Jordan falter in the playoffs not once but thrice, was indeed a skilled player. However, this brief 30-second timeout, ostensibly aimed at steering the team out of adversity, yielded no substantial insights. For instance, there were no strategies discussed on how to defend against Chen Hao. On the other hand, Zen Master's tactical directive was straightforward. Chen, you handle it. This exemplified the advantage of having a formidable offensive initiator. The presence of a proficient point guard effectively added another coach on the court. Zen Master's words signified a delegation of authority to Chen Hao, empowering him to take charge. Kobe had no objections to this. He relished the respite, having long surpassed the era of merely accumulating points. His singular focus was on winning and claiming the championship. Everything else was of little concern to him. The timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Marbury brought the ball forward. Chen Hao immediately approached, eager to impart his basketball skills. With his verbal jabs and physical assertiveness, he manifested a perfect score in both. Under the oppressive defense of Chen Hao, Marbury resembled a sailboat on the tumultuous sea, precariously close to capsizing at any moment. Spike Lee, oblivious to his inherent bias against Chen Hao, overlooked the latter's capabilities, incessantly shouting at Marbury, "Steven, what on earth are you doing? Take him down. Wreck him. Kick him. Crush him." Lee's relentless tirade continued from the sidelines. As Marbury faced yet another impending blunder, he resorted to passing the ball, which Kobe anticipated with uncanny precision. Kobe surged forth and effortlessly swatted the ball away, securing a turnover for the Lakers. In a swift 2-on-1 against Chen Hao, Kobe lofted an alley-oop, which Chen Hao gladly accepted. The score stood at 8-0, leaving Marbury visibly disheveled. He retrieved the ball from the hardwood floor, determined to regain possession. Spike Lee, still fretting over Marbury's previous error, could not contain his frustration, yelling, "Steven, what the hell are you doing? He.S. not Kobe. He.S. not Wade. He.S. not LeBron. He.S. just an Asian guy. Do you have any pride left? Take him out." Initially, Marbury dismissed Lee's incessant complaints, but as the game progressed, he found Lee's antics increasingly excessive. Burdened by the dual pressures of Chen Hao's physical and psychological onslaught and Lee's incessant chatter, Marbury shot a glare at Lee, then, with both hands on the ball, offered it to him, saying, "Here, you do it." Lee, incensed, retorted, "I paid for this. What is wrong with saying a couple of things? I'm a lifelong Knicks fan." Marbury, unyielding, shot back, "If you can't handle it, then shut up." At that moment, Chen Hao interjected, asking if they were still going to play. Marbury, feeling the heat of the moment, lost his composure and passed the ball to Crawford. Crawford, facing Kobe, was a formidable endpoint. Once the ball reached his hands, it was unlikely to escape his grasp. Even when challenged by Kobe, Crawford executed his moves with impressive flair, yet practical effectiveness was lacking. He consumed 6 precious seconds merely dribbling, combined with the 16 seconds expended by Marbury, leaving only 2 seconds on the clock when Crawford finally passed the ball to Richardson. "Seriously, you all pull off such flashy moves. And now I'm the one who has to take the fall? Not happening," he thought, feigning ignorance as the ball went out of bounds. The players exchanged endless complaints. At the outset, Chen Hao had hoped to make a statement on the hallowed court of basketball. However, upon observing the Knicks and their lackluster performance, he felt utterly disinterested, as he had no inclination to take advantage of the weak. A glance exchanged with Kobe revealed a mutual understanding. They promptly resolved to unleash their full potential in the first quarter and eliminate the Knicks. The first to take the stage was Chen Hao. As Chen Hao advanced with the ball, Marbury fell silent, realizing that extracting any advantage from Chen Hao was an arduous task. He chose to remain quiet, lowering his center of gravity and spreading his arms, bracing himself for what was to come. Having been repeatedly humiliated, Marbury resolved that he must defend fiercely this time. There would be no easy scoring for Chen Hao over him. Little Walton attempted to come forward for a screen, but Chen Hao waved him off, signaling everyone to spread out. Observing Chen Hao's formidable stance, Spike Lee on the sidelines ground his teeth in frustration, lamenting the Knicks' current plight. It seemed that everyone wanted to trample upon them. Chen Hao incorrect. One can only trample upon the head, yet still vent one's frustrations. Not only must one tread upon the head, but also relieve oneself upon you. In the hallowed grounds of basketball, Madison Square Garden, Chen Hao was about to perform. Facing Marbury, Chen Hao executed a series of rhythmically captivating crossovers. Had it not been for the preceding exchanges, Marbury might have dared to commit to a risky lunge at Chen Hao, sacrificing his balance. However, at this moment, he hesitated, acutely aware that while Chen Hao possessed height, his dribbling skills were equally formidable and deceptive. Standing before the theatrically inclined Chen Hao, Marbury braced himself, refraining from any impulsive actions. Suddenly, Chen Hao, who had been leisurely dribbling, altered his tempo, accelerating with astonishing swiftness, leaving Marbury bewildered and disoriented. It was a rhythm, then, without warning, Chen Hao abruptly halted his rapid dribbling, seemingly poised to veer right. Marbury, spotting this, instinctively shifted to block the right side, confident in his defense. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chen Hao executed a behind-the-back dribble, seamlessly transitioning from the right to the left, gliding past Marbury with grace. Marbury's eyes widened in alarm. He was finished. He hastily attempted to adjust his balance to follow, but his feet became entangled, akin to a knot, and he collapsed onto the floor. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Marbury, who frequently showcased his prowess on this court by outmaneuvering opponents, had now been outclassed by a guard with such a high center of gravity. This was an extraordinary maneuver, indeed. Spike Lee, too, was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Was this the same Asian player he had once dismissed? Such skill? It was nothing short of miraculous. Spike Lee's mind raced with that singular expression. Chen Hao's dazzling performance was far from over. As Marbury lay on the ground, stunned by Chen Hao's maneuvers, he turned to see Chen Hao at the free throw line, executing a picturesque mid-range shot. This display left Randolph, the White Bear, utterly awestruck. Determined to restore Marbury's honor, he resolved to retaliate fiercely if Chen Hao dared to challenge his defensive prowess. Yet, Chen Hao exploited Randolph's vulnerability, relentlessly attacking with fervor. Marbury's gaze was glazed, as he perceived an echo of Tracy McGrady in Chen Hao, a towering figure capable of such dribbling and shooting. Indeed, McGrady was the only one in the NBA who matched that stature. However, Marbury felt a dissonance. McGrady lacked the ferocity that Chen Hao possessed. While Marbury lingered in confusion, Chen Hao jogged over and squatted beside him, scratching his head and playfully inquiring, "Who is guarding me? Is it you? Yet here you are, sprawled on the ground." Marbury turned away, refusing to engage. He wished not only to lie there, but to find a crack in the wooden floorboards to hide in. The humiliation was unbearable, being so publicly shamed on his home turf. Chen Hao's audacity, bullying the core player in their domain, was akin to intruding into someone else's home, humiliating their spouse, and leaving them green with envy. Spike Lee was undoubtedly grinding his teeth in frustration. On the sidelines, Coach Thomas, a man who had once thwarted the basketball deity thrice and was the linchpin of the bad boys, fumed with indignation, repeatedly loosening his tie. His demeanor suggested a longing to don a jersey and take to the court himself. The Knicks fans were in a frenzy whenever Chen Hao touched the ball. They erupted in a cacophony of boos. Yet, Chen Hao reveled in the hostility. The louder the jeers, the more exhilarated he became. The contempt others felt towards him only fueled his enthusiasm. Among the Knicks bench, there was another who shared Chen Hao's excitement. Nate Robinson, affectionately known as Little Potato, claimed to be the strongest 5'9" player on earth. With Marbury in the game, Little Potato had little opportunity, but with Marbury now under siege, the moment had arrived. Little Potato watched Chen Hao wreak havoc while Marbury faced public disgrace. Seated on the bench, his expression was stoic and serious, yet inside, he soared with joy. When Coach Thomas called his name, he could hardly conceal his elation, thinking, "I am ready." Let me take care of him, coach. I can do this. Thomas cast a skeptical glance at Little Potato, muttering, You, with your small stature, dare to boast? Watch what you say in broad daylight. Yet, did Thomas have a choice? He did not. Marbury's confidence seemed shattered. There was no offense in sight, and the defense was being ruthlessly dismantled. In the first quarter, after 5 minutes of play, the Lakers led by 13 points with a score of 21-8. During this period, Chen Hao impressively scored 13 points, delivered 4 assists, and committed no turnovers. If there were no adjustments made, the Knicks would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, he decided to give Little Potato a chance to prove himself. Prior to Little Potato's entrance onto the court, Thomas specifically advised him, cautioning that the Asian player was formidable. He urged Little Potato to refrain from unnecessary chatter and to avoid provoking him, warning that the repercussions could be unbearable. All you need to do is nod and acknowledge. Little Potato readily agreed. For what choice did he have if he wished to play? Yet, once he stepped onto the court, he deliberately approached Chen Hao, circling around him, nodding incessantly and complimenting him, saying, You're quite impressive. Having already dazzled Stephen with his moves, the next moment would be his turn to shine. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao chuckled, thinking you? Just you, this little shorty. Chen Hao could not contain his laughter, doubling over as he laughed until his abdomen ached. Little Potato, what is it that you find so amusing? Chen Hao, persevere, little one. His stature, diminutive as it is, has long been a source of inner turmoil for the Little Potato. He is quite sensitive to any mention of it. At times, he has convinced himself that the only thing separating him from Jordan is a mere 28 centimeters. Otherwise, he believes he could be Jordan himself. However, this belief exists solely in his mind. In a moment of fury, the Little Potato snapped, warning, You shall face the consequences of provoking me. With that, he retreated into his shell. Chen Hao was puzzled. Where could this be? He became furious. In this day and age, how can people be so self-centered? As for me, I rarely lose my temper. Chen Hao dribbled the ball forward, poised to launch an assault. One must admit, the sight of the 3-meter-tall Chen Hao matched against the diminutive 1.75-meter Little Potato is somewhat comical. Thomas even covered his face, turning his head away. He simply could not bear the humiliation. The height disparity was already charmingly pronounced, and with Little Potato slightly bending his knees, lowering his center of gravity, he barely reached Chen Hao's abdomen while standing. This only enhanced the adorableness of the scene. Chen Hao pondered, is Thomas genuinely serious about defending himself with a diminutive player like Little Potato? Indeed, while Little Potato may be small in stature, his presence in the NBA is not without merit. He exhibits vigorous defensive tenacity and an aggressive nature, persistently using his body to impose pressure on Chen Hao. Regardless of the effectiveness of this strategy, it is undeniable that Little Potato possesses a commendable attitude. However, in a moment of cunning, he cleverly utilized his body to deliver an elbow strike to Chen Hao, evading the referee's gaze. The blow landed squarely at the junction of Chen Hao's heart and lungs, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the agile Little Potato swiftly snatched the basketball from Chen Hao's grasp and dashed towards his own offensive zone. Chen Hao made a gesture with his elbow towards the assistant referee, indicating that a foul had been committed. However, the referee disregarded it. Chen Hao was seething with rage. Suppressing the excruciating pain, he spat, stifled his agony, and let out a thunderous roar as he gave chase. There was no escape after the confrontation. Little Potato was swift. Yet Chen Hao's speed surpassed his own. After the interception, Little Potato noticed that Chen Hao did not immediately pursue him, prompting him to slightly decelerate as he contemplated how to conclude the play with elegance. Knicks fans adored Little Potato largely for his dunks, and in this moment, he yearned to deliver something spectacular for them. Little Potato intercepted Chen Hao. Spike Lee exclaimed, Well done, Nate. Thomas's eyes lit up. Madison Square Garden erupted. Akin to boiling oil splashed with a drop of water, instantly exploding with excitement. The fans raised their hands in anticipation, ready to celebrate. Finally, they could express a modicum of vindication after enduring the frustration caused by that Asian player. As Little Potato stepped beyond the three-point line, the free throw line swept beneath him. Just a step inside, he leaped from the ground, his eyes level with the hoop. The commentator announced, Here it comes, here it comes. Nate is about to, but before he could finish, his voice abruptly ceased, his mouth forming an astonished "oh," and his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His lips trembled uncontrollably. The once raucous Madison Square Garden fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 050, That year I stood with my hands in my pockets. And there wasn't a player worthy of note. Spike Lee clasped his head with both hands, his pupils shaking as if he had encountered an extraterrestrial. Even Thomas, who had witnessed countless grand spectacles, wore an astonished expression, his mouth agape and eyes wide open. On the court, Little Potato was poised to dunk, with Chen Hao rapidly closing in from behind. In a breathtaking moment, he soared up, and with a powerful two-handed slam, he obliterated the basketball against the backboard. The force of the impact sent Little Potato crashing out of bounds, tumbling into a pile of reporters. Dazed and terrified, he turned his head to find Chen Hao, one hand on his hip and the other gripping the ball, grinning widely to reveal a set of perfectly white teeth. Little Potato's pupils shook, his lips quivered. He realized that Chen Hao was no mere human, but a demon. In that moment, Little Potato felt an overwhelming rush of emotion, his lips curling as he unexpectedly felt a sting in his nose, and his eyes glazed over with mist. In just a fleeting exchange, Little Potato's confidence crumbled. Chen Hao was taller, faster, stronger, and handsomer. What was he even doing? Give me the ball. I want to go home. Little Potato suddenly wished to slap himself for disregarding his coach's advice. He had been told not to provoke Chen Hao, yet he had ignored the warning. Now, he found himself in this predicament. Are you satisfied now? Thomas felt a pang of sympathy for Little Potato, relating to his plight, as he too had once faced the rigorous training of Jordan in his youth. Spike Lee was profoundly challenged by Chen Hao, which led him to question his own identity as an Asian. He pondered whether he might indeed be an extraterrestrial, existing in a dimension separate from ours. The hallowed grounds of basketball, Madison Square Garden, fell into an eerie silence. The fans held their breath, fearful of inciting Chen Hao's wrath, lest he unleash his fury upon them. In such a scenario, the sacred court would once again be immortalized on the pillar of NBA history's disgrace. However, it was too late. Chen Hao intends to spare none of them, not a single soul. Retreating defensively, Little Potato has learned to be prudent. Silent now, the little one. Do you recall when you elbowed me? This is merely the interest. Chen Hao unleashed a torrent of trash talk, leaving Little Potato speechless. Acutely aware that he could not withstand Chen Hao's wrath, he remained silent, yet even in his silence, Chen Hao did not relent. He approached and delivered a verbal onslaught upon Little Potato, whose hands were raised high, resembling a gesture of surrender. Following this verbal barrage, he retaliated with a swift elbow strike to the junction of Little Potato's heart and lungs. The force of Chen Hao's elbow nearly left Little Potato gasping for breath. In quick succession, Chen Hao intercepted the ball from Little Potato. The referee remained silent, and Chen Hao struck the air in frustration. He seemed to be losing focus. Feeling utterly drained, Little Potato did not even attempt to pursue him, nor did he dare to express his anger. Instead, he engaged in profound self-reflection. What compelled me to elbow him? Is such behavior befitting of the game of basketball? It is entirely understandable for him to be incensed. The fault lies with me. Just 2 rounds earlier, Little Potato had been a young, exuberant powerhouse, brimming with confidence. Now, he had transformed into a timid figure, hesitating to make any significant moves for fear of incurring Chen Hao's ire once more. Thus, the Lakers swept through the first quarter with remarkable ease, concluding the period with a score of 51-25. The Knicks' points in the first quarter barely surpassed half of what the Lakers had achieved. Observing this, Thomas raised the white flag in the second quarter, feeling utterly defeated. The Knicks' backcourt had been thoroughly dismantled in the first quarter. In the first quarter, Chen Hao and Kobe combined for an impressive 38 points, with Chen contributing 20 and Kobe 18. If they maintain this rhythm, it is certain that both will etch their names into the annals of history. The current success of the Lakers relies heavily on the prowess of Chen Hao and Kobe. Once they truly ignite their offensive capabilities, their combined firepower is more than sufficient to dismantle any opposing team. Thomas is acutely aware of this fact. However, the Lakers roster is not without its vulnerabilities. It is almost laughable. Chen Hao's arrival has merely obscured these weaknesses, revealing that they are not as formidable as one might presume. Odom resembles a budget version of the Magic Man, and the likes of Fat Shaq are indeed quite limited. Fisher, the veteran, is showing signs of age. Meanwhile, Ariza is sidelined with injury. Despite his notable functional skills in his 4th year, he cannot thrive without guidance. The rest, such as Vujasic, Farmar, the infamous draft bust, and Turiev, merely serve to fill the roster. Thus, when the Lakers entered their rotation phase in the second quarter, their issues became glaringly apparent. The rotation is too short, both slender and lacking depth. Odom lamented, "I cannot bear the weight alone. Just look at my starting partners, either Kobe or Chen Hao. At the very least, I have the support of Walton. But what do I have in the second unit? Ujasic, Farmar, or perhaps the draft bust Kwame Brown? I simply cannot carry them. In stark contrast, the Knicks boast a bench filled with relentless competitors, such as the likes of Little Potato, David Lee, and Collins, who synergize remarkably well. Each of them shares a common trait. They are aspiring talents yet to secure lucrative contracts, eager to prove their worth. When facing off against Chen Hao, Little Potato is unable to sustain a single possession. However, upon joining the second unit, he suddenly feels rejuvenated, brimming with energy. He accelerates onto the court, challenging the draft bust Kwame Brown's defensive presence. Ultimately, despite Little Potato's agility, basketball remains a game heavily influenced by height and innate talent. Over the years, Kwame Brown has often been the subject of ridicule in relation to Jordan. While Jordan may have had his shortcomings in judgment, he was not mistaken in acknowledging Brown's physical capabilities. Had Kwame Brown possessed a stronger disposition, he would not have faced such adversity in the NBA. As Little Potato charged in, Kwame instinctively covered his head, retreating in tears as if seeking comfort from his mother. The draft bus suffered an embarrassing posterization. In that moment, Little Potato felt a surge of confidence. In the past, given his brash nature, he would have showcased his biceps to the cameras on the sidelines. Yet this time, Nate internally screamed while maintaining a stoic facade, desperately suppressing his emotions for fear of inciting Chen Hao, who sat nearby. As Chen Hao entered the scene, Little Potato felt uncertain about his ability to endure even 2 rounds, or rather, he deemed even 1 round ambitious. The Lakers held possession of the ball. Odom executed a breakthrough and passed the ball to Ujasic, who found himself at the baseline with an open opportunity for a 2-point shot. This was a shot that was destined to succeed. Ujasic attempted a bridge shot. Witnessing this, Kobe on the sidelines covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Chen Hao was taken aback, truly witnessing what it meant to be a disappointment. Under the basket, Collins seized the rebound, and the Little Potato approached, eager for the ball. With the ball in hand, the Little Potato accelerated forward. He had a tendency to play with heightened emotions, at times appearing rather frantic. However, on this occasion, he maintained his composure. With no opportunity to break through due to the Lakers' defensive support, the Little Potato found David Lee. Unmarked, David Lee launched a 3-pointer with precision, striking the target perfectly. The Knicks surged with a brief 5-0 run. The Knicks managed to salvage a bit of their dignity, and the fans at Madison Square Garden began to stir with excitement. Yet, Knicks head coach Thomas could not share in the joy. He trembled with anxiety, recognizing that he was provoking those 2 on the bench. Thomas understood that the Knicks desperately needed a victory to reverse their fortunes. However, envisioning a solution was one matter. Executing it was entirely another. The scoring prowess of those 2 was akin to slicing through vegetables, leaving the Knicks without any defensive resources to contain them. Quite frankly, engaging in a contest of strength with them would be tantamount to offering oneself up for defeat. Thomas felt that victory was unattainable in this game. It was time to cut losses, to admit defeat and raise the white flag. Yet, it seemed the Knicks bench warriors were oblivious. Seizing the opportunity during the Lakers' rotation phase, they launched a ferocious counterattack, narrowing the gap to 18 points. From the Lakers bench, Phil Jackson rose to call for a timeout. Thomas, trembling, observed Jackson's demeanor, perceiving it as akin to pressing a nuclear button. In a decisive move, he preemptively substituted the outstanding Little Potato, Collins, and David Lee. In the past 2 minutes, David Lee had made 2 3-pointers, both successful, showcasing his fiery touch. The Little Potato contributed with 1 steal and 2 assists, his performance commendable, rendering his defender, Jordan Farmar, utterly ineffective. Collins consistently grabbed rebounds over the so-called top draft pick, securing 3 in total, including 1 offensive rebound. Without exaggeration, their contributions far surpassed those of the starting lineup. The Knicks fans were thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, with Spike Lee once again animatedly cheering from the sidelines. However, Thomas removed these players from the game, further deepening his rotation. He even summoned the Knicks' chief waterboy, Fred, to join the fray. When Fred was called upon by the coach, he was momentarily lost in thought, contemplating the games in the Development League, never imagining he would be summoned for such a match. Having joined the Knicks for a year, he had yet to step onto the court. Initially, when called upon, he thought his teammates were merely joking, tapping him on the shoulder to say, "Hey, coach wants you." Freddie had grown accustomed to the situation, no longer finding it noteworthy. However, what astonished him was that Thomas had indeed called his number. He was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Tonight was the night. Freddie felt an exhilarating rush. The excitement was overwhelming, rendering him rather anxious. Jerome, too, shared in this sentiment. He was a mere bench warmer for the Knicks, having played a paltry 5 minutes this season, all in garbage time, and was unlikely to see the court again after this contract expired. His excitement mirrored Freddie's. As Freddie stepped onto the court, he made an immediate passing error, handing the ball directly to Odom. The Knicks fans expressed their displeasure, particularly Spike Lee, who exclaimed, "What? What are you doing? Playing a game of undercover?" Trembling, Freddie glanced at the coaching bench, fearful of being substituted out. Yet, Thomas remained unmoved. A sigh of relief escaped him. There was still a chance. Unbeknownst to him, Thomas, with an air of composure, was secretly delighted. "Ah, Freddie, you still have it in you. Though, your acting skills could use some refinement." On the defensive end, Freddie was an easy target, his defense akin to that of paper. It wasn't entirely his fault. His physical attributes were lacking, and a positive attitude could not compensate for that. The Lakers, upon seeing him, were like hungry wolves drawn to a bone. Forget Odom. Even Farmar could exploit him at will. Farmar, feeling empowered, began to believe he was the second choice for the Lakers' point guard position after Chen Hao, rather than Old Fish. After easily surpassing Freddie, Spike Lee unleashed a torrent of curses, demanding to know where Freddie's defense had vanished to. Anxiously, Freddie looked towards Thomas, who remained unfazed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "This young man may not excel in his game, but he possesses high emotional intelligence," Thomas mused, having just remarked on the need for improvement in Freddie's performance, only to witness a sudden breakthrough in his acting skills. In a similar vein, Jerome entered the game, also plagued by frequent errors, committing 3 in quick succession. In the past, even a single mistake would have earned him a swift reprimand from Thomas, who would have firmly planted him back on the bench. These 3 errors included 2 unforced turnovers, the bane of any coach's existence. Such mistakes, even from superstars, would lead to a cooling-off period. Yet, Thomas appeared oblivious to it all. The Zen master observed Thomas's actions with thoughtful contemplation, suddenly enlightened. He mused, "What a treasure I have discovered. Is this what they refer to as winning without a fight? Chen Hao and Kobe, having one of them could secure the world. Yet, I am fortunate enough to possess both." Just the thought of this nearly brings a smile to the corner of Zen Master's mouth. In stark contrast, Thomas found himself in a more distressing predicament. During halftime, fan representative Spike Lee approached him for a heart-to-heart. Thomas dismissed him, thinking, "Are you instructing me? Who are you?" Spike Lee, visibly frustrated, clenched his teeth. In the second half, Thomas continued his lackluster performance. Spike Lee rallied the fans to collectively oppose Thomas, yet he remained unfazed. Some extreme loyalists even resorted to hurling sunflower seed shells and beer cans. The team's core player, Marbury, feigned illness to excuse himself back to the locker room. Renowned director and Knicks superfan Spike Lee could no longer bear to watch and left Madison Square Garden, cursing under his breath. For him, it was a disheartening day, and nothing could be worse. After the game, Spike Lee was cornered in the parking garage and interviewed by reporters about his post-game feelings. Spike Lee exclaimed, "Damn it. I want my ticket refund. I paid the most and suffered the greatest." The long final whistle blew. Thomas sighed in relief, his shirt drenched with sweat. The Lakers narrowly triumphed over the Knicks, 112-98, with the most impressive stats coming from Odom, who achieved 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, nearly a triple-double, as Zen Master had him play for 40 minutes alongside the bench. However, the focus of post-game interviews remained on Chen Hao, for he was the cornerstone of the Lakers' victory, proving that a little effort could lead to the Knicks' downfall. Chapter 051, The Assassin. He is a rookie, yet he stands as the finest point guard in today's NBA. His name is Chen Hao. Post-game, Knicks head coach Thomas inevitably faced a media onslaught in New York. "What was your game plan? Were you unaware that the Knicks had already lost 6 consecutive games? Now it's 7. What motivated your game arrangement?" In the face of the reporter's barrage, the assassin gestured for calm, cleared his throat, and attributed it all to Chen Hao. The reporters were perplexed. What did this have to do with Chen Hao? They did not comprehend. Thomas began to elucidate. "I have previously mentioned that today's Kobe requires merely one ally to break through the West. And now he has found that ally." The reporters were confused. That Asian? Although Chen Hao had consistently delivered remarkable performances, the mainstream media was still hesitant to fully recognize a large guard from Asia. Historically, Asia had produced centers and power forwards. But there had been no precedent for a guard performing at such a level. Although Chen Hao is currently performing admirably, there remains an underlying belief among some that his success is fleeting. The renowned Thomas, known as the assassin, emphatically declared, yes. His name is Chen Hao. Before the journalists could press further, Thomas reiterated, I believe he is the strongest scoring point guard of our time. Without exception, he continued to emphasize this point. Despite his apparent support for Chen Hao, it is evident that Thomas is not entirely altruistic. There exists a notion of a rookie wall, and he recognizes Chen Hao's capabilities. By bringing attention to him, Thomas aims to thrust Chen Hao into the spotlight, thereby eliminating any possibility for him to remain in the shadows. In simpler terms, this is a form of gilded criticism. Even with Chen Hao's rising fame, mainstream media still regard him as merely a player of popularity rather than one of true substance, questioning the existence of a genuinely skilled player emerging from Asia. Beyond the legendary Yao Ming, they believe no other player possesses the requisite talent. While Chen Hao has made a name for himself, the question remains, can one excel in this demanding league for a decade or two? Only then will he gain widespread acceptance. Otherwise, skepticism persists. Thomas is aware of the journalists' doubts, particularly regarding Chen Hao's Asian heritage, yet he refrains from addressing their biases directly. Instead, he asserts, I understand your skepticism, but mark my words. Time will validate my judgment. A journalist remarked, are you suggesting that the New Orleans Hornets' Chris Paul, considered the top point guard in the NBA, is no match for him? Upon hearing this, Thomas scoffed, exclaiming, Chris Paul, the top point guard in the NBA? Has anyone asked Chen Hao about that? Let me be clear. Chen Hao is unparalleled. No one can compare. Chris Paul wouldn't even be worthy to carry Chen Hao's shoes. Thomas reiterated his stance, causing a stir among the reporters, who were astonished that he would dismiss Paul's esteemed title so readily. Is that really your assertion? They pressed. Indeed, it is, Thomas affirmed. The fervor of Thomas's statements inevitably spread like wildfire, dominating headlines the following day. His words resonated even more than the game between the Lakers and Knicks themselves. The phrase Chris Paul wouldn't be worthy to carry Chen Hao's shoes became a sensation on social media. This sentiment gained further traction when Magic Johnson added his endorsement, praising Chen Hao as the current top point guard. Standing at an impressive 2.03 meters, he possesses the agility of a player much shorter, with the ability to shoot three-pointers, drive to the basket, execute mid-range shots, and orchestrate plays. My goodness, he is the quintessential basketball player. Johnson's words carry significant weight in the NBA, and anything he utters is bound to be impactful, whether it be praise or lofty expectations. In those years, the image of the Magic Man kneeling before the camera, pleading for a moment of Jordan-esque greatness, paved an expansive path for him. Thus, today, the Magic Man bears no idol's burden. Perhaps a smirk lingers in his heart, yet his lips proclaim him the finest of all. In response to such remarks, Chen Hao merely chuckles, acknowledging that many possess discernment. However, he does not believe that the assassin Thomas harbors benevolent intentions. To put it plainly, the assassin seeks to elevate his own standing. After the Knicks faced the Lakers and suffered a dismal defeat, Chen Hao is deemed the architect of their downfall, and he doubts the assassin's goodwill. This fellow, the assassin, appears to have not learned his lesson well enough, hence his relentless targeting of Chen Hao. As for Magic Johnson, he undoubtedly harbors no ill will. He is bound to protect the Lakers, yet they have merely played a handful of games. Truly, to earn his allegiance may not prove to be an easy feat, for he extends such sentiments to everyone. In the NBA, stability is paramount to overcoming all challenges. How many matches has Chen Hao played? It is unrealistic to conquer them. You claim to possess talent. Who enters the NBA without talent? If your talent remains unfulfilled, it amounts to nothing. Thus, Chen Hao merely chuckles at these remarks. Naturally, he does not believe they are entirely erroneous, for he currently possesses unparalleled strength, considering himself the greatest point guard in the annals of NBA history. He pays little heed to such opinions. Upon disembarking from his flight in Los Angeles, Chen Hao received a call from Taylor Swift, who lamented, "Today is my birthday, and I am alone, without anyone to celebrate with. How pitiful I am." Chen Hao abruptly ended the call. Who are you trying to deceive? Everyone knows you are on the verge of fame, with a plethora of songs in stock, ready for release. This is a rhythm set for awards. Trying to fool me? Not a chance. You think I reside on the third level, but in truth, I am in the stratosphere. It is no exaggeration to say that Chen Hao is acutely aware of Taylor Swift's career trajectory in this lifetime. Are you attempting to pester me? No response from me. Meanwhile, Taylor continues her relentless barrage of messages. How heartless you are. Chen Hao chose to disregard her. Taylor Swift, if you do not respond to my messages, I shall come looking for you. Chen Hao dismissed it. A popular female artist seeking someone to celebrate her birthday would never consider someone like me a mere nobody. Chen Hao does not harbor such thoughts. Although he has recently received $3 million from the general manager, he still perceives himself as an underachiever. The NBA allows players to receive their salaries bi-weekly. In the past fortnight, Chen Hao has been honored with the Rookie of the Week and the Western Conference Player of the Week awards. Furthermore, he currently holds leading positions in both the scoring and assist rankings. Chen Hao secured a guaranteed sum of $1 million. Subsequently, he received an additional reward of $300,000. Meanwhile, General Manager Ku sat silently in his office, indulging in a cigarette. As he reviewed the footage of Chen Hao's match, he smoked increasingly more, ultimately succumbing to an unbroken chain of consecutive puffs. Time and again, he questioned himself. Could I have been deceived? This cannot be possible. Chapter 052, The Queen Bee. I am the finest number one. The much-anticipated arrival of Mei Mei finally occurred. Indeed, as Chen Hao disembarked from the aircraft, the clock had already struck 9 in the evening. You are well aware of the notorious traffic conditions in Los Angeles at night. To be frank, Chen Hao found himself reminiscing about the electric vehicles of his previous life. Traffic jams. What even is the concept of a traffic jam to him? Upon arriving home, or rather, to his rented accommodation, he realized that it wasn't a matter of financial constraints, but rather a severe lack of time. His days were consumed by incessant travel, leaving him no opportunity to search for a permanent residence. Thus, when he beheld Taylor Swift adorned in a flowing black gown, embellished with exquisite jewelry and strikingly bold lipstick, though that was not the focal point, Chen Hao recalled their last encounter, where he had suggested that with her long legs, donning a pair of black stockings would further accentuate her already statuesque figure. Chen Hao never anticipated that Taylor Swift would take it seriously. Chen Hao wondered if Taylor Swift had truly developed feelings for him. What would he do then? Could they remain friends with benefits? Given Taylor's strong-willed nature, how challenging would it be to win her heart? Chen Hao dared not contemplate the answer, for she was inherently an unsettled soul. To put it plainly, Taylor was a female version of himself, prioritizing her career above all else, with men merely serving as mere diversions. Based on Chen Hao's understanding of Taylor, this was indeed the case. Love? It seemed non-existent in their eyes. Yet, to Chen Hao's astonishment, Taylor unexpectedly arrived at his apartment, cake in hand. When he spotted her, holding a cake and a bottle of wine, he was taken aback. What are you doing here? He stammered. Taylor, with her nose held high, retorted. What law in this country states I cannot be here by 10 p.m.? Besides, I haven't even done anything to you, yet you're already this nervous. Chen Hao felt unwell. What do you mean I haven't done anything to you yet? What more do you want from me? Since meeting Chen Hao, Mei Mei found her spirits lifted. She felt that her presence tonight was entirely worthwhile. Prior to this, she had pondered seriously why. Despite her own decent looks and a height of 180 centimeters, she often felt overshadowed. Was it possible that she was simply too tall? She even contemplated questioning her parents about the necessity of bringing her into the world, given her stature. What if, in the future, no one desired her? Or perhaps it was simply a matter of youth. Mei Mei frequently observed Chen Hao on television, often accompanied by his flamboyantly dressed female boss. What was her name again? Oh, yes, Jenny. They were often seen whispering and sharing laughter together. Chen Hao feels utterly wronged. I did nothing. It was Jenny who approached me. What could I do? I had no means to resist. Meanwhile, Mei Mei began to introspect. Could it be that I am too young for Chen Hao, who perhaps prefers someone more mature? This realization opened the door to a new era for Mei Mei. Consequently, she deliberately adopted a more sophisticated style in both her attire and makeup. Don't ask. It's simply because I wish for Chen Hao to desire me. I want to solidify our relationship. Thus, she resolved that from the very night of the competition, particularly during the interview segment, she must seize absolute control and dictate the rhythm of the interaction. However, Mei Mei was met with disappointment. Chen Hao did not answer her calls, and when he did, he promptly hung up. What could she do? This man truly seemed incapable of taking the initiative. If I were just an ordinary girl. What is this? Are you a deity? Today you treat me with indifference, yet you think yourself elevated above me. But Mei Mei was different. The mountain does not come to me. What shall I do? I shall go to it. Thus, on this frigid day, she found herself standing outside Chen Hao's rental apartment, holding a cake and waiting for him. Upon first encountering her, Chen Hao was genuinely startled. It was late at night, and she appeared ghostly. After removing her heavy makeup, Taylor looked somewhat aggrieved and said, Chen Hao, do you not like me like this? Chen Hao shook his head. And what about your boss? Asked Mei Mei, feeling quite aggrieved. It's just a requirement of the job. This evening, Mei Mei had indulged a little too much. Chen Hao, on the other hand, opted for juice as he had matches every day and abstained from alcohol. As it turned out, the girl remained sober, leaving the man without any opportunity. Even if Chen Hao had indulged, there would still be no chance for him. Chen Hao was uncertain whether Taylor Swift was genuinely inebriated or merely feigning it. Yet he could not help but notice her unsteady gait as she navigated the restroom in her high heels. Chen Hao was aware that Mei Mei was feeling a bit unwell, but he found himself puzzled. Did she truly trust him so completely? After all, he was hardly a paragon of virtue. Ultimately, Chen Hao picked her up in a princess carry and took her to the bedroom. Observing Mei Mei, who was restless and desperately tugging at her clothing, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, Chen Hao conceded that a stir of agitation welled up within him. Yet, the words upright gentleman were emblazoned across his countenance, and he scorned the idea of taking advantage of her vulnerability. I am a man of principles, he declared. For instance, you should take care of yourself. Rest well. There is hot water on the table. I must take my leave, for I have a flight to catch tomorrow morning. With that, he turned and departed. Approximately 3 minutes after Chen Hao left, Mei Mei suddenly opened her eyes wide. She had encountered men like Chen Hao before, those who initially feigned restraint but, when ignited, exhibited an overwhelming fervor. Now, gazing at Chen Hao, she realized that her feelings for him had deepened, and she found herself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Chen Hao, of course, was oblivious to this. He had an early flight the next morning, claiming he would rest for 3 days. Yet he would be flying out the very next day, effectively resting for only a single day. Thus, while playing professional basketball may seem glamorous, with constant travel and high salaries, the reality is far from idyllic. Regardless, Chen Hao reveled in the experience. However, the journey was not as pleasant. Over 5 days, the Lakers played 4 games. And even a physical marvel like Kobe lamented the grueling schedule, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous arrangement. 5 games in 4 days." It felt as though every day was a back-to-back match. He felt compelled to send a pointed message to those responsible for the scheduling. Chen Hao said nothing, yet he swiftly retrieved the sword. For a massage was simply not an option. After a day of rest, he was set to face the Hornets, competing on home turf. The Lakers had just flown from Canada to Los Angeles, landing that very morning. Originally, the Zen master had scheduled a morning practice, but he abruptly canceled it. There was no feasible way to implement it. Unavoidably, they encountered this grueling schedule, leading to the Lakers' winning streak being interrupted. With a record of 3 victories out of 5 games, they began with a triumphant 3-game winning streak, but the toll on their stamina became overwhelmingly severe. The Lakers were merely a shadow of themselves against their opponents, resulting in 2 consecutive losses. Now, they desperately needed a victory to reverse this downward spiral. On the other side, the New Orleans Hornets had played only 2 games over the past 5 days, both at home. Enjoying the luxury of rest and securing 2 consecutive home victories. Coupled with their previous 3-game winning streak, the Hornets were riding high, reveling in their success. Coach Scott felt like popping champagne. Their leader, King Paul, was also basking in the glow of triumph. Naturally, he could not escape the question. The assassin claims that Chen Hao is the current number 1 point guard in the NBA. What do you think? Chapter 053, Annihilating the Hornets. A stark contrast to the imagination of Hornets fans. I think you're all talking nonsense. Do you not realize that comparing him to me is a profound disrespect? Let us not forget that I am the starting all-star guard from the Western Conference. He is merely a newcomer. Let him complete a full season first. I do not wish to hear such comments again. This was Paul's exact statement. In response to Paul's remarks, Chen Hao remarked, "What do I think? I haven't seen it. Including Paul. He only entered the NBA 2 years before me. It's no great feat, and as for being the starting point guard in the Western All-Stars, that's merely because he has a team at me. I could easily overpower him." On television, Chen Hao spoke confidently during his interview. In an instant, the Hornets' locker room erupted. "Oh my God, is this kid for real?" exclaimed David West, the team's power forward, astounded by Chen Hao's comments. "Haha, is he desperate for fame or what?" chuckled Chandler, the center, amused by the audacity of claiming he could best Chris. "Why doesn't he say he can reach the sky? Haha, today's youth truly lack respect for their predecessors. After a few good games, they forget their place. Chris, what do you think? Asked Peja, the sharpshooter, turning to Paul, who was busy tying his shoelaces. Paul, seemingly unimpressed, replied, I haven't seen it. Just a clown trying to gain attention. I remain indifferent towards Chen Hao. Haha. Indeed, the more attention he seeks, the more he stirs up chaos. After only a few games, he has become rather self-important, with aspirations that soar higher than the heavens. Such individuals, I would gladly offer my head as a seat for them. The sharpshooting Hornets player, Peja, speaks candidly. The matchup between the Hornets and the Lakers has garnered significant attention, particularly due to the pre-game remarks made by Paul and Chen Hao. The anticipation is especially palpable among all Hornets fans, or more specifically, Paul's admirers, who eagerly hope that Paul will deliver a resounding defeat to Chen Hao during the game. Nearly all Hornets supporters believe that Chen Hao is not a significant player. Having only played a handful of commendable games, he seems oblivious to his own identity. It is primarily his Asian heritage that has brought him into the spotlight. Were he to be of African descent, he would amount to nothing, not even creating a ripple. In terms of skill, Chen Hao is unworthy to even carry Paul's shoes. Paul entered the NBA in 2005, and during the first 2 years of his career, he amassed a plethora of accolades: Rookie of the Year, All-Rookie Team, All-Star Selection, as well as titles for assists and steals leader. Few in NBA history can rival such accomplishments, no more than 10, in fact. He epitomizes the archetype of a prodigy who peaked upon entry. The emergence of formidable rookies in recent years is indeed remarkable. Who is Chen Hao? A young Asian talent, merely a first-year player. As of now, what accolades has he achieved? Regrettably, none. He is simply a rookie who has played a few commendable games. Yet, this rookie, due to his Asian heritage, has garnered a popularity that is incongruent with his actual capabilities. This season, the calls for Chen Hao to be an all-star are resounding. Such a notion irks the fans of Chris Paul. In their eyes, there is only one starting guard for the Western Conference All-Stars, and that is Paul. The fact that Chen Hao managed to narrowly defeat Darren Williams and Stephon Marbury to be labeled as an all-star caliber guard is utterly laughable. How bold of you. If you possess such prowess, prove yourself by defeating Paul. All Hornets fans are brimming with misplaced confidence, and tonight, under the national spotlight, they believe that in the showdown against Paul, everyone will finally discern Chen Hao's true caliber. Paul will undoubtedly expose Chen Hao's vulnerabilities this evening. The moment has finally arrived. At 8 p.m., the Lakers will face off against the Hornets, a clash set to ignite. The Lakers desperately seek a victory to overcome their recent losing streak, while the Hornets aim to capitalize on their momentum and solidify their winning streak. The Hornets' starting lineup includes Paul, Morris, Peja, West, and Chandler. This triumvirate of King Paul, powerhouse Chandler, and sharpshooter Peja forms the foundation of the Hornets' standing in the NBA, and it is also Paul's assurance in his quest for the Western Conference Finals. On the Lakers' side, we have Bynum, Walton, Odom, Kobe, and Chen Hao. The game is about to commence. Before the match, the players take their positions. Paul deliberately approaches Chen Hao, taunting him with a smirk. You claim you can outshine me. The entire Hornets team scoffs in derision. Paul may feign indifference, but ultimately, his body speaks the truth. Chen Hao, perplexed, pondered how his overwhelming strength could be challenged by this diminutive opponent. He nodded, affirming, Indeed, I speak the truth. Paul's smile gradually widened until he was doubled over in laughter. It was not until the referee signaled for the jump ball that Paul ceased his amusement, muttering, Perhaps in another life. With that, Paul shifted back into a serious combat stance, his face now a canvas displaying his utter disdain. Chen Hao, with a mocking demeanor, imitated Paul, his face a canvas of disdain. Paul felt a sense of offense and deemed it necessary to teach Chen Hao the importance of respecting his seniors during the match. At that moment, the referee tossed the ball into the air for the jump ball between Chandler and Nju, who found himself at a significant disadvantage. Nju, fatigued from consecutive back-to-back plays, felt as though his heels were weighed down with lead, rendering him unable to leap. In contrast, Chandler, known for his formidable physical prowess, capitalized on his remarkable vertical leap, seizing possession of the ball first. The ball landed in Paul's hands. With a bounce and a leap, Paul advanced past the half-court line. Why is Paul regarded as the premier point guard in the NBA? His ball-handling skills are exceptional, and his passing instincts are unparalleled. He invariably identifies the best positioning for his team in an instant, utilizing his incisive drives to evade defenders, score, or set up his teammates with precision. As Paul approached with the ball, he immediately spotted the open West. A pass slicing through the Lakers' defense found West at the baseline. West received the ball and executed a jump shot from the baseline. With a swift motion, the ball swished through the net. 2-0. Paul reveled in his accomplishment, relishing the sense of control he felt on the court. With a broad smile, he turned to Chen Hao and playfully remarked, "Don't blink. The show is about to begin." Chen Hao pursed his lips, remarking that it was merely a ball, nothing of great significance. Paul often enjoys portraying himself in the media as audacious and arrogant, seemingly indifferent to others. But is that truly the case? Not at all. He merely speaks the truth. Yet, when we turn our gaze to Paul himself, he vocally denies such claims, insisting there is none of that, while his actions betray him. In essence, the most egotistical of all is he. This is a classic example of double standards, a different yardstick for others and another for oneself. Chen Hao remained silent as he approached with the ball. Paul immediately bent his knees slightly and spread his arms, wearing a mocking expression as he exclaimed, "Come on, I want to see just how you intend to overpower me." What audacity! Such an outrageous demand. Chen Hao is so preoccupied with satisfying Paul that he may not find solace in sleep tonight. So be vigilant. Do not blink. Chen Hao, while dribbling the ball, suddenly transitioned from dribbling to passing. Chen Hao's pass grazed the right cheek of Paul, and one might mistakenly believe that Chen Hao intended to strike Paul with the ball. Is that really the case? Does one resort to violence when unable to compete? This was the initial thought that crossed Paul's mind. However, as he turned to look, Paul was astonished to discover that Chen Hao's pass, much like the previous one, deftly sliced through the defense and found its way into the hands of an unmarked teammate. Under the basket, little Walton leaped into the air, executing a powerful dunk. With the score now tied at 2-2, little Walton pointed towards Chen Hao, acknowledging the splendid play. Paul felt a twinge of surprise. Even for a master passer like himself, he had to admire the exquisite technique and boundless imagination behind Chen Hao's delivery, akin to a magic trick. Yet, prideful as he was, Paul would never concede verbally. He retorted with disdain, claiming it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. After listening, Chen Hao chuckled, "You can keep being stubborn for a while longer. Soon enough, you want to be able to maintain that bravado." The fans at the Staples Center erupted in cheers, with many discussing Chen Hao's recent pass, exclaiming, "How did he do that? It was like magic. Does he possess sorcery?" At first, I thought he was going to smash the ball over Paul's head. But who would have imagined? The live camera also captured the legendary Lakers icon, Magic Johnson, who was present at the game. Sipping from a water bottle with his eyes half closed, a look of rapture on his face, while shaking his head in disbelief. The Hornets regained possession, and Paul charged forward, relishing the sense of control that came with being a guard. It felt as though he held dominion over the world. Although Chen Hao had executed a miraculous play, deep down, Paul still looked down upon him. As he approached, he unleashed a barrage of trash talk, declaring, "Don't blink. Let me show you what top-tier NBA ball handling looks like." He also waved away Chandler, who had emerged from the paint to set a screen, insisting, "Get out of the way, I need your pick." With that, Paul unleashed a dazzling display of moves, between-the-legs dribbles, in-and-out fakes, a prayer gesture, and a half-spin that sent him soaring. His performance was as fierce as a tiger. Paul's fans were ecstatic, exclaiming, "That was thrilling. Did you see that? This is what elite ball handling looks like." You're speechless now, aren't you? Now you see how narrow-minded you were. Chen Hao wanted to laugh. "What are you doing?" After a series of vigorous maneuvers, Paul felt his heart rate quicken. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was still standing in the same spot. Their positions had not changed at all. "Are you here to amuse me?" Chen Hao continued to taunt. Paul's gaze became somewhat unnatural. This kid truly had something special. Although Paul's flashy combination of moves appeared extravagant, it was, in fact, a remarkable asset for someone of his stature. Yet, it bore no effect on Chen Hao whatsoever. How is this possible? Typically, a taller opponent would have been thrown off balance by his series of moves long ago, but now, Paul found himself utterly unable to surpass Chen Hao. He was incredulous. He needed to pass the ball and adjust his rhythm. Chen Hao's keen insight into Paul's thoughts allowed him to act swiftly. In the very moment Paul passed the ball, Chen extended his hand. And although he did not intercept it, the ball's trajectory was altered. Peja, caught off guard by the unexpected deviation, was unprepared. And the ball ricocheted off the tip of his finger, going out of bounds. The Lakers seized possession. Meanwhile, Hornets fans watching on television were left in a state of disbelief. What just transpired? It seemed Chris was struggling. Surely, it must be an illusion, without a doubt. Two Asian players could not possibly rival Chris. This was an anomaly, an undeniable fluke. On the court, the atmosphere thickened. Chen Hao shot a remark at Paul, who was disheartened by his blunder, saying, "Is this what you refer to as top-tier ball handling skills in the NBA? It appears rather mediocre to me." Paul's expression turned somewhat unnatural, his lips twitching in irritation. That damned Asian fellow. The Lakers regained possession of the ball. As Chen Hao approached with the ball, he imitated the tone and inflection that Paul had previously used, reciting the very words Paul had spoken. "Don't blink." Witness the unparalleled ball-handling prowess of the NBA's elite. In truth, Chen Hao could effortlessly elevate and shoot over the diminutive guard, Paul, without the need for such elaborate theatrics. However, Chen Hao found that approach lacking in enjoyment. Mere physical dominance would not satiate his insatiable desire for retribution. He sought to humiliate the proud Paul psychologically, to make him feel uncomfortable. Contemplating the audacity of his impending actions, Chen Hao could not help but acknowledge the eccentricity of his intentions. Unbeknownst to Paul, who was oblivious to Chen Hao's mockery, his eyes glinted with fierce determination. With a fierce growl, he clenched his jaw tightly, resolutely prepared to engage with fervor. His feet dancing in quick steps as he braced himself for the confrontation. Chen Hao's lips curled into a high arc as he swiftly turned halfway, presenting Paul with his back. Paul's fiercely aggressive defense came to an abrupt halt. Leaning against Paul, Chen Hao appeared to execute a feigned dribble, reminiscent of a backward pivot. Yet it was a mere illusion. Paul immediately shifted laterally to block, but little did he expect that it was merely a ruse. Chen Hao and Paul shifted their positions slightly. In truth, Chen Hao could have taken the shot, yet he refrained from doing so. Instead, he executed a feigned gesture, pretending to shoot. Paul, believing the ruse, lunged forward. However, this was merely an illusion. In an instant, Chen Hao performed a swift change of direction, elegantly slipping past Paul. With Paul left behind, Chen Hao surged into the heart of the Hornets' territory, prompting Chandler to step up and assist in the defense. Chen Hao deftly passed the ball through Chandler's legs into Nju's awaiting hands. Nju made a feint under the basket, then executed a powerful two-handed dunk. With the score now at 4-2, Nju celebrated triumphantly, flashing a broad smile and pointing at Chen Hao. He particularly relished playing alongside Chen Hao, for he knew that Chen Hao could maximize his potential to its fullest extent. Chen Hao continued to stride towards Paul, inquiring, "How does my exceptional control ability compare to yours?" Paul found himself ensnared by Chen Hao's piercing gaze, which reflected a blazing inferno of indignation. Attempting to assert his superiority, he instead felt himself outmaneuvered, a sensation that was undeniably disconcerting. This was especially true given that the individual before him was none other than Chen Hao, an Asian whom he held in contempt, which only served to exacerbate Paul's fury to an explosive degree. "I shall tear you to shreds," he uttered, each word emphatically squeezed from between his clenched teeth. Chen Hao disdainfully remarked, "You still have a long way to go." Paul felt humiliated. His fists clenched tightly as he charged at Chen Hao, who he believed was lacking in respect for his elders. In truth, Paul merely intended to intimidate Chen Hao, hoping to temper his arrogance. However, Chen Hao was inherently fearless, a veritable force to be reckoned with, possessing a mastery of combat skills. If Paul sought to play around, it would simply be an invitation for Chen Hao to engage. Chen Hao showed no hesitation in allowing Paul to experience his martial prowess first. Chapter 054, Annihilating the Hornets. A stark contrast to the Hornets fans' expectations. Paul, fortunate as he was, had teammates who swiftly intervened, pulling him away from the fray. "Let go of me. This kid is infuriating. I must teach him a lesson. Release me. Hurry, let me go." Paul struggled to free himself from his opponent's grasp. Chandler and the others exchanged glances. "Chris, this is somewhat humiliating for you. It's not a matter of whether I can let go. Rather, it's that you have me in a firm grip." Paul, known for his underhanded tactics on the court, was far from foolish. His ability to navigate tricky situations was indeed among the finest in the league. Chen Hao found the situation rather tedious. Wasn't it rather embarrassing for Paul? Yet, Paul held a different perspective. As long as he felt no embarrassment, it was others who should feel it. He paid little heed to it. Following the farcical incident, in the ensuing rounds, Chen Hao continued to penetrate and distribute the ball, creating opportunities for his teammates. In truth, he did this deliberately. Wasn't Paul renowned in the league for orchestrating plays? Allow me to demonstrate my own playmaking skills. By the end of the first half, although Chen Hao had only taken one shot, scoring 2 points, he had delivered 6 assists. Had Ariza managed to capitalize on those two open three-point attempts from the corner, Chen Hao could have recorded 8 assists in a single quarter. Under Chen Hao's orchestration, by the conclusion of the half, the Lakers led the Hornets by 8 points. The Lakers' offense, under Chen Hao's guidance, displayed an unstoppable momentum, akin to mercury flowing freely. Conversely, the Hornets struggled, as Paul found himself thoroughly shackled by Chen Hao. Their offense became laborious, with Paul frequently calling for screens. Yet, with each screen, Chen Hao adeptly maneuvered around, sticking to Paul like glue. By the end of the half, Paul had tallied 0 points, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers. Hornets fans were in a state of panic. The unfolding narrative was utterly unlike their expectations. Weren't they promised that Paul would dominate Chen Hao? Wasn't he supposed to decisively outplay him? Yet, it was Paul who now appeared to be at a disadvantage. Noticing the troubling developments, Hornets coach Scott realized that this player from the Celestial Empire had ignited the Lakers' offense and could not be allowed to continue unchecked. Thus, he waved his hand decisively, substituting a player to defend Chen Hao. Strategically, Scott was correct. He introduced Morris, a player of similar stature to Chen Hao, hoping to disrupt Chen Hao's rhythm and prevent him from facilitating plays with ease. Paul felt quite vexed. "Coach, I acknowledge your strategy is sound. But does it not suggest I am the shorter player here?" To which Scott replied, "Isn't that the truth?" Paul retorted, "Let us not dwell on that." As Chen Hao observed, it was not Paul standing before him. To be fair, while Paul may be diminutive in stature, his defensive capabilities are undeniable. However, they proved ineffective against Chen Hao. It would be inaccurate to claim they were entirely futile, for Chen Hao would still refrain from brazenly exposing the ball in Paul's presence. Yet, the moment Morris, with his elevated center of gravity, stepped in front of Chen Hao, he felt utterly liberated. In comparison to Chen Hao, Morris lagged in speed, height, wingspan, and even physical confrontation. What was lacking? Everything. Frankly speaking, while facing the Hornets, Chen Hao had no desire to rack up points. His sole intention was to outmaneuver Paul. However, he felt that merely besting Paul would render the evening less than perfect. Thus, he decided to abandon pretense and lay his cards on the table. "In truth, I am a prolific scorer." Once Chen Hao unleashes his scoring prowess, the Hornets effectively concede defeat. Let us not forget that the Lakers possess a phenomenal scorer in Kobe Bryant. Moreover, when Chen Hao plays the point guard position, it is akin to pairing a wealthier version of Chris Paul with Kobe. What can be said about the synergy? Consider this. Kobe has scored 18 points in a single quarter, with 12 of those points facilitated by Chen Hao's assists. Kobe's off-ball abilities have long been underestimated. It is not that he lacks this skill. Rather, he seldom employs it. However, since Chen Hao's arrival, Kobe's potential in this aspect has been unequivocally awakened. As for the Hornets' defense against Chen Hao, how shall one articulate it? Chen Hao was uncertain of the exact score he had achieved. Regardless, every shot he took found its mark, and he effortlessly contributed assists as well. Before him, defenders ranging from Paul to Morris, and from Peja, whether starters or substitutes, across positions 1 to 3, were all at his mercy. Scott repeatedly cycled through a plethora of defenders, yet none could withstand the onslaught from Chen Hao. Scott felt a pang of despair, lamenting to the owner, "We truly have no one left. There is simply no one to substitute." As the first half concluded, the Hornets fans were astounded to discover that the Lakers were not the pushover they had anticipated. In fact, it was they who resembled the soft fruit, easily squished. At halftime, the Hornets supporters and the New Orleans media were shocked to realize they trailed by a staggering 16 points, a double-digit deficit. Where was the anticipated dominance? Where was Paul's anticipated conquest of Chen Hao? The scenarios envisioned by the fans had not materialized. Instead, it was Chen Hao who had bested Paul. And although Hornets fans were reluctant to admit it, they had to concede that Paul had suffered a significant defeat that night. Even as Paul stubbornly insisted he had not lost, the evidence was irrefutable, rendering his protestations futile. At halftime, not only were the Hornets down by 16 points, but Paul had recorded merely 3 assists against an alarming 8 turnovers. Such a dismal assist-to-turnover ratio. Even Paul himself would feel embarrassed to claim he was the primary playmaker. In contrast, Chen Hao had delivered 12 assists without a single turnover, and by the end of the first half, he had amassed 24 points. If the game continued on this trajectory, the Hornets were in dire straits. As for the Hornets and the Lakers, they were not traditional rivals. Yet Paul seemed to have a particular vendetta against the Lakers. In every contest against them, Paul consistently delivered stellar performances. Thus, in the previous season, and even the one before that, the Lakers had often found themselves on the losing end when facing the Hornets. over the last 2 seasons. The teams had faced off 6 times, with the Lakers securing victory only once against 5 defeats. The media quipped that Paul was merely going through the motions against the Lakers, treating them with utter disdain. However, since the Hornets acquired Paul, they had transformed their approach significantly. How they played against the Lakers had shifted entirely. Similarly, since the Lakers had acquired Chen Hao, they had become the dominant force against the Hornets, who found themselves utterly powerless. The Hornets' perimeter defenders were left in disarray, thoroughly outmatched by Chen Hao. From positions 1 through 3, exemplified vividly by Morris's struggles, Paul could no longer endure the sight of it. Like Chen Hao, he was fiercely protective of his own. He believed he could manage his team as he wished, but he could not tolerate the same liberties being taken by others. Thus, Paul could not restrain himself any longer. He actively called for Morris to step aside, asserting, "Let me handle this." Paul's words, in truth, were somewhat superfluous. Why engage in such verbose discourse when one could simply arrive? Now, the situation has escalated. Paul endeavored to physically impede Chen Hao, only to be unceremoniously knocked to the ground. Never before had Paul suffered such a humiliating defeat. Yet, despite his predicament, he refused to concede and instinctively grasped Chen Hao's jersey. Nevertheless, a heart-wrenching spectacle unfolded as Chen Hao effortlessly dragged the fallen Paul into the key and executed a layup with grace. Paul was rendered speechless, momentarily forgetting even the discomfort of his bruised backside. Even with an abundance of imagination, he could never have envisioned being so thoroughly outmatched one day. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling Chen Hao's turn at the free throw line. The Lakers fans in the Staples Center erupted in chants of Chen Hao's name. Prior to the game, they had harbored some concern for him, pondering whether his bold declarations might lead to trouble, particularly against an opponent of Paul's caliber, an elite guard with strong prospects for the Western Conference All-Star starting position this year. However, witnessing Paul appear utterly defeated, the Lakers fans began to reconsider the severity of Chen Hao's statements. It was simply the truth, after all. Conversely, the Hornets fans watching from their screens could not help but swallow hard. Was this truly the Chris Paul they once knew? Was this still their beloved point guard? Even in such a state, Paul seemed powerless. Could it be that this young man was truly so formidable? Was he indeed Asian? Rumor suggested he hailed from the East. Could there be some mysterious Eastern force at play? The indignity was palpable, leading many to reconsider their allegiance to Paul. Chen Hao took a penalty shot and confidently converted it, aiding the Lakers in solidifying their lead once more. The ball went in. Chen Hao charged towards the visibly frustrated Paul, unleashing a torrent of trash talk. "I told you I could obliterate you. Defeating your opponents is merely a bonus." At this moment, it was not only Paul who yearned to retaliate against Chen Hao. Morris, not far from them, harbored the same desire. Although Paul remained composed, swallowing his frustration without uttering a word, Chen Hao reveled in his discomfort. The pent-up tension that had burdened him before the match finally yielded some satisfaction. Paul remarked, "Is this truly the satisfaction you seek? My brother, I am destitute, and you have humiliated me." Unbeknownst to Paul, Chen Hao had resolved prior to the game that each encounter with him would end in confrontation, firmly establishing his dominance as the premier point guard. Scott, the head coach of the Hornets, was in a state of utter disarray, uncertain of how to respond. Chen Hao effortlessly maneuvered through the Hornets' backcourt and frontcourt, treating their perimeter defense as though it were a mere public bus. No, it was even less than that. A bus requires fare. While the Hornets' perimeter was entirely at Chen Hao's mercy, Chen Hao is pivotal for the Lakers. He serves as the engine that drives their offense and invigorates the entire team. Scott understands that to triumph over the Lakers, Chen Hao must be neutralized. Only by containing him does the Hornets stand a sliver of a chance. Otherwise, this evening, the Hornets are destined for defeat. However, basketball is a game of 5, and should they double-team Chen Hao, the Lakers would find themselves with a 4-on-3 advantage. And within that quartet lies the formidable scorer, Kobe. Scott feels as though he is losing his mind. In a team featuring Kobe, he is compelled to focus on a rookie from Asia instead. Yet, he is acutely aware that his sanity remains intact. After much internal conflict, the Hornets entered the third quarter without altering their strategy, while the Lakers continued to capitalize on Chen Hao's prowess. By this point, Chen Hao had amassed 38 points and provided 12 assists, orchestrating the game with unwavering control. Fortunately, Peja delivered 2 miraculous three-pointers in the final 20 seconds of the third quarter, preventing the game from descending into utter garbage time. Nonetheless, as the quarter concluded, the Lakers held a commanding 16-point lead, having thoroughly dominated the Hornets. Remarkably, it was the Asian rookie, whom the Hornets fans had dismissed prior to the game. Who led the charge? This outcome starkly contrasted their expectations, shattering their preconceived notions. As they reflected on the first 3 quarters, the Hornets fans fell into a profound silence. Whatever happened to the notion that Chen Hao was unworthy of even carrying Paul's shoes? Now, who is truly unworthy? Observing this predicament, Scott resolved to take desperate measures. Before the 4th quarter commenced, he instructed Paul and Morris to double-team Chen Hao, forcing him to relinquish the ball. We must contain him at all costs. Caught off guard, Paul hesitated, wondering if he was truly willing to stoop so low. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement, reluctantly acknowledging that Chen Hao indeed possessed some talent, albeit limited. Once the double team is executed, he would reveal his true self. To insult me comes with a price. Brace yourself for the tears. In order to avoid prolonged uncertainty and swiftly secure victory, the Zen master resolved that his team should exert themselves to conclude the battle early, allowing for an earlier rest tonight. Throughout the 4th quarter, he continued to deploy his mainstays, including Kobe and Chen Hao. As the first 3 quarters concluded, the Hornets fans felt akin to those who, filled with anticipation, indulged in a box of chocolates, only to discover that what they had consumed was not confectionery, but rather something far less palatable. Their disappointment led to a sense of despair. Yet they found solace in the fact that there was still 1 quarter left to play. After all, one could never ascertain whether the next bite might be the delightful sweetness or the bitter taste of failure. Concerning Paul, their hopes remained high. This man had been the beacon guiding them through tumultuous times. The Hornets supporters still placed their faith in him, convinced that despite his lackluster performance in the previous 3 quarters, he would rise to the occasion when the team needed him most in the 4th. They believed he possessed the ability to turn the tide. A deficit of merely 16 points was neither insurmountable nor trivial. With effort, there remained a chance for recovery. After all, in the past 2 seasons, they had conjured numerous miracles. As the 4th quarter commenced, the Lakers continued to field their star players. Scott felt a moment of tension. Experience often proved to be a formidable asset. He had hoped to capitalize on the Lakers' momentary lapses to score some points. However, it appeared that such ambitions would be thwarted. Nevertheless, they maintained that their roster was significantly deeper than that of the Lakers. By neutralizing Chen Hao, Scott sought to challenge the Lakers' strategy. After all, a single Kobe could not vanquish them. Currently, the Lakers could dominate the Hornets largely due to Chen Hao's ability to invigorate the entire team. Without his foundational presence, relying solely on Kobe would not have instilled such trepidation in Scott regarding the Lakers' prowess. He anticipated that if Paul and Morris could effectively contain Chen Hao, they would witness a transformation in the Hornets' performance. As Chen Hao dribbled the ball, Paul approached from the backcourt, applying physical pressure to Chen Hao. As Chen Hao pressed Paul while controlling the ball across half-court, the moment he crossed the line, Morris immediately extended his arms to double-team him. A collective gasp erupted from the Lakers fans at Staples Center. Chapter 055. Chen Hao, I am not humiliating you. I am toying with you. Oh my heavens. What is this? What have I just witnessed? Scott has chosen to employ a double-team strategy against Chen Hao instead of Kobe. Has he lost his mind? The reality is truly more exhilarating than what is portrayed on television. I can hardly believe it. Observing the Hornets' decision to double-team Chen Hao instead of him, Kobe appeared contemplative. The Zen master glanced with interest at Scott on the Hornets' bench, who was now smugly watching him, seemingly mouthing, I'm locking down your engine. Let us see how you respond. The Zen master merely smiled. Could a double team truly contain Chen Hao? Isn't that rather naive? Oh, right, during practice. We often employed 3 players to double team Chen Hao, and he still found it insufficient. The Zen master seemed to foresee the expression of sheer discomfort Scott would wear shortly. Meanwhile, Zhu, positioned in the paint, observed Chen Hao being double-teamed and did not even consider setting a screen for him, as he believed it was unnecessary. He merely needed to hold his position and await an opportunity to capitalize. In front of their televisions, every Hornets fan was elated. They had long been irked by Chen Hao, the overconfident Asian player. While it was challenging for Paul to regain his footing in the 4th quarter, witnessing this despised Asian player struggle was a delightful prospect. Just when they anticipated that the double team meticulously prepared by the Hornets would bear fruit, Chen Hao swiftly maneuvered the ball through Paul's legs before Morris could fully execute the double team. In a seamless motion, he leaned against Paul's shoulder, effectively dismantling the double team before it could take shape. Chen Hao devised 100 strategies to counter the double team, yet he chose the one that would vex Paul the most. After deftly navigating past the 2 defenders, Chen halted at the arc's pinnacle and unleashed a 3-point shot. With a swift motion, the basketball struck true. In that moment, Paul was momentarily taken aback. He was accustomed to being the one to outmaneuver others. Never had he been the victim of such a maneuver. The act of threading the ball through one's legs was a hallmark of shorter guards like him, and now, Chen had appropriated that signature move, flaunting it right before him. Furthermore, he shattered the meticulously crafted double team set by the Hornets. Scott stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could this truly be happening? The fans of the Hornets, glued to their screens, were equally astonished. Witnessing Chen Hao's audacious feat of threading the ball through Paul's legs to dismantle the double team. How could this be possible? Just moments before, they had believed that the Hornets' strategy would stifle Chen, making him feel constrained. Instead, the very tactic they prided themselves on was deftly unraveled by Chen. Phil Jackson observed Scott's ever-changing expressions with great amusement. He found it quite entertaining. This was merely the beginning. During practice, I employed a triple team against Chen. Your two-man scheme hardly suffices. In truth, Phil's nearsightedness was not particularly severe. The glasses he wore were more for show, allowing him to relish the expressions of his opponents, much like he was doing now with Scott. Paul, on the other hand, was far from pleased. In fact, he was exceedingly frustrated. Chen had noticed the seriousness etched on Paul's face, which teetered on the brink of fury. However, in light of Chen's noble character, he could not resist taunting Paul. "Chris, are you attempting to double-team me?" He feigned consideration, gesturing at the meager number of defenders. "Is this all you have? Is your double team lacking in personnel?" Paul clenched his teeth in frustration. He battled to suppress the burgeoning rage within, fully aware that the team needed his composure at this critical juncture. With the Hornets trailing by 19 points, it was imperative to score and keep the game alive. Should the Lakers extend their lead to 20 points, surrender would become inevitable. Paul aspired to lead his team to a comeback, yet Chen's prowess thwarted his ambitions. The showboating had succeeded splendidly. Chen Hao seized the moment, pressing forward with determination. As he took on the challenge of defending Paul in the backcourt, Paul scoffed, questioning the audacity of a larger guard daring to confront him. "Who does he think he is? I can navigate past you as effortlessly as one crosses a quiet street at dawn." While Paul may not express it openly on the court, he possesses unwavering confidence in the backcourt. This realm belongs to the smaller players. Typically, taller athletes rely on their leaping abilities and speed, yet it appears that Paul's assumptions may have been misguided. Chen Hao is not merely a towering figure. He is an invincible monster of combat prowess. Upon seeing Chen Hao guarding Paul in the backcourt, the Hornets fans felt a surge of excitement. In the frontcourt, they found no way to contend with Chen Hao, but in the backcourt, Paul wielded his absolute domain. Humiliation was but a fleeting moment. Humiliate him. "Chris, take him down. Seize his ankles. Teach that yellow-skinned player a lesson." As Paul received the ball, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. "Do not blame me. This is the price of provoking my wrath. I shall claim your ankles." Paul launched the ball, only to suddenly feel an emptiness in his hands. The ball had been snatched away. To his astonishment, he realized that before Chen Hao, he could not even dribble. The ball was instantly confiscated by Chen Hao. Chen Hao intercepted the ball with precision, executing a spectacular windmill dunk right in front of Paul. The resounding crash echoed throughout the Staples Center, igniting an explosion of excitement. Chen Hao released his grip and strode directly towards Paul, whose lips were pale and expression grim. He shook his index finger at him, then exclaimed, "Your greatest flaw is that you overthink everything." The Hornets fans in front of the television were infuriated, yet simultaneously relieved that this game was not being held at their home arena. Had it been their own court, they felt they might have committed a crime. This young man was exceedingly frustrating. However, not playing on their home turf rendered the television somewhat futile. Chen Hao displayed his extraordinary skills before Paul, showcasing a level of prowess that rendered Paul seemingly ineffective. How could such a lackluster performance be tolerated? After all, he is Paul, the King Bee, a star-level starting point guard, invincible in his own right. They were still holding out hope that Paul would lead a remarkable comeback in the fourth quarter. Yet he remained unable to escape the fate of humiliation. Since Scott took the helm of the Hornets, he had never witnessed Paul being so thoroughly dismantled. Chen Hao was the first to impose such a fate upon him. Observing the team trailing by 21 points, Scott pondered whether it was time to concede. He genuinely feared that this continued onslaught might shatter Paul's confidence irreparably. Chen Hao is currently throwing Paul's face to the ground, relentlessly rubbing it with his foot. The Hornets have possession. Paul receives the ball in the backcourt, and Chen Hao once again advances to defend, using his body to engage in physical confrontation while exchanging banter. I heard you were the starting guard for the Western Conference All-Stars. Paul's teeth grind in irritation. Are you trying to humiliate me? Chen Hao shook his head. No. I am merely toying with you. Since rising to fame, Paul has merely endured the disdain of the banana boat crew. After all, he has relied on the protection of 3 elder statesmen. However, now, he finds himself at the mercy of a rookie. Oh no, as Chen Hao aptly described, toyed with. Indeed, it is a matter of being toyed with. Paul exhibited no capacity to retaliate, with a staggering 21-point deficit. The King Bee was subjected to numerous humiliating moments throughout the game, not to mention the instances where he was left dazed. What haunted Paul the most was being dragged down by Chen Hao during a layup. This has humiliated Paul to the point where he would wish to find a hole in the wooden floor and conceal himself entirely. Now, Chen Hao has arrived. Paul, filled with rage, has veins bulging on his forehead. Even a clay figure possesses a modicum of temper, does it not? Moreover, it is I, the illustrious Paul. Who do you think you are? As he spoke, Paul shoved Chen Hao, momentarily alleviating his pin-up anger. However, in the next instant, he was overcome with regret. Paul was horrified to realize that Chen Hao would not engage in any verbal sparring. Having merely pushed him, he found Chen Hao, heedless of the consequences, launching a powerful hook straight towards his face. As Chen Hao delivered his punch, Paul felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, followed by the acrid scent of blood that assaulted his senses, leaving his lips tinged with a metallic taste. Then, a punch struck his chest once more. Chen Hao, upon delivering this blow, resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Paul felt tears welling up from the pain. He collapsed, clutching the vital parts of his body, writhing on the ground in agony, moaning and gasping, "Help! Someone's been killed." On the field, the scene unfolded with remarkable swiftness. No one anticipated that Chen Hao would act so decisively, and with such ferocity. Paul lost his front teeth and was left severely beaten. If he survives this ordeal, he will undoubtedly be confined to a hospital bed for at least half a month. Had it not been for the intervention of the referees and the teammates, a dire situation could have ensued. This scene unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving the audience at the Staples Center in a state of disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that their seemingly gentle and unassuming compatriot, Chen Hao, would unleash such ferocity. With a single decisive move, he had sent Paul reeling. They had never imagined that not only was Chen Hao a skilled player, but he was also a formidable fighter, as if he had trained for such confrontations. Witnessing Paul's battered and bloodied lips, Morris felt a shiver of anxiety, relieved that he had resisted Paul's earlier temptations in the restroom to conspire against Chen Hao. Had he succumbed to such persuasion, he might well have been the one lying on the ground now. Morris gazed at Paul, who had been struck and sent flying. It was enough to make one wince, even without experiencing the blow firsthand. He could never have anticipated that beneath Chen Hao's exterior lay such a ferocious power. A ruthless individual indeed. Chandler. Tyson Chandler. The boxing champion Tyson Chandler, a friend of Paul, bears a name reminiscent of greatness. However, he is but a false champion. He lacks confidence in his fighting skills. Though he harbors a desire to reclaim honor for Paul, his heart is in the right place. Initially, he roars defiantly, demanding, "Who dares to confront my brother?" The call was indeed loud, yet when confronted by Chen Hao, upon the mere exchange of glances, one quickly succumbed. For harmonious relations foster prosperity. Engaging in conflict is utterly unnecessary. There is simply no need for it. We encounter one another frequently, both in moments of elevation and in those of humility. Chen Hao was perplexed. That wasn't what you said earlier. The boxing champion? Even if it were a genuine boxing champion. Not to mention the peak ones, but the current champion, Chen Hao the 8th Dan, could take on 2 at once. Forget about this fake boxing champion. To prove he wasn't that cowardly, bodyguard David West wanted to step forward, but was restrained by Chandler. That kid has some real skills. 25,000 did not come from the wind. He will face the consequences later. Ultimately, the referee will decide. Chen Hao and Paul were both ejected from the game. The difference was, Paul had to be carried off the court on a stretcher by the medical team, like a triumphant general returning from victory. Chen Hao was showered with thunderous applause from Lakers fans as they bid farewell to their hero. Exhilarating. Magnificently executed. That punch from Chen Hao should have been even more forceful. Paul protested. What grievance have I caused you? Wasn't that already sufficiently powerful? Having been bedridden for half a month now, any more severe and I'd be partially paralyzed. This unsavory character has long deserved to be dealt with. Fans are voicing their discontent far and wide. And not without reason, of course. Paul's style of play does carry a certain underhandedness, yet he keeps winning. In competitive sports, incompetence is the original sin, but he continues to triumph. Thus, many of his dubious maneuvers are conveniently overlooked by journalists. Some even glorify them with euphemisms like intelligent play or strategic brilliance. Damn it. I'll give you a couple of elbows if you keep talking about basketball wisdom. People have long been dissatisfied with him, but simply couldn't do anything about it. Chris Paul, hailed as the 183-meter Michael Jordan, is truly a monstrous presence like Chen Hao, whose combat effectiveness is off the charts. Ordinary guards stand no chance against him. But even the most seasoned river walker eventually meets his match. This time, Paul has finally kicked an iron plate. The Hornets fans watching on TV are questioning their very existence, feeling as though they've witnessed an absurd farce of a game. Before the match, the promotion promised a box of chocolates, only to open it at home and discover, with the final bite, that it was actually excrement. The reality of the game starkly contradicted its advertised allure. Hornets fans had eagerly anticipated their team, led by Paul, securing an 8th consecutive victory. Instead, they witnessed a crushing defeat. They had hoped to see the prestigious Lakers humiliated, but instead, the Lakers trampled over them, sweeping away their previous slump in one decisive move. And it didn't tee in there. The fans had expected their Hornet King Paul to teach the Lakers' rising star Chen Hao a lesson. Yet, as Chen Hao himself declared, Paul was thoroughly dominated, utterly and indisputably. This humiliation is akin to paying $19.99 for a premium service, only for the proprietor to inform you, with a straight face, that all they offer is a simple massage. How would you react then? Hornets fans, have you no shame? Give us back our money, damn it. Return our money, you scoundrels. It is known that Hornets fans are already overwhelmed with shame. The question arises, what is the psychological shadow area cast upon the Hornets leader, Paul, as he lies upon the stretcher? Since Paul entered the NBA, though not the top draft pick, his journey has been remarkably smooth. In his rookie season, the Hornets won 20 more games with his arrival, narrowly missing the playoffs. He was crowned Rookie of the Year. The following season, he came agonizingly close to making the All-Star team, falling short by just one game, and his team once again narrowly missed the postseason. Now in his 3rd year, Paul was widely favored to be the starting point guard for the Western Conference All-Star team. But after this game against the Lakers, that certainty has vanished. At this moment, Paul is enduring the darkest hour of his life. No, it should be said that this was undoubtedly the darkest moment Paul had ever experienced since entering the NBA. The illustrious Hornets leader, Chris Paul, when had he ever suffered such humiliation before? Chapter 056 The Magician. With Chen Hao, dawn breaks over Los Angeles. What is the most humiliating act in a basketball game? Is it losing the match? Being dunked over? Or perhaps getting crossed up and left stumbling? None of the above. He intended to assault someone, yet ended up being hospitalized himself. This transcends mere humiliation. It is as though one's dignity has been violently torn away, cast upon the ground, and ruthlessly ground into the dust until nothing remains but tattered shreds of pride. Losing in a fight is forgivable, after all. This isn't a sport where one fights while carrying a ball. It's genuine basketball. Yet even in basketball, Paul couldn't prevail. He was utterly dominated on both ends of the court by Chen Hao. Indeed, an absolute and relentless suppression. One-on-one, Chen Hao handled Paul with ease, hands in his pockets. Conversely, the Hornets resorted to double-teaming Chen Hao, yet still found no solution. Ultimately, without Paul, the Hornets lost their backbone entirely. The Lakers, even after Chen Hao fouled out, still held a commanding 21-point lead, and they still had Kobe Bryant. In the end, the Lakers, galvanized and united, crushed the Hornets by 28 points, sweeping away the gloom of their previous back-to-back road losses. Before this game, Paul had talked a big game, but after the match, it's fair to say he was obliterated without a trace. Does Paul even qualify as a superstar? At present, he is undoubtedly an all-star caliber player. However, for a player of such elite status to be utterly dominated in a one-on-one matchup is truly astonishing and significantly detrimental to his standing within the league. At the very least, whether Paul will remain the starting guard for the Western Conference All-Stars this year has now become a substantial question mark. Conversely, Chen Hao's masterful performance in single-handedly dismantling Paul has catapulted him into the spotlight. Lakers legend Magic Johnson, when intercepted by reporters post-game, was asked, "What are your thoughts on this young man, Chen Hao, currently on the Lakers roster?" The magician uttered a soft affirmation, exclaiming with admiration, "How formidable! Whether in a fight or on the basketball court, I would crown him as the undisputed #1 point guard." Magic Johnson's words carried a playful tone, leaving the reporters in fits of laughter. Yet, with solemnity, he added, "For the first time, truly the first time, I've witnessed someone capable of containing Chris in a one-on-one duel. And let's not forget, Chen Hao is of Asian descent. Of course, I harbor no prejudice against Asians. What I mean to emphasize is that Chen Hao is extraordinary. As a veteran of the game, I hold great admiration for him." Dawn has broken over Los Angeles. Magic Johnson spared no lavish praise when speaking of Chen Hao. As for the final disciplinary outcome of this game, it remains pending. For now, Chen Hao is in high spirits. The journalists, too, share his delight. Those punches of his have, at the very least, injected some much-needed spice into the otherwise monotonous grind of the regular season. Chen Hao returned to the locker room, fresh from his shower, barely having the chance to don his underwear when a frenzied swarm of reporters, armed with an arsenal of cameras, surged into the Lakers' locker room. The relentless barrage of shutter clicks, click, 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 sent him scrambling to shield his modesty with a towel, lest he suffer an untimely exposure. Chen Hao was no exhibitionist, devoid of any inclination toward indecent exposure. As the farce concluded, he sat upright upon the chair with solemn dignity, merely draped in a bath towel while enduring the interview. The journalists probed with piercing questions, their incisive inquiries evoking reluctant admiration from Chen Hao for their provocative prowess. Yet he remained utterly unperturbed. When questioned whether he regretted the punch that led to his immediate ejection, his composure never wavered. Chen Hao had been relentlessly criticized by New Orleans media and fans before the match, adhering to the principle of repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. He would certainly not miss this nationally televised opportunity to retaliate. Chen Hao shook his head decisively. What if Chris were to repeat such actions next time? I did not resort to my hands. I shall employ my legs instead. Had I chosen to strike with my lower limbs, his hospital stay would extend far beyond a mere fortnight. Moreover, I proclaim my capability to overpower Chris, and lo, I have manifested this truth before the Hornets faithful, both physically and psychologically. At the same time, I feel a tinge of pity for you, and my heart aches on your behalf. For from this day forth, there shall be one fewer team you can triumph over in the NBA. As long as I remain with the Lakers, each encounter with you shall result in your defeat. Victory shall forever elude your grasp. The era of the Hornets dominating the Lakers is now consigned to the annals of history. With that, Chen Hao winked playfully at the camera before departing with effortless grace. Paul was hospitalized, slipping into unconsciousness at one point, leaving only the Hornets fans to silently endure the ordeal. After this battle, people began to ponder why Chen Hao couldn't secure the starting point guard position for the Western Conference All-Star team. In 2008, the All-Star game happened to be held in New Orleans, where Chen Hao utterly dominated the Hornets star point guard with a crushing performance. Consequently, Lakers fans, especially Chen Hao's devoted supporters, were sent into euphoria. Chen Hao secured the starting point guard position for the Western Conference All-Stars. This is an indisputable fact, no objections permitted. Moreover, in this battle, the Lakers completely shook off their previous slump and returned to the right track. That punch Chen Hao landed on Paul was undeniably satisfying. However, the subsequent repercussions carried a rather bitter aftertaste. Regarding the altercation between Chen Hao and Paul, the league has issued penalties that pack quite a sting. Firstly, both Paul and Chen Hao face a 3-game suspension. Secondly, each player is fined $25,000. This means Chen Hao won't be stepping onto the court for the next week. Though the team covered the fine, Chen Hao remains displeased. Why is that? Being suspended is one thing, but imposing a fine as well? Do they think my money grows on trees? At an exchange rate of $25 million equates to $200,000, a sum sufficient in this era to secure a decent property in the Middle Kingdom. From that moment, Chen Hao harbored resentment towards Paul, silently accusing him of owing him a house. In reality, Chen Hao didn't have to spend a single cent. Aunt Jenny commended him. Praising his outstanding performance and formidable boxing skills, his tenacity was remarkable. She even suggested sparring someday, though quickly corrected herself, urging him to maintain that same unyielding spirit. Chen Hao found Aunt Jenny's demeanor rather peculiar. Paul, however, received no such preferential treatment. He officially announced a 2-week hiatus due to injury, conservatively estimated, at least 2 weeks. With further updates pending. Beaten and confined to bed. Fined, the company covered it, yet it shall be deducted from his wages. Compared to these, Paul was actually not bothered at all. What truly troubled him were the words Chen Hao had uttered on television. That bastard. In a moment of agitation, Paul accidentally reopened his wound and began coughing incessantly. He coughed up blood again. The same punishment. Clearly it was he who struck me. Paul grew increasingly agitated and unsettled, his mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Yet the mere recollection of Chen Hao's formidable skills, his imposing physique, and that devastating punch instantly extinguished Paul's fleeting courage to retaliate. Coward! Paul, you damn coward, how dare you speak so boldly? Why don't you step forward and take a punch yourself instead of standing there spouting nonsense without feeling the pain? Paul grew increasingly indignant as he lay confined to his sickbed, consumed by boredom. Without hesitation, he opened the group chat with his Banana Boat brothers. Be king, brothers. I've been wronged badly. What do you say we do about it? Silence. No response. The Queen Bee, my brethren, I have been grievously wronged and suffered greatly. What counsel do you offer in this dire circumstance? Queen Bee, my brethren, I have suffered grievous indignities. What counsel do you offer in this dire circumstance? Paul sent 3 consecutive messages. After a long pause, came the notification sound. Chapter 57. Chen Hao, the agony. Yearning to find someone to spar with. Chen Hao, how vexing. I long to find someone to engage in physical exertion with. Chen Hao delivered a powerful punch that sent the Bee King Paul flying. This remarkable feat propelled both the rookie sensation Chen Hao and the reigning Bee King Paul onto the front pages of major sports media outlets. The mighty King Paul was utterly crushed by the rising star Chen Hao's devastating punch, leading to the humiliating expulsion of the Hornets monarch and their staggering 21-point defeat in Los Angeles. The rising star Chen Hao continues to dominate, utterly outclassing the Hornets leader Paul in both basketball and physical confrontations, utterly disgraceful. Encountering the rookie king Chen Hao, even the Bee King was forced to rest and recuperate for 15 days. Remember this moment of pain, whether physical or psychological, for it shall nurture your growth. The media circus surrounding Chris Paul, the so-called Hornets King and pseudo-all-star, has laid bare the shameless antics of paparazzi culture. These very outlets that once slandered Chen Hao, orchestrating smear campaigns against him, now pivot with the wind. Having witnessed Chen Hao's vindication, they seamlessly shift their allegiance to Paul. Only days prior, these pundits proclaimed Paul would utterly dominate Chen Hao, yet today they deride him as an unworthy pretender to stardom. Several publications even declared they would boycott the New Orleans All-Star Game should Paul secure the starting guard position for the Western Conference. Truly, the tongues of the media are as deceitful as demons. In order to make ends meet, the media has utterly lost its dignity. The basketball star Paul has long been overshadowed in headlines. To his utter astonishment, his resurgence into the spotlight was due to being defeated by Chen Hao, whether on the court or in a brawl. Is such trivial nonsense truly worthy of headlines? What have I even done? I did not allow the fans who came to greet me at the airport to obstruct the aircraft's passage. This is utterly infuriating. The king doesn't realize how much he deserves this. He absolutely merits it. After all, in one-on-one matchups between stars, mutual destruction is the most common outcome. But to endure such devastation from Paul, physically, psychologically, and financially, is exceptionally rare. Those in the know understand Chen Hao merely led the Lakers to break their losing streak, dispelling the dark clouds over the team. The uninformed might mistakenly believe Chen Hao has already marched his troops to the gates of America. Truth be told, one can hardly blame Paul. Even hospitalized, he remains restless, summoning allies through the night to lament his grievances. The Banana Boat Brothers chat group The Flash, annihilate him 100,000. Melon, declare that you are my brother. Emperor, who dares? I shall avenge you. Bee King, have you not seen the news? Flash, I have not. Emperor, neither have I. Melon, no time for such trivialities. The Queen Bee was well aware that his brothers had all witnessed the incident, yet they remained silent out of consideration for his feelings. The Queen Bee declared, if you've seen it, then admit you've seen it. The Emperor burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Chris, you must have neglected your training this summer, otherwise you wouldn't have been humiliated so thoroughly. Her Majesty the Queen Bee editor, by God's grace, I merely rested for 2 fleeting days this summer, and lo, I was subjected to the most rigorous training regimen imaginable, but it wasn't sent. The Flash, then you must have been chasing skirts last night. Queen Bee editor, you're the one chasing skirts, your whole damn family chases skirts. I typically retire at 11 p.m. But tonight I shall take my rest at 8, for the Lakers game awaits. This is an inviolable ritual. Mellow mused. Could it be that losing at cards has compromised one's form? Queen Bee editor, I am utterly devastated, both physically and mentally. The Queen Bee deeply regretted initiating this group chat. She had sought solace in confiding with her brethren, yet upon concluding the conversation, Paul discovered his heart ached even more profoundly. The discomfort was unbearable, as though pierced by a jagged wooden stake. It pains me deeply. Had I known better, I would never have sought out this wretched lot. Yet Jean-Paul finds solace in this. These brothers in arms are not entirely without honor. The emperor sneered, that yellow-skinned Chen Hao. Was it? Henceforth, I shall strike upon each encounter. Grieve no more, my dearest brother. I shall personally instruct him in the proper conduct of life. Of all people to bully, he chose to torment my sworn brother. Editor's note. The concluding remark appears somewhat superfluous. In the end, it wasn't sent. Melon, leave it to me. I'll crush his balls for you to vent your anger. Coincidentally, we have a match next Wednesday. Hornet King. Thanks, Brother Melon. The Flash, never underestimate any opponent. That Chen Hao doesn't seem ordinary. The Wasp King. Are we brothers or not? With your capabilities, crushing him would be but a fleeting moment's work. The Flash. I never said that. Queen Bee. I demand you annihilate him, Dwayne. The Flash. I shall endeavor to do so. The Queen Bee was finally satisfied. After that, the brothers chatted about other matters before ending their group conversation. The Queen Bee put down her phone, as if the gloom that had been weighing on her chest had finally dissipated. Alone, Paul also knew that taking down Chen Hao would be no easy feat. But with his brothers by his side, the League's face guarding against this Emperor, LeBron James, whom Paul privately referred to as the Little Emperor, this time, the little was gone. The Flash, 2006 Finals MVP. Carmelo Anthony, an all-star caliber small forward in the Western Conference, once rivaled LeBron James as equals. Reminiscent of the legendary Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird rivalry. With such formidable brothers by your side, my dear grandson, you shall face quite the challenge. At this thought, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Paul's eyes as he lay on the hospital bed. Though triumphant, the pain in his mouth flared up again. 2 of his front teeth were missing. Chen Hao felt rather disgruntled. Days without basketball felt utterly meaningless. And in an instant, he sensed he had lost out on what seemed like hundreds of millions. Take last week's Rookie of the Week honors, for instance, snatched away by Durant. Or the weekly MVP title that slipped through his fingers. Because Chen Hao missed those 3 games, Durant, like the Monkey King freed from the weight of Five Finger Mountain, suddenly appeared invincible. So much so that he was even brought into discussions for Rookie of the Year. All these losses, Chen Hao decided, were to be squarely blamed on Paul. That bastard. Next time they met, he'd make sure to teach him a lesson. Damn it, costing him so much. In truth, Chen Hao hadn't actually lost anything. He was just bored out of his mind. When news broke of Chen Hao's suspension, Taylor Swift wasted no time reaching out. You're in Los Angeles. Chen Hao not here. Competing in a match. Taylor Swift, you're deceiving me. Chen Hao, I did not. Taylor, you did. You're suspended. Don't think I don't know. Chen Hao, do you even need to ask? Taylor Swift, I wish to soothe your wounded heart. Chen Hao no. That evening, Taylor Swift arrived at Chen Hao's apartment, bearing a bottle of red wine and various ingredients. Chen Hao was genuinely taken aback upon seeing her. For, in the dead of night, Taylor was clad entirely in black, adorned with a black baseball cap and sporting a large pair of sunglasses, fully equipped for an incognito appearance. Chen Hao could comprehend that at this moment, Taylor Swift was experiencing a surge in popularity, precisely at the cusp of her ascent to stardom. In truth, for a prominent female singer like her, the emergence of rumors during such a pivotal time is far from fortuitous. One need only reflect on the time when the beloved Lu was at the height of her fame, announcing her romance with Xiao Guan, which ultimately resulted in a significant loss of fans and her descent into a state of limbo between obscurity and fame. Chen Hao found himself perplexed, pondering what redeeming qualities he possessed. Was his rejection not sufficiently clear? Over the past few days, he had been engulfed in a cloud of melancholia, as his daily routine revolved solely around eating, sleeping, watching films, and gaming with Mei Mei, which left him feeling rather despondent. Of course, let there be no misunderstanding. His relationship with Mei Mei remained innocent, merely sharing slumber without any ulterior motives. Chapter 058. Chen Hao, frustrated, yearning for some physical activity. There is an age-old adage that rings true. Young men must safeguard themselves when venturing into the world, for society can be treacherous. On several occasions, he found himself awakened in the dead of night only to discover Mei Mei climbing into his bed, which he deemed utterly absurd. Was it not enough that she had already commandeered his guest room? Now, she sought to invade his bed as well. He would shove her away with a swift kick. Naturally, this provoked a torrent of tears from Mei Mei, accompanied by a barrage of pillow strikes and her furious exclamations. Go to hell, you straight man. Since concluding the group chat with his good friend Paul, King had taken a keen interest in studying Chen Hao. To say he was researching would be an exaggeration, rather. He was merely observing Chen Hao's recent escapades, including his brawls and subsequent suspensions. However, these matters were of little consequence to Ajan. The crux of the matter was that this first-year student from Asia, named Chen Hao, had usurped all of his headlines. Ajan burst into laughter. That night, Madison Square Garden bore witness to Ajan's extraordinary performance, tallying 45 points, 12 rebounds, and 12 assists. Yet, Chen Hao's headline remained prominently displayed. The matter concerning Chen Hao even stirred the attention of NBA Commissioner Stern. This old fellow managed to obtain Chen Hao's contact information from an unknown source and called him directly. While Chen Hao was engrossed in a video game with Taylor Swift, he noticed an unfamiliar number and initially assumed it was an insurance sales call or a credit card promotion, promptly hanging up. However, the calls persisted, ringing 3 times without interruption. This irked Chen Hao to the point of wanting to block the number. Taylor Swift suggested that he should answer it, just in case the caller had something important to discuss. As she spoke, she fluttered her striking blue eyes at Chen Hao. Chen Hao contemplated for a moment and promptly pressed the answer button. I possess a credit card, and I also have insurance. Thank you. Yet, Chen Hao still retained a measure of caution. On the other end of the line, Stern did not smile. He introduced himself with a stern demeanor. I am Stern, the commissioner of the NBA. Are you Chen Hao? Chen Hao indeed. Please, solemnly recount the sequence of events. I wish to comprehend the intricacies of this matter. You see, in the NBA, Chen Hao cast his phone aside, continuing his game with Taylor Swift. Observing his intense demeanor, one might assume he was engaged in a grand competition, when in fact, it was merely King of Fighters 98. Perhaps the divine has bestowed upon Chen Hao an abundance of basketball talent, yet his prowess in gaming is rather mediocre. On the other end of the line, Stern was fervently detailing the tumultuous incidents akin to the brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills. He was genuinely apprehensive, hence his low tolerance for similar altercations on the court. However, one cannot overlook that Chen Hao is indeed a promising talent, and from Asia no less. The survival rate of Asians in the NBA has historically been low, and now, with the emergence of Chen Hao, Stern perceives a rare treasure, an opportunity too precious to let slip away. He is wholeheartedly devoted to the global promotion of the NBA brand, and Chen Hao appears to be the embodiment of this vision. Penalties for Chen Hao are inevitable, yet they must not be excessively harsh. Nonetheless, a reprimand was issued. Yet, Chen Hao had words to share. David, you know me. I am a kind-hearted individual. Stern attempted to interrupt Chen Hao's ramblings, yet lacked any evidence. I was merely acting in self-defense, exclaimed Chen Hao. Stern retorted, I find that hard to believe. You rascal. If I truly intended to strike Chris, I could assure you he would be left incapacitated. Chen Hao responded, I assure you. Stern concluded, very well. I understand. Do exercise caution next time. Chen Hao, is there really going to be a next time? The Lakers' general manager, Mr. Koo, has also sought him out. Mr. Koo regarded Chen Hao with the expression of a principal observing a student. This old man holds the key to his salary, unlike Stern, who, despite appearing to wield significant power, has no direct connection to him. Chen Hao continues to fulfill his responsibilities and remains quite cooperative, akin to a student who has erred sitting before the principal. Chen Hao had anticipated a barrage of reprimands from Coach Liu. However, he was taken aback when Liu asserted, Chen Hao, we are the Los Angeles Lakers, not a brutish team like the Detroit Pistons. Our owner and I vehemently oppose any form of conflict on the court. You understand that such behavior adversely affects our reputation. We are a team that draws the spotlight of the nation. Is it fitting to display such crude and savage conduct before a national audience? Coach Liu's stern admonition left Chen Hao momentarily speechless, but Liu raised a hand to silence him. Except for the Hornets, that little fellow plays far too dirty for my liking. I can hardly bear to watch. I only lament my lack of talent, for otherwise, I would have put him in his place. Well done, Chen Hao. Chen Hao, how frustrating. A 3,000-word speech that ultimately goes unused. Chen Hao was equally perplexed, wondering why he had not heard of any disputes between General Manager Kupchak and Paul. Could it be that there was an issue with the transmission of information? Nevertheless, upon exiting the office of General Manager Kupchak, Chen Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Hao initially feared he might face repercussions from Kupchak. Fortunately, it turned out to be a mere scare. Furthermore, Mr. Kupchak assured him that for the 3 games he missed, there was no need to fret about accumulating results, As long as he could maintain consistent performance, he would make it up to him. All right, sounds good, Chen Hao replied, expressing that stability is what he possesses in abundance. Having missed 3 games, he enjoyed a total of 9 days of rest at home. On the 5th day, Taylor Swift departed, feeling reluctant to leave. As she glanced back, she seemed to say, Chen Hao, remember to think of me. In an effort to hasten Taylor's departure, Chen Hao readily acquiesced, exclaiming, oh, certainly. However, once Taylor was gone, he slammed the door in frustration. Was he out of his mind? In a previous life, had Chen Hao been granted paid leave as a corporate drone, he would have eagerly accepted. Yet in this lifetime, he was 100,000 times unwilling. At this moment, Chen Hao harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Paul. That cursed little man. The root of his ire lay in the fact that Paul was the reason for his suspension. During Chen Hao's absence in the last 3 matches, the Lakers had initially rebounded against the Hornets, but subsequently suffered devastating defeats. Against the Suns, a team they could not afford to lose to, they fell by 18 points, reliving the humiliation of the previous year's playoffs. In the second game against the Spurs, they were mercilessly defeated once again. With the same issue persisting, Kobe lacked support and was left to fend for himself. Following the victory against the Hornets, the Lakers faced 2 consecutive losses, plummeting to 7th place in the Western Conference, desperately in need of a victory to dispel the gloom. However, in the game against the Bobcats, the Lakers faced a back-to-back challenge, arriving in Charlotte at 9 a.m. and scheduled to play at 4 p.m. the same day. With owner Jordan personally overseeing the match, the Lakers suffered an 18-point defeat. In the aftermath, doubts began to circulate regarding whether this Lakers team could even reach the playoffs, let alone aspire to greater achievements. Chapter 059. Chen Hao was overwhelmed with anticipation. Whoever arrived would surely falter. The Lakers were in dire need of a victory to lift the pall that had settled over them. Chen Hao's debut opponent was the Denver Nuggets. This match was indeed a focal point in the Western Conference, with the Lakers positioned 8th and the Nuggets 9th, the latter having played 1 game less. Consequently, the Nuggets trailed the Lakers by half a game. This implies that a loss to the Nuggets would be tantamount to losing 2 games for the Lakers. Should they succumb to Denver, the Lakers would plummet to 9th place in the West. The Lakers' 3-game losing streak has underscored a glaring issue. Kobe Bryant is in dire need of an exceptional ally for the Lakers to secure victories. An extraordinary performance from Kobe is essential. Think of scoring 40, 50, or even 60 points. Yet, it is crucial to remember that Kobe is human, and expecting him to deliver miraculous feats every game is unrealistic. The absence of Chen Hao as a facilitator has rendered the Lakers' 3 consecutive defeats somewhat comprehensible. In the past, with Pau Gasol by his side, Kobe was able to lead his team out of the West and into the finals, even eliminating the formidable Denver Nuggets, boasting their dynamic duo in a gentlemanly 4-1 sweep. Without Chen Hao, the outcome against the Nuggets remains uncertain. However, with him, the Lakers would undoubtedly have the upper hand. The 3-game suspension of Chen Hao has gradually illuminated his significance to the Lakers. Thus, prior to the game against the Nuggets, a reporter inquired of Phil Jackson how he would explain the team's current plight. With calmness and a radiant smile, Jackson reassured, "Rest assured, we are just fine. Do not worry. We still have Chen Hao who has yet to make his impact felt. Once he returns, we will be back on track." Despite the Lakers' 3-game losing streak, history has shown that no team has ever clinched a championship after such a string of defeats in the regular season. This suggests that the Lakers may have forfeited their championship aspirations. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Chen Hao's return, Jackson felt an inexplicable joy. His enthusiasm stems not only from Chen Hao's comeback, but also from the elevated level of his coaching. The joy of winning, even when faced with adversity, is indeed delightful. However, the upcoming adversary is the Denver Nuggets, who also find themselves grappling with a 3-game losing streak. Nevertheless, Carmelo Anthony has vowed to lead his team back to victory. Faced with a desperate Carmelo, one must ponder, can Chen Hao truly rescue the Lakers? Let us not forget, he is merely a rookie, and after missing 3 games, his ability to maintain form remains a significant question mark. As the reporter finished speaking, Jackson could not contain his laughter, a broad grin spreading across his face. Chen Hao, seated beside him, began to feel a sense of unfamiliarity with Jackson. While the outside world may label him arrogant and presumptuous, why not direct such critiques towards Jackson, the seasoned veteran? Upon reflection, Chen Hao realized the old sage possesses a multitude of championship rings. Certainly, Jackson's laughter is not without merit. After all, how could this so-called dynamic duo lead their team to 3 consecutive defeats while boasting about their strength? Chen Hao and Kobe have formed an unparalleled partnership, boasting an impeccable winning percentage of 100 to date, which signifies that they have yet to endure a single defeat. Such prowess is indeed remarkable. One might question the legitimacy of a team suffering 3 consecutive losses. The Lakers roster is far from complete, thus it does not count. Coach Phil, are you amused? Do you truly hold the Nuggets in such disregard? The reporters were left speechless. It seems that the Zen master perceives having Chen Hao as akin to having an ace up his sleeve against any opponent. Do you believe the dynamic duo of the Golden State Warriors is easily manageable? In truth, even the Zen master is not entirely certain of this. Yet he comprehends the immense value Chen Hao brings to the Lakers. Initially, he believed Chen Hao was limited to the point guard position. However, after Chen Hao's absence in these 3 games, he has come to recognize a plethora of possibilities, including his height, wingspan, and athleticism. Contemplating this, the Zen master could hardly contain his excitement. Returning to the earlier question, the Zen master adeptly maintains his composure, insisting, "No, I am not laughing." Yet, the more he asserts this, the more he is tempted to smile. Ultimately, he cannot suppress it. "You clearly are." "Absolutely not. Do not misinterpret my words. I am always serious. No matter how amusing the situation, I shall not laugh." Eventually, the Zen master doubled over in laughter, struggling to regain his composure. As he mentioned earlier, Philadelphia's duo is formidable. They are indeed strong, yet the alliance of Chen Hao and Kobe reigns supreme. While the Zen master acknowledges the strength of the Denver Nuggets, he feels an unusual pang of guilt for doing so. Naturally, the Golden State duo is exceptionally powerful, unprecedentedly so. However, their strength bears no relevance to the Nuggets. Moreover, their prowess lies solely in offense, while their defense is woefully inadequate. In the NBA, merely having a potent offense does not equate to true strength. Take Martin, for instance. When he is on fire, his scoring ability rivals that of Kobe. Yet no fan considers him formidable, for every point he scores on offense is counterbalanced by points lost on defense, resulting in a negative plus-minus. What constitutes true strength? Unlike the likes of Kobe and Chen Hao, who excel in both offense and defense, Martin's individual scoring prowess fails to translate into team success, as it ultimately approaches 0. Allen Iverson's capabilities have significantly declined, far from his former glory. While Martin focuses solely on scoring, neglecting defense, it is no surprise that his teammates harbor grievances. While the rationale is sound, when Carmelo learns that the Zen master dares to mock the Nuggets, he cannot help but feel discontent. Chen Hao? That name sounds familiar. Carmelo finally recalls that group chat where Paul mentioned the Asian rookie who had been thoroughly defeated. "I would crush him," he declares. Fake news. Do not be misled by the media. Now that Kobe is here, I am not intimidated. One Asian rookie is no match for me. The sweet melon not only craves accolades, but is inherently driven by a profound sense of ambition. Chen Hao feels utterly innocent. He has not uttered a single word regarding his cat, yet finds himself at the very heart of a whirlwind of public opinion. Oh my goodness. However, it is rather fortuitous. I quite enjoy it. Chen Hao perceived the Zen master as a parasitic worm within him, acutely aware of the pent-up energy he had harbored over the past few days. Consequently, he compelled Chen Hao to engage in some rigorous activity and summoned Sweet Melon. Chen Hao found himself rather impatient for the impending match. Mei Mei, on the other hand, felt somewhat at a loss. They had already spent the night together, yet not a single call had come through. Since returning to work from Chen Hao's side, Mei Mei had been eagerly awaiting his call each day after work. Initially, she thought that with Chen Hao's suspension from competition, he would no longer be traveling and would certainly need someone to converse with. However, to her dismay, after a week apart without a single call from him, Mei Mei was left in a state of anxiety, questioning whether he no longer desired her presence. Resolutely, she decided to fly to the Denver Plateau, which stood approximately 3,000 meters above sea level, solely for the chance to see Chen Hao. Chapter 060, The Melon Cutting Scene. Sweet Melon. Is this truly a first grader? Chapter 060, The Melon Cutting Scene. Sweet Melon. Is this truly a first grader? Denver Plateau. Energy Solutions Center Arena. As Chen Hao entered the arena, he initially believed he was late. To his astonishment, he had arrived a full half-hour early. Yet the venue was already teeming with spectators. Confused, he wondered if the game had commenced. However, this was hardly surprising. Although Denver is a smaller market, It boasts a loyal and passionate fan base. Their steadfast support has been rewarded. As this season, the Nuggets are poised to achieve significant success under the leadership of their dynamic duo. Before long, the Nuggets players emerged for their final warm-up shots. At that moment, the headband-clad Melo approached Chen Hao directly, inquiring, "Are you Chen Hao?" Almost simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated from not far behind him. Chen Hao. It was Taylor Swift, who, though still early in her career and not yet a household name, had already garnered a measure of fame with her distinctive country music and unique vocal style. Chen Hao turned his gaze and spotted the melancholic Taylor Swift amidst the crowd. "Oh, what brings you here?" he inquired, inadvertently disregarding Melo, who was of no significant acquaintance to him and would soon become an adversary again. Chen Hao was unconcerned that his earlier altercation with Paul would hinder any possibility of a cordial conversation with Melo. He approached Taylor with determination, stating, "I specifically came to watch your match." Initially, Taylor hesitated, caught in a whirlwind of unspoken thoughts, but ultimately, she chose to speak candidly. She had intended to express her frustration about his lack of communication during her absence, conveying a sentiment that she was upset and that it would take more than mere words to placate her. Yet, as the words formed on her lips, she opted for honesty instead. However, the glimmer of sorrow remained in her eyes as she queried, "During the days I was away, why didn't you reach out to me?" She was forthright, articulating her discontent without reserve. Chen Hao originally intended to express, "Isn't it delightful to be alone? Why would one seek your company? Has the thrill of basketball diminished? Or perhaps the allure of gaming has waned?" Upon witnessing Chen Hao's silence, Mei pondered, "Have we not shared the same bed? Are we not akin to a couple?" However, the interpretation of sleep held by Mei diverged somewhat from the conventional understanding. Hearing this, a group of fervent Nuggets fans standing beside Mei appeared eager to confront Chen Hao. Chen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet his mind remained remarkably clear. He promptly responded, "Look at what you're saying. The other day, I refrained from calling you because I train every day and return quite late. I feared I might disturb your rest, hence I suppressed my longing." Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, the gloom on Mei's face dissipated, replaced with an exuberant expression. She leaned in closer to Chen Hao, her face brimming with delight. "So you did think about calling me, but held back for fear of interrupting my peace. How wonderful. You can call me any time you think of me. My phone is always on for you." "All right," he replied. "Hey, Chen Hao, hurry over for training. The competition is about to commence." At that moment, Kobe's loud voice interrupted the conversation between Chen Hao and Mei from a distance. Chen Hao waved his hand to indicate his understanding, then turned to Taylor with an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, I have a match to attend. Go ahead, give it your all tonight. I will always be here to support you." Taylor's playful and endearing nasal tone at the end of her sentence caused quite a few hearts to shatter among the onlookers. Having said that, Chen Hao returned to the court, where he found Anton, whose expressions shifted dramatically, standing still like a sculpture. Chen Hao remained unfazed, striding directly towards Sweet Melon. "Oh, you called for me? Is there something amiss?" Anthony's lips twitched, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly sank into his flesh. If mere glances could kill, Chen Hao would have perished 1,000 times over. Anthony could assuredly tell himself that tonight was the most infuriating night he had experienced since entering the NBA, without exception. After all, he was a prominent figure in the NBA. It was one thing to be disregarded by a renowned coach like Zen Master. It was quite another to feel humiliated by Chen Hao. How dare a rookie, when I sought to converse, abandon me for a romantic dalliance, blatantly disregarding a senior? Am I so lacking in dignity? Go out into the world and inquire about it. Any rookie who meets me should address me as big bro and offer me a cigarette. Yet that young lad chose to ignore me entirely. Very well. Tonight, I shall crush your pride. Sweet Melon spat out in frustration before storming off. It was one thing for the Zen Master to underestimate him, but to be looked down upon by an Asian rookie was intolerable. Was he not a Western Conference All-Star, starting small forward? Tonight, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of defeat. If you do not kneel and sing my praises, I shall not be called Carmelo." Chen Hao wore a bewildered expression. "Did I err? I did not provoke Tianguo at all. Why is she so upset? Moreover, she threatens to make me look foolish? This is rather intriguing." Chen Hao had been concerned that the evening would be dull, but with this unexpected turn of events, he surmised that Tianguo might engage in some significant antics tonight. After a week of being deprived of the game, he felt utterly restless. It is known that a man, who typically indulges in passion 8 times in a single night, becomes fervently eager when deprived for an entire week. The question remains, will his companion be able to rise from the bed tonight? Chen Hao perceived that Sweet Melon was somewhat boastful, claiming that he would make him look foolish. However, the moment had arrived. After warming up, the match commenced. Anju successfully leaped for the ball, which landed in Chen Hao's hands. He dribbled past the half-court line, and with his keen eyesight, he swiftly noticed Odom making a sudden cut to the basket. Sweet Melon, who was supposed to defend Odom, could hardly muster the energy to move his legs. Chen Hao was at a loss for words. Was this it? He truly could not comprehend. It wasn't merely a flaw of his Virgo nature. It was just that you had promised to impress me. Yet this was utterly lackluster. In truth, Carmelo was not incapable of defense, but it all depended on his mood. The renowned sportswriter Bill Simmons once remarked about Carmelo Anthony's defense, describing it as oscillating between consistently poor and occasionally adequate. To put it bluntly, it was sheer laziness. What, then, could such laziness lead to? Simply put, it resulted in scoring. An anonymous teammate of Anthony once commented that on nights when the team secured a victory and Anthony only managed 18 points, he would be rather despondent. Conversely, on nights of defeat, if he scored 38 points, he would be in high spirits. Carmelo would say, "I may not grasp the nuances of defense, but do not expect me to understand either." As for Atkinson, the guard from the Nuggets, Chen Hao had yet to draw his weapon. The ball was swiftly seized by Carmelo. Atkinson wished to protest, but he remained silent, pondering how he could assert his presence against this Asian player. He had been feeling somewhat frustrated, yearning for an opportunity to make his mark. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. The ball was promptly delivered to Carmelo's hands. Odom raised his arms defensively, yet faced with Carmelo, he felt a tinge of insecurity. Treading cautiously, as if walking on thin ice. With the ball in his possession, Carmelo noticed Odom, and with a swift lick of his dry lips, a smirk began to spread across his face, transforming into a look of mockery. Chapter 061. The Meltdown on the Court. Carmelo mused, "Is this truly a rookie?" Odom, in his defense against Carmelo, was too apprehensive to allow a shot or a drive, resulting in an awkward stance. Carmelo seized the opportunity, immediately identifying Odom's defensive focus. And with a sidestep, he charged into the heart of the Lakers' defense. Though young Carmelo did not rely on explosive athleticism, he possessed remarkable physicality, making him a formidable presence at the small forward position. His first step was lightning quick. He barely dribbled, merely sidestepping and accelerating past Odom effortlessly. In his youth, Carmelo's initial stride could dominate the court. Odom was caught off guard, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Then, Chen Hao heard the basketball thud against the wooden floor twice, turning to see Carmelo already penetrating the paint, soaring into the air. He emphatically dunked over Odom. Carmelo almost disregarded Odom entirely, leaping to slam the ball forcefully through the hoop. It was indeed a forceful smash. From initiating the drive past Odom to the emphatic dunk over Odom, Carmelo executed the sequence flawlessly. In the realm of the 2003 Platinum generation, being selected as the third overall pick and standing shoulder to shoulder with LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony is undoubtedly distinguished not merely by his mid-range shooting, but also by his remarkable physical prowess. The commentators for the Nuggets exuberantly exclaimed, "Bang! Melo!" A thunderous dunk over the unsuspecting defender, shattering the rim. At that moment, it was evident that Carmelo was seething with anger. We are aware of the Zen master's disrespect towards him, which lacked the requisite reverence. Thus, tonight, Melo was provoked, and we were about to witness his most ferocious performance. Following a successful basket, he showcased his biceps to the sideline cameraman before striding towards Chen Hao, fixing him with a disdainful gaze and a challenging tone, asserting, "Don't blink. Rookie, this is merely the beginning. I shall dominate you. If you dare, forsake your superficial tactics and let us compete in scoring. I am eager to see just how tough you truly are." Such a level of provocation was met with indifference by Chen Hao. Whether Melo was truly unhinged remains uncertain. Yet Chen Hao maintained his composure. As the point guard and the cerebral anchor of the team, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation was untenable. Not only would the coach disapprove, but his teammates would too. Why should he bear the burdens of the game while another relished the rewards? Melo's inability to grasp this fundamental issue was a significant factor in limiting his extraordinary talent, culminating in a peak achievement of only reaching the Western Conference Finals. Meanwhile, Chen Hao found the cutting Lamar Odom, while Melo remained lethargic, failing to pursue, a lapse that Chen Hao capitalized on, assisting Odom for an effortless 2 points. Despite Odom being subjected to severe blows, the outcome remained unchanged. The Lakers led 4-2. Yet, Carmelo shook his head in disappointment towards Chen Hao, stating, "Paul mentioned you had potential, but upon seeing you, I realize you are merely mediocre, forever hiding behind your teammates." Truly laughable. The Nuggets regained possession. As Alkins approached, he did not even wait to inquire, "Brother, could you grant me an opportunity?" Upon seeing the inexperienced Asian giant Chen Hao, he believed he could indulge himself. Melo stepped forward, demanding the ball. Encountering such a self-absorbed player, uninterested in team dynamics, was indeed disheartening. Yet, for the sake of sustenance, one could not afford to be choosy. What Alkins did not realize was that Melo would soon face a reckoning. Melo, still Melo, positioned at the right 45-degree angle. He confronted Odom, who bent his knees and extended his arms in readiness. However, Melo regarded Odom with a mocking expression. Despite Odom's defensive diligence, his opponent was Melo, a player capable of both mid-range shots and penetrative drives. Melo was unable to shake Odom initially and pretended to veer left, only to be thwarted by Odom's anticipation. Yet, it was not over. Melo's first move was feigned, followed by a powerful and exaggerated shift in direction, successfully establishing his position. Admittedly, Melo's maneuver lacked elegance, but it was undeniably effective. Odom has once again been surpassed. Under the basket, Piggy has long awaited Anthony, determined to send the sweet melon sprawling with a block. However, when Anthony approached, Piggy faltered, thinking to himself, "If you truly come at me, I shall fall and leave the Staples center floor spotless." Anthony's approach was formidable, blending raw power with exquisite finesse. Though his physique appeared somewhat bulky, he exhibited remarkable agility in his swift pivot. Piggy was utterly astonished, bracing himself for a fall. Yet Sweet Melon merely executed a turn, effortlessly shaking him off, with the rim now within reach. With hands clasped around the ball, he soared into the air, delivering a resounding two-handed dunk. 4-4. In this incarnation, Anthony embodies the prowess of a skillful beast. As the ball swished through the net, Sweet Melon turned to glare at Chen Hao in the distance, pointing an accusatory finger and bellowing, "Have you learned nothing? Rookie, this is how a real man plays. I will make your girlfriend regret coming to watch you play. You pitiful fool." Chen Hao paid no heed to the crude remarks of Tien Swan. He urged Zhu to swiftly execute the throw-in, propelling the ball rapidly into the offensive zone. This time, he found Kobe, who had an open opportunity for a three-pointer beyond the arc. Typically, such chances are rare for Kobe, yet Chen Hao's presence had facilitated this moment. The joy arrived swiftly, in stark contrast to the previous 3 games where he was tightly guarded. Unfortunately, Kobe could not capitalize on the opportunity. Had he taken the shot under pressure, it would have likely gone in, yet he faltered with the open attempt, resulting in a clank off the rim. Nevertheless, the Zen master on the sidelines nodded in satisfaction. For this exemplified why he so desperately needed Chen Hao. He consistently simplified the game. Chen Hao's imperturbable demeanor left Melo somewhat disarmed. He was acutely aware that although the Lakers' recent offensive attempts had not yielded points, they were nonetheless effective. On the sidelines, Nuggets head coach George Karl furrowed his brow. For the entire world knew that Kobe required but a single ally to conjure miracles. It appeared they had found one. The mere thought sent shivers down Karl's spine. If that were the case, would they ever have a chance to rise in the Western Conference again? Though it was merely 2 possessions, Chen Hao's organizational prowess, strategic vision, and exceptional ability to locate teammates in optimal positions left a profound impression on George Karl, qualities the Nuggets sorely lacked. While they boasted excellent scorers and proficient post players, they were in dire need of a point guard like Chen Hao, who could seamlessly unify the team. On the court, Melo secured a defensive rebound and swiftly advanced the ball up the floor, eager to challenge the Lakers, yet they retreated effectively, denying him any opportunity. Chapter 062, The Meltdown. Melo exclaimed, "Is this really a rookie?" Chen Hao shouted at Odom, "Step aside." Odom, feeling no offense, instantly relaxed. At that moment, Atkinson reached for the ball, exclaiming, It's open, there's space here." Yet, Anthony withheld the pass. "Why should I give it to you when I can shoot over the defense myself?" Odom glanced at Atkinson and burst into laughter. "Are you still looking? Your opponent is me." Atkinson, taken aback, retorted, "Why are you guarding me? I'm just a guard. Melo is your true adversary, not I." Odom responded, "You are. Melo has someone to contend with." Atkinson chuckled, "You can't guard Melo. Sending a rookie to face him is sheer audacity." Odom smirked, "Then you better open your eyes wide." He had unwavering faith in Chen Hao's defensive capabilities. During practice, Whenever Chen Hao sought one-on-one confrontations, even seasoned scorers like Kobe expressed their struggles. What was Melo compared to that? Atkinson scoffed. If that yellow-skinned monkey can guard Melo, I'll let you sit on my head as a stool. No sooner had he spoken, Atkinson's gaze faltered, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if a mosquito had lodged in his throat. Meanwhile, Odom and Chen Hao switched positions. Anthony, exuding confidence, patiently awaited Chen Hao's placement, showing no urgency to act. Chen Hao was perplexed by Anthony's audacious confidence, given his limited abilities. It was as if he had encountered a fool who, despite having nothing but a mere 100 yuan in his pocket, believed that 10,000 yuan was inconsequential. He was utterly astonished. Before Chen Hao could utter a word, Anthony unleashed a barrage of trash talk, questioning who would grant him the audacity to confront him. He continued, I must apologize, for you are about to embarrass yourself in front of your girlfriend. Chen Hao chuckled, you're still 10 years too early. Melo, filled with indignation, remained silent, ready to confront Chen Hao. However, he was soon taken aback. To his astonishment, he discovered that compared to Odom's defense, Chen Hao's was markedly more aggressive and imposing. He could hardly find an angle to make a play. Standing in a triple threat posture, Melo felt the pressure stemming from Chen Hao's positioning, which made it exceedingly difficult for him to break through or attempt a shot. Lu Xing's wingspan added significant stress, leading Melo to believe that taking a shot was not a wise choice. After feinting several times, it seemed as if Chen Hao could predict Melo's next move. Remaining steadfast in his defensive stance, unwavering in the most uncomfortable position for Anthony, beads of sweat, large as pearls, erupted from Melo's forehead as he internally raged. This kid indeed possesses some skill. No wonder Chris is in trouble. But I am Melo, not Chris. Amidst his internal tumult, Melo suddenly executed a powerful move, one so unexpected that any ordinary defender would have lost their balance. This seemingly simple maneuver, however, was executed with such speed and force that most would have succumbed long ago. Let us not forget that Melo is a man who has competed fiercely for the scoring title. Yet, standing against him was Chen Hao, a warrior with unparalleled combat prowess, endowed with the foresight akin to that of a prophetic seer. Under Chen Hao's vigilant gaze, Melo felt as exposed as if he were unclothed. Chen Hao was acutely aware of every intention Melo harbored. Chen Hao silently recited. After making a lateral move, he was now in mid-range. Indeed, after the explosive maneuver, he shifted one step and instantly raised his hand to shoot. However, Sweet Melon should not have taken that shot. In truth, there were far better options available. Yet, facing a freshman from Asia, Sweet Melon felt compelled to assert himself. After all, he had made a declaration. Naturally, the outcome was dismal. With a slight pressure from his wrist, the basketball rolled off the tip of his index finger, and had it not been for Chen Hao's interception, it would have surely gone in. Sweet Melon was quite certain of that. Of course, that was merely a hypothetical situation. In reality, the moment Sweet Melon released the ball, Chen Hao leapt into the air to block it. A rejection. Yes, Sweet Melon had been blocked. This astonishing act left everyone in the Energy Solutions arena in utter disbelief. The mouths of the Nuggets fans were agape in shock. Sweet Melon's gaze faltered. How could this happen? How could he possibly be thwarted? It was beyond his comprehension. A block, indeed. Chen Hao had executed a block. In truth, blocking is quite straightforward. One merely needs to anticipate and jump. Yet, this was a block. This was Sweet Melon, a prolific scorer. Sweet Melon felt as though his dignity had been stripped away and discarded at his feet. Atkinson wore an expression of incredulity, utterly astonished. Sweet Melon had been blocked by a freshman from Asia. The magnitude of this revelation was akin to encountering an extraterrestrial being. Odom, on the other hand, found the entire scenario unsurprising, having witnessed it countless times before. During practice with the Lakers, especially in recent days while Chen Hao faced suspension and had no games to play, he had been particularly exuberant. Even Kobe was not immune to his prowess, let alone Sweet Melon. Chen Hao challenges anyone he encounters. To this day, Odom has yet to hear of anyone who has not fallen victim to Chen Hao's prowess. He is truly capable of defending from the point guard position all the way to the center. Coach Zen nodded in satisfaction, though he was not particularly astonished. It had become quite commonplace. However, George Karl was left utterly flabbergasted. A point guard capable of guarding small forwards is, in itself, an extraordinary talent. Moreover, when combined with Chen Hao's other attributes, George Karl's mind began to race with possibilities. If only he could secure him for the Nuggets. Would that not render them invincible? Come join us. On the court, luck is on your side. Melo still has that flair for the dramatic. Chen Hao paid no heed, merely chuckling to himself. Surely, he must possess some awareness of the situation. He swiftly advanced while controlling the ball, primarily focused on orchestrating the offense. This time, Chen Hao, upon penetrating the defense, passed the ball to the lurking Walton in the corner. It was not that Chen Hao intended to disparage the second-generation star, but honestly, Walton, you ought to shoot. Dribble. Just a few dribbles. If he didn't, he would not only miss the assist opportunity, but also lose his own chance. With a contested shot, there was no need to look. It was certain to miss, and indeed, Anthony snatched the rebound. One must admit, Anthony's physique and talent were truly awe-inspiring. There was nothing he wished to accomplish on the court that he could not. This rebound seemed to be merely beneath his notice. Securing the rebound, Anthony immediately accelerated, swiftly reaching the front court, only to find the Lakers unsteady. Without hesitation, he pressed the pedal to the metal, further accelerating straight into the Lakers' inner sanctum. Chapter 063, The Scene of Carnage. Sweet Melon. This is truly a rookie experience. Sweet Melon was determined to redeem himself. Being repeatedly outmatched by a first-year player from Asia had driven him to the brink of madness. Last year, during the World Championship, he had been blocked by Sun Yu, and at halftime, he had thrown 1 million into the locker room, proclaiming that any player who could dunk over Sun Yu could take the money. Now, having been served 2 hot pot meals by Chen Hao, this mere Asian youth, he felt a rising nausea, an urgent need to expel it. Especially last night. Paul had sent a text to Sweet Melon, informing him about the upcoming game against the Lakers. "Melo, I know you won't let me down." At that moment, Sweet Melon had confidently replied to Paul's message, "Don't worry. I've got this. Just wait for the news of that yellow-skinned monkey's downfall. I will teach him to respect his elders." Such bold words had been uttered, yet the severity of the retribution he was about to face was overwhelming. This was something he could not accept. Revenge. I will crush that yellow-skinned monkey. This dunk would signal the beginning. Chen Hao, what about the front? Sweet Melon, the front doesn't count. On the court, Sweet Melon bent his knees and launched himself into the air with astonishing speed. He glared fiercely at the hoop, channeling all his strength into his right arm, his demeanor suggesting that he intended to rip the rim from its moorings. On the sidelines, numerous Lakers fans covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. However, at that moment, what they anticipated as Sweet Melon's thunderous slam did not materialize. Just as Anthony was about to deliver the dunk, Chen Hao swiftly maneuvered to the side, shouting down. He surged forward with remarkable speed, even faster than Anthony, whose own speed was impressive. Anthony was taken aback. Suddenly, Sweet Melon felt an overwhelming resistance in his right hand. In an instant, he realized he was being forcefully pinned down, both he and the ball. Sweet Melon's pupils dilated in shock, and then with a heavy thud, he made intimate contact with the hardwood floor. Chen Hao also fell to the ground due to the recoil. However, upon landing on his backside, he immediately performed a backflip and sprang to his feet. Looking around, he found everyone in a state of astonishment, their mouths agape like the letter O, resembling mesmerized fans. Chen Hao also saw the pale-faced Taylor Swift, clutching her chest in fear. After indicating that he was fine, he made a heart gesture. In an instant, a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. Was he expressing his affection and proposing marriage? Immediately, he rushed over to the fallen Sweet Melon, questioning her thoughts. "What are you thinking? This is a no-fly zone." Sweet Melon swiftly rose from the ground, her fists clenched tightly, seemingly ready to confront Chen Hao. Chen Hao, unwilling to concede, leaned forward and pointed at his forehead, challenging. "Come on, hit me here. I have learned from my previous experience of suspension." Chen Hao was reluctant to resort to violence. While a brawl might provide momentary exhilaration, the prospect of a suspension felt like a grave consequence. Money was of little concern, but maintaining his dignity was paramount, leaving him with a sense of discontent. Upon observing the escalating tension, Kobe swiftly intervened to separate the two individuals. On the sidelines, Zen Master became anxious, realizing that if Chen Hao faced another suspension after already missing 3 games and suffering 3 losses, it would spell disaster for the Lakers. This was unacceptable. Zen Master rushed in, fully aware of the Lakers' desperate need for Chen Hao at this moment. The referees promptly stepped in, effectively curbing the conflict. As no physical altercation had occurred, they merely called the ball out of bounds, allowing the game to proceed. Chen Hao's play was undeniably remarkable, executed with precision and flair. Even the illustrious Carmelo Anthony found himself at a loss for words. This indignation he could only swallow. The commentator, Tig, was left utterly astonished. He could scarcely believe that anyone could thwart Anthony's dunk and send him tumbling to the ground. Wow, wow, bang! My heavens. Oh God. Is there a replay? Just watching it has me exhilarated. That was Anthony. He blocked Anthony. Tig bellowed, his voice straining as he continued to commentate. The camera panned to Carmelo, his eyes ablaze with fury, his lips curling in frustration, as if to say, am I to endure this humiliation? It seemed that postgame, he would need to summon a few comrades from New York to Los Angeles. Chen Hao pressed down on Sweet Melon, successfully blocking the shot, which propelled the Staples Center into yet another crescendo of excitement. The Nuggets seized possession of the ball. This time, Sweet Melon sought the ball again, looking to assert his presence on the court, yet Iverson withheld it. Iverson engaged in a one-on-one with Kobe, showcasing his signature change of direction. However, Kobe remained steadfast, refusing to be shaken off. As the clock wound down, Iverson was compelled to take a shot, losing his rhythm in the process. The ball missed its mark. Sweet Melon expressed his dissatisfaction, thinking if only he had been given the ball. Yet, given Iverson's stature in the game, he refrained from voicing his grievances too openly. Chen Hao was rather mischievous, signaling a 3 to Anthony, who, unbeknownst to him, had already been bested by Chen Hao 3 times. Following, Chen Hao meant indulging in 3 meals in a single sitting. The somewhat calmer Melon felt his temper rising to unprecedented heights. He turned to Atkinson and declared, "Step aside, I shall take him on." Atkinson, visibly relieved, scurried away with eagerness. As the match commenced, Atkinson, who had initially contemplated confronting Chen Hao, after witnessing the latter's impressive display, immediately slapped his own face in a moment of self-reproach, admonishing himself not to be presumptuous or dismissive of others. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting on impulse. Had he done so, the consequences, when measured against his own abilities, would have been tenfold worse than those faced by Melon. Melon was seething with rage. Chen Hao remained composed and unperturbed. Sweet Melon continuously provoked Chen Hao, daring him with taunts. "If you have the guts, strike me. Go ahead and shoot." Yet, Chen Hao maintained his own rhythm, calmly orchestrating the offensive strategies. In contrast, Anthony, inflamed by Chen Hao's demeanor, was consumed by a singular thought: to unleash a furious retaliation against Chen Hao. However, as the third quarter concluded, Anthony glanced at the statistics and was dismayed to find that after 24 attempts, he had only managed to score 12 points, an abysmal shooting average of 0.5 points per attempt. What a disaster! During the break between the third and fourth quarters, Sweet Melon cast a glance at the electronic scoreboard. The glaring crimson numbers were a harsh reminder of the score, 81-59, with the Nuggets trailing by 22 points. Chen Hao scored modestly, tallying only 12 points, akin to Anthony. However, the latter sensed a certain pressure, as if he were being overshadowed by Chen Hao's performance. Chen Hao, regardless of the circumstances he encounters, consistently maintains his composure and tranquility, exuding an air of calmness even in the face of adversity. His mastery of the game is evident, as he deftly controls the rhythm with a seasoned and sophisticated approach, resembling a veteran in the field. In stark contrast, Carmelo Anthony appears reckless, akin to a novice, exhibiting a haphazardness that resembles a headless fly, struggling to find a way into the game. His performance mirrors that of a rookie, lacking the finesse required at this level. As the third quarter concluded, Carmelo felt akin to a jester, with a daunting 22-point deficit looming over the Denver team. Upon hearing the end of the third quarter, the Nuggets general manager, who had come to oversee the game, stormed out in frustration. George Karl sighed deeply, lamenting the cruel nature of competition. One must endure the harsh reality that comparison often leads to despair. Another day of exasperation brought on by Carmelo's antics. With the third quarter behind him, Carmelo was fraught with impatience, acutely aware of the daunting task ahead. Nevertheless, he was undeterred in his desire to score a few more points. At this juncture, victory or defeat seemed secondary. What occupied his mind was the sight of his close friend Paul, utterly overwhelmed by Chen Hao's prowess. And he found himself laughing without a care. He pondered whether his other close friends were also watching from their screens, chuckling at his predicament. With this thought in mind, during the regular break of the fourth quarter, Carmelo opted not to rest, but instead eagerly volunteered to rejoin the battle. Chapter 064, 4 blocks for Carmelo. Chen Hao's fame soars. How could George Karl be unaware of Carmelo's underlying thoughts? Yet, he recognized that the game was effectively over. The Nuggets, playing in this manner, possessed no feasible means to stage a comeback. In this context, the essence of strategy paled in comparison to the collective spirit of the team. With Anthony leading the charge, the morale of the Nuggets fragmented, resembling a scattered assembly of sand, incapable of uniting as a cohesive force to contend against the Lakers, who, under Chen Hao's leadership, operated as a tightly knit unit. In such a configuration, no matter how many times they played, defeat was inevitable. However, he refrained from intervening. On the bench, Chen Hao was engaged in jovial banter with his teammates, occasionally sending heart gestures towards the audience, particularly to the ever-popular Taylor Swift seated behind him. Immersed in his own merriment. Meanwhile, he was contemplating the prospect of clocking out early and the challenges posed by their next adversary. However, his attention was abruptly drawn when he noticed Anthony had returned prematurely, prompting a disheartening realization. His hopes for an early departure were dashed. Indeed, as Chen Hao had anticipated, the Lakers' bench proved remarkably feeble, lacking any formidable players. Freed from Chen Hao's constraints, Carmelo felt invigorated and swiftly showcased his prowess, executing a flawless 4-for-4 streak that marginally elevated his shooting percentage to 38. This surge contributed to an impressive 8-0 run against the Lakers, narrowing the 22-point deficit to a mere 14. Elated by his performance, Carmelo rushed over to Chen Hao, brimming with swagger, even though the match was far from over, playfully beckoning him with a finger gesture. Chen Hao, how outrageous! Such excessive demands! Chen Hao gazed at the Zen master, who met his gaze in return. In that moment, Chen Hao swiftly shed his training attire, for a succulent duck, already within reach, was not to be allowed to escape. Serendipitously, Chen Hao embodied the same tenacity. Thus their mutual understanding was instant. Oh, no, it was not merely an illicit affair. Rather, it was the harmonious alignment of a commander and a strategist. Chen Hao takes the lead. Kobe steps up. The Nuggets possess the ball. The sphere is ultimately entrusted to the hands of the most informed player, Sweet Melon. Chen Hao approached immediately, the two once again facing off. The confident Sweet Melon, having found his rhythm, glanced at Chen Hao and declared, "Rookie, that was merely a fluke. Now I've discovered my groove, and you cannot defend against me." Yet, Sweet Melon remained perturbed by the 3 consecutive blocks Chen Hao had executed against him. Is basketball played solely with words? Chen Hao retorted. Sweet Melon made a feint, but Chen Hao remained unmoved. He attempted to feint again. Yet Chen Hao still did not budge. With another attempt, Chen Hao held his ground once more. Growing increasingly anxious, Sweet Melon wondered, what is this kid's deal? Why won't he fall for my tricks? This situation was troublesome. Whenever he encountered Chen Hao, Sweet Melon instinctively tightened up, akin to being scrutinized by a venomous snake. Observing Sweet Melon's labored attempts, Chen Hao thought, fine, I'll play along. Consequently, when Sweet Melon made his 5th feint, Chen Hao shifted his weight. The commentator, Tig, gasped in alarm. Oh no, that's a feint. Indeed, as Sweet Melon turned after feinting Chen Hao, space opened up, and he leaped for a jump shot. Yet, X had already anticipated Sweet Melon's prediction. Chen Hao appears to have lost his focus, yet in reality, he has not. He forcefully controls his body, taking off again after landing. What? Sweet Melon wears an expression akin to that of someone witnessing an extraterrestrial, pondering. How bizarre. How terrifying. Chen Hao's leaping ability reached its zenith. Almost the instant he touched the ground, his legs propelled him skyward as if equipped with rocket boosters. In that fleeting moment, he was airborne once again. Sweet Melon regretted his earlier provocation. Why had he chosen to stir the waters? A vague sense of foreboding washed over him, hinting that he was in for a fiery ordeal. In truth, Sweet Melon could have been bolder. Why not eliminate the ambiguity? He should also take joy in the fact that Chen Hao, the master of Hot Pot, had unleashed his talent upon him, executing 4 servings in a single sitting. Before this encounter, no one had ever enjoyed such a privilege. An entire evening dedicated to indulging in 4 consecutive hot pots with a single individual is no small feat. Chen Hao, Sweet Melon, revel in your glory. Just look at how well I treat you. Thus, under the circumstances provoked by Sweet Melon, Chen Hao unleashed his extraordinary leaping ability, once again blocking Sweet Melon's shot. The fans at the Staples Center were left in astonished silence. After all, this was Anthony. A presence among the top 10 in the NBA, he had never been so thoroughly denied even in the midst of towering giants in the paint. Now, he found himself outmaneuvered by a mere guard. Anthony reflected that throughout his career, he had never been blocked as many times as he had been tonight. Of course, it wasn't that Anthony was performing poorly. Prior to the game, he had boasted to reporters, I am at my peak. yet I can still improve. The only plausible explanation for this predicament was simply that Chen Hao was extraordinary. On the sidelines, Swift covered her chest, her doe-like eyes sparkling with pink hearts. Truth be told, she didn't quite understand basketball. She was there solely to watch Chen Hao. Yet, she recognized that the struggling Lakers transformed entirely under his influence. It seemed that no matter how daunting the challenge, everything in this man's hands became effortlessly simple. How delightful. What to do? Anthony stood dumbfounded, utterly astounded by Chen Hao's remarkable leap, even forgetting to pursue the ball. Chen Hao was the first to seize the ball, swiftly delivering a long pass to the advancing Ariza. As Chen Hao executed a block, Ariza intuitively made his move, darting back. In the front court, he leaped into the air, his hands gripping the rim. On the sidelines, George Karl could only bury his face in his hands, unable to bear the sight. As Chen Hao entered the game, he swiftly delivered a decisive blow to Anthony, serving not only to intimidate, but also to orchestrate the Lakers' offense with remarkable fluidity. In no time, the point differential widened to over 20 points, sealing the fate of the contest. It was a humiliating affair, prompting Anthony to request a substitution. Upon Chen Hao's entrance, he failed to score even a single point, yet attempted 5 shots in vain, desperately seeking to make an impact, but to no avail. Recognizing the futility, he was promptly replaced. The Lakers had established a commanding lead exceeding 20 points. Meanwhile, the Lakers fans lingered, engrossed in discussions about Chen Hao's 4 emphatic blocks against Anthony during the game. They even concocted a sensational headline for tomorrow's Los Angeles Orange County Times. In the dead of night, a young man humiliates a melon 4 times. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? In stark contrast, the Nuggets fans were left feeling nauseated, akin to having swallowed a fly, and began chanting for refunds and exits. Even the most loyal fans can tolerate a dose of disappointment once or twice. But incessant letdowns are intolerable. After 3 consecutive defeats, the Nuggets supporters had still held on to hope for the future. Yet tonight's performance led them to question the wisdom of relying on 2 scorers as the team's core. Moreover, doubts began to surface regarding Anthony's capabilities. Wasn't he supposed to mentor Chen Hao? Yet, in the end, he found himself on the receiving end of 4 humiliating defeats, leaving the Nuggets fans feeling utterly disgusted. As the final buzzer echoed through the Energy Solutions arena, only a few fans remained. The prolonged sound of the horn marked the end of the game, and almost instantaneously, Anthony vacated his seat, not bothering to look back. As he approached the players' tunnel, he turned for one last glance at Chen Hao, a decision he would soon regret. Chen Hao was grinning at him, tauntingly gesturing with 4 fingers. Enraged, Anthony kicked over the nearby trash can in frustration. Chapter 065. Oh, we are brothers. If we weren't brothers, would I treat him to 4 hot pot meals? Chen Hao gazed at the dejected and disheveled figure of Tofu, shaking his head as he mused. Look at you. Just look at this. How can one's emotional resilience be so lacking? This is merely the beginning, mind you. And it is far from over. Why the rush? As he watched Tofu depart, Chen Hao turned to find Mei Mei already waiting for him. Observing the drenched Chen Hao, Mei Mei felt a pang of sympathy. She reached into her small bag for a tissue, tiptoeing to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Chen Hao's gaze momentarily froze. How could that be? In the glare of public scrutiny, one could only imagine how the newspapers might spin the tale tomorrow. The Los Angeles Lakers rising star, Chen Hao, seen on a date with Taylor Swift. What an impact that would have. We are merely friends. Chen Hao took the tissue from Mei Mei's hand and carelessly wiped it, then casually handed it to the person beside him. Mei Mei wanted to intervene, for it bore Chen Hao's scent. Yet, feeling a sense of embarrassment, she hesitated, words unspoken. Chen Hao remained oblivious to Taylor Swift's desire for the tissue she had used to wipe her sweat. Instead, he shifted the conversation, saying, "My friend, if you're coming to watch the game, do let me know in advance. I can arrange something for you, and we can have a meal together without any haste. You see, I'm about to fly to Los Angeles and hardly have time to accompany you. That's all right. I happen to be heading to a schedule as well." In truth, Taylor was being disingenuous. She was indeed at a schedule, having taken a leave to fly to Denver. Unbeknownst to her, her manager was frantically searching for her across the globe. All right then, let us arrange another meeting next time. You see, there are still many reporters waiting for me. Chen Hao made a vague promise. It soon proved that promises should not be given lightly. When is the next time? I have all the time in the world. Taylor eagerly replied. In reality, both she and Chen Hao were exceptionally busy, both on the rise, rushing from one schedule to another, constantly flying here and there for performances. But as the saying goes, I am busy, yet willing to make time for you. Taylor could barely hold herself back from urging him to schedule another meeting soon. Chen Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Miss, are you not aware that I was merely being perfunctory? At that moment, the reporter who was interviewing him came to his rescue. I must go and partake in the interview now. Farewell, Taylor. Chen Hao turned and gestured a phone symbol to Taylor Swift. As he turned away, a wave of grievance and disappointment washed over Taylor, accompanied by a lingering sense of unfulfilled emotions, leaving her feelings quite complicated. However, upon noticing Chen Hao's phone gesture, her spirits lifted and a smile blossomed at her temples. Goodbye, Chen Hao. Filled with anticipation for Chen Hao's call, Taylor's thoughts wandered. The whims of a young woman's heart are peculiar. She even contemplated what attire to wear and whether to apply heavier or lighter makeup for their next encounter. In his triumphant return to the court, Chen Hao emerged as the principal architect of the Lakers' victory. Following the match, he took the place of Kobe as the subject of an interview with ESPN. Journalist Alice Burke began, first and foremost, congratulations to you, Chen. In your first game back from suspension, you secured a win. This victory holds the promise of dispelling the previous gloom and steering the team back onto the right path. Chen Hao pinched his nose and said, Thank you. Could you elaborate on the 4 blocks against Messi and Ronaldo during the match? Was that an arduous feat? Alice Burke continued to inquire. Was it truly difficult? Having enough money to treat someone to 4 hot pot meals in one go seems quite ordinary. Chen Hao jested. Alice Burke's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O. After regaining her composure, she asked, Is there any animosity between you and Messi or Ronaldo? Chen Hao shook his head. No, we are brothers. Would I treat him to 4 hot pot dinners if we weren't? Anthony, are you being polite? While Chen Hao engaged in lively conversation with the reporters, Mello was preoccupied with his own thoughts. It is quite a rarity for someone of Mello's stature to be treated to 4 hot pot dinners in a single evening. Moreover, prior to the game, Mello had made a bold statement, declaring he would personally guide Chen Hao in the ways of life. Yet, in the end, reporter, tell us, Mello, how did you manage to be treated to 4 hot pot dinners in one night? Mello, are you being polite? Next question. Mello, let us discuss scoring. Another reporter extended the microphone. Certainly. In this match, Mello scored 20 points, which served as his final refuge, instantly bringing a smile to his face. However, the reporter was rather cruel. How do you feel about losing to the Lakers by 22 points at one point during the game? Mello felt a surge of frustration toward the reporter. Is this a question about scoring? This is a question about losing by points. After enduring the post-game interview, Mello drove home, and on the way, his phone buzzed with notifications from his Banana Boat brothers. Finding a place to park, he opened the group chat. Emperor, Mello, did you go out and party last night? Emperor, did you really eat 4 hot pot dinners in one go? Doesn't tea that make you feel nauseous? Flash, is that Asian kid really that remarkable? Honestly, I can't wait to meet him. Be king, no way. Mello, you were humiliated more than I was. With a laughing emoji, Mello remained silent, just wanting to retaliate against these friends. Flash, that was quite a thrashing. Just like when Reggie Lewis made a name for himself by dunking on Jordan, now Chen Hao has made waves by besting Mello. Unable to contain himself, Mello responded. That was merely an accident. It won't happen again. Flash, really? Mello did not reply, for after this game, he realized that the Asian kid he had underestimated indeed held some skill. Regaining his honor would not be easy. At best, they would exchange blows. So he refrained from saying more. Flash, looks like it's up to me to handle it. Emperor, yawning. If you can't even handle one Asian kid, I don't know how you call yourselves my brothers. With a disdainful emoji, Mello, that Asian kid is truly not to be underestimated. You all should be cautious. Emperor, haha. GG, are you really taking Mello seriously? Next time we meet, I'll help teach him some manners. Flash, haha. GG, are you really taking Mello seriously? Next time we meet, I'll help teach him some manners. B. King fell silent. If that kid were so easy to deal with. The Banana Boat brothers wouldn't have faced 2 defeats. Paul thought to himself. However, he chose not to remind them. After enduring the trials alongside his teammates, one can truly appreciate the improvement in their own abilities. The defeat of the Bobcats marks the beginning of Chen Hao's re-establishment within the Monkey team. In late November, the Bobcats visited Los Angeles. Just 3 days prior, the Lakers suffered a loss due to Chen Hao's absence, compounded by the burden of back-to-back games. Now, with Chen Hao's return, he led the team in avenging their earlier defeat against the Bobcats. This performance left Jordan, who was present to oversee the game, nearly compelled to shed his suit and join the fray himself. Throughout the match, the Bobcats were relentlessly subdued by the Lakers, unable to mount any significant resistance. In the previous encounter without Chen Hao, the Lakers struggled, with Kobe Bryant single-handedly scoring 45 points, yet they could not secure a victory. In their last meeting, 7 players from the Bobcats scored in double digits. However, with Chen Hao back in action, he delivered 18 assists, enabling 8 Lakers to score in double figures, including Fisher. Odom achieved a season high of 21 points, with 10 of those coming from Chen Hao's assists. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed at home with a commanding 126-94 victory over the Bobcats. This infuriated Jordan, who, witnessing the game, left in a huff midway through, having unfastened his tie 10 times during the match. Had he been a few years younger, it is conceivable that he might have considered taking to the court himself. Chen Hao's return has led the team to a consecutive victory, allowing the Lakers to regain their rightful path. Chen Hao has thus returned to the public eye. Recent matches have demonstrated one undeniable truth. The Lakers desperately need Chen Hao. Chen Hao's thigh is indeed remarkably robust. Even Kobe must hold on tightly. As an inherently offensive guard, Kobe can certainly assume the role of a facilitator, albeit at a considerable cost. With a player like Chen Hao on the roster, it effectively liberates Kobe, allowing him to unleash his full potential and play with greater ease. With Chen Hao by his side, Kobe's smile is more abundant than in the past 3 seasons combined, for he has once again glimpsed the light of hope. With Chen Hao's return, the Lakers immediately secured 2 consecutive victories. Following this, their schedule turned fortuitous, as they remained undefeated until early December, embarking on an impressive 12-game winning streak. This marks the first time the Lakers have achieved such a feat since Shaquille O'Neal's departure to Miami. Additionally, Chen Hao has maintained an unblemished record since joining the Lakers, earning him the affectionate titles of Lucky Star and Savior among the team's devoted fans. Over the past 2 weeks, he has been honored twice as the Western Conference Rookie of the Week and twice as the Western Conference Player of the Week. In terms of statistics, he leads all guards with an average of 8.9 rebounds per game, ranking 7th in the league. His assist record is equally stellar, topping the charts with an average of 13.8 assists per game and boasting an assist-to-turnover ratio of 1:0.2, the highest in the entire league. The second place is held by Chris Paul, whose 8.9 assists pale in comparison, with an assist-to-turnover ratio of 1:0.6. In steals, he averages 3.2 per game, placing him first, while he also ranks 6th in blocks with an average of 1.8, the highest among guards. Kupchak harbored some regrets, realizing that if Chen Hao continued to perform with such consistency, by the end of the season, his salary could rival that of Kobe. When this thought crossed his mind, he chastised himself, questioning the plausibility of such an outcome. After all, he is merely a rookie and has yet to attract the scrutiny of other NBA teams. Once they begin to analyze his game, he would inevitably face the rookie wall. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Indeed, as one ages, one tends to indulge in unfounded worries. Yet, in the end, Kupchak pondered whether his concerns were truly unfounded. In stark contrast to Kupchak's furrowed brow, Chen Hao's rising fame brought joy to Stern. Over the years, Stern has tirelessly worked to expand the NBA's influence, launching an endless campaign to cultivate stars, both domestic and international, drawing in nearly every talented player into the league. His efforts have been focused on the C-Baby initiative, aspiring to promote the NBA globally. The European market has been successfully captured, but in Asia, due to demographic factors, there are few individuals of Asian descent excelling in basketball. Over the years, only Yao Ming has emerged, with not a single guard to follow in his footsteps. The emergence of Chen Hao shattered the status quo, transforming the zero into a singularity, and he stands as the sole representative of this change. This delighted Stern immensely, bringing him to laughter even in his dreams. In the present day, while the United States grapples with the repercussions of the subprime mortgage crisis and witnesses a significant contraction of its economy, the NBA continues to flourish, particularly in terms of broadcasting revenue. Numerous countries around the globe have acquired broadcasting rights for Lakers games, making it difficult to deny Chen Hao's influence in this context. Not only does the Lakers franchise desperately require Chen Hao, but Stern himself is equally in need of him. It is indeed a case of a towering tree attracting the wind. Chen Hao has become a sensation, igniting discontent among some, particularly as an Asian athlete boasting an impressive average of 1.8 blocks per game. His post-block signature finger wag reminiscent of Mutombo has been perceived as a slight by teams outside of Los Angeles. Consequently, the media erupted in a collective frenzy, pinning articles to appeal to Stern, elaborating in 30,000 words on the various grievances stemming from Chen Hao treating someone to hot pot, enumerating countless facts to criticize him. Stern acknowledged their concerns. The following day, new regulations were swiftly enacted, declaring that a finger wag following a block would constitute a technical foul. With the notable exception of Chen Hao himself, this left regional media in utter disbelief. Was this truly the case? It appeared Stern was, in fact, Chen Hao's greatest protector. Naturally, Stern had his reasons. How does the NBA generate profit? Is it from the mediocre teams? No, it thrives on franchises like the Lakers and superstars like Chen Hao. What is wrong with granting such stars a few privileges? I ask you, what is wrong with that? Behind closed doors, Stern did reach out to Chen Hao, urging him to temper his exuberance, but Chen Hao certainly had his own perspective to share. Chen Hao, how does one account for their racial discrimination? Stern fell silent. Consequently, Stern issued a directive, a finger wave, absolutely intolerable, as it was a premeditated provocation. However, when it comes to Chen Hao, we must endure. Naturally, he had his own calculations. As a master of star-making, Stern understood perfectly well the significance of a distinctive memory point for a superstar. In earlier times, Barkley's ample posterior and later Harden's majestic beard became iconic. Some data analysts even claimed that Harden's beard could be valued at a staggering $100 million. Stern was astute. He recognized that if the finger wave after a block could become Chen Hao's signature move, it would solidify a unique memory point for him. Despite the presence of the esteemed Uncle Wooden, Chen Hao was, after all, a guard. Wade felt a sense of imbalance within. Why? Why did the league grant him such privileges? Was it merely because he was Asian? Wade was baffled. He had only just joined the league. Stern's leniency towards him was perplexing. What enchantment had this sorcerer cast? Over the past 2 weeks, Wade had outperformed LeBron, securing the Eastern Conference Player of the Week award twice. Alongside Wade was Chen Hao. However, Wade was not pleased to be compared with a rookie, surely. He had cheated to earn the Western Conference Player of the Week title. Furthermore, Chen Hao had repeatedly bested his banana boat companions. Now, with the NBA extending such favorable treatment towards him, Wade's sense of fairness was deeply unsettled. What significance did that Asian player hold? How could he wield such power? The next time we meet, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Wade's wait was not prolonged. On December 8th, a battle between the Lakers and the Heat was imminent. How to describe the Heat season? With Shaquille O'Neal's decline, the Heat began to pay the price for their short-sightedness. Undeniably, O'Neal was once the finest center in the NBA. But time inevitably takes its toll. As he aged, O'Neal lost his title as the league's premier center, and the Heat, too, descended into decline alongside him. No one believed that this team, relying on O'Neal and Wade as its core, could secure a championship through mere patchwork solutions. This season, the Heat aimed simply for the playoffs. Nonetheless, they had a glimmer of hope, having won 6 out of their last 7 games, momentarily rising to 4th place in the Eastern Conference. During this period, their core player, Wade, exhibited remarkable performance, averaging over 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists per game, even achieving a season high of 42 points against the Hawks and delivering an impressive 38 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists against the defensively formidable Pistons. He outshone his close friend LeBron James to claim the Eastern Conference Player of the Month award. As the Heat's success soared, so too did the value of Smush Parker. Indeed, he is the man whom Kobe often referred to as a failure. Smush Parker, once the point guard for the Lakers and a teammate of Kobe, was openly criticized by Kobe in front of the media, who stated that Smush was the worst player and did not deserve to be in the NBA. However, there was little choice, as the team had invested too little in the point guard position. Just as trees may perish when uprooted, so too can a man thrive when given the right opportunity. Recently, in the Miami Heat, Smush Parker has experienced a resurgence in his career, gradually establishing himself as the starting point guard. Over the past 7 games, he has averaged over 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, proving to be of exceptional value. Prior to a game against the Lakers, in the Heat locker room, Dwayne Wade placed a reassuring hand on Smush's shoulder, saying, "Tonight, play freely. I will assist you. I will guide him on how to navigate this." Upon hearing this, Smush protested, "No way, boss. Let me handle the soft target. Leave the tough one to you." As a former teammate of Kobe, Smush had endured his fair share of bullying during training camp. where defending against Kobe was nothing short of a nightmare. Even though he had since departed the team, those memories remained vivid. However, Chen Hao, an Asian player, seemed to Smush an ideal target, a soft spot to exploit. For a long time, Smush had been haunted by Kobe's harsh words, labeling him the worst failure in the NBA. Recently, while watching a television interview, he was struck by Kobe's rare praise for Chen Hao, where Kobe declared him the answer for the Lakers' point guard position and predicted he would make the All-Star team. This ignited a sense of indignation within Smush, who thought, what is so great about an Asian player? Since then, Smush had eagerly anticipated the game against the Lakers, looking forward to challenging Chen Hao and making him suffer. Wade, recognizing the validity of Smush's feelings, inquired, are you sure you can handle him? The kid is not to be underestimated. He has made both Chris and Melo struggle. That was simply due to their carelessness. If prepared, that kid won't stand a chance. I have trained for 2 weeks specifically for him. I can take on 2 of him. Smush Parker boasted. Are you certain? Wade asked, somewhat skeptical. Absolutely. I guarantee it. Smush declared confidently. And if you cannot deliver? If I fail, I will ensure the locker room is spotless. At 7:30 p.m. that evening, at the American Airlines Center, the Miami Heat faced off against the Los Angeles Lakers. With merely a minute to go before the game commenced, both teams took their positions. The Lakers showcased their famed trio, while the Heat featured Smush Parker, Dwayne Wade, Anthony Davis, Udonis Haslem, and Shaquille O'Neal. As Smush Parker approached Kobe Bryant with the intention of sharing a handshake and embrace, Kobe, however, chose to disregard him entirely. A clear indication that in Kobe's eyes, those deemed unworthy, like Smush Parker, were not deserving of his respect. Smush Parker, arms outstretched in the air, found himself in an awkward predicament, ultimately left to embrace nothingness. Frustrated, he then noticed Chen Hao's distinctly Eastern visage and resolved to unleash his pent-up ire upon him. Smush Parker strode directly in front of Chen Hao, declaring, Hey, Asian, you're in for a show tonight. Chen Hao does not recognize Smash Parker. Who are you? Why is your mouth so foul? Furthermore, are you aware of your own limitations? Nowadays, even Kobe dares not speak so boldly in his presence. Yet a nameless individual like you dares to be so arrogant? I could utterly defeat you, Smash Parker. Are you so audacious that your mother is aware of it? Chen Hao, a master of verbal sparring, has long been acquainted with keyboard warriors over his 2-decade career. You, Smash Parker, are fuming with indignation. At this moment, Wade approaches, casting a glance at Chen Hao, then signaling to Smash Parker with his eyes, indicating that he will handle the situation and instructing him to take a step back. You are Chen Hao? Says Wade. Indeed, I am, replies Chen Hao. I sense a lack of respect from you towards your seniors. Wade retorts. And what of it? Chen Hao responds, respect is mutual. If a senior fails to show respect and relies solely on their age, then I see no reason to extend my respect. Wade chuckles. Very well. I hope your abilities are as formidable as your words. Chen Hao, my abilities far surpass my words. Hiki, are we still going to compete? The referee, holding a ball, approached and gestured for the two to cease their quarrel, indicating that the match was about to commence. Wade shot a glare at Chen Hao and left him with a remark. I shall personally teach you how to show respect to your seniors. Chen Hao, welcome to the game. Wade nearly stumbled. He has encountered many aggressive newcomers, but none quite like this one. As Paul aptly remarked, this Asian rookie truly ignites a fire within. The great Shaquille O'Neal and the young Shaquille Shaq are jumping for the ball, but time has taken its toll. And the aging shark cannot match the vigor of the young one. And Zhu was the first to score for the Lakers. The ball found its way into Chen Hao's hands. Chen Hao leisurely dribbled past half-court, and Smash Parker immediately approached with outstretched arms, his presence accompanied by a barrage of taunts, as if the lesson had already commenced. Smash Parker, notorious for his foul-mouthed provocations, demonstrated a lack of fundamental respect for his opponent, who had just been named Player of the Month. Such a nuisance offered little motivation for Chen Hao to engage. Yet, the relentless antics of Smash Parker, with his insufferable demeanor, proved difficult to ignore. What manner of retaliation would you prefer? Chen Hao could no longer endure his incessant chatter and immediately took action. He feigned a move to the right with the floating ball. Smash Parker, deceived, swiftly shifted a step to obstruct Chen Hao's path. Chapter 067. Having overcome the entire Miami backcourt, Chen Hao, emerging as a prominent figure of Asian descent, has burst onto the NBA scene, capturing the attention of many as a rising star. His flamboyant personality and formidable skills have allowed him to triumph over seasoned veterans such as Paul and Anthony, earning him widespread acclaim. As an undrafted player, he now surpasses luminaries like Odin and Durant, firmly establishing himself as the frontrunner for Rookie of the Year. Additionally, he has achieved the honor of being named the Western Conference Player of the Month, while still under the shadow of legends like Kobe. Initially, spectators regarded Chen Hao's ascent with skepticism, dismissing him as merely a fleeting phenomenon akin to Liu Xing, believing he would soon fade away. However, as weeks turned into a month, he remained steadfast, consistently delivering outstanding performances, which inevitably incited envy. Local fans in Miami felt the same way, though they remained silent. They could not tolerate an Asian player thriving on their home turf, questioning their pride. Many harbored resentment, vowing to confront Chen Hao and diminish his glory. Thus, as Chen Hao made his entrance, the boos directed at him surpassed even those aimed at Kobe. Now, as Chen Hao faced off against Smash Parker, the Miami Heat fans were relentlessly chanting, "Lock him down. Don't let him show off. Tonight, you shall not bounce. Face your doom." When Smash Parker managed to thwart Chen Hao's initial move, the crowd at the American Airlines Center erupted in collective ecstasy. He blocked it. Yet, in the very next moment, silence enveloped the arena. It appeared that Chen Hao's first step had been halted by Smash. However, this was a mere fade. Should he truly desire to break through, Chen Hao could effortlessly leave Smash in his wake, outpacing him by a margin unseen. But tonight, Chen Hao found Smash Parker's taunts distasteful. Thus he resolved to target Smash's ankle in the first exchange, opting for an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. The ankle annihilator technique was unleashed. Initially, Smash reveled in his triumph, believing he had succeeded. Yet, in a heartbeat, dread washed over him as he realized it was a ruse. With a graceful flourish, Chen Hao executed a behind-the-back dribble, transitioning from the right to the left side. Smash, startled, hurriedly attempted to keep pace with a crossover step, but his body betrayed him, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. How embarrassing. Being faked out was one thing, but to end up kneeling? Smash Parker struggled to rise. The pain from Chen Hao's earlier maneuver had inflicted significant damage to his ankle, a sharp crack reverberating in his ears, leaving him with a searing sensation. Yet, for Smash, the status he had fought so hard to attain was not something he could afford to lose so easily. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, he rose. In truth, had he chosen to remain down, it might have been the wiser option, for Chen Hao's torment was far from over. This was merely the beginning. Chen Hao executed a swift change of direction, catching the recently risen Smash Parker off guard. With a sharp crack, Parker once again succumbed to the ground. This time, he found himself unable to rise, clutching his ankle and emitting heart-wrenching groans, his expression reflecting profound agony. Even the stoic Kobe, merely observing, felt a twinge of pain. Kobe could not fathom why this foolish Smash Parker would provoke Chen Hao, oblivious to the fact that he was akin to a formidable demon. It was not just Parker. Even someone as fiercely competitive as Kobe would hesitate to challenge Chen Hao lightly. Once Chen Hao sets his sights on you, the experience is utterly excruciating. Kobe does not wish to relive it. This time, Smash Parker was unable to rise. Taking a lateral step, Chen Hao found himself in an unoccupied radius of 3 meters, deliberately casting a glance at the fallen and struggling Smash Parker before slightly adjusting his aim at the basket. It was then that he released the ball. Such an opportunity, when presented to Chen Hao, was met with unwavering resolve. His hand moved with precision, and the basketball struck the target with a crisp swish, echoing through the arena as it found its mark. Dwayne Wade shot a glare at Chen Hao, yet he felt powerless. Beside him stood Kobe, not some inconspicuous player. Wade could stake his reputation on the fact that if he diverted his attention to assist, the ball would inevitably be in Kobe's hands the moment he shifted his weight. Chen Hao's defiant gaze was a clear provocation. Yet Wade understood that conceding to such taunts could lead to his downfall. In a team that featured Kobe, one must primarily defend against him. Neglecting Kobe to guard others? Was that not madness? Even when Kobe rebuked Wade, asserting that he was the focal point, Wade remained unconvinced. It was only upon witnessing Smash Parker's inability to stand that he began to realize that perhaps this Asian player, Chen Hao, was indeed formidable. Chen Hao struck the air, feeling an overwhelming sense of emptiness, perceiving it as a profound disrespect towards his fully realized combat prowess. Who dares to stand in my way? Who on earth is attempting to thwart me? With a swift motion, the basketball soared through the air, finding its mark with precision. Swish. 3-0. Smash Parker was carried off on a stretcher, genuinely yearning to continue the battle, having fought tirelessly for 3 years to reach this very moment. He was unwilling to concede defeat. Just as an opportunity was within reach, Lu Xing, with a single move, effortlessly reduced him to his former self. Wade found the situation somewhat exaggerated. Was Smash truly that fragile? However, upon observing Smash Parker's ankles swollen to the size of eggs, Wade recognized the gravity of the situation. In a mere round, within less than 20 seconds of the game's commencement, the Heat astonishingly called for the first timeout. The American Airlines Center fell into a hushed silence. They had envisioned the opening of this match as an epic narrative. It had unfolded in a manner they could never have anticipated. It was as if Smash had been struck down in an instant, leaving nothing but remnants. This Asian player? The questions loomed large. The Heat's astute coach, Riley, initially perceived Smash Parker's facial expressions as somewhat exaggerated. This was indeed an overreaction. The referee had already rendered a definitive judgment, leaving no room for reprieve. No matter how convincing the performance, it was futile. Get up. Yet, gazing upon Smash Parker's grotesquely swollen ankles, he fell silent, pondering whether there was even a layer of skin left on them. One round, just one round. If the match were to continue for a full 48 minutes, Riley mused. If every round unfolded in such a manner, who would dare to play against him? Reluctantly, Riley had no choice but to substitute in Williamson. Yes, white chocolate. How to describe him? An offensive player, flashy yet lacking substance, offering nothing defensively, bringing him in felt akin to handing over easy points. Nevertheless, white chocolate possessed a certain flair, a knack for showmanship that was undeniably impressive. Chapter 068. Chen Hao effortlessly dispatched the Miami guards. The farce reached a conclusion. The Heat carried Smash Parker off, resembling a jester in his exit. White chocolate entered the fray. Throughout the season, he had consistently held the position of the Heat's starting point guard, yet his defensive shortcomings had hindered his potential, preventing him from gaining the trust of the astute Riley. Thus, resorting to white chocolate was truly a last resort. How to describe white chocolate? His offense poses no issues, yet his defense appears as fragile as paper. Utterly lacking in substance. The Heat seize possession of the ball. Upon receiving it, they accelerate with remarkable speed, resembling a nimble sprite darting towards the basket. While White's assists are plentiful, his penchant for flamboyant maneuvers has resulted in him being one of the players with the highest assist-to-turnover ratio in the NBA, exceeding 5 assists. It is common knowledge that a player's organizational prowess is not gauged by the sheer number of assists, but rather by their assist-to-turnover ratio. A higher ratio signifies a player's passing stability. Clearly, White does not belong in this category. His dribbling dazzles, captivating the eye, even prompting exclamations of admiration from Chen Hao, who possesses elite skills. Yet, when Chen Hao applies physical pressure, White becomes unsteady, as if he might lose the ball at any moment. Nevertheless, what sets White apart from average players is his extraordinary dribbling ability. Despite his seemingly clumsy movements, he maintains possession flawlessly. Under Chen Hao's relentless defense, White still manages to deliver an imaginative assist to O'Neal beneath the basket, threading a pass through Chen Hao's armpit directly to the Shark, who occupies an advantageous position in the paint. Before his former teammate Kobe, the Shark seeks to demonstrate that he is thriving post-breakup, exhibiting aggression right from the start of the game. He provides Little Shark with a shoulder, prompting him to pivot slightly backward. In that brief moment of opportunity, the Shark executes a spectacular slam dunk. Following his successful dunk, the larger Shark showcases his flair, swaying his hips and strutting with swagger, simultaneously casting a glance at his former partner Kobe, with whom he had shared 7 tumultuous years, to convey that he is faring well without her. Kobe, however, merely chuckles silently, aware that no matter how well he does, it pales in comparison now. Thus, he chooses to ignore the Shark's reaction. After delivering a shot that resembled a bowl of porridge, White revels in his success. The Heat fans at American Airlines Center erupt, akin to a drop of water hitting hot oil, causing a fervent boil. A collective cheer resonates. Beat LA. Having recently enjoyed a 10-game winning streak, the Lakers currently sit fourth in the Western Conference, trailing the third-place Spurs by a mere half game. Should the Lakers emerge victorious in this match, they would leap to second place in the West, despite having played 1 game less. After 2 years of struggle, the Lakers rise swiftly, much to the dismay of the Heat fans who can hardly tolerate the thought of their brief season of triumph being overshadowed by 3 years of success for the Lakers, interrupted by only a 2-year hiatus. Now, it seems, they are poised to enjoy their resurgence once again. We find ourselves in an extended phase of repaying debts. Their frustration resonates palpably, as the shouts of beat a seam capable of piercing one's eardrums. Yet, in the next instant, Chen Hao retaliates in kind, executing a precise assist from beneath Bai Chao's legs to Little Shark, who spectacularly dunks over O'Neal. Despite O'Neal's attempts to evade, he finds himself unable to escape the impending confrontation, forced to confront the moment head-on. However, youth often triumphs over age. In his prime, O'Neal might have effortlessly handled two adversaries like Little Shark, yet now he is undeniably aged, in the twilight of his career, burdened by injuries. He can only watch helplessly as Little Shark revels in his dominance before him, as O'Neal is humiliated by a dunk from Inju. Of course, Little Shark's opportunity arises solely due to Chen Hao's impeccably timed pass, which Inju receives with remarkable ease, allowing him to rise immediately. By the time Little Shark ascends, O'Neal has no time to evade and can only suffer the indignity of being dunked upon. The shark endures this profound humiliation, not focusing on the perpetrator, Little Shark, for anyone would have succeeded in such a dunk. His ire is directed instead toward the orchestrator of this play, Chen Hao. O'Neal's resentment is palpable. Kobe, witnessing O'Neal's misfortune, bursts into hearty laughter. Observing his former rival thriving, O'Neal's fury intensifies. This young man from Asia has ignited his fierce determination to obliterate him. It is said that had it been 5 years earlier, O'Neal might have had a fighting chance, but now he finds himself utterly devoid of opportunity. The score stands at 5-2, while Bai Chao appears completely oblivious to the concept of defense, lacking both awareness and any sense of obligation. Chen Hao seized the moment and called for a rapid serve. He executed a swift baseline shot, propelling the ball forward with the intention of catching the Lakers off guard. This was precisely where Bai Chao excelled. However, he soon realized that his opponent was glued to him like an unyielding adhesive. You, an Asian player, a large guard, dare to compete for my position? Do you not know that speed is my greatest weapon? This is my domain. You are out. With that, he pressed the accelerator, attempting to shake off Chen Hao. He made an initial burst of speed, but when he glanced back, his efforts had been in vain. He accelerated again, flooring the pedal this time, only to find Chen Hao still right on his tail. Good heavens, how is this guy so fast? Bai Chao thought, his mouth agape in disbelief. Despite being nearly 20 centimeters shorter, he quickly adjusted his dribbling, but soon realized he had lost control. As he sought to block Bai Chao, Chen Hao's movements remained fluid and uninterrupted, executing a deft maneuver that left Bai Chao with no escape. Chen Hao executed a deft steal. Bai Chao was caught off guard and momentarily bewildered. In the NBA, there are few who can intercept Bai Chao so effortlessly, especially someone of Chen Hao's towering stature. However, Bai Chao, renowned for his formidable mental fortitude, quickly shrugged off the mistake and pursued relentlessly, determined to prove that this Asian player could not simply outpace him. Speed was his domain. When facing Bai Chao, to be candid, Chen Hao found it hard to muster his enthusiasm. Thus, Bai Chao swiftly closed the gap, tightly shadowing Chen Hao. As they sped forward, Bai Chao remained close, and Chen Hao noticed the poised position of Odom, ready to receive a pass. Yet, he refrained from passing, for his intention was to confront Bai Chao directly. Chen Hao leaned against Bai Chao, not needing excessive speed, merely relying on sheer force. Bai Chao was pushed aside with a single motion, but fortunately, Chen Hao had controlled his strength. Otherwise, Bai Chao might have been sent flying. Astonished by Chen Hao's power, Bai Chao was not one to back down. He steadied himself and pressed forward once more, this time extending both hands, resolutely determined to intercept Chen Hao. Even if it meant committing a foul. Chen Hao glanced and chuckled, as if to say, "You wish to stop me?" What a naive thought. With a swift press of the accelerator, he surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, as if daring anyone to try and impede his path. Chapter 069. Chen Hao skillfully maneuvered past the Miami defenders once more. Bai Chao asserted, "How could I allow you to score so effortlessly? Am I lacking in pride?" Yet, perhaps there was a misunderstanding on Bai Chao's part. It was not merely a matter of desire. It was about capability. Bai Chao attempted to embrace Chen Hao, but he was already in motion. Despite the weight of over 170 pounds clinging to him, Chen Hao forcibly drove towards the basket, even amidst Bai Chao's entanglement. He leaped powerfully, effortlessly sending the ball through the hoop. Bai Chao's attempt to restrain the immensely strong Chen Hao is nothing short of a futile dream. Practically impossible to achieve. Bai Chao was left astonished. How could one describe such a sensation? It was akin to being lifted into the air, an exhilarating flight, indeed. Bai Chao truly clung to Chen Hao, and he was genuinely lifted off the ground. The ball went in. The whistle blew. In response to Bai Chao's foul, Chen Hao said nothing, merely bending down to gesture towards his calf. Chen Hao uttered not a single word, yet it seemed as though he had expressed 1,000 sentiments. For he inflicted tremendous harm upon Bai Qiao. Even though this match unfolded at the American Airlines Center, on Bai Qiao's own turf, the moment he scored. Even the home commentators failed to support their own player, as there was no justification for the subpar performance. The live commentary gasped in astonishment. And I now finally comprehend why he stands as an unassailable contender for the title of the best rookie, overshadowing Durant. Bai Qiao's efforts appeared utterly futile in comparison. His presence rendered her endeavors as if they were freely given away. Chen Hao forcefully executed a 2-1, showcasing his explosive competitiveness. Trouble arrived on our end. With such aggressive maneuvers from the opposition, how shall we respond? Tonight, Bai Qiao encountered significant difficulties. Following the enthusiastic commentary, Zen Master also smiled in approval. Yet he believed that the live commentary lacked insight, failing to recognize the potential he had witnessed during training camp when Chen Hao, even with Kobe's shadow looming, managed to score. How should this be articulated? It suggests that within the current Lakers roster, there exists not only a Kobe, but also a sharpshooter akin to a magician, potentially even a three-point shooting magician. Though Chen Hao has only been in the NBA for a month, he increasingly embodies the qualities of a leader. Despite this, Kobe has uttered not a single disparaging word. Naturally, having served as Shaquille O'Neal's sidekick for many years, Kobe understands the principles of winning basketball. Otherwise, a three-peat would not have been achieved. In the years since Shaq's departure, he earned to lead a team to championship glory. However, as the games progressed, Kobe realized he preferred winning over merely accumulating points, finding the latter uninteresting. This led to the notion of a power struggle. Now, with the arrival of such an extraordinary partner as Chen Hao, even Kobe's fondness was eclipsed. Despite the frequent overshadowing of his presence by Chen Hao, he remained indifferent as long as victory was assured. With Chen Hao's inclusion, the Lakers are undeniably on the right path, a certainty Kobe holds dear. Bai Qiao committed a foul, yet he was defiant, spreading his arms in protest, asserting that his earlier defense had been immaculate. The referee shot him a disbelieving glance, questioning his perception of cleanliness. The referee retorted, "This is a basketball court. If you weren't penalized here, in any other setting, daring to embrace a man like that could lead to a lawsuit that would leave you bankrupt." Bai Qiao felt utterly humiliated and disheartened. Yet, even more disheartening was Chen Hao's boastful demeanor before him, urging him not to despair, for there were even greater challenges ahead. Bai Qiao felt his blood pressure rising, thinking, "If you come at me again, I will make it my mission to take Lu Xing down." Chen Hao reminisced about the captivating anecdotes of the legendary Jordan. "Surely, you wish for me to indulge in another round, as it would grant you the opportunity to regale your grandchildren decades hence with tales of your encounters with Chen Hao. But what shall I tell my grandchildren? That I triumphed over Bai Qiao? They might inevitably inquire, who is Bai Qiao?" This thought alone could shatter Bai Qiao's composure. Determined, Bai Qiao resolved that even if it meant borrowing, he would confront Chen Hao. This Asian fellow truly incites frustration. Not only is his prowess formidable, but his tongue is equally sharp. How does one characterize Bai Qiao? Though he may not be at his peak, he is indeed Bai Qiao, the only other player in the NBA, alongside Carter, for whom fans willingly part with their money to witness on the court. He is no obscure figure. With the tenacity that once had him challenging Jordan, he dismisses Chen Hao as merely an opportunistic Asian youth. "When I rose to fame, you were still in diapers. I may be aging, but I am far from finished." Bai Qiao approached, glaring fiercely at Chen Hao, threatening, "You cannot withstand my wrath." The fervent Miami crowd erupted in cheers as they witnessed Bai Qiao's provocative display. Wade, sensing the impending trouble, hurried to caution Bai Qiao, urging him to focus on his own game. Bai Qiao was well aware, yet his emotions surged uncontrollably, his body trembling with agitation. Especially given Chen Hao's audacity, did he not consider the respect due to a senior? Wade intervened, recognizing that Bai Qiao, as the cerebral force of the Heat, losing control could spell disaster for the team. On the sidelines, Coach Spoelstra furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the brewing issue. The financial investment the Heat had made at the point guard position was indeed insufficient, leaving them with limited options. With Smush Parker sidelined, Bai Qiao's emotional volatility left Wade as the sole capable player. Tonight, Wade's assignment was to guard Kobe. Naturally, Spoelstra would not deploy Wade to counter Chen Hao. It would be ludicrous to have your premier defender, tasked with guarding Kobe, instead match up against an Asian oversized guard. Spoelstra opted to maintain the current lineup. But after less than 3 possessions, he found himself compelled to call a timeout and request a change in strategy. Chen Hao receives an additional penalty, granting possession to the Heat. Bai Qiao advances with the ball, while Morning approaches to set a screen. Bai Qiao gestures dismissively, indicating no need for assistance. Morning, taken aback momentarily, complies and steps aside, pondering the situation. Alas, Bai Qiao has truly succumbed to provocation. As a guard, how can one naively seek to engage in a one-on-one confrontation, thereby falling entirely into the opponent's rhythm? Bai Qiao maneuvers with great flair, yet upon closer inspection, he remains stationary. His flashy dribbling skills fail to penetrate Chen Hao's defense. He cannot get past. He simply cannot succeed. It is futile. You cannot surpass me. As Chen Hao intercepted Bai Qiao, he simultaneously engaged in a barrage of taunts, causing Bai Qiao's composure to waver. In a moment of frustration, she delivered an elbow that barely grazed Chen Hao's arm, prompting him to theatrically fall to the ground. Even the most accomplished Oscar-winning actors would struggle to match his level of dramatics. The referee's whistle pierced the air, declaring Bai Qiao guilty of an offensive foul. With a grin, Chen Hao lay on the ground, observing the bewildered Bai Qiao, who, with her hands on her head, seethed with anger. She protested to the referee, claiming, "It was a flop, I hardly touched him." Yet, the referee remained unperturbed by her fervent complaints. Meanwhile, Chen Hao signaled his teammates for a swift throw-in from the backcourt, seizing the ball and rapidly advancing. Despite the fire of indignation in her heart, Bai Qiao hurriedly retreated to her half of the court to join the defensive effort. Before Chen Hao arrived, Bai Qiao incessantly spewed forth a torrent of trash talk. Is feigning injury your only tactic? Can you not withstand this level of confrontation? Before Bai Qiao could finish his tirade, Chen Hao pressed the accelerator, swiftly breaking through Bai Qiao's defense. With no feints or embellishments, he simply surged forward, overpowering Bai Qiao with sheer speed. Despite Bai Qiao's appearance as a Caucasian, his physique was that of a fitness enthusiast, with well-defined muscle lines on his arms. Yet, in the face of Chen Hao, this seemingly formidable Bai Qiao was utterly powerless. Chen Hao sidled in from Bai Qiao's shoulder, akin to a dagger piercing through the air. Bai Qiao, caught off guard by this maneuver, leaned backward as if he were about to topple over. How could this be? Wade, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. He knew Bai Qiao well, a robust white guard whose physique was certainly not inferior to his own, yet he had been so effortlessly pushed aside. On the sidelines, SPO was momentarily taken aback. To be frank, witnessing an Asian athlete with such explosive physical prowess was quite astonishing. Bai Qiao was utterly no match. It was laughable. Beneath Chen Hao's Asian exterior lay athletic capabilities rivaling those of LeBron James, capable of dominating the NBA and making opponents stumble. After shoving Bai Qiao aside, Shaquille O'Neal in the paint bellowed, raising his arms high to provide defensive support. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Chen Hao nonchalantly tossed the ball into the air, leading everyone to believe he was concluding the play. Yet, in the very next moment, within the restricted area, the little shark executed a flawless alley-oop, catching the ball with both hands and, without pausing, emphatically slammed it into the hoop. The crowd erupted as he pointed at Chen Hao, signaling that it was a commendable play. Even the commentators from the opposing Miami Heat were left in awe of Chen Hao's remarkable execution, as he deftly dismantled Miami's defense with surgical precision, rendering the game for Los Angeles astonishingly effortless. Moreover, I must inquire, where was your defense, Bai Qiao? Bai Qiao swallowed hard. Despite being Caucasian, he was not one to be easily outmatched in strength. Yet in the presence of Chen Hao, he felt akin to a feeble creature. This was a profound humiliation for Bai Qiao, and Chen Hao had no intention of ceasing. After witnessing the little shark's successful dunk, Chen Hao turned to retreat on defense, casting a glance at the disheveled Bai Qiao and tauntingly questioning whether such feeble resistance was adequate. Had anyone truly been defending him just now? Bai Qiao was infuriated. However, his frustration was his own concern. Bai Qiao's defensive effort did not escape Spoelstra's notice, who summoned him to the sidelines and bellowed, "What are you doing? Where is your defense?" Spoelstra spread his arms in exasperation, perturbed by how effortlessly Chen Hao assisted the little shark. If it were truly a one-on-one situation, Bai Qiao would have been benched long ago. In the subsequent 2 plays, Chen Hao relentlessly targeted Bai Qiao, leading his team to a staggering 9-0 run that forced the Heat to call a timeout. In the opening 3 minutes, the Lakers had established a 13-2 lead. Unable to contain his frustration at being so thoroughly outplayed on their home court, Spoelstra could no longer remain composed. During the timeout, he emphatically instructed, "Dwayne, you will guard that Asian player." Initially, Wade questioned whether he had misheard, Am I to defend that Asian player? Spoelstra shot him a look, demanding, Is there a problem? Wade voiced his concern. What about Kobe? Spoelstra retorted, How should I know what to do? Yet, it was clear that Chen Hao had become the engine of the Lakers. If they could not restrain him, he would breathe life into the team, leading to dire consequences. The second half of the game could swiftly devolve into garbage time, and this was not an exaggeration. Follow my orders. Spoelstra commanded with unwavering authority. Initially reluctant, Wade had no choice but to comply. As Chen Hao had previously stated, if Wade could successfully defend him, it would be expected. However, should he fail, it would be a significant blow to his pride and reputation. Nevertheless, with Spoelstra's orders given, Wade had to act decisively. Seizing the opportunity to teach this Asian rookie a lesson in respect for his elders, Wade pondered as the timeout concluded. The game resumed, and the Heat desperately needed someone to step up and score. With the ball in the backcourt, they advanced past the halfway line, accelerating with determination, fending off Kobe's defense as they charged towards the Lakers' paint. Penetrating deep into the Lakers' territory, Wade executed a dramatic Eurostep, shaking off Kobe and, while braving the help defense from Shaquille O'Neal, made a delicate layup that found its mark. The score was now 13-4, and the American Airlines Arena erupted in cheers. This atmosphere compelled Wade to showcase his flair, proclaiming, This is my domain. This is my domain, with an audacious demeanor. Amidst the jubilant roars from the crowd, Chen Hao advanced the ball from the backcourt. As Chen Hao crossed the halfway line, Wade immediately opened his arms and approached, his words preceding his arrival. I'm here to guard you. Your performance tonight comes to an end. Chen Hao chuckled. Even in the face of a formidable defender like Kobe, he would not dare to speak so boldly. As for confronting Wade, Chen Hao could easily take the initiative, with a height difference of 10 centimeters and his superior wingspan. Wade appeared diminutive beside him. Engaging in a contest posed no pressure whatsoever. Furthermore, Wade has never been renowned for his defensive prowess. Chen Hao striking him was as effortless as eating or drinking. However, as the point guard for the Lakers, he would not allow the game to devolve into such a monotonous one-on-one confrontation unless the team required it. Chen Hao intended to teach Wade a lesson, however. For the sake of the team, he decided to allow Wade to bask in the limelight for a while longer. While dribbling the ball, Chen Hao noticed Kobe mismatched against white chocolate and promptly passed the ball to him. Upon receiving it, Kobe immediately pivoted and shot. Swish, the ball went in. Wade pouted, then unleashed a tirade at Chen Hao, questioning, Are you too afraid to dribble when facing me? Do you only dare to pass? Come on. Show your ability to score over me, just like I do. After his rant, Wade sought the ball again, just as before, speeding past half-court with determination. Wade's signature move, renowned for its explosiveness, showcased his remarkable physical prowess and robust build, charging forward like a monstrous beast, a sight few could hope to intercept. Moreover, Wade possessed an extraordinary balance, unparalleled by others. He could seamlessly change direction at full speed, akin to a small vehicle suddenly swerving on a highway, risking a flip at any moment. Yet, Wade executed his movements with an effortless fluidity. Employing his prideful hesitation dribble, he eluded Kobe and made a smooth floater. The American Airlines Arena erupted, fans fervently chanting Wade's name, fully ignited by his performance. Upon scoring, Wade returned, taking the opportunity to flaunt his triumph in front of Chen Hao. Wade's brashness in front of him irked Chen Hao, yet he chose to remain composed. Focusing on orchestrating the offense instead, he thought to himself, When the team requires me, I shall gradually tighten the screws on you. As the first half drew to a close, Chen Hao had yet to score a single point, but he amassed an impressive 12 assists, effectively revitalizing the Lakers. Under his influence, every player on the court contributed to the score, with Little Shaq feasting on opportunities, resulting in 6 of Chen Hao's assists going directly to him. This performance made Little Shaq appear formidable, even creating the illusion that he had outperformed Big Shaq. As the half concluded with Big Shaq tallying only 6 points and 6 rebounds compared to Little Shaq's 15 points and 6 rebounds. Wade had been a whirlwind in the first half, racking up an impressive 18 points, leaving his counterpart Kobe utterly flustered. However, despite the personal accolades, the score stood at 58-50, with the Heat trailing by 8 points at home. Nevertheless, Wade remained smug, and at halftime, he made a point to taunt Chen Hao. Is this all you can do, relying on such a feminine approach? When will you show a bit of masculinity? Chen Hao remained unconcerned. However, the second half witnessed a dramatic turn of events. Wade continued to exert his influence, performing with an intensity akin to having taken a stimulant, scoring a remarkable 8 consecutive points. Kobe, burdened by accumulated fouls, soon found himself with 4, compelling the Zen master to substitute him. As a crucial offensive weapon and the Lakers' defensive cornerstone on the perimeter, Kobe's departure was a significant blow to the team. Indeed, just 3 minutes into the third quarter, the Heat surged ahead, leading 65-60. In an effort to defend against Wade, the Zen master deployed Ariza and Odom, but to little effect. Wade treated them as mere dispensers of points. At this critical juncture, the Lakers desperately needed someone to contain Wade, and, with Kobe sidelined, they also required a scorer to emerge. With no other options, the Zen master reluctantly activated his secret weapon. After trailing by 5 points in the third quarter, the usually reticent Zen master, in a rare move, called for a timeout. During this break, he expressed one urgent sentiment. "Chun, we need your scoring. You have the green light. Go out there and unleash havoc." After a long wait, the moment had finally arrived for Chen Hao, who confidently assured, "Okay, leave it to me. I've got this." As he gazed at Wade on the Heat's bench, a cruel smile crossed his face. The Heat's bench, buoyed by this moment, reached a fever pitch as fans in the American Airlines Center fervently chanted, "Beat LA," a rallying cry that pierced the eardrums. Spoelstra was immensely pleased, satisfied with his adjustments. As the timeout concluded and the whistle blew, he exchanged high-fives with his players, excitedly anticipating their forthcoming offensive onslaught. The Lakers had become a one-man team reliant on Kobe, and with him plagued by fouls, Spoelstra was determined to seize the moment and strike at the heart of the Lakers. However, upon resuming play, the tides shifted dramatically. Chen Hao, who had been suppressing his offensive instincts, decided to unveil his prowess, declaring, "Hey, veteran, you wanted a challenge? Here I come." He immediately directed a barrage of trash talk at Wade. Wade, amused rather than angered, retorted, "You've got a long way to go." Yet, before Wade could finish, Chen Hao, noticing Wade's lack of respect for his shooting skills, evident when Wade didn't even bother to defend him at the three-point line, took decisive action, raising his hand and launching a shot. As Chen Hao approached, he released the ball with conviction. Wade, disregarding the shot, turned to position himself for a rebound, shouting to his teammates, "Rebound." However, the basketball rolled off Chen Hao's fingertips, sailing through the net with a flourish, producing a dazzling splash as it swished through the hoop. Chen Hao's shot struck like a resounding slap across Wade's face. Wade felt a pang of discomfort within and immediately retorted, "What a stroke of luck." Yet, deep down, he understood that Chen Hao's ability to make those shots from 40 feet away was far beyond mere fortune. In this era, who would dare to attempt a shot from such a distance? On the sidelines, Kobe, sipping water, witnessed the moment and couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. Acknowledging his own inferiority, Chen Hao's shooting prowess even earned the admiration of Kobe Bryant. There was simply no denying his accuracy. Dwayne Wade remarked that luck was on Chen Hao's side, to which Chen Hao offered no further explanation, choosing instead to personally defend Wade. Upon noticing Chen Hao's defense, Wade couldn't help but chuckle, uttering, "Did you switch out for someone else? One isn't enough." With that, Wade used one hand to shield Chen Hao while the other reached out to Chalmers for the ball, which Chalmers promptly delivered. Wade's gaze towards Chen Hao was somewhat ruthless, as he declared, "Here I come. Are you ready?" He then prepared to overpower Chen Hao. However, at the moment he attempted to make his move, he found his hands empty. Chen Hao had skillfully stolen the ball. The ball went out of bounds. Wade, having underestimated Chen Hao's wingspan, was inwardly astonished. So long, so quick. The remarkable speed of Chen Hao, honed over 20 years of singlehood, truly astonished Wade. Yet, he remained defiant, proclaiming, "You are fortunate." Chen Hao remained silent. Wielding the skill of deft interception, Wade received the ball from Chalmers, and having learned from the previous experience, he was exceedingly cautious this time, holding the ball at a steadfast 90 angle, denying Chen Hao any opportunity to close in. This time, not a chance. Once could be forgiven. But to be intercepted twice in succession by an Asian rookie was simply intolerable for Wade. Such a scenario was absolutely unacceptable. However, as he attempted to dribble the ball, Wade found it snatched away once more. Unlike the previous occasion, Chen Hao's large hand seemed magnetically drawn to the ball, effortlessly claiming it from Wade's grasp. Wade was left dumbfounded by the theft. This is even possible. Such a domineering and audacious approach was something Wade had never witnessed before, leaving him utterly astonished. As Wade stood in disbelief, Chen Hao, having successfully intercepted, took a giant step forward, bending his knees and propelling himself from the ground as if equipped with springs. soaring into the air for a thunderous dunk. The hoop contorted grotesquely under Chen Hao's force, accompanied by a resounding crash as the ball swooshed through the net. The American Airlines center fell into a hushed silence, astonished that Wade could be intercepted by an Asian newcomer. Chapter 071. Rotating through Miami's guards with the dunk complete. Chen Hao landed, exuberantly shouting, "I was merely fortunate. I was merely fortunate. I was merely fortunate." Wade, flabbergasted, wore a grim expression on his home turf. He was thwarted by an Asian rookie, a humiliation akin to tearing his own face and casting it to the ground, repeatedly rubbing salt into the wound. He felt compelled to respond. This singular thought consumed Wade's mind. Once again, it was Wade, demanding the ball, this time with unprecedented caution. In his quest to receive the ball, he even resorted to pushing Chen Hao aside. After considerable effort, he finally shook off Chen Hao to obtain possession, only to be horrified to discover that Chen Hao had adhered to him like glue, applying relentless pressure. This time, Wade dared not face Chen Hao head-on while dribbling. After several near misses, he finally managed to cross the half-court line just before the 8-second mark. The pressure on Wade was unprecedentedly immense. This possession had proven to be exceedingly arduous for him, reminiscent of the struggles faced by the Chinese national basketball team's guards in advancing the ball past half-court. Chen Hao continued to engage in banter, taunting, "I was merely fortunate to nearly prevent you from crossing half-court." Wade, infuriated, found himself confronted by a rookie from Asia, Alexander, whom he had previously dismissed. This young player exerted a defensive pressure on him that was greater than even Kobe had managed, leaving Wade in disbelief. He could not fathom being unable to overcome Chen Hao. A surge of indignation bubbled within him. As he crouched, propelled himself off the ground, and accelerated in an attempt to breach Chen Hao's defense, Chen Hao shadowed him closely, like a specter, just a step beyond the three-point line. Wade was compelled to halt his dribble, ensnared by Chen Hao's defense. With no space to pass and driven by his competitive spirit, he lost his composure. This shot was imperative. It must go in. With a reluctant pivot, he launched his attempt. Chen Hao seemed to be acutely aware of Wade's usual shooting choices. As he positioned himself mid-air, anticipating Wade's move, with a hand akin to a fly swatter, Chen Hao swatted Wade's shot away. Wade was taken aback, as if his spirit had been momentarily lost, struggling to comprehend the situation. Despite standing at a modest height of 1.93 meters, Wade possessed an impressive wingspan of 2.03 meters, coupled with remarkable explosive power and rapid jumping speed. Thus, prior to this encounter with Chen Hao, he had been recognized as one of the best shot-blocking guards in the NBA, averaging 1.8 blocks per game, ranking 8th overall and 2nd among guards. Just behind Chen Hao, since middle school, Wade had been a sports prodigy, often dominating his opponents and seldom experiencing defeat. He could hardly recall the last time he had been so thoroughly outplayed. However, what troubled Wade more than the block itself was the realization that his once proud offensive prowess had been effectively neutralized by Chen Hao. Reluctant to admit it, Wade recognized that he had few strategies to counter this formidable Asian guard. Yet, his indomitable spirit fueled his determination. After being blocked, he immediately became a physical shield, positioning himself to prevent Chen Hao from reclaiming the ball as it went out of bounds. Ultimately, the possession remained with the Heat. Wade took charge once more, ready to challenge Chen Hao's defense anew. Having learned from experience, Wade had adopted a more subdued approach. Chen Hao, however, was fortunate in this moment. As he approached Wade, the taunts swiftly followed. Wade, infuriated, found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Morning, observing Wade's struggle, sought to provide a screen to ease his burden. Yet Wade's pride would not allow it. He brusquely dismissed Morning's offer, insisting it was unnecessary. With determination, Wade attempted to maneuver past Chen Hao's left foot. But Chen swiftly shifted, thwarting his advance. Wade changed direction, yet Chen once again obstructed him, denying passage. Wade took a step back, executing a small prayer gesture. But Chen remained steadfast, unyielding. There was no way through. As the 24-second shot clock dwindled, Wade, in haste, released a shot that was far from precise, an airball, completely missing the mark. The Miami Heat fans in the American Airlines arena were left in disbelief, witnessing their team pushed to such extremes. In all their years of watching games here, they had never seen anything quite like Chen Hao's performance. The arena fell into a heavy silence. Wade, with a vacant gaze, found himself once again thwarted. Though he loathed to admit it, he was compelled to recognize that his once celebrated offense had been utterly stifled by Chen Hao. Such was the fortune of the moment. Chen Hao's trash talk, though delayed, has finally arrived. Wade, so infuriated that he could almost shatter his back teeth, yearns to retaliate against Chen Hao. However, Wade is, after all, Wade. His temperament is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. Despite feeling quite frustrated and having his face stung from the blows, he quickly adapts. I may be unable to score against you, but you shall not score against me either. After Wade's missed attempts, the Lakers regain possession. Wade mimics Chen Hao's defensive tactics, applying tight pressure from the backcourt, clearly intending to return the favor in kind. Yet the outcome differs. Upon seeing Wade defend him from the backcourt, Chen Hao, without hesitation, bulldozes forward. Weighing in at 190 pounds, Wade finds himself overpowered by Chen Hao's 215 pounds of sheer strength, as he is propelled forward with relentless force. This backcourt advance is not only highly destructive, but also deeply humiliating. A seasoned guard is being tossed around as if he were merely a college student. Remember, this is Wade we are speaking of. He is the master of the American Airlines Center. This is his domain. Spoelstra can hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. For this is the peak version of Wade, the Flash himself. He cannot fathom what he is witnessing. Phil Jackson is aware of Chen Hao's capabilities and has seen them numerous times, yet each occasion leaves him astonished, pondering how he executes such feats. However, Chen Hao's display is far from over. After delivering a solid blow, he suddenly pivots halfway. Wade lunges, but misses entirely, falling forward due to his excessive momentum. Chen Hao deftly maneuvered past Wade with remarkable ease. Immediately thereafter, he surged into the heart of the Heat's defense. In the paint, O'Neal poised himself, resolute in his intention to thwart Chen Hao's advance, determined to make him regret stepping inside. However, Chen Hao executed a swift stop, rising effortlessly for a mid-range shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, and with this pivotal basket, the Lakers surged ahead by 2 points, leading 67-65. Chen Hao once again unleashed a torrent of words at the bewildered Wade, attributing it all to luck. Wade's expression faltered under the pressure. Here it came again. This time, Chen Hao refrained from applying full-court pressure, yet as Wade approached, Chen Hao aggressively closed in on him. Wade suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble, preparing to accelerate and shake off Chen Hao. However, Chen Hao seemed to possess an uncanny intuition akin to a parasite dwelling within Wade, as he accurately anticipated Wade's next move and effectively blocked his path to the basket. Chen Hao's defense resembled that of an unyielding adhesive, leaving Wade ensnared and uncomfortable, causing his dribbling rhythm to become disordered. At that moment, Chen Hao extended his hand to seize the ball from Wade. Chapter 072. The Flash is unexpectedly outplayed like a schoolboy. Wade, flustered and disoriented, pulled the ball, which inadvertently bounced off his foot and went out of bounds. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The possession was turned over. Chen Hao has once again successfully defended against Dwayne Wade, and this time it can be deemed nothing short of perfection. Even the commentators, despite their opposing stance, sincerely praised Chen Hao, exclaiming, "Oh my God, I have never seen Wade being defended like this before." Under Chen Hao's defense, Wade found himself devoid of any opportunity, struggling to maintain control of the ball, almost resembling a center in his play. The issue for Wade is no longer whether he can score. Rather, under Chen Hao's relentless defense, it seems he is even finding it difficult to make a pass. Spoelstra swallowed hard. How should one describe Chen Hao's defense? It can only be described as otherworldly. Let us not forget, Chen Hao is still defending against the explosive lateral speed of Wade, and not only does he hold his ground, but he also seems to possess the upper hand. Spoelstra had originally planned to capitalize on Kobe's absence, allowing Wade to unleash his full potential to secure an early lead. However, the Zen master made a strategic adjustment, placing Chen Hao directly in front of Wade. Chen Hao accomplished what neither Kobe, Odom, nor Ariza could. Wade's offensive efforts were abruptly halted, leading the Heat into a state of stagnation. The Heat's consistent scoring threats were already limited. Wade was one, and the aging Shaquille O'Neal was another. Beyond these two, there were few reliable scorers left to stabilize the team. With Wade effectively neutralized, the Heat's offense became as constricted as if it were suffering from constipation, sporadic at best. In contrast, on the Lakers' side, Chen Hao launched a deep three-pointer, with Wade rushing to disrupt him. Yet, for Chen Hao, Wade's diminutive stature posed a mere nuisance. As Wade leapt to contest, Chen Hao effortlessly released the shot, immediately turning to raise his arms in premature celebration. Swish! The ball went in. The Lakers continued to extend their lead, solidifying their advantage. Currently, The margin had widened to 5 points, and the Heat desperately needed someone to step up and stabilize the situation, lest the gap continue to grow. If that were to happen, when Kobe returned, the Heat would find themselves in significant trouble. The pressure now rested squarely on Wade's shoulders. In facing the Lakers, O'Neal's advantage over the young Shaquille was minimal. The Heat had to rely heavily on Wade. However, during this period, Wade was thoroughly outmatched by Chen Hao, unable to score or defend effectively, leading to a significant decline in his confidence and morale. Chen Hao is too tight, and I am too soft. I simply cannot penetrate. Wade pondered. What should I do? What on earth can be done? A quick pull. Yes, a quick pull. I am Dwayne Wade, a shooter, and I stand as my own testament. This is how my FMV was born. Wade, now within the three-point line, took a step forward, abruptly halted, and executed a mid-range jump shot. Your physique is commendable. I concede defeat, and I shall not engage with you any longer. I will rely on technique, for I am indeed a master of skill. Previously, when facing Kobe, Wade had successfully executed 2 abrupt mid-range jump shots. However, confronting Chen Hao, who possesses keen vision, height, wingspan, and the skills of a formidable player, attempting to execute a mid-range shot in front of him would be akin to searching for a flashlight in a restroom, a perilous endeavor. Chen Hao was remarkably close, his defense impeccably tight. Upon witnessing Wade prepare to shoot, he instinctively reached out to obstruct him. Yet, as an exceptional defender, Chen Hao refrained from leaping. He merely raised his hand. However, even this slight gesture proved overwhelming for Wade, for Chen Hao's length was truly formidable, a stature that even the 28th pick would concede defeat against. Chen Hao's defense was impenetrable. Wade, nearly inclined at a 30-degree angle to the ground, found himself thwarted as Chen Hao extended his hand from a stationary position, managing to graze the basketball Wade had just released. This incident can be likened to Chen Hao delivering a resounding rejection to Wade. Such a block is laden with both harm and humiliation. The Flash, Wade, a noteworthy figure since the 2006 Finals MVP, a second-team All-Star last year, and now a starting shooting guard for the Eastern Conference All-Stars, was reduced to the stature of a mere elementary school player before Chen Hao's prowess. Typically, matchups between stars result in mutual displays of skill. However, the encounter between Chen Hao and Wade was a one-sided massacre, with Wade utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. His once proud drives were rendered ineffective, and his attempts at shooting met with failure. Heat fans began to question whether Wade's 18 points in the first half were merely a product of fortuitous circumstances. After Chen Hao's staunch defense, Wade found himself completely scoreless, maintaining his first half tally into the third quarter, a testament to the alarming consistency of his performance. In the third quarter, Wade was once again held scoreless. Following the conclusion of the third quarter, even the Lakers coach, Phil Jackson, was taken aback. While he recognized Chen Hao's elite defensive capabilities, the notion of a complete shutout seemed exaggerated. As one knows, in the realm of basketball, preventing an opponent from scoring entirely is an arduous task. At the end of the third quarter, the camera panned to Wade, who appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of any semblance of anger, a stark contrast to the spirited and ambitious Flash we saw before the game. In the latter half of the third quarter, Wade, the Heat's primary scoring option, faced a complete shutdown by Chen Hao. Meanwhile, the Heat struggled to withstand the Lakers' formidable offensive onslaught, trailing by 16 points as the third quarter concluded, leaving everyone astonished. As the fourth quarter commenced, many Heat fans began to exit the arena, a decision that proved to be sagacious. With Kobe returning to the game, the partnership of Chen Hao and Kobe saw the lead swell to 24 points, extinguishing any flicker of hope for the Heat. The once confident Spoelstra found himself powerless in the final 5 minutes and 36 seconds, resorting to mere gestures of helplessness. Ultimately, in a display of compassion for his beleaguered players, he substituted Wade, who had been as despondent as Paul, with 3 minutes remaining. In the second half, Wade was entirely blanked by Chen Hao. Chen Hao displayed an unrelenting cruelty, denying even the opportunity for free throws. In the second half, Wade attempted 10 shots yet failed to score a single point. 4 of those attempts were air balls, 6 were missed, and he recorded 5 turnovers. Although he managed 2 assists, the 5 turnovers overshadowed his contributions. With each successful defensive play or offensive score, Chen Hao taunted Wade, silencing the raucous Miami Heat fans at the American Airlines Arena. The atmosphere grew so tense that the audience scarcely dared to breathe. In the final 3 minutes of the game, a dejected and battered Wade was substituted out, His eyes reddened with emotion. He concealed his face beneath a towel, leaving his expression ambiguous, but his body trembled incessantly beneath the cover. Speculation arose that Wade may have been in tears, yet there was no concrete evidence to confirm such claims. Prior to the match, Wade had confidently proclaimed his intention to educate Chen Hao, insisting he should learn to respect his elders. Ultimately, however, the outcome was a stark reversal, with Wade instead finding himself schooled. Chen Hao completely overwhelmed Wade, achieving a resounding victory on Wade's home turf. "This is my house," was Wade's well-known mantra. Yet he found himself humiliated on his own ground, leading to a significant blow to his reputation. Interestingly, post-game, Chen Hao discovered that he had garnered a considerable number of female admirers in Miami, much to his surprise. These fans in the stands were fervently chanting his name, even clamoring, "Chen Hao, may we have your autograph?" Could this be the fabled phenomenon of transforming an away game into a home advantage? Chen Hao naturally fulfills the requests of his female fans, but what about that person? How could you present a still warm bra for me to sign? And what about the one who asked Chen Hao to sign on her fair, ample bosom? How can one be so lacking in self-respect? Chen Hao silently expressed his frustration, vowing that such behavior could not be tolerated in the future, lest it provoke his ire. Following the match, Chen Hao and Kobe attended a joint press conference. Due to his striking appearance, exceptional skills, and historical significance, Kobe has long been a favorite of the media. However, this evening, it was Chen Hao who captured the spotlight, leaving Kobe with the impression that he had mistakenly entered the wrong scene. To his astonishment, some reporters opted to interview only Chen Hao, neglecting to seek his insights. Chen Hao was surrounded by a throng of journalists wielding various recording devices, creating an impenetrable barrier. Beside him, Kobe sat as still as an ant. "Chen Hao, do you believe you will be selected for the All-Star team? In the second half today, you prevented Dwayne from scoring a single point. Do you think you have a chance to contend for this season's Best Defensive Player award? You have successfully guarded Paul, Anthony, and Wade consecutively. How did you accomplish that? Are you intentionally targeting the Banana Boat brothers?" Chen Hao found himself momentarily stunned. Although he had encountered numerous reporters following the game, never had he faced such a throng. In contrast to the sparse interviews surrounding Kobe, he appeared almost like a mere passerby. Indeed, Kobe's status had diminished. Much like Chen Hao, Wade was also encircled by journalists. However, while Chen Hao reveled in the attention, Wade seemed as though he were undergoing interrogation. Before the match, Wade had proclaimed his intention to mentor Chen Hao on the court, yet in the second half, he was left scoreless. Was he playing basketball or attempting to kick a football? Why was it so excruciatingly difficult to score a single point? The question came from a reporter of the Orange County Register. Wade shot him a glare. "Is that how you phrase your inquiry, sir?" He bestowed upon the journalist a look that conveyed his disdain for the entire family. "Next, how do you perceive Chen Hao?" the reporter inquired. "Arrogant, brash, and utterly dismissive. Yet, he undeniably possesses genuine talent," Wade candidly admitted. "Do you have any advice or opinions for him?" "Nonsense. He completely shut me down. What advice could I possibly offer him?" Wade could stake his reputation on the fact that this was the most excruciating interview he had endured throughout his illustrious NBA career. Before the game, he had boasted about teaching a rookie the ropes and instilling respect for seasoned players, only to find himself utterly blanked. For a long-established star like Wade, this was truly a moment of public humiliation. Chen Hao's shutout of Wade catapulted him into the limelight, dominating the front pages of various sports media outlets across the nation. Breaking news. A feat that made the Flash himself, Wade, exclaim, "It's so difficult to score in basketball. The man's name is Chen Hao." Wade, too, fell victim to the onslaught, as Chen Hao emerged as a veritable star collector, a true barometer of greatness. The legendary Chen Hao identification machine. Following Paul and Anthony, Wade has now become a victim, and the pressure has now shifted entirely to LeBron. On a flight to Los Angeles, James, who is not accustomed to playing cards like the old-timers, prefers to read the newspaper. As he peruses the headlines, he finds that the spotlight is firmly on Chen Hao from Asia, overshadowing even the so-called NBA's finest. At this rate, will the NBA even remember who truly holds the reins? Such were the thoughts of James. Paul has faltered, Anthony has stumbled, and now Wade has fallen as well. The media continues to report on this young Asian prodigy, Chen Hao. James finds it rather amusing. Just imagine, at the peak of this kiddish triumph, delivering a blow that sends him crashing down to earth, followed by the proclamation that I am the one who calls the shots in the NBA. That would indeed be quite entertaining. Meanwhile, Durant, aboard a flight to Golden State, comes across the news of Chen Hao's complete dominance over Wade. A week prior to the Lakers facing the Heat, Durant's Supersonics had also visited Miami. However, unlike the Lakers' victorious return, the Supersonics suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Heat, a description that perhaps leans towards exaggeration. It would be more apt to say the Supersonics were thoroughly trounced, left battered, and bruised by Wade alone. At that moment, Durant's perception of Wade transformed dramatically. He was awestruck, exclaiming, "This is how a true man should be." Yet, merely a week later, Wade fell victim to Chen Hao's prowess. Before this, Durant had believed he could contend for the Rookie of the Year title, dismissing Chen Hao as merely an insignificant threat. "I am Kevin Durant. I am the finest of the 2007 class, without question." But upon seeing the newspaper, Durant was taken aback. In his astonishment, he reached for his phone, only to remember that he couldn't use it on the plane. Unable to make a call, he silently retrieved a barbell from his bag and began to train in solitude. As Chen Hao's fame skyrockets, the advertisers who had been hesitant are now collectively stirred into action. On the evening of Chen Haofei's return to Los Angeles, as soon as he disembarked and powered on his phone, he received a call from his agent, Zhang Dajuan. "Chen, you've truly skyrocketed to fame this time." During this period, Zhang Dajuan had been enjoying a life of luxury, with business opportunities presenting themselves effortlessly, as numerous athletes sought his representation. His wife's criticisms had diminished significantly. Whatever position he suggested, she complied without protest. Even during those exhausting days when he returned home too fatigued to rise, she would endure her own needs without uttering a word. Zhang Dajuan was relishing his newfound success, with business flowing in abundantly. However, he remained grounded, acutely aware that his ascent was largely due to Chen Haofei's talent, which had elevated his own value. He never forgot his roots and was particularly devoted to Chen's affairs. At times, when pressed for time, he would even forego other opportunities to ensure that Chen's matters were handled meticulously. What is the matter? Chen Haofei, immune to flattery directed at Zhang Dajuan, thought it was a laughable notion. With his peak prowess, was there ever a question of not being in the limelight? The real concern was not whether he was famous, but rather how to maintain that fame and accumulate accolades to solidify his legacy. Coca-Cola has been eyeing you for quite some time. They wish to meet soon to finalize a contract. The endorsement terms are flexible. Zhang Dajuan conveyed on the other end of the line. In 2008, to gauge a star's true popularity, one merely needed to observe whether companies like Coca-Cola or Pepsi sought their endorsement. Coca-Cola's approach signified their recognition of Chen Haofei, a remarkable opportunity indeed. It is worth noting that even giants like Nike and Adidas had yet to approach him. 2 months post his rise to fame, these companies remained in a state of observation, often presenting only meager offers, which Zhang Dajuan promptly rejected, deeming them an affront. "Have I never been an agent? I haven't secured half of Coca-Cola's endorsements only to let them take advantage." Yet, this time, Coca-Cola had come knocking at his door. Following the loss of LeBron James, Coca-Cola had never hesitated to invest in star endorsements. Many have begun to jest about Coca-Cola, claiming that a staggering 90% of its earnings are allocated towards celebrity endorsements. However, one cannot deny that such an effect is immediate and palpable. People may be aware of this reality, yet they still harbor genuine belief in the stars and the brands they represent. Thus, when Coca-Cola recognized the potential within Chen Hao, they spared no expense in securing his endorsement, offering him a 10-year contract worth $100 million. This decision has certainly stirred considerable controversy. Nevertheless, Coca-Cola remains undeterred, eagerly pursuing Chen Hao to finalize the agreement. Chen Hao is a keyboard warrior. He has heard of people offering money to solicit assistance, but he has never heard of Coca-Cola humbling itself to beg for money. Chen Hao has undergone a remarkable transformation. Just 2 months prior, he was merely an ordinary individual, unable to afford even a modest car worth 100,000 yuan without resorting to loans. His indulgences were few, with rare treats of fruit and infrequent visits to any clubs. His most considerable expenditure was likely his internet connection. Yet now, he finds himself engaged in business negotiations worth hundreds of millions. Such is the unpredictable nature of life, exhilarating in its extremes. Of course, Chen Hao has signed contracts before, including one with the Lakers. However, that deal did not guarantee immediate cash. Its value hinged on his capabilities, and should he fail to deliver, it would merely represent a sequence of numbers. Today, however, the situation is markedly different. A representative from Coca-Cola has proclaimed that the funds are ready. With a mere signature, the money will be transferred immediately. Zhong Dajuan is practically salivating at the prospect. This is a sum of 100 million. Although it is spread over 10 years, once signed, regardless of whether Chen Hao's star fades, this money will unequivocally belong to him. Furthermore, he will enjoy complimentary Coca-Cola. The signing representative from Coca-Cola appears confident, as a decade-long contract is not a commonplace occurrence. If it were the past, that insignificant young man Chen Hao would have undoubtedly signed the contract without hesitation. After all, it was a staggering sum of 100 million. However, given his current prowess and the lessons gleaned from his previous life, he understood that 100 million was still insufficient. Zhong Dajuan continued to whisper in Chen Hao's ear, urging him to sign quickly, insisting that such an opportunity would not come again. Chen Hao did not dismiss Zhong Dajuan, but rather informed the representative of Coca-Cola. I cannot sign this contract. The Coca-Cola signing representative was taken aback. After all, this was a staggering sum of 100 million. Could this truly be a young man under the age of 20? This amount equated to 100 times Chen Hao's salary. Should he choose to sign, he would instantly attain financial freedom and ascend to a higher social stratum. Even in the event of his future decline, the wealth would still belong to him. Yet, Chen Hao resolutely declined. Not only was the Coca-Cola representative astonished, but even Chen Hao's agent, Zhong Dajuan, was left speechless. This was not a mere 10,000, 100,000, or even a million. This was 100 million. Chen Hao, shall we discuss this further? Mumbled the stunned Zhong Dajuan, bowing his head to whisper to Chen Hao. Chen Hao waved his hand dismissively, choosing to disregard Zhong Dajuan's explanation entirely. Those familiar with their own affairs understand them best. He was uncertain how Coca-Cola perceived his potential or whether they were merely taking a gamble. Yet, Chen Hao was acutely aware of his own prowess. He was nearly at a level where he could navigate the NBA with ease. Had he still been that struggling underdog, he would have signed for 100 million without a second thought. However, the present Chen Hao was not easily swayed by Coca-Cola's allure. Upon hearing their offer, he scoffed, recognizing their sincerity but countering with his own. 10 years for 100 million was utterly out of the question. Nonetheless, they were the first to approach him. So he softened his stance, proposing 3 years for 100 million, with no room for negotiation. The representatives from Coca-Cola were taken aback, their smiles faltering. Zhong Dajuan's lips twitched. Securing this deal seemed a far-fetched notion, for Chen Hao had clearly elevated himself. They were not fools. Yet, as an agent, he could only remain silent. It is worth noting that Chen Hao's demands were not exorbitant. 2 decades prior, Coca-Cola had extended a similar offer to Michael Jordan, a figure whose value was nearing that of a superstar in the entertainment industry, only increasing from there. However, Jordan had declined. Subsequently, Gatorade surged into prominence. Now, in an effort to avoid repeating past mistakes, Coca-Cola was willing to place a high-stakes bet on Chen Hao, hoping to capture this extraordinary talent. To an ordinary individual, 100 million might seem excessive. Yet for Chen Hao, this yellow miracle was worth every penny. Who could he possibly look down upon? It is essential to recognize that Gatorade's current standing was built upon their successful gamble on Jordan, who starred in the iconic Be Like Mike advertisement, which transformed Gatorade into a staple for athletes. This campaign inspired a generation of young people in Chen Hao's era to take pride in drinking Gatorade. By 2023, the beverage market was largely dominated by Sprite and Coca-Cola, while Gatorade maintained a niche audience, profiting handsomely from its association with Jordan. Regrettably, their promotional efforts were somewhat lackluster. Had they executed better, brands like Red Bull, Dongpeng, and Maimai would not have flourished in the market. Nevertheless, Gatorade's advertising strategies remained prevalent in 2023, a testament to the enduring classic nature of their campaigns. While Gatorade thrived, Coca-Cola found itself lamenting its past decisions, particularly the departure of a basketball superstar of such monumental stature. Just as the Coca-Cola representative prepared to speak, Chen Hao interjected, "You have 2 minutes to consider. First, I am not here to negotiate terms. I am here to extend an offer. Second, this is my price. If you are willing, let us draft a contract. If not, then let's not waste each other's time. Third, I am busy. I have only 10 minutes. If we cannot reach an agreement today, there will be no need for future discussions." Chen Hao's stance was unwavering, decisively shutting down the conversation in an instant. Zhong Dajuan was equally taken aback, his legs almost unable to close. It seemed as though he could see a fortune slipping further away from them, and no wonder, he had encountered only a handful of such cases. Zhong Dajuan had anticipated that the Coca-Cola representative would dismiss him with disdain, questioning his worth and asserting that such a contract was unacceptable. However, the representative from Coca-Cola appeared flustered, exclaiming that he needed to make a phone call. Chapter 074. The beginnings of an entangled fate with James on the call. The Coca-Cola representative relayed the situation in detail to the higher-ups. Initially, when negotiating with Chen Hao, the representative felt that he was being excessively utilized, employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Surely, such a contract could be handled by anyone? Was it necessary to involve him, a mere Asian player? A young man under 20, with only a handful of impressive games to his name? His stability was questionable. Offering him 150 million over 10 years was already a generous estimate. He had even considered it somewhat excessive. Thus, the Coca-Cola representative took it upon himself to negotiate a lower price with Chen Hao. Yet, Chen Hao countered decisively, leaving no room for further negotiation. The Coca-Cola representative, alarmed, hurriedly reported the matter to the higher echelons, only to be met with reprimand. David, how can one be so narrow-minded and short-sighted? Is a yellow miracle not worth 150 million? When has the world witnessed such a phenomenon? True, Chen Hao is not Jordan yet, but I can assure you, he is the next Jordan. At least within the realm of the yellow race, he is. His consecutive victories over Paul, Anthony, and Wade. Do you think that is mere coincidence? How often does serendipity strike in this world? Moreover, let us not forget that Chen Hao is still playing for the Lakers. You are aware that Los Angeles is the epicenter of global attention, and the Lakers enjoy the highest exposure in the NBA. This transaction is one where we stand to gain immensely. Chen Hao and Zhong Dajuan are here. Zhong Dajuan incessantly lamented, "Haozi, I must say, professional matters truly require the expertise of professionals. Look at the outcome. You think you're really Jordan? With such exorbitant demands, you've let a fortune slip away. Do you not believe that if the Coca-Cola representative leaves, they shall never return?" Zhong Dajuan genuinely could not fathom why Chen Hao would make such inflated demands. Is this not the epitome of greed? Is business conducted in such a manner? It would indeed be a wonder if the negotiations did not fall through. You are neither LeBron nor Kobe to negotiate in such a fashion. Chen Hao, of course, does not engage in arbitrary pricing. He is acutely aware of Coca-Cola's sentiments. Firstly, he is Asian, reminiscent of the case of Jeremy Lin, who, after just a few remarkable games, achieved tremendous fame. In just 7 outstanding performances, he became a household name. As for Chen Hao, he is currently in high demand, with his popularity steadily ascending at an impressive rate. Secondly, with Yu Ming's physical condition deteriorating, Stern is in urgent need of a spokesperson for the Asian market. At present, no one is more suitable than Chen Hao. Thirdly, Chen Hao's talent is unmistakable, leaving us to ponder whether Coca-Cola dares to take the risk. Furthermore, he is keenly aware of Coca-Cola's past blunder of missing out on Michael Jordan. This oversight forced them to share the spotlight with others, and they are now poised to repeat that mistake. Before 10 minutes had elapsed, a representative from Coca-Cola returned. Upon seeing him, Zhong Dajuan beamed with joy, ready to suggest that if things did not proceed as hoped, further negotiations were possible. However, the first words from the Coca-Cola representative were, "Let us draft the contract as Mr. Chen Hao has proposed. We look forward to a fruitful collaboration." With that, the representative extended his hand to Chen Hao for a handshake. Chen Hao, a delightful collaboration. Zhong Dajuan was left utterly astonished. This is indeed permissible. It is not that he questioned Chen Hao, but rather that this was beyond the bounds of his imagination. Soon, the representative from Coca-Cola prepared the contract in triplicate. Both parties inscribed their signatures, capturing the moment with photographs, thus marking the conclusion of this matter. Meanwhile, the bewildered agent Zhong Dajuan stood dazed in the wind. Only then realizing that to effectively fulfill his role as Chen Hao's agent, he indeed needed to pursue further education. Chen Hao's days in Los Angeles were exceedingly monotonous and dull. Each day consisted of tormenting his teammates during training, followed by sleep that promised strength. Otherwise, he would seek out Kobe for further challenges. With a sponsorship deal worth $50 million from Coca-Cola, Chen Hao found himself at a loss as to how to spend this newfound fortune. Naturally, such endorsements are not disbursed in a lump sum. For someone like Chen Hao, who had never possessed more than $10,000 at any one time, this sum was indeed a staggering amount. Should he purchase a car? Chen Hao still preferred to take a taxi, despite his commendable driving skills. He was curious to hear how taxi drivers would boast about him. The vehicle's radio was broadcasting news about Chen Hao's astonishing 3-year, $100 million contract with Coca-Cola, a feat that was simply unbelievable. What does $100 million signify? I earn $5,000 a month. totaling $60,000 a year, thus, without eating or drinking. It would take me nearly 170 years to amass such a fortune. It is worth noting that LeBron's endorsement deal with Pepsi was merely 5 years for $90 million. Yet, Chen Hao secured $100 million in just 3 years. My anticipation for his performance on the court grows ever stronger. I sincerely hope he does not disappoint. Within the broadcast, discussions about Chen Hao flourished. Meanwhile, on the front pages of various newspapers, striking images of Chen Hao signing his contract with Coca-Cola dominated the headlines. Unbeknownst to Chen Hao, on that very morning, the most authoritative television station in the Celestial Empire announced that they had acquired the broadcasting rights for all Lakers games, promising comprehensive coverage of the team throughout the season. The saying, "Fame brings controversy," rings true. Previously, when Chen Hao was in high demand, people might have merely chuckled at his endeavors. However, with his lucrative contract now signed, the fervor surrounding him has reached explosive heights. He has genuinely earned substantial wealth. This alters the nature of his situation. His contract with Coca-Cola signifies that others will miss out on this lucrative opportunity. Witnessing Chen Hao's newfound fortune, many harbor feelings of envy. The following day, as the Lakers had 5 away games in the ensuing week leading up to Christmas, no training was scheduled. Nevertheless, Chen Hao, feeling restless, decided to call Kobe, inviting him to train together. After sending Kobe away, it was still before noon. With time to spare and boredom creeping in, he wandered about, taking the Los Angeles bus to explore the city, allowing fate to guide his steps. Eventually, he passed by an Audi dealership. In his previous life, Chen Hao had a particular fondness for Audi, especially the R8. It adorned his computer and phone screensavers. With $50 million in his pocket, he felt unperturbed by any sales pitch questioning his purchasing power. Should a salesperson dare to challenge him, he would simply toss the cash in their direction. However, Chen Hao soon discovered that the tales from novels were misleading. The sales staff were exceedingly professional. Even if they might look down upon him, they exuded an air of warmth and charm, particularly the female sales representatives. "Are you interested in buying a car? What model do you prefer? Automatic or naturally aspirated?" As she spoke, she leaned closer to him, her enthusiasm palpable. When the female salesperson handed Chen Hao the car keys, whether intentional or not, her hand brushed against his palm, sending a delightful shiver through him. In his previous life, he had seen a group of less fortunate individuals boast about how every luxury car sold at Audi meant one less female salesperson. It seems this was not mere hearsay. The Audi R8's most compelling feature is its V8 engine, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 4.6 seconds, and it even offers enticing promotions. Not that Chen Hao needed any enticements. Seizing the dealership's special offer, he also acquired an A6, a vehicle he genuinely admired. Its spaciousness accommodated his towering stature of 2 meters comfortably, whereas the R8 felt somewhat constricting. Nevertheless, Chen Hao was unfazed. He treated himself to a delightful toy. And with his fortune of $100 million, purchasing 2 $300,000 trinkets for self-indulgence seemed entirely justifiable. Chen Hao truly looked down upon the chickens delivered by the Four Sons store. A 2.0 naturally aspirated engine. Thus, he opted for an A6. The salesperson even mentioned that purchasing 2 would grant a significant discount. Astute individuals know how to make their choices. It is common knowledge that an R8 is merely a vehicle for show, while for a more exhilarating experience, one must consider the A6. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Hao decided to acquire 2 vehicles and took them home. However, he could never have anticipated that this seemingly simple purchase would thrust him into the limelight. The following day, newspapers and social media were inundated with sensational headlines. Chen Hao missed the Lakers' internal training, instead becoming lost in the extravagant world of Los Angeles. Driving home 2 cars in one go, they proclaimed, "Wealth corrupts. The Asian rookie struggles to achieve greatness." Concern grows for Chen Hao's state. Has he forgotten who he is now that he possesses wealth? Upon reading these articles, Chen Hao wore a face filled with bewilderment. What on earth is this? Who penned this? In an age dominated by keyboard warriors, Chen Hao had previously mocked Durant for engaging in disputes with netizens, questioning the lowliness of a billionaire's actions. Yet now, Chen Hao found himself understanding Durant's sentiments. If the allegations were true, he would have no words to defend himself. What does it mean to say he did not participate in team training? The truth is that the team had not trained properly. Did I not work overtime? For heaven's sake, was it a crime to merely purchase a mode of transportation? I did not acquire a female salesperson. If something were to transpire with that salesperson, It would surely complicate future romantic endeavors. This infuriated Chen Hao to the extent that he tore apart several newspapers in the Lakers' locker room. Kobe consoled him, "Calm down. Chen Hao, the media operates this way, especially the Los Angeles media. Although Chen Hao possesses considerable strength in combat, he cannot match Kobe in terms of experience in navigating the intricacies of the NBA. Chen Hao has indeed heeded Kobe's words. Back in the day, in Eagle County. And now, just behold the person I have become. Chen Hao, please elaborate on Eagle County in detail, ensuring that not a single detail is overlooked. Is there truly a presence of O'Neal? Kobe, do you understand why I am so beloved by the people? It is because I have consistently emerged victorious." On Chen Hao's forehead were etched dark lines, and Kobe's audacity was palpable. As a professional athlete, victory is paramount, Kobe proclaimed. Chen Hao wholeheartedly concurred. Thus, during the Lakers' impending 5-game road trip over the next 7 days, they emerged triumphant in all 5 contests. In these 4 matches, Chen Hao scored 32, 31, 41, 42, and 45 points respectively. It is fair to assert that during this stretch, Chen Hao was the driving force propelling the Lakers forward. Without his contributions, the Lakers would have undoubtedly faltered during this road trip. Following the 5-game series, the Lakers ascended to 4th in the Western Conference, and Chen Hao maintained an unblemished record. Since his joining, the Lakers had not lost a single game in which he participated. After the 5-game odyssey, the Lakers enjoyed a 3-day respite, and on the first day, the Zen Master did not schedule any training sessions. However, Chen Hao was not one to rest idly. At the break of dawn, he sought out Kobe for a one-on-one challenge at 4 in the morning, only for Kobe to decline his calls outright. "Chen Hao, where is the promised Los Angeles at 4 a.m.? Although Chen Hao is now brimming with talent and possesses exceptional skills, he has never relaxed in meticulously honing his abilities. In fact, he often engages in additional practice on his own. Even the Zen Master frequently advises him that while training is indeed crucial, adequate rest is equally essential. Thus, on his days off, Chen Hao finds himself alone in the gym, diligently lifting weights. After exhausting himself, he proceeds to shoot 300 baskets. Ultimately, he waits for 30 minutes in hopes of catching a glimpse of Kobe, yet not a shadow appears. Even the security guard remarks that Chen Hao is quite the eccentric. Since taking up his post at the Lakers training camp, he has never encountered anyone as fervent as Chen Hao. At 2 p.m., after awakening from his afternoon nap, Chen Hao indeed returned to the training camp, hoping to find someone to practice with, but not a single staff member was in sight. Chen Hao felt a lack of enthusiasm. In the afternoon, he found himself utterly bored. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the unpleasant visage of his landlord, accompanied by the tiresome inquiry, "Where is this month's rent?" Chen Hao diligently pays his rent each month, never exceeding a delay of 3 days. Having resided here for nearly 2 years, he was taken aback by the landlord's attitude and decided to take a stand. "What are you?" he exclaimed. "Let your house remain vacant." With that thought, he relinquished $1,000, uttered, "No need to look for me," and departed without a backward glance. The landlord, caught off guard by Chen Hao's reaction, was left dumbfounded. His property had not been renovated in years, making it quite challenging to find a new tenant. Regret swiftly washed over him, and soon he was consumed by remorse. Shortly after leaving the residence, Chen Hao contemplated his situation and realized that perpetually renting was not a viable solution. After all, he was a star athlete. Moreover, he had heard from Zhong Dajuan that after signing with Coca-Cola, sports giants like Nike and Adidas were also vying for his attention, making competitive offers, though none were suitable enough for Zhong Dajuan to pursue. It must be noted that since the last hands-on coaching session with Zhong Dajuan, his professional skills had improved significantly. Why not purchase a house? Chen Hao thought, his decisiveness unwavering. That very afternoon, he sought out a real estate agent. In truth, Kobe had previously provided him with resources. Yet Chen Hao adhered to a personal principle: to avoid inconveniencing others whenever possible. He preferred to spend a bit more rather than trouble someone else. As a result, he invested a staggering $13.5 million, indeed, millions, acquiring a luxury home in Orange County, covering approximately 1,600 square feet. Initially hesitant, once he decided to proceed with the purchase, he discovered that his charm had reached new heights. Even Taylor Swift seemed eager to linger there. The residence boasts 10 bedrooms, a theater akin to a mini-cinema accommodating around 30 guests, a game room, a mahjong room, a billiard area, and 2 garages with space for 4 vehicles. This opulent abode also features an artificial lake adorned with synthetic hills and caves, alongside various water recreational facilities. Chen Hao's extravagant purchase of a luxurious mansion has once again thrust him into the limelight. He has become utterly enmeshed in the opulent lifestyle of Los Angeles, seemingly unable to extricate himself. This time, Coca-Cola has faltered. Their haste in selecting Chen Hao as a spokesperson is questionable. Numerous journalists and media outlets have begun to criticize Coca-Cola's judgment in choosing their representatives, eagerly awaiting the company's missteps. Indeed, Chen Hao regards these news reports with indifference. He perceives the abundance of envious individuals in this world and has no intention of being overly concerned. However, according to his agent, Zhong Dajuan, what was initially a promising discussion regarding a sneaker endorsement contract has now left all but Li Ning in a state of hesitation. It is not that Chen Hao lacks patriotism or refuses to wear Li Ning. Rather, in the current landscape, Li Ning's technology and design capabilities fall significantly short when compared to those of global giants such as Nike and Adidas. Chen Hao's prowess and popularity can only be maximized under the auspices of these colossal corporations. This is the essence of Chen Hao's intentions. Yet, they continue to hesitate. Frankly, Chen Hao is somewhat exasperated. As the foremost powerhouse, how can they disregard him? Very well, today you may choose to ignore me, but mark my words. Tomorrow you shall find it impossible to reach my heights. Naturally, Chen Hao understands that to instill regret in these individuals, victory is imperative. Only the victor is entitled to everything, while the vanquished are undeserving. Thus, in the forthcoming Christmas showdown, there must be no room for error. The Christmas battle. Lakers vs. Cavaliers. This is the ideal stage for Chen Hao to showcase his talents. Los Angeles has perpetually been at the pinnacle, especially with Kobe, a veritable titan among titans. The Cavaliers boast LeBron James, and the ongoing debate regarding who truly stands as the foremost player, Kobe or LeBron, remains fervently alive, being touted as the #1 topic in the NBA. The anticipated duel of Kobe versus LeBron has been brewing in the media for some time. A nationwide broadcast. In Los Angeles, the Lakers are vying for a 7th consecutive victory, aiming for the 4th seed in the West. The Cavaliers are contending for an 8th straight win, striving for the top spot in the East and the league overall. All these factors elevate what would otherwise be a commonplace regular season game into something extraordinary, indeed, of profound significance. Fans from all corners perceive this clash as tantamount to winning a playoff round, considering that both teams, separated by their respective conferences, meet only twice a year. To encounter one another in the playoffs, they must reach the finals. Thus, fans can only indulge in their dreams during the regular season. That evening, the Staples Center, with a capacity of 18,000, was filled to the brim. The least expensive tickets were being resold for a staggering $2,000. Dr. Buss, the owner of the Lakers, attended with his family and several key executives, including General Manager Kupchak and Teague, to oversee the match. Journalists were bustling about, with countless cameras set up around the arena. Chen Hao spotted Mr. Zhang Heli from Sports ND, who was equally astonished. For a Christmas showdown, Sports ND had arranged live commentary, demonstrating a significant investment. During Yao Ming's NBA debut, Sports ND had only provided television coverage. Their substantial investment was undoubtedly for Chen Hao's sake. Present in the audience, Mr. Zhang Heli was pleased to see Chen Hao take the court. However, he was more concerned, hoping that Chen Hao would not lose himself in the hedonistic lifestyle of Los Angeles. After all these years, it is rare for the homeland to produce such a promising talent, and he wished for it not to be squandered. He hoped Chen Hao would remember that he is a basketball player. Excelling in the sport must remain his foremost duty. Only through mastering his craft can he attain all that he desires. Before the game, Dr. Buss and General Manager Kupchak specifically visited the Lakers' locker room to speak with Chen Hao. Kupchak wore a serious expression, saying, "Chen, I understand this is a tremendous challenge for you, but if you wish to hold your head high before the media in the future, you must secure a victory tonight. Should you falter, who knows how they might portray you? Ha ha ha, take it easy. There's no need to put so much pressure on yourself. It's just a matter of purchasing a large house, not as if you've been caught hosting a lavish party within its walls. Is it really that serious?" Dr. Bass remarked in a half-joking manner. "Chen Hao, tonight, we shall surely triumph." Chen Hao has set a personal goal for himself with an air of casual confidence. Dr. Buss greatly appreciates this self-assured demeanor. However, Kupchak is concerned, wondering if Chen Hao is being overly audacious, as the opponent boasts the formidable LeBron and the Cavaliers. Currently, the Boston Celtics, with their trio of superstars, are merely half a victory away, having been last year's defending champions. This summer, the Cavaliers have bolstered their lineup, solidifying their status as a powerhouse in the Eastern Conference. Kupchak intended to caution against boasting, but Chen Hao's words have garnered Kobe's endorsement, declaring tonight a certain victory. It has been quite some time since they experienced an 8-game winning streak. Achieving such a feat while halting the Cavaliers' 9-game streak would undoubtedly be a remarkable sensation. Dr. Buss, observing the exuberant Kobe, is somewhat astonished. He notes that in the past 2 years, Kobe has seldom smiled as much as he does today. Moreover, for the past 2 months, he has refrained from mentioning the request to part ways. All of this seems to revolve around Chen Hao, and Dr. Buss is intrigued by the mysterious charm this young man from the Celestial Empire possesses. As the pre-game warm-up commences, Chen Hao arrives at the arena to witness LeBron diligently practicing his shooting, focusing on corner three-pointers. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, only to rebound off the side of the backboard. If one were to pinpoint a flaw in the 1-0 version of LeBron, it would undoubtedly be his shooting ability. Last year's finals against the Spurs showcased a strategy of allowing him to shoot rather than drive. The sting of losing the championship left a lasting impression on LeBron, prompting him to earnestly enhance his shooting skills over the summer with a high-paying coach. Yet, despite his efforts, shooting remains an elusive skill for some. It is as if certain individuals are naturally endowed with this talent, while others simply cannot seem to grasp it. It is akin to the case of Simons. Presently, LeBron embodies a wealthier, early version of Simons. Chen Hao could not contain his laughter, and coincidentally, at that moment, James turned his head and caught sight of the amused Chen Hao. James removed his headphones and strode directly to Chen Hao, asking, "Are you laughing at me?" Chen Hao stifled a laugh and waved his hand, insisting, "I did not." Haha. James's blood pressure surged dramatically as he retorted, "You did. I saw you smile." Chen Hao stifled a laugh and waved his hand dismissively, "I did not." His laughter echoed in the air. In James's eyes, a fierce blaze flickered. His dignity as a prominent NBA figure tarnished by a mere rookie's jest. How could he endure such indignity? He suppressed his fury, vowing, "I will show you what I am capable of in this game. Just wait." With these biting words, James imagined the Asian freshman quaking in fear. Little did James anticipate that Chen Hao would respond with indifference. "Are you trying to frighten me? I assure you, I am not easily intimidated." Chen Hao regarded James's threats with disdain. With his unparalleled combat prowess, he acknowledged that defeating the Cavaliers might pose a challenge. Yet he had the formidable Kobe Bryant by his side. Although Kobe's abilities did not quite match his own, he remained an exceptional force in the current NBA landscape. In such a matchup, if these two were to triumph, few teams could effectively contain their overwhelming offensive power. Chapter 076. The troubled bond with James begins as veins throbbed on James's forehead. He quickly regained his composure, determined to maintain his carefully crafted persona. "After all, I am LeBron James. And you? Who are you? Perhaps I shall not see you again in the NBA. Welcome to the league, rookie. Enjoy your time while it lasts. For opportunities are scarce." James felt a sense of satisfaction in his retort. "Old-timer, you should savor your time now. I'm here, and your days of ease are numbered." Though the game had yet to commence, the verbal sparring between Chen Hao and James had already ignited a fervent atmosphere. I am eager to see how you intend to end my good fortune. In fact, after tonight, you will hear the sound of shattered dreams." James was irked by Chen Hao, the rookie who repeatedly stole his spotlight. It was one thing to dominate his fellow banana boat brothers, but another to witness a rookie, having played only a handful of games, secure a staggering 3-year, $150 million endorsement deal with Coca-Cola. What justified such a contract? During his own rookie season, James had signed a mere 5-year, $50 million deal, an astonishing contrast. Now, with his contract with Coca-Cola expiring and not being renewed, James felt a deep-seated frustration. It was not that Coca-Cola had lost interest in him. Rather, James's exorbitant demands had deterred them. Nevertheless, this situation left James feeling highly dissatisfied. "Tonight, I shall make Coca-Cola regret their decision." The competition commenced. In the contest between the Cavaliers' Big Z and the Lakers' Ju, Big Z swiftly secured possession for the Cavaliers. The protagonist of Future Mom's Door, West, advanced the ball past half court. Upon crossing the line, James approached, extending his hand for the ball. This game, broadcasted live across the nation, showcased James's fervent desire to perform. Initially, the Zen master deployed Odom to guard James. However, Odom proved incapable of containing James, despite being aware of his weaknesses. In fact, Throughout the entire NBA, few possess the ability to defend against James one-on-one, even with knowledge of his vulnerabilities. Odom attempted to replicate the Spurs' defensive strategy against James, allowing him a 5-meter cushion just inside the three-point line with a clear mandate: if you're capable, shoot and prove me wrong. When James received the ball, he indeed lifted his hand and shot. Remarkably, the ball found its mark, even with a rather flat trajectory. Witnessing James successfully score, the Zen master sensed a hint of danger. A James who could shoot was an unstoppable force. The shot went in. James made a three-pointer. A feat that thrilled him even more than scoring 40 points, as the latter came easily to him while sinking a three-pointer was a significant challenge. In an instant, his confidence in shooting soared to unprecedented heights. Who claimed I couldn't shoot? Who doubted my abilities? I will shoot, and I will show you. The Lakers now had possession. West, brimming with confidence, noted the difference in complexion between Chen Hao and himself. He had long heard James mention Chen Hao's name. West was adept at playing the role of the enforcer, willing to undertake tasks that his leader found inconvenient, such as intimidating newcomers. Chen Hao moved to the backcourt to receive the ball, and West immediately approached him, proactively offering an apology to LeBron, assuring him that he would be more gentle this time. Even before his opponent arrived, the banter had already begun. Chen Hao wished to find a mirror to gaze upon himself. Did he truly appear so easily bullied? Otherwise, how could the diminutive West dare to speak to him in such a manner? Chen Hao has come to understand why West fell into destitution as a beggar just a few years after his inability to sustain a career in the NBA. It is evident that being contemptible is not merely a sufficient condition, but certainly a necessary one as well. As Chen Hao contemplated which posture to adopt in order to overpower the protagonist, West, he was unexpectedly interrupted by West's determination to intercept him right then and there. With unwavering confidence in his abilities, West thought to himself that it would be no challenge to steal the ball from Chen Hao, the towering Asian player. With this thought in mind, he decisively made his move. Chen Hao chuckled softly, asserting that there would never be another like him, neither in the past nor in the future. With an extraordinarily smooth maneuver, he evaded West, who was utterly taken aback by the fluidity of this Asian giant's dribbling skills, leaving even the shorter player feeling inadequate. Unwilling to concede, West promptly stepped back, shifting sideways to impede Chen Hao's advance. Yet, Chen Hao executed a swift change of direction in front of him. West's eyes widened in disbelief. Was there more to come? How could someone so tall possess such agility? He struggled to replicate even a fraction of Chen Hao's repertoire of dribbling moves. In his frantic attempt to intercept, West's footwork became chaotic, leading to a tangle that caused him to stumble and ultimately kneel. Chen Hao, filled with satisfaction, pressed down on the accelerator and sped away. Racing towards the opposing half of the court, the Lakers found themselves in a 5-on-4 situation, with West still kneeling in the backcourt, unable to rise. At that moment, everyone in the arena, including Dr. Buss, stood up in anticipation. They realized that something extraordinary was about to unfold. As he brought the ball forward, Chen Hao charged into the very heart of the Cavaliers' defense, just a step inside the free throw line, disregarding the help defense from Big Z, and soared to the rim with ferocity. Big Z, who leaped high to block, instantly regretted his decision. In midair, Chen Hao exhibited immense strength, maintaining his form as he confronted Big Z, and with a powerful thrust of his right arm, he slammed the ball into the hoop. The resounding crash echoed through the arena as Big Z fell to the ground. Chen Hao, towering above, shot a glance at Big Z, then flexed his bicep towards the sideline camera, exuding sheer audacity. The Staples Center erupted in euphoria. Within the confines of the arena, one could almost feel the very structure trembling, as if the fervent cheers of Lakers fans might topple it at any moment. Dr. Buss, with an exaggerated expression of awe, exclaimed "Wow!" several times, his face alight with exhilaration. He is our answer, our future. This is exactly what Los Angeles needs. Excitement, spectacle, and audacity. My Chen Hao, boundless and unrestrained. Dr. Buss clapped fervently while turning to the Lakers' general manager, shouting in delight. Kupchak, with a smile finally breaking through for the first time that night, shook his head in amusement. Suddenly, a thought struck him, tightening his chest. He recalled the wager he had made with Chen Hao. If Chen Hao continued on this path, what would it mean for him? Meanwhile, Big Z, clutching his chest, managed to rise from the floor. He had endured being dunked on before. A significant portion of his salary stemmed from the fans' love for such spectacles. Yet, to be humiliated in this manner was a first for him, especially considering that Big Z stood as the second tallest player in the NBA, second only to Yao Ming. In another corner of the court, West found himself unable to rise on his own. He struggled to get up, but could not. His ankle felt foreign to him. He had initially harbored thoughts of humiliating Chen Hao to avenge LeBron, yet now he found himself on the receiving end of disgrace. West wished he could simply disappear, as this was a live broadcast for all to see. In front of his older brother, he had been utterly outmatched, as if his younger brother had delivered a crushing blow. Despite his limited abilities, West was usually well-liked for his compliance. Now, however, he knelt on the ground, enduring excruciating pain in his ankle as he tightened his shoelaces to continue the fight. As he placed his foot on the wooden floor, the pain made him grimace, and he limped heavily, his discomfort palpable even from a distance. In Seattle, Durant was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Is this really happening? He thought, his eyes wide with shock and his lips trembling. Lakers fans raised their arms in exultation, for all were aware that Chen Hao, an Asian, had mercilessly bested James's companions aboard the fabled banana boat. Now, Chen Hao has once again dealt with James's young prodigy. As the spectators observed the egg-sized swelling on Westbrook's ankle, it was undeniably satisfying from the perspective of an adversary. Yet, one could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension for Chen Hao. Chen Hao is truly remarkable. He opened the game by decisively overpowering LeBron's young counterpart, leaving one to ponder the potential repercussions. I've heard whispers about the relationship between West and LeBron. It seems rather unconventional. Indeed, there are rumors that West has a decent rapport with LeBron's mother. If that is the case, Chen Hao might find himself in a precarious situation. Let us hope LeBron shows some mercy, considering Chen Hao is merely a rookie. Who could argue otherwise? On the sidelines, amidst the idle chatter of Lakers fans, LeBron absorbed every word. His jaw clenched tightly, veins bulged on his forehead, a testament to his building frustration. Yet, LeBron acknowledged that this Asian newcomer, Chen Hao, possesses undeniable talent, explaining why he could dominate his fellow banana boat companions so thoroughly. As the evening unfolded, amidst the cheers of Lakers fans, LeBron angrily retrieved the basketball, gesturing for Big Z to initiate the play. Big Z passed the ball to LeBron, who approached with determination. Odom, trembling with apprehension, stepped up to defend LeBron, his confidence waning. LeBron, aside from his shooting skills, excelled in all other aspects of the game. Odom, aware of LeBron's shooting struggles, positioned himself closely. Yet it proved futile as LeBron advanced. The other Lakers players hesitated to double-team, for LeBron's passing abilities and court vision are legendary, skills he has honed since childhood. LeBron eschewed flashy techniques, merely feigning a move to the right. Odom instinctively shifted to block, but it was a ruse. In an instant, LeBron executed a powerful change of direction, darting from right to left with astonishing speed, leaving Odom nearly off balance. LeBron surged into the heart of the Lakers' defense, prompting the interior players, Zach, Walton, and Kobe, to collapse inward. Kobe, always cunning, positioned himself strategically to obstruct LeBron's most challenging passing lane. With no option but to attack the basket, LeBron maneuvered from left to right, evading the outstretched arms of both defenders with an impressive finesse. However, his audacious attempt was ultimately thwarted. Although LeBron's slick move appeared flawless, it afforded Chen Hao the opportunity to react and assist defensively. Anticipating LeBron's shot, Chen Hao abandoned his assignment on West, shifting to provide support. At that moment, West struggled to maintain his footing, and it was doubtful LeBron would dare to pass to him. One must concede that LeBron's maneuver was undeniably stylish and commanding, yet if not for Chen Hao's intervention, he would have deemed the shot a guaranteed success. Alas, it was blocked. LeBron's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? The Staples Center erupted into another crescendo of excitement. Chen Hao, astonishingly, managed to block LeBron James' layup. LeBron, who is currently regarded as one of the greatest in NBA history alongside Kobe Bryant, has his staunchest supporters asserting that Kobe was unworthy of even assisting him. As a fourth grader, he transformed the struggling Cavaliers and guided them to the finals. Although they were swept by the Spurs, no one questions LeBron's leadership abilities, nor his individual prowess. Among his exceptional skills, his ability to drive to the basket stands out the most. His remarkable drives in the finals 6 months ago left an indelible impression on spectators, with several of his breakthroughs becoming iconic moments in his career. Yet, to witness a player of such caliber, renowned for his dunks and driving skills, being blocked by the approaching Chen Hao is truly remarkable. In fact, LeBron himself might have forgotten the last time he was denied. This particular play was undeniably challenging. Notably, penetrating through Lamar Odom's defense is a feat few can achieve. as Odom, often dubbed the new Magic, is renowned for his defensive skills, which are the cornerstone of his value to the Lakers. Odom is willing to bend his knees for defense, and while not always, he has delivered many memorable defensive plays in crucial moments. However, LeBron effortlessly maneuvered past him, only to be thwarted at the last moment by Chen Hao. Of course, this block was not solely Chen Hao's achievement, but his keen awareness in seizing the opportunity to block left countless fans in awe. While they may not possess expert knowledge, they recognize the significance of Chen Hao blocking LeBron. Ultimately, there is nothing more to say. Chen Hao is truly impressive. Chen Hao successfully caught the hat, ignoring the complaints of Ajan, who was desperately trying to restore his dignity with the referee. Chen Hao was solely focused on the fact that the referee's whistle had yet to sound. As he held the ball, everyone expected him to pass it to Odom. However, Chen Hao instead executed a long throw, sending the ball into an empty front court. West couldn't help but chuckle, as Chen Hao had essentially passed to thin air, leaving the Lakers' front court deserted. Yet, in the next moment, West's expression froze, for he spotted a flash of yellow streaking across the court. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Kobe, number 24. Kobe seized the ball and, in a swift three-step motion, prepared to execute a slam dunk that would have surely been a 360-degree spin had he been 3 years younger. This time, however, he opted for a simple layup, which successfully went through the hoop. Kobe erupted into a hearty laugh, his joy resonating throughout the arena. His exuberance was a rare and welcome sight. With the Lakers starting the game with a 4-0 lead, broadcast live across the nation, Ajan felt the pressure mounting, especially knowing his Banana Boat brothers were likely watching from various corners of the country. He couldn't afford to lose face. Being humiliated would imply he was on the same level as them, a notion he vehemently rejected. Despite his internal turmoil, Ajan maintained a facade of composure, embodying the demeanor of a top player, dismissing the perceived threat posed by his opponents. Calmly, he dribbled the ball up the court, making a gesture to direct the play. Chapter 077. Ajan's frustration and Chen Hao's delight. Ajan was reluctant to admit it, but he had indeed underestimated the Lakers. Before the game, he perceived this Christmas showdown as a stage set by Stern for his adopted son, the reigning champions, the Cavaliers, versus the fractured Lakers. This summer, Kobe had demanded a trade, leaving the Lakers in disarray. At this juncture, facing the Lakers seemed like an easy win. Even with their impressive 7-game winning streak, Ajan remained unconvinced that the Lakers could pose a genuine threat. After all, they were the reigning champions. Yet, to his surprise, an Asian player named Chen Hao was making him eat his words right from the start. Ajan could tolerate many things, but this was intolerable. He resolved to score this time, and it had to be him who did it. Ajan charged towards Odom, who, having learned from previous encounters, stood his ground firmly. To Ajan's astonishment, Odom displayed an unexpected fortitude. Forced to halt his advance, Ajan hesitated as he noticed Kobe positioned for support. In the rapidly shifting dynamics of the basketball court, every moment was crucial. With no other options, Ajan was compelled to take a mid-range shot and endeavor that. For the 1-0 version of Ajan, proved to be a stretch. The execution lacked any semblance of grace and appeared somewhat stagnant. Before he even made a move, it was clear that there was nothing. However, Ajan's action was still perceived by Chen Hao, who was not far away. Chen Hao swiftly moved to provide assistance, positioning himself directly in Ajan's visual blind spot. As Ajan leaped to take his shot, Chen Hao emerged from the side, delivering a resounding slap that caught him off guard. With a resounding slap, Chen Hao left even the Lakers legend, who was commentating for the game, nearly scrambling onto the technical podium. The Magic Man exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, wow, wow. What am I witnessing? LeBron has been thwarted once again." Chen Hao's presence rendered LeBron's efforts at the Staples Center tonight exceedingly arduous. Cavaliers fans watching from their screens could not help but swallow hard. Having witnessed LeBron being blocked not once, but twice, an unprecedented occurrence, all at the hands of a rookie. It is worth noting that even against well-established stars, LeBron has always emerged victorious. He has never experienced such frustration, not even once. Chen Hao's block was executed with precision, and the ball was seized by the nimble Walton, who was positioned beside L. Upon gaining possession, Walton quickly assessed the situation, realizing there was no opportunity for a fast break, and promptly halted to seek out Chen Hao. Chen Hao leisurely dribbled the ball past the half-court line. When it comes to strategic travel, Ajan truly understands the nuances. Eager to reclaim his reputation, he refrained from confronting Chen Hao directly and instead sent his enforcer, Guden, to take on the challenge. However, Chen Hao pondered. How could a power forward like Yuden defend against a guard like him? He felt a profound sense of disrespect. Is this it? Just this? It is nothing. Chen Hao dribbled forward and faced off against Goding. A power forward to defend me? Who do you think you are looking down upon? Chen Hao contemplated internally. Feeling a surge of pressure within his skull, slightly intoxicated, and his actions had become somewhat forceful. In truth, Chen Hao harbored some misconceptions about Gyuden. He was one of the two most capable assistants of Jian, alongside Zi. Following them were the male protagonists among the friends' mothers. Gyuden's defense was of a caliber befitting the second defensive lineup, and he took great pride in his defensive prowess. Chen Hao approached, feigning an intent to advance down the right flank. Gu Deng, with remarkable clarity, anticipated this maneuver and promptly shifted to intercept. Chen Hao found it rather intriguing. Immediately, he escalated the challenge. As Gyuden maneuvered sideways, Chen Hao, levitating the ball and bearing an impressive burden, executed a deft change of direction. Gyuden's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How could he dribble at such height with such impeccable rhythm? Who was the last player to achieve this? Gyuden had only seen such finesse on television. Are you referring to LeBron James? He pondered. Perhaps James could accomplish it, but while he possessed raw power, he lacked the fluidity and grace that Chen Hao exhibited. Chen Hao, in stark contrast, combined strength with elegance, all while maintaining a captivating rhythm. Most astonishingly, he was merely a freshman and of Asian descent. Gyuden could not help but question, is he truly a freshman? Could he possibly be a prodigious veteran in disguise? Gyuden was utterly awestruck. During the pre-game strategy session, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown specifically remarked that defending Chen Hao against the Lakers would be an arduous task, necessitating the allocation of exceptional defensive resources toward him. At that moment, Gyuden had dismissed the coach's concerns as overly dramatic, confidently asserting that he could handle it alone. But now, reflecting on it, he realized it was a farcical notion, a colossal joke. Yet, despite this, Gyuden still felt compelled to test his mettle. You are indeed impressive. But I am a member of the all-defensive second team, and I carry the dignity of that title. However, what transpired next left Gyuden, the seasoned defender, utterly humiliated. Gyuden attempted to exert pressure, but even he could not execute the maneuver successfully. In his second attempt to sidestep and defend Chen Hao, he realized that any misstep would lead to his downfall, much like West. As a representative of the all-defensive second team, he was resolute not to commit such an error. Instinctively, he reached out to grab Chen Hao, but the very act of pulling back only prompted Chen Hao to surge forward, resolutely determined to break through, regardless of who stood in his way. In this moment, with a resounding rip, Chen Hao's formidable strength enabled him to break free from his constraints, propelling him determinately towards the knight's hoop. This time, Big Z had learned his lesson. Upon recognizing Chen Hao, he immediately turned his head away. Having experienced the humiliation of being dunked once, he certainly had no desire to endure it a second time. That would be tantamount to a lapse in judgment or sheer folly. Chen Hao assertively penetrated the defense, executing a thunderous dunk for 2 points. The Staples Center erupted once again. Oh my goodness. Even with Gooden's efforts, he could not thwart Chen Hao's prowess. Chen Hao, the deity of the night. Jordan. My dear brother, please refrain from calling me. I fear Chen Hao might misconstrue our conversation. Gooden clutched Chen Hao's jersey, yet still, Chen Hao remained unstoppable. The Staples Center exploded with excitement. I adore this stance. Gooden, brace yourself. Chen Hao is on his way. Is it any wonder that Magic Johnson is a born commentator? Why else would the Lakers bestow upon him such a prestigious role? The Lakers commentary is uniquely yours. It can only be yours. No time? That matters not. As this position is exclusively yours, provided you can carve out moments during crucial games. A maximum salary. These are the exact words of Dr. Buss. Amidst the cheers from the Maji supporters, the referee called a foul on Gooden. Gooden feigned innocence, exclaiming he had done nothing, spreading his hands in protest. The referee merely offered Gooden a knowing glance that implied, you understand. As Chen Hao descended from the hoop, he simultaneously tore away the tattered jersey clinging to his body, revealing his impressive biceps to the camera stationed at the sidelines. Despite his seemingly slender frame, Chen Hao's physique was a testament to strength, with well-defined muscles visible beneath the fabric. This spectacle elicited gasps of admiration from countless female fans. Among the audience was Taylor Swift, who had come to witness the game. Yet she had not informed Chen Hao of her presence. She was still harboring resentment over his lack of initiative in reaching out to her during the past few weeks. They had agreed to meet, yet 20 days had elapsed without a single word from him. Each time she texted, his responses were merely brief acknowledgments, leaving her infuriated. Curse you, Chen Hao. If you choose to ignore me, then so be it. I'll sever all ties. I no longer wish to think of you, she declared, though deep down, she couldn't help but feel a pang of longing. Nevertheless, on Christmas Day, she decided to ditch her commitments and attend the game at Staples Center. A secret her manager was blissfully unaware of. Concealed in a corner, Taylor's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Chen Hao as he played. Observing his perfect, muscular form radiating sheer vitality, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Those abdominal muscles, how she wished to touch them. Despite being torn apart by Guden, Chen Hao remained undeterred, much to the dismay of Cavaliers coach, Coach Bayline, who was in a state of panic. This is simply terrifying. Only LeBron could possibly contain him, he mused. Meanwhile, Zen Master, observing from the sidelines, recognized Chen Hao's extraordinary talent, a rarity even within the NBA. Dr. Buss, with an O-shaped mouth in astonishment, stood alongside his daughter, Jeannie Buss, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Yet, in the next moment, Jeannie was jolted back to reality, urgently calling to the staff, "Quick, get Chen Hao a new jersey." Aunt Jenny felt a shiver run down her spine, realizing the unpredictable actions that fervent female fans might undertake. The Staples Center already had a scarcity of restrooms. If 5,000 people lined up for the facilities, it would indeed be a significant issue, likely making headlines in sports and entertainment sections the following day. The staff promptly presented Chen Hao with a new jersey. Once he donned it, he stepped to the free throw line and confidently sank the shot, further extending the Lakers' lead. Initially, the spotlight was meant to shine on LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. Yet Chen Hao swiftly commandeered the attention. This display of talent was well received by Lakers fans, who found themselves enamored with Chen Hao, pledging their unwavering loyalty, declaring that they would not watch any Lakers games without him. The pressure now rested entirely on Dr. Buss. He glanced at Lakers general manager Kupchak, who recognized the necessity for candor. Despite having let Chen Hao steal the limelight and being blocked twice in succession, LeBron remained remarkably composed. His strategy was clear. When the shots weren't falling, he would refrain from taking them. However, as LeBron dribbled towards him, Chen Hao took the initiative to guard him personally, sidelining Lamar Odom. On the bench, Zen Master approved of this decision, initially fearful that Chen Hao might decline the challenge, but now he found himself shouting, "A true man." Odom felt a sense of relief. Help had finally arrived. Dr. Buss furrowed his brow, initially contemplating how to elevate Kobe's game, while also pondering how to shape Chen Hao into a prominent figure for Los Angeles. Yet, with Chen Hao proactively defending against LeBron, Dr. Buss began to feel uneasy. He doubted that a rookie like Chen Hao could truly contain the formidable LeBron, even if Chen Hao had dazzled him on several occasions. But this was LeBron, after all. Aunt Jenny trembled, her earlier excitement replaced by anxiety, as she lamented Odom's ineffectiveness. Kupchak internally scoffed, recognizing that anyone facing LeBron would likely appear inadequate. This was a manifestation of raw talent that hard work could not compensate for. In the NBA, everyone is striving. For failure to do so could cost one their job. Did Odom lack talent? Indeed, that was his shortcoming. Upon witnessing Chen Hao's decision to defend LeBron, Taylor Swift's expression faltered, her heart racing in trepidation. LeBron, sensing the challenge, became invigorated. He had been searching for a worthy opponent, and now, one had presented himself. Without hesitation, he prepared to retaliate. Mediocre contenders truly pale in comparison to James. Scoring is not his forte, however, if allowed to unleash his full potential. In a setting devoid of playoff intensity, even without the hoop, James could easily vie for the title of scoring champion as effortlessly as one might dine or quench their thirst. Yet today is a different narrative. The hoopless James faces the formidable defensive prowess of Chen Hao, a premier defensive stalwart. It is not merely that James has lost his divine touch. Even if he were a deity, he would struggle to deliver a performance of unparalleled dominance. Chen Hao, what I say? A James who cannot rise to the occasion loses much of his potency, or rather, one could argue, he possesses none at all. After all, one cannot rely on his mid-range shots to dictate the outcome of a game. Had the Zen Master been aware of such a strategy employed by James, he would surely have chuckled, opting instead for a direct approach beneath the basket. As Chen Hao lunged forward, James momentarily faltered, hastily releasing the ball. Naturally, he missed. The basketball swished through the air, but found nothing but net outside the rim. Although this was the first time facing James head-on, The previous two encounters had involved defensive support. Yet, what more can I say? Chen Hao is remarkable, simply astounding. This marks his third attempt. Rookie of the Year? Not MVP. Goodness, who is truly the rookie here, James or Chen Hao? He is extraordinary, unparalleled. His capabilities seem limitless. Lakers fans are well aware that they have welcomed an exceptional newcomer, one who might very well surpass Durant to claim the Rookie of the Year title. However, they now realize their perspective may have been somewhat narrow. This transcends the mere title of Rookie of the Year. It is nothing short of the greatest rookie in history. Meanwhile, Chen Hao's most devoted fans emphatically declare, "Rookie? What rookie? This is clearly MVP material." To have a player who can leave James in such disarray is truly unprecedented. Unless witnessed firsthand, few would dare to believe it. Underneath the basket, Little Walton secured the rebound, returning the ball to Chen Hao. Chen Hao advanced past the halfway line with the ball. Once again, Guden approached to defend. Chen Hao glanced at him and disdainfully shook his head, as if to say, "You are no match for me." If it were an ordinary player, Guden would have already resorted to insults, taunting the rookie. But this was Chen Hao. The imposing aura emanating from Chen Hao was unmistakable, causing Guden to falter momentarily. Instinctively, he glanced towards James, who offered an encouraging gesture, seemingly unwilling to intervene. Guden felt a surge of frustration. Was he merely a pawn to be used and discarded? Chapter 078. Infuriating a Jan. Enchanting Chen Hao 2. James chose not to switch defenses, leaving Guden to confront the Tempest alone. Observing Chen Hao poised to make a move, Guden retreated, deliberately creating distance between himself and Chen Hao. As Chen Hao glanced at Guden's defense, he felt a surge of indignation. How dare his opponent, wielding the skill of a sharpshooter, show such disrespect for his shot? With a fiery determination igniting within him, he planted his left foot firmly on the ground, poised like a coiled spring, and readied himself. In one fluid motion, he sprang up, raising his hand to release the ball. Guden, sensing the impending shot, lunged forward with all his might to disrupt Chen Hao's rhythm. However, in his fervor, he collided with Chen Hao midair. Yet, by that point, Chen Hao had already executed his technique flawlessly. The ball glided smoothly from the tip of his index finger, tracing an elegant arc through the air, before ultimately crashing into the hoop with a resounding swish, marking a triumphant score. In the air, Chen Hao found himself in a state of equilibrium, but the collision with Guden disrupted his balance, sending him crashing to the ground. The ball went in, and the whistle blew. Chen Hao completed a remarkable 3-1 play. The camera focused on him as he sat on the floor, striking a celebratory pose reminiscent of a gunshot to the head. On both offense and defense, Chen Hao dealt a significant blow to the Cavaliers. The morale of the Lakers soared to its peak. Teammates, including Kobe, jogged over to help Chen Hao to his feet. No one could predict the immense energy this team might unleash next. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown wore a look of astonishment. After all, they were the reigning runners-up. Having secured second place last year, the Cavaliers made several quality trades over the summer, enhancing their strength compared to the previous season. This year, his singular aim was the championship. LeBron, in his current form, continued to evolve, and Brown believed there were no rivals left for him in today's NBA. Tonight, he had planned to leave early and treat himself to a couple of drinks, with a companion already in mind. Yet, Chen Hao's emergence sent a shiver of danger through him. This match promised to be anything but ordinary. Chen Hao's formidable performance at the outset took everyone by surprise. The Cavaliers, having faced defeat in last season's finals, returned with renewed vigor this season. Apart from the formidable trio of the Celtics, they appeared nearly invincible. However, now at the Staples Center, they have encountered a rude awakening. The world now knows that the Lakers are not merely there to play a supporting role tonight. The Cavaliers should not assume victory is assured. Meanwhile, Kobe, during the offseason, has been yearning for a reliable ally, and it seems the Lakers hold the key. As Chen Hao stands at the free throw line, LeBron's brow furrows with concern. Chen Hao stood at the free throw line, and the entire Staples Center fell silent. Each individual holding their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound might disrupt Chen Hao's shot. Chen Hao's foul shot, and the Lakers surged to a stunning 10-0 lead. The Lakers fans were visibly elated. Not only the fans, but even the Zen Master appeared bewildered. Acquiring Chen Hao had undoubtedly elevated the Lakers to a new level of prowess. However, the opponent was none other than the Cavaliers, the reigning conference champions, led by none other than LeBron James. How did we find ourselves 10 points ahead of the Cavaliers? The Zen Master turned to seek an explanation from his assistant, but alas, even Brian Shaw could not provide an answer. With possession now in the hands of the Cavaliers, LeBron attempted to maneuver through the defense, but found no openings. As the shot clock dwindled to a mere second, he passed the ball to Gooden, who, with trepidation, took the shot. Despite being closely guarded by Walton, he made a mid-range jumper that briefly alleviated the Cavaliers' scoring drought. However, the joy of the Cavaliers fans was short-lived, for the 2 points were swiftly nullified on the grounds that Gooden had released the ball after the shot clock had expired. Chen Hao, and once again, Chen Hao. As Chen Hao approached with the ball, one might think that simply throwing it would suffice, but the game of basketball transcends mere physicality. It is a tapestry woven with human emotions and social intricacies. A reckless display of strength can easily transform allies into adversaries. However, if the victory of your team hinges upon such tactics, it becomes a different matter entirely. When facing off against Gooden, Chen Hao showcased his skills with finesse, executing a seamless transition into a reverse layup that effortlessly evaded Gooden. It was as if Gooden's legs were anchored to the hardwood floor, rendered immobile by an unseen force. One could hardly blame Gooden for his predicament. After all, he had never encountered a guard of such height. And the finesse displayed was more akin to that of a forward than a traditional guard. Chen Hao effortlessly pierced through Gooden with an audacious behind-the-back pass. As Zhu executed a playful maneuver, thrusting the ball into the hoop. The score stood at 12-2, with the Lakers firmly asserting their dominance on the court. LeBron found himself humiliated once again, his anger palpable, a harbinger of severe consequences. Gritting his teeth against intense pain, Westbrook approached with the ball, only for LeBron to demand it, signaling for Big Z to come forth and set a screen. Taking advantage of the Lakers' miscommunication during the screen switch, James slipped inside, effortlessly securing 2 points. However, this marked the pinnacle of LeBron's first quarter, as the coach decided to position Chen Hao directly in front of him, opting not to switch on screens, allowing Chen Hao to circumvent them entirely. In that moment, LeBron's magic faded. He attempted to challenge Chen Hao twice. Once, with the aid of a screen, he took a difficult shot that landed woefully short. On another occasion, he charged into the Lakers' interior, aiming to draw a foul. Yet the referee called traveling. LeBron spread his arms wide, seeking an explanation from the official, insisting he had not committed the infraction. The referee merely offered a knowing glance, as if to say, you may enjoy certain privileges, but that does not grant you license to overstep boundaries. A few extra steps may go unnoticed, but 8 is simply too many. Do you think the audience is oblivious? In the first quarter, Chen Hao's defense against LeBron James proved remarkably effective. James was unable to score, preventing the Lakers from altering their defensive strategy and compacting the interior. The Cavaliers, who built their play around James, found themselves with limited opportunities, often taking hurried shots. Consequently, the Lakers continued to expand their lead. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 32-18, establishing a 14-point advantage for the Lakers. Fans expressed their disbelief, considering their opponents were the defending champions, the Cavaliers. Prior to the game, media outlets had speculated that a loss by 10 points or more would be seen as a victory for the Lakers. Yet, by the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had astonishingly outscored the Cavaliers by 14 points. James displayed an alarming decline in performance during this period, currently ranked third in the scoring leaderboard for the season, only trailing Anthony with an average of 32.8 points. He typically requires at least 8 points per quarter to maintain his standard. Normally, James exerts his influence in the first 3 quarters, conserving energy for the fourth, needing a minimum of 10 points in a quarter for the Cavaliers to remain competitive. However, he managed only 2 points in the first quarter. This inability to find his rhythm directly hindered the effectiveness of the Cavaliers' strategy centered around him. With their tactical approach failing, the Cavaliers found themselves at a disadvantage. The inefficiency and inability to score left James in a state of utter frustration. Upon returning to the bench, he even kicked over the cushion of his seat. This incident drew significant attention, sparking lively discussions among fans. In his desperation, James was visibly agitated. Chen Hao has truly managed to contain Azan. It is a remarkable feat to render someone as formidable and distressed as Azan in such a state. And Chen Hao is the first to achieve this. Though Azan has his shortcomings, defending against him is no easy task. It appears, indeed, that Chen Hao has succeeded. Let us boldly remove any semblance of doubt. Chen Hao has successfully defended against Azan, albeit for merely 1 quarter. Yet, few in this world can claim such an accomplishment. The Lakers fans in the audience find this all to be a surreal experience, akin to a dream. However, If it is a dream, it is strikingly vivid. In the first quarter, Chen Hao successfully defended against LeBron James, following in the footsteps of Paul, Wade, and Anthony, making LeBron the next victim. Facing the defending champions, the Cavaliers, we concluded the first quarter with a commanding 14-point lead, a scenario that felt almost dreamlike and surreal. On the sidelines, Dr. Buss expressed his satisfaction, rising to applaud and encourage his players. Aunt Jenny's gaze was solely fixed on Chen Hao. She had always favored older, wiser men, but after witnessing Chen Hao, she realized that youth had its own allure, particularly in the form of someone like him. That physique. Oh dear, I must not dwell on it, lest I find myself needing the restroom again. Although the Lakers held a 14-point advantage at the end of the first quarter, basketball comprises 4 quarters, not merely one. In this era of lower scoring efficiency, a 14-point lead is not insurmountable, especially with 3 quarters still to play. What unfolds remains uncertain. The Lakers, after all, are the underdogs, and the Cavaliers still harbor significant opportunities. The fans of the Cavaliers watching from their screens were unperturbed. A 14-point deficit is merely a minor setback, especially with LeBron James, their ace, still in play. Despite being tightly guarded in the first quarter, fans were not anxious. He is LeBron James, after all. In the ESPN studio, renowned commentator Stephen A. Smith, affectionately dubbed the Ugly Yang E by Chinese fans, remarked, well, the Lakers are doing quite well. However, Lakers fans were cautioned against premature celebrations. 3 quarters remained, and LeBron would not remain subdued for long. Expecting a rookie to completely contain LeBron is unrealistic. The Zen master should now contemplate how to withstand LeBron's inevitable wrath. It has been a long time since I have seen LeBron so restrained, unexpectedly for all. The second quarter unfolded as a continuation of the first. LeBron struggled to find his rhythm, remaining lackluster throughout the first half, unable to penetrate Chen Hao's defense and resorting to shooting from the perimeter. The cost of such attempts was evident as he managed only 8 points on 10 shots in the second quarter, causing the hoop at Staples Center to wobble. His offensive struggles failed to alter the Lakers' defense, and the scoring from his teammates was inconsistent. By the end of the second quarter, the Lakers led the Cavaliers 61-44, extending their lead to 17 points as they approached halftime. At the half, Chen Hao had tallied 13 points, 10 assists, and 6 rebounds, nearly achieving a triple-double. In stark contrast, LeBron's performance was dismal, a far cry from his previous game at Madison Square Garden, where he had dominated with 30 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, setting the record for the youngest player to reach 10,000 points. This time, however, LeBron's statistics resembled a catastrophic accident, 3 for 19 from the field, yielding only 11 points, 1 assist, and 6 turnovers, a performance that was truly lamentable. In comparison to Chen Hao, it appeared as though LeBron was the rookie. Halftime was merely a pause, yet Magic Johnson was already extolling Chen Hao to the heavens. Can you believe it? I find it hard to believe. I suspect I am dreaming. Today, Chen Hao personally instructed LeBron on how to excel. The expressions on Magic Johnson's face were utterly exaggerated. To be honest, I have not witnessed Chen Hao play many times, but from this day forth, I am a devoted supporter of his team. While I cannot yet declare him the best player, he undoubtedly ranks among the strongest. I had previously been unaware of anyone capable of thwarting LeBron. Yet tonight, Chen Hao accomplished this feat, leaving LeBron utterly bewildered. The fans at the Staples Center were overjoyed, reveling in their triumph. They were prepared to spend extravagantly on Christmas Day. Fully aware of the immense challenge the Lakers faced in overcoming the defending champions, the Cavaliers. However, during the first half, the Lakers dominated the Cavaliers with overwhelming force. If the Lakers could maintain this momentum until the final whistle, it would undoubtedly be the most splendid Christmas gift for all their fans. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere at the Staples Center, the visiting team's locker room was shrouded in a heavy gloom. No one dared to utter a word, for LeBron James remained silent. Typically the most talkative in the locker room, LeBron now wore a stern expression, refusing to speak. Even though everyone knew the Cavaliers were being thoroughly outperformed, no one dared to provoke him. Not even the head coach could afford to cross him. If LeBron were displeased, he could effortlessly orchestrate the dismissal of anyone, and the owner would comply without hesitation. Cavaliers head coach J.B. Bickerstaff entered the locker room with a grave expression, approaching the visibly irate LeBron in an attempt to offer comfort. LeBron, don't take it to heart. Everyone has off nights. This is not a reflection of your abilities. That young player is simply playing out of his mind tonight. We can win it back next time. Even if we lose tonight, you remain the best in the NBA. The other Cavaliers chimed in agreement. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the room. LeBron slammed his hand down, causing a gaping hole to appear in the locker door. What are you saying? Am I losing? I will not lose. Bickerstaff, witnessing LeBron's escalating fury, hesitated, knowing that they had suffered numerous defeats thus far. It seemed they had yet to achieve a victory. I admit, I played terribly in the first half. However, basketball is played over 48 minutes, not just 24. In the second half, I will reclaim my dominance. I will guard that Asian player, and I will show him who truly reigns supreme in the NBA. As LeBron made this declaration, he surveyed his teammates and coach, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Who would dare voice dissent? In this team, LeBron is akin to the heavens. His authority is absolute. Very well, let us proceed as LeBron has commanded. Brett Brown hastily remarked, fearing that Jan might have second thoughts. In truth, Brett Brown had long wished for James to guard Chen Hao, yet he was apprehensive that James might be reluctant. Superficially, James professed his willingness to undertake any task the team required of him. However, on that occasion, he opted for tasks that were effortless yet gratifying. Chapter 080. Chen Hao, does the Cavaliers intend to rise? Have they consulted me? Defending against a newcomer like Chen Hao is a laborious and thankless endeavor that James would undoubtedly shy away from. How should one articulate this? To guard against a rookie is merely one's duty. Failing to do so, however, could tarnish one's reputation. If he successfully contained the newcomer, critics would accuse James of bullying. If he faltered, they would claim he had aged, unable to defend even a novice. Thus, unless the matchup was assuredly in his favor or against someone of equal stature, like Kobe, James would not engage. For everyone else, he would dismiss them with a scoff. Yet, of course, there are exceptions, as evidenced by this evening. Chen Hao posed a significant threat to his position. He would strike. James, too, found himself compelled to act, for Chen Hao was the driving force behind the Lakers. In order to close the gap in points, it was imperative to contain this engine. Without doing so, recovery of the score would be utterly impossible. Under Chen Hao's leadership, the Lakers unleashed a relentless and penetrating offense that the Cavaliers struggled to defend against. If they could not neutralize Chen Hao, their chances were bleak. As the second half commenced, the Cavaliers entered the court. James observed Lakers fans reveling in laughter, munching on sunflower seeds, savoring popcorn, and sipping beer, an idyllic scene. The more joy radiated from the Lakers supporters, the more James felt a sense of inadequacy. Clenching his fists, he resolved to shatter this situation. To be humiliated on his home turf, while feeling powerless, must be quite the predicament. The Lakers players appeared relaxed, judging by the first and second quarters. The reigning runners-up seemed rather ordinary. Was it true, as the rumors suggested, that their prowess came merely from promotional incentives? Yet, Chen Hao understood that a game spanned 48 minutes, not merely 24. In a spectacle like the Christmas showdown, James, ever protective of his reputation, would undoubtedly not concede so easily. Indeed, as the second half began, the Cavaliers regained possession. This time, it was Westbrook holding the ball, while James played off the ball. Chen Hao also found this quite intriguing. Without the ball, Ajiao indeed fought valiantly for this match. Chen Hao adhered to Ajan like a piece of adhesive tape, with Daz providing him cover. This time, Chen Hao maneuvered around Daz. However, after circumventing Daz, he encountered another formidable obstacle in the form of Guden. This time, Chen Hao could not evade. Even with his combat prowess at its zenith, he found himself thwarted by two impenetrable walls of defense. James, utilizing the cover, successfully evaded Chen Hao, seized the ball, and immediately launched an assault on the basket. Chen Hao found himself cornered once James surged forward. The Lakers were left with no alternative but to contract their defense. Failure to do so would leave them exposed, akin to being naked beneath the enemy's blades, a situation to be avoided at all costs. As the Lakers tightened their formation, before the double team could fully materialize, LeBron located the lurking sharpshooter, Hughes, in the corner. The corner was Hughes's sweet spot. Leaving him unguarded there was tantamount to gifting points. Indeed, with a swift motion, the ball found its mark. Though Kobe was the one defending him, he had already committed to assist the moment LeBron made the pass. Kobe sensed the impending trouble and lunged forward, but it was too late to intervene. The value of Chen Hao was fully manifested in this round. Once he was caught in a screen, and James found himself unguarded by Chen Hao, the consequences could be quite severe. After making the pass, LeBron immediately celebrated in an annoying manner, raising his right fist to strike his chest forcefully, incessantly chattering, "The game isn't over yet. Not yet. We will win. We will win." Brad Brown nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the significance of this play. The Cavaliers were built around James. LeBron embodied a system that radiated brilliance. In simpler terms, he resembled a Howard who could dribble and penetrate deep into enemy territory. One must unleash his momentum to inflict maximum damage upon his opponents. For that is when he poses the greatest threat. Presently, with Chen Hao screened, LeBron's ability to break through was unleashed to its fullest extent, and his threat emerged dramatically. The Lakers retained possession of the ball. Ignoring LeBron's incessant banter, Chen Hao swiftly advanced with the ball. As he crossed half-court, LeBron bent his knees slightly and raised his arms, even before he arrived, delivering trash talk. "I'm here to guard you. Your performance ends here tonight. LeBron, you still have a long way to go." Chen Hao replied with a teasing expression, fully aware of his capabilities. This time, it was not about the team's chemistry. Chen Hao surged forward, unwilling to let LeBron revel in his bravado. With that, Chen Hao feinted left and darted right, momentarily blocking LeBron's path. He pressed the accelerator, breaking through into the Cavaliers' territory, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, locating the lurking Odom in the corner. Compared to Hughes, Odom's three-point shooting was indeed lacking. This was a prime opportunity for Odom, yet he failed to seize it. Gowden's leap disrupted Odom's rhythm, causing the ball to clang off the rim. Big Z collected the rebound, initiating a fast break for the Cavaliers. LeBron's physical attributes were historically exceptional, and his ability to launch a fast break was equally outstanding. Moreover, he seemed to anticipate that Big Z, who had successfully positioned himself for a rebound, would secure the ball. LeBron had already made his move. Even Chen Hao could not intervene. He wisely chose not to pursue, knowing it would be futile. Just because he was at full capacity did not mean he could defy the laws of nature. LeBron, in the front court, made a symbolic air attack, executing a signature tomahawk dunk, ruthlessly punishing the rim. As Chen Hao was poised to receive the ball beyond the halfway line, he was unexpectedly outperformed by Ajan, marking merely the commencement of the encounter. What follows will be a relentless pursuit of dominance. Prepare yourself, Asia. Chen Hao silently moved to receive the ball, remaining speechless. Ajian wore a look of astonishment, for this was not the Chen Hao he knew. Is he afraid? Asian fellow, kneel before me now, and I might go easy on you. Ajian continued to unleash a torrent of words. Chen Hao swiftly seized the ball from Wharton's grasp, propelling it forward as he crossed the half-court line. Although Aryan outwardly dismissed Chen Hao with scornful words, he held a profound strategic regard for him. He recognized that Chen Hao's style of play bore a striking resemblance to his own. Undoubtedly, his intent was to first activate and inspire the team. Aryan's immersion into the scenario was somewhat excessive, yet he overlooked one critical detail. He lacked a basket, whereas Chen Hao possessed one. With the ball in hand, he raised it high and released. "You shall not disregard my basket. You shall not disregard my basket." The basketball soared through the air. Chen Hao immediately raised his hands in jubilation, turning away to celebrate prematurely. A glance from LeBron James, filled with indignation, prompted him to shout at his teammates, "Rebound." The moment those words escaped his lips, LeBron was engulfed in regret. The sharp sound that followed struck him like a resounding slap, leaving his face swollen and resembling that of a pig. LeBron cursed under his breath, "Damn it. I was just humiliated." The commentator, the legendary Magic Johnson, clasped his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Chen Hao just embarrassed LeBron. I beg your pardon for my choice of words." However, it is undeniable that LeBron had no answers for Chen Hao, none at all. This evening, Chen Hao toyed with LeBron as if he were merely a plaything, manipulating him at will. Magic Johnson continued to narrate, while LeBron's forehead pulsed with veins, clearly agitated. That last part could have been omitted, to which Magic responded, "Yet, it is indeed true." Chapter 081. Chen Hao, the Cavaliers are rising? Have they consulted me? Chen Haoyan successfully scored against Ajan. However, this does not alter the reality that the Lakers' roster depth pales in comparison to that of the reigning runner-ups. In the third quarter, the Cavaliers deliberately employed numerous screens for Ajan to obstruct Chen Haoyan's defense against him. Although Chen Haoyan possesses peak capabilities, there is little he can do when Ajan skillfully navigates the situation. Regardless of Chen Hao's impressive abilities, they amount to nothing akin to striking air. In contrast, the Cavaliers benefit from a strategic advantage, with up to 3 players providing cover for LeBron James. Successfully navigating a single screen is commendable if 2 players assist. It is remarkable, and should 3 be involved, LeBron would undoubtedly approach Chen Hao for a direct confrontation. "Brother, please, spare me." The audience's discerning eyes see clearly. While the method of LeBron's tactical evasion may be deemed unsavory, Lakers fans must concede that it is indeed the most effective and advantageous approach. It is increasingly evident that, as the game progresses, the Lakers' lead is steadily eroding. The Staples Center senses an impending threat, as LeBron's evasive maneuvers leave no opportunity for direct confrontation. On the Lakers' side, the primary strengths reside with Chen Hao and Kobe Bryant. As for Andrew Bynum, he proves to be inconsequential. Though dubbed the Little Shaq, he bears no resemblance to the prowess of a shark. He has been utterly dominated by Big Z, who was previously considered soft. Yet tonight, Bynum seems even more feeble. As the game reaches the third quarter with only 1 minute and 36 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers aggressively close the gap to a mere 9 points, 76-67. The Staples Center falls into a hushed silence. From an overall strength perspective, the Lakers' roster depth truly does not rival that of the reigning runner-ups. In the third quarter, it is Kobe, with unwavering tenacity, who is holding the team together. Otherwise, that 9-point lead might very well have vanished. During this quarter, Chen Hao attempts to dismantle the Cavaliers' screens to lock onto LeBron, yet he finds himself at a loss, which frustrates him greatly. However, in a moment of clarity, Chen Hao realizes, why should I focus on limiting LeBron? It is unnecessary. All we need is to outscore him. After all, he is avoiding me. Not the other way around. Winning is what matters. LeBron's tactics are of little consequence. Chen Hao finally grasped this point, and suddenly, clarity washed over him. Ajan, still Ajan, cleverly evaded Chen Hao behind a screen, taking advantage of the moment to score effortlessly with 2 points. With that basket, the triumphant Ajan even went so far as to celebrate by mimicking a throat-slitting gesture towards Chen Hao. Lakers fans were utterly unprepared for the fact that during the third quarter of this chaotic game, the deficit had shrunk to a mere 7 points, a precarious position indeed. Additionally, the continuous screens rendered Chen Hao utterly helpless against Ajan. In this state, James was indeed infuriating, yet there was no recourse. He was simply making astute use of the rules in a manner that was entirely legitimate. To put it nicely, he was clever. To be blunt, he was merely picking on the soft targets, and with so many soft targets on the Lakers, what could be done? If only the Lakers had someone with grit to step up alongside Chen Hao and Kobe, the scene would not have unfolded in this manner. Was it truly not possible tonight? The entire Staples Center sensed the looming threat. Although the Lakers still held a 7-point lead, the fans felt it teetering precariously. The depth of the Lakers' rotation was alarmingly thin, as there was not a single reliable player on the bench. In contrast, the Cavaliers secured their runner-up position thanks to their top-tier bench. With sufficient depth, even a second unit could unleash energy comparable to that of the starters. With the Lakers' 7-point lead, less than 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, it was swiftly erased. Dr. Buss, the Lakers' owner, wore a grim expression, yet his mind was racing. If only Chen Hao and Kobe could be bolstered by an additional star player of near all-star caliber, the Lakers could achieve greatness. Aunt Jeannie exclaimed. It turns out we cannot manage without Chen Hao. This compelled the Zen master to bring Chen Hao back onto the court ahead of schedule. Typically, the first 6 minutes of the fourth quarter were Chen Hao's resting period. Coach Bredd was pleased with the Cavaliers' performance during the substitution phase. Upon Chen Hao's return, Bredd had yet to replace the starters. Chen Hao's 2 3-pointers halted the Cavaliers in their tracks, delivering a severe blow to their defense. The morale of the Lakers soared to its zenith, invigorated by Chen Hao's remarkable shots. The difference in the team's performance with and without Chen Hao was stark and unmistakable. As the scorching hot rookie dazzled on the court, his presence sent shivers down the spine of the Cavaliers player, who had initially considered giving LeBron a breather. However, he realized that without the mainstay players like LeBron, they stood no chance against the Lakers bolstered by Chen Hao's prowess. He pondered in disbelief how the Lakers had managed to unearth such a gem. Given Chen Hao's current abilities, he should undoubtedly be a top 3 pick in the draft, if not the first overall. Yet, despite the odds, victory was within their grasp tonight. After all, they were the reigning runners-up. With a grand gesture, he urged LeBron to take charge and seal the victory. Let us end this battle, he exclaimed. LeBron, ever ready, gladly accepted the call to action. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Although Chen Hao is indeed a formidable opponent, LeBron possesses his own strategies. While the Lakers currently enjoy a 6-point lead, the Cavaliers boast a more robust lineup. To secure victory, a well-conceived strategy is paramount, and I foresee no significant obstacles. LeBron has returned, employing a staggered approach and utilizing Big Z's screens to evade Chen Hao. This tactic has drawn considerable criticism from Lakers fans. LeBron, why not confront Chen Hao directly? Aren't you the best in the NBA? How can you struggle against a rookie? Undeterred by the taunts of the fans, LeBron adeptly navigates past Chen Hao with the help of the screen, penetrating deep into the Lakers' defense like a scalpel dismantling flesh. This time, there is no help defense. LeBron launches a direct assault on the rim, challenging the formidable presence of Nju. Forced to commit a foul, Nju's efforts are futile as LeBron scores 2 points and earns an opportunity for an additional free throw. The Staples Center erupts in a cacophony of boos as fans attempt to disrupt LeBron's free throw with their jeers. Yet, LeBron remains unfazed. Swish. The ball finds its mark, silencing the crowd instantly. Endowed with an extraordinary physical prowess and remarkable basketball intelligence, LeBron's playing style evokes a sense of despair among the fans. It is akin to a prodigious scholar, whose high intelligence and diligence leave others in the dust, making them seemingly unattainable. The Cavaliers are fiercely closing the gap, while the Lakers cling to a 3-point advantage. However, the weight of pressure rests squarely on the shoulders of the Lakers. Magic Johnson expresses his concerns. The next possession is crucial for the Lakers. It remains to be seen if they can withstand the pressure and score. Just as he finishes speaking, Chen Hao, without hesitation, launches a shot from 40 feet away. LeBron, tasked with defending Chen Hao, immediately turns to his teammates and shouts, "Rebound." Magic exclaims in disbelief, "No, no, no." In this era of basketball, such audacity from Chen Hao is deemed unorthodox and rebellious. Chapter 082. That year I strolled with my hands in my pockets, unaware of what a rival truly is. As Chen Hao released the ball, he immediately turned away, raising his hands in premature celebration. Indeed, with a swish, the ball went in. Aunt Jenny, utterly captivated, sprang to her feet as if seated upon a scorching iron block, raising her arms in exuberant acclaim, exclaiming what a splendid shot it was. The magician promptly echoed with a fervent yes, 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 as the camera panned to LeBron James, who, feeling the sting of humiliation, was beset by a sense of discontent. He was deeply troubled, knowing that should the Cavaliers falter tonight, this moment would inevitably grace the pages of numerous sports publications, and he had even envisioned the headlines. Therefore, losing tonight was simply not an option. Chen Hao is quite the morale booster. After all, he is LeBron James. How dare he? However, Lakers fans are utterly captivated, with many of them eagerly mimicking Chen Hao's stance, particularly Aunt Jeannie. After the celebration, Aunt Jeannie turned to her father, emphasizing, "Dad, I have a feeling that Chen Hao is destined to win tonight." "One can only hope." Dr. Buss replied nonchalantly, "Of course, Chen Hao's shot is indeed uplifting, but it's from 40 feet away. There is certainly an element of luck involved. The strength of the Lakers roster is not on par with that of the Cavaliers, so the rationale behind a Lakers victory is somewhat tenuous." "What do you mean one can only hope?" "It must be so. I've decided that after we win, I will bring a few fruit baskets to commend such an exceptional employee like Chen Hao," Aunt Jeannie said with an expectant expression. Dr. Buss remarked, "I've never seen you this enthusiastic before. Why such fervor for Chen Hao? If you wish to meet him, just say so. Why embellish your reasons with such grandeur and elegance? Moreover, I thought you preferred mature and wise men like Zen Master? How is it that you are also drawn to this wild young talent?" Dr. Buss was tempted to inform his daughter that one's interests should not be so broadly varied. Chen Hao's distant three-pointer found its mark. LeBron retaliated swiftly, employing the familiar pick-and-roll strategy. Leveraging this tactic, LeBron seized an opportunity to penetrate deep into the Lakers' interior. The entire Lakers squad instinctively collapsed, knowing the formidable threat LeBron posed. Failing to do so was not an option. This was a strategy meticulously devised by the Zen Master prior to the game, prioritized neutralizing LeBron even if it meant conceding opportunities to other Cavaliers players. What makes LeBron exceptional is his ability to still deliver precise passes even under duress. He ensures that opponents pay for their double teaming. He sought out Hughes in the corner. For teammates playing alongside LeBron, making an impact necessitates a reliable corner three-pointer. This is also why the future star, Dragon King, evolved from a power forward lacking in three-point shooting to one renowned for his corner threes. Hughes executed his shot with precision, responding effectively. In turn, Chen Hao answered back with a mid-range jumper, deftly shaking off LeBron. He halted for a mid-range shot, scoring despite LeBron's defensive presence. The deficit remained 5 points. LeBron maintained commendable composure. As he brought the ball up, Chen Hao immediately raised his arms, positioning himself further out to deny LeBron's teammates any chance at screens. Furthermore, Chen Hao began to taunt, challenging, "Come on, hit me once, so I can respect you for a moment." LeBron remained unperturbed. Chen Hao continued, "I can easily manipulate you. What do you consider yourself? The number one in the league. You are nothing but a useless individual who relies solely on your teammates." Chen Hao's words truly provoked LeBron, who immediately managed to regain his composure. He turned to the referee, voicing his grievances, claiming personal attack and harassment, insisting that a technical foul be issued. Although LeBron's reputation must be upheld, the referee refrained from issuing a technical foul, simply advising Chen how to focus on the game. While Chen Hao remained unperturbed by LeBron's presence, he was cautious not to provoke the authority of the referee. As the game unfolded, both teams exchanged blows. The Cavaliers aimed to narrow the score, while the Lakers sought to extend their lead. With just 1 minute and 36 seconds left in the game, the Lakers maintained a 5-point advantage. The Cavaliers regained possession, and it was LeBron who brought the ball across half-court, with Chen Hao closely in pursuit. LeBron immediately called for a screen, feeling no pressure or burden, even though he was only facing this rookie. Chen Hao circumvented the screen, positioning himself directly in front of LeBron. LeBron, determined with his strategy, attempted multiple screens. When the left side proved ineffective, he directed his teammate to set a pick on the right, yet it still faltered. After 3 attempts over the span of 20 seconds, they finally succeeded in trapping Chen Hao behind LeBron. The Lakers fans erupted in boos, denouncing LeBron's tactics. In the future, the prevalence of screens would largely be attributed to LeBron's influence. Escaping from Chen Hao's relentless defense, LeBron surged forward like a wild stallion, unstoppable in his advance. As the other Lakers crowded the paint, LeBron leaped into the air, simultaneously assessing the defense and noticing Kobe in his passing lane. He cradled the ball in one hand, seemingly preparing for a shot. Below, the Lakers' twin towers, and Zhu and Little Walton, raised their arms and leaped high. Their hands obstructed LeBron's access to the basket. The Lakers fans collectively exhaled in relief, believing they had thwarted him. However, they celebrated prematurely, given the intense defense LeBron faced, even if he avoided being blocked. Scoring was a formidable challenge unless he could elude the tight coverage in midair. Yet, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the court. Suspended in the air, LeBron exerted himself again. As if defying gravity, his body momentarily frozen in place. As Little Walton and Zhu descended, LeBron reached forward and executed a low layup, the ball finding its mark. Instantly, the Staples Center fell silent, enveloped in a profound stillness. Underneath the Lakers' seemingly impenetrable defense, LeBron had carved a path, scoring against all odds, a moment that defied explanation, revealing the true nature of his prowess. Chen Hao ultimately forced the strongest LeBron James into action, with a 2-point shot. The deficit narrowed to 3 points with just 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. The morale of the Lakers was low. Coach Zen Master, feeling the pressure, called for a timeout. LeBron remained LeBron, exhibiting an extraordinary physical prowess rarely seen in a century. The Lakers had once led by as much as 24 points. Yet the game had come down to a mere 3-point difference, putting them at risk of losing at any moment. Behind the commentary desk, Johnny was grinning from ear to ear. LeBron is still LeBron. I understand why he has become the face of the NBA. His strength is simply unparalleled. Of course, that is not to say that Chen Hao was lacking. It was just that tonight, LeBron's teammates were more formidable. Upon hearing this, the Magic Man wore a forced smile. Yet internally, he felt quite displeased. It is undeniable that the current overall strength of the Lakers roster pales in comparison to the Cavaliers, and tonight, Kobe was exceptionally underwhelming. In the fourth quarter, Chen Hao set him up with 4 excellent passes, yet Kobe's shots fell short. Otherwise, the game would have concluded long ago. As a Lakers legend, the Magic Man naturally favored his team, but was the game truly over? Johnny, the sycophant of LeBron, immediately retorted, "Is it not over? It is already done." Chapter 083. That year I had my hands in my pockets, unaware of what an opponent truly was. When LeBron exerted his power, the game had already reached its conclusion. To recover from a 24-point deficit was one thing. To close a 3-point gap was an entirely different matter. Tonight, Kobe's performance was rather mediocre. Could one still hope for him to single-handedly save the day? The sycophant of LeBron promptly countered the Magic Man, who clenched his fists, suddenly feeling an urge to strike. Naturally, the Magic Man's anger was provoked, as the sycophant had struck a nerve. It was undeniable that Johnny spoke the truth. The Cavaliers' lineup was inherently stronger than that of the Lakers, and now they were in control, especially with LeBron's recent audacious play against 4 defenders, which left Lakers fans feeling utterly defeated. On the sidelines, Dr. Buss's expression was far from pleasant. The delectable victory that had seemed within reach was slipping away, and the feeling was indeed disheartening. The current situation of the Lakers left him in despair. Aunt Jeannie's face had lost its color. She could only console herself with the thought, it is not that Chen Hao is weak, it is that LeBron is such a scoundrel, only daring to play from the shadows. The Lakers had achieved something remarkable by reaching this point against the defending champions. Let us not forget that he is merely a rookie. Although LeBron ultimately scored the last basket, it was not at Chen Hao's expense, was it? This essentially equates to a Lakers loss. Yet, did Chen Hao truly lose? Chen Hao, a testament to the notion of pride in defeat, despair, helplessness. Asai escapes. As James sunk that shot, it echoed the inner turmoil of numerous Lakers fans. It is hardly surprising, for after all, he is James, the one among the finest players on this planet. Although, at that moment, the Lakers still held the lead, the Cavaliers' bench was brimming with jubilant cheers. LeBron's teammates flocked to shower him with praise, exchanging high fives and celebratory gestures. LeBron graciously accepted their adulation, as if they had just triumphed in a Christmas showdown, achieving a remarkable 9-game winning streak. Coach David Blatt eagerly joined in, for now was not the time to hold back compliments. In the Cavaliers, while the head coach may lack tactical prowess or the ability to draw plays, it was imperative to keep LeBron content. During this timeout, Blatt even neglected to devise a strategy, focusing solely on massaging LeBron's shoulders. At this point, LeBron, seated at the center, rose to address his teammates, proclaiming, "How many did they win earlier? I'll make sure to reclaim every single point. Mark my words." LeBron spoke with unwavering confidence, enunciating each word with conviction. West swiftly jotted down notes, ensuring to record how to navigate the Cavaliers' dynamics, with a clear emphasis on LeBron's words, which must be etched in memory. Just as the entire Cavaliers team was immersed in celebration, a sudden announcement rang out. It's time to take the court. And so they did. The Cavaliers, bold and resolute, presented themselves with the swagger of the fiercest away team, vowing to seize this game. However, as the match progressed, a cold splash of reality descended upon them. LeBron was taken aback as he witnessed Chen Hao swing his arms with fervor, delivering resounding slaps. Do you think you're impressive? Do you believe you're living the good life? Do you consider yourself extraordinary? Step forward. Chen Hao replicated the playing style previously exhibited by James. However, unlike James, who required screens to navigate past defenders, Chen Hao executed a deft Buddha's palm move, seamlessly transitioning into a swift change of direction, penetrating deep into the Cavaliers' interior defense. The Cavaliers were compelled to tighten their defensive formation in an attempt to thwart Chen Hao's formidable advance. Regrettably, their efforts proved futile. In the paint, Chen Hao soared into the air, launching the ball over the imposing figures of Gooden and Zydrunas Ilgauskas, forcefully slamming it through the hoop. The resounding clang echoed throughout the arena. The ball found its mark. Simultaneously, Ilgauskas' body tumbled backward as if severed from its strings. The referee's whistle was drowned out by the thunderous roar of the crowd, creating an overwhelming cacophony. In that fleeting moment, King found himself momentarily disoriented. The ball struck Chen Hao's chest with a piercing force, leaving him gasping for breath as he seemingly glimpsed the tragic conclusion of this night. The outcome was undeniably grim. The magician bellowed, his voice hoarse with emotion. The game is over. The game has ended. In a moment of fervor, he even mimicked a celebratory gesture of choking someone, inciting Johnny's fury to the point of internal hemorrhage. Just moments ago, everything was fine. How could the situation change so abruptly? The dramatic ups and downs of life left Johnny in a daze, akin to being struck by a baseball bat to the forehead, an excruciating jolt. Amidst the crowd's deafening chants of Chen Hao, he calmly sank the free throw. 56 seconds, 6 points. The Staples Center reverberated with the piercing cheers of fervent fans. At this juncture, the young emperor, LeBron, sought to make his mark, approaching the ball with a different strategy. He faced Chen Hao without setting a screen, spreading his legs and forcefully advancing, swift and agile, catching Chen Hao completely off guard. He had anticipated a screen from Big Z, as was LeBron's strategy throughout the game. Yet at this critical moment, he chose none. The magician exclaimed, "LeBron," driving hard to the basket. Finally, a direct challenge. Chen Hao was momentarily outmaneuvered. Oh. LeBron's feints were indeed deceptive, leaving Chen Hao unprepared. However, having suffered such a significant setback, Chen Hao was not one to let it slide easily. He quickly adjusted his footing and pursued fiercely. No one noticed how Chen Hao's footwork was so swift and dazzling that it left spectators in awe. After bypassing Chen Hao, LeBron surged forward like a wild stallion, charging into the heart of the Lakers' territory. Just as he was midway through his drive, unable to contain his exuberance, he sought to change his approach. Suddenly, he heard a sharp rush of wind, and in an instant, the basketball was forcefully swatted from his grasp. Following the rejection, LeBron heard mocking shouts. "This is a no-fly zone. This is a no-fly zone." Turning to see the source of the taunts, he found none other than Chen Hao. At that moment, Chen Hao shook his head, his signature gesture of playful defiance. Faced with the gleeful expression of Chen Hao, LeBron fell into contemplation, ultimately making a decision that was not difficult. We must teach this brat a lesson. LeBron could not tolerate such humiliation. He was the emperor, after all. The one who dictated the league. How dare this young upstart defy him? He was determined to crush him, utterly obliterate him. With the Cavaliers possessing the ball, the clock dwindled to the final 5 seconds. It was once again LeBron who sought the ball. Chen Hao spread his arms wide and advanced immediately. Jian attempted to break through, but the left side was entirely blocked, and the right side was equally obstructed. Jian realized his chances were slim. Yet with such a prominent flag raised, he remained unperturbed, which was clearly uncharacteristic of him. Consequently, he drove forward with the ball, only to find himself thwarted once more. With no alternatives left, Jian decided to take a risk, forcing a shot against Chen Hao's staunch defense. Chen Hao glanced over, intending to invite Jian for hot pot, but the latter's posture resembled that of a scammer, which prompted him to disregard the idea entirely. Chapter 084. Heed your father's advice. Do not provoke him. Indeed. The basketball rolled forth from Jian's fingertips, tracing a graceful arc through the air, albeit not soaring high. A crisp swish resonated. It was a clean miss. The Staples Center fell into a momentary silence, soon erupting into raucous laughter. The Magic was taken aback, as he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. A time when he struggled with shooting, his gaze bewildered. What was that attempt? However, the Lakers' impeccable defense still elicited his admiration, exclaiming, "What a splendid defense." It appeared that Chen Hao had sealed the game with his defensive prowess. Oh, but there was still offense to consider. The match had concluded. The match had concluded. The Magic sought to provoke Johnny, who appeared visibly perturbed, retorting, "The game is not yet over." The Magic countered, asserting that Chen Hao's exertion demonstrated the match's end. Just look at Jian on the court. At that moment, Jian wore a troubled expression, with victory seemingly slipping away. Leaving no room for joy, he turned to the coach, Brad, who stood silently at the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, instantly inciting Jian's frustration. He bellowed, "Coach, you need to think of something quick." Brad, inwardly cursing, thought, "You took a reckless three-pointer that missed completely. Why should I bear the blame?" He shrugged his shoulders, indicating his own helplessness. Observing Brad's dejected demeanor, Jian's anger flared further. In a fit of desperation, he shouted at the distant Big Z, "Be tougher, for heaven's sake." Big Z, perplexed, pondered, "Why am I always the one injured? Am I truly not tough enough? Am I as soft as a ripe fruit?" Yet, he questioned, "But hold on. You missed a shot entirely and violated the 24-second rule. What does that have to do with my toughness?" The Cavaliers were not without opportunities. Considering they were merely 6 points behind with 46 seconds remaining, albeit without possession. If they could withstand this Lakers offensive wave, hope still lingered within the realm of probability. 26 seconds. Chen Hao connected with Kobe, who took a wide-open three-pointer. Kobe remains the same Kobe. Even if he misses his first 10 attempts, he would resolutely and decisively take that 11th shot without hesitation. Indeed, it was another miss. The shot was somewhat abstract, not short, but excessively short, ricocheting directly off the bottom edge of the rim. Few could even reach that position. It was a floor ball. LeBron still had a chance to claim that floor ball. Yet no one on the court seemed to comprehend the artistic performance he was delivering, which was so abstract that he was too preoccupied with positioning to bend down and retrieve it. Behind LeBron, Chen Hao swiftly seized the opportunity to grab the floor ball and advanced it beyond the three-point line. LeBron followed him out, but with less than 24 seconds remaining. Chen Hao decided to take a step back. Unfazed by LeBron's leap, he launched the shot. Immediately after releasing the ball, he raised his hands in celebration, turned around, and then casually slipped his hands into his pockets. He then turned back to LeBron with a smile. In that moment, a crisp sound resonated as the ball swished through the net. That swish was akin to a resounding slap across James' face, profoundly humiliating. It became a masterpiece on the world stage. Typically, others become the backdrop for LeBron. When has he ever been a backdrop for someone else? Before the game, LeBron had professed his intention to mentor Chen Hao, to teach him the essence of respecting his elders, only to be met with a robust lesson in real time from Chen Hao. Westbrook, the star of the opposing team, observed LeBron with a busted lip. It was the first time he had witnessed LeBron so enraged. In the stands, with his hands in his pockets, Chen Hao ignited a flurry of hearts in Swift's eyes. What a delightful conundrum. Yet the game was not over. In truth, it had already concluded. All Lakers fans were already celebrating fervently. Was there an incident? Naturally not. As Magic Johnson fervently remarked post-game, there was nothing, no miracle. It has been proven that perceiving with one's nose while the eyes are affixed to the head is erroneous. One may strategically underestimate an opponent, yet tactically, one must give them due regard. Otherwise, the cost is steep. This is the essence of competition. Losers possess nothing, while winners take all. No matter how disgruntled, one must endure, one must withstand. Even LeBron's loyal supporter, Johnny, could not refute that Chen Hao is indeed a formidable newcomer. In fact, during this match, was LeBron's performance lackluster? Not at all. He scored 19 points, which is somewhat low, yet he also delivered 16 assists, 10 rebounds, and 2 steals. His statistics were quite impressive. However, Chen Hao outshone him with a remarkable performance, 38 points, the highest of the game. With 38 points, 13 assists, 10 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. The data fails to capture the extent of Chen Hao's impact on the Cavaliers, for his very presence rendered the team's engine sluggish, leaving them bewildered and struggling throughout the evening. Yet, this is but a minor detail. What astonished Johnny was that, while LeBron found himself in such a precarious position, there was an air of nonchalance about Chen Hao, as if it were extraordinarily effortless to put LeBron in such disarray, which is indeed a rarity. Particularly remarkable is the fact that this individual hails from Asia and is merely a rookie. Johnny could not help but exclaim, "How terrifying!" The long, drawn-out final whistle of the game echoed, signaling its conclusion. Unsurprisingly, the Lakers triumphed over the Cavaliers by a narrow margin of 9 points, claiming victory in the Christmas showdown. Following the match, LeBron did not even extend a handshake to his adversary. Instead, he stripped off his jersey and departed the arena without a backward glance. For LeBron, losing this game felt more painful than being prodded with a sharp stick. It was not merely the defeat, but losing to Chen Hao that diminished his standing among his fellow teammates. As a meager consolation, he found that his own statistics were not particularly dismal, and the media would surely spin the narrative in his favor, emphasizing that while the Cavaliers lost, LeBron did not. Nevertheless, LeBron was still incensed, wishing he could hurl a grenade into the Staples Center. For as he entered the players' tunnel, he seemingly overheard a faction of fans declaring that LeBron was unworthy of carrying Chen Hao's shoes. Turning around, he caught sight of Chen Hao celebrating with his teammates, which instantaneously caused his blood to boil, veins on his forehead throbbing with fury. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his frustration upon the trash can in the players' tunnel. Having narrowly escaped the fervent enthusiasm of his teammates, Chen Hao dashed into the players' tunnel, only to be intercepted by reporters. In a match of this magnitude, "With your performance tonight, do you intend to flee?" The reporters were, of course, unwilling to let him slip away, eager to converse with the evening's victor. Chen Hao was reluctant. He still harbored thoughts of giving Ajien a good scolding in person, didn't he? Ajien had accompanied him through such a splendid night. How could Chen Hao not take the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot? He relished the chance to do so. Chapter 085. Listen to your father. Do not provoke him. Yet, after searching around, Chen Hao failed to locate Ajien, which dampened his spirits significantly. Hadn't they agreed that he would be guided step by step in learning to respect his seniors? Why was Ajien now nowhere to be found? Was he perhaps hiding in the restroom, feeling unwell? If so, Chen Hao felt compelled to check on him. However, he could only abandon the thought of searching through one restroom after another, as there was an interview to attend. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not witnessing Ajien's misfortune, overall, he felt a sense of joy. Despite it being merely the 1-0 version of young Ajien, he was still a king. After all, it is no exaggeration to say that this Christmas, Chen Hao shone brightly throughout the entire NBA. Chen Hao did not dwell on the matter. Unless LeBron James were to abandon the NBA and retreat to the CBA, he remains a formidable force. For instance, when a reporter inquired about Chen Hao's assessment of LeBron, Chen Hao remarked that Agent is an exceptionally talented player, quite astute. He understands that he cannot outplay me in a one-on-one, and indeed, he refrained from attempting so. I must admit, he was correct, had he truly engaged me. I suspect his number of errors would have surged dramatically. Agent, just you wait. Next time I want to go easy on you. Concealed in a restroom within the visiting team's locker room, Ajan, enduring the pain, activated his data plan and clandestinely watched Chen Hao's post-match interview. To his dismay, upon viewing, he realized he was in dire need of a quick remedy. Without such a solution, truly, he found himself at a loss. After completing the interview, Chen Hao turned to glance at the Cavaliers' bench, spotting Gooden. An idea sparked in his mind as he strode directly toward him. Upon noticing Chen Hao's approach, Gooden took off in a hurry. Chen Hao called out behind him, "Gooden, wait for me. We haven't even high-fived yet." Gooden retorted, "I wouldn't trust you for a moment. You sly old fox. Do you think I'm oblivious to your intentions to humiliate me?" Gooden sprinted away faster than a rabbit. Chen Hao felt a profound sense of ennui. What was the worth of victory? At this moment, he was akin to a richly adorned figure traversing the night, overwhelmed by a deep sense of emptiness. Chen Hao shook his head with a sigh, his hands tucked into his pockets, feeling utterly powerless. Just as he was about to exit, a waft of fragrance enveloped him. He turned his head to see a figure with disheveled hair rushing towards him with open arms. At first, Chen Hao believed it to be Taylor Swift. But the hair color and height simply do not match. Chen Hao widened his eyes in astonishment, for he discovered that the blonde beauty in his arms was eagerly leaning in to kiss him. Goodness! Aunt Jenny, how should one articulate this? Born in 1961, Aunt Jenny is now 47 years of age, yet she has managed to maintain an impressive physique. Though she is no longer in her youth, she exudes a captivating charm. Still alluring, she embodies femininity in its fullest essence. Particularly, when her bosom brushed against him, Chen Hao found himself stirred. This is a predicament. Chen Hao quickly turned his head. "Auntie, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for any physical altercation." Little did he know, Aunt Jenny was resolute and prepared to launch a second wave of attack, pouting her lips as she approached. Chen Hao